Chapter 267. Emerging from the Allianz Arena, a chorus of boos erupted within. Inside Manchester City's penalty area, two players collapsed simultaneously. Standing beside them, Mingyu suddenly spotted crimson blood oozing between Laporte's hands, causing his face to pale dramatically. He gestured urgently for the team doctor to rush onto the field. The Manchester City team physician hurried over, medical kit in hand. The fallen player from Bayern Munich was none other than the newly substituted forward, Eric Maxim Choupo-Moting, who lay on the ground, clutching his head and groaning in pain. The referee gestured towards the Bayern Munich bench, summoning their medical staff to attend to the situation. In slow motion, it became evident that Laporte had secured his position, heading the cross away, while Choupo-Moting collided forcefully with the side of Laporte's head. As he fell, the slow-motion replay revealed blood splattering from Laporte's head. Lying on the ground, Laporte remained motionless, yet Choupo-Moting was still able to move, alleviating some of Mingyu's concerns. The team doctor examined Laporte's injury, revealing a gash near his temple, blood flowing incessantly from the wound. Mingyu, standing nearby, expressed his concern. "Emery, how do you feel? If it's not good, we should substitute you." The physician indicated that a substitution was indeed necessary, as Laporte's wound required suturing. However, Laporte grit his teeth, suppressing the disorientation from the impact, and resolutely replied, "No, just bandage my wound. I cannot leave the field at this moment." With Manchester City's defense already stretched thin, Laporte was an indispensable asset. Replacing him would significantly weaken the team's defensive strength. The team doctor, hesitant to make a decision, sent an assistant to consult Guardiola. On the sidelines, Guardiola inquired about Laporte's condition, deliberating for a moment before making the difficult choice to allow Laporte to remain on the pitch, but with a warning that he would be substituted at the first sign of discomfort. The doctor promptly attended to Laporte's injury, firmly wrapping the bandage around his head, encircling it multiple times. Laporte's fortitude evoked applause from the home supporters, embodying the allure of football. At that moment, distinctions between home and away faded, as the indomitable spirit of players stirred the passion of fans. With Laporte's jersey stained with blood, the assistant coach hurried to the dressing room to fetch a fresh kit for him. Standing at the sidelines, Laporte drank water, feeling slightly dizzy from the earlier collision, yet not to the point of concussion. Meanwhile, the referee brandished a yellow card towards Choupo-Moting, who wore an expression of innocence. His actions had clearly resulted in a foul. Returning to the field, Laporte resembled a steadfast Spartan warrior, his head adorned with a blood-streaked bandage, resolutely occupying the most crucial defensive position. In response to the situation, Mingyu directed Rodri to position himself closer to Laporte while he himself retreated further back, prepared to provide cover at any moment. In the attacking third, Manchester City was left with only Sterling, positioned near the center circle, poised to intimidate Bayern Munich's defense with his speed. Indeed, Sterling's presence deterred Bayern's center-back from pushing too far forward, as they remained wary of Manchester City's potential swift counterattacks. As 10 minutes elapsed, the clock ticked towards the 85th minute, yet the score remained unchanged at 2-3. A favorable outcome for the away team, Manchester City. However, Bayern Munich, as the home side, could not accept such a conclusion. The Allianz Arena reverberated with the chants of Bayern supporters, rallying their players to equalize or even take the lead in the dying moments. Yet, Manchester City's resolute defense proved torturous for Bayern Munich. With no alternative, Bayern resorted to frequent high balls, hoping to capitalize on their taller players' aerial prowess. Despite the bandage on his head and lingering dizziness, Laporte demonstrated remarkable bravery, leaping to contest headers. In the 90th minute, following a dead ball, the referee blew the whistle. Bayern Munich expressed their dissatisfaction as they prepared to take a throw-in. However, the referee pointed to his watch, assuring them that he would compensate for the time lost. Laporte's bandage had once again become saturated with blood, staining his jersey as well. Unfazed, he continued to doggedly defend alongside Bayern players. Upon hearing the whistle, Laporte noticed the referee signaling towards him, puzzled, unaware that his blood had soaked through the bandage and drenched his shirt. Without hesitation, Guardiola ordered Portuguese defender Cancelo to replace Laporte. The exhausted Laporte, who had persevered on sheer willpower, felt a sudden wave of dizziness as he saw the substitution board raised. Mingyu quickly supported him, draping Laporte's arm over his shoulder, unconcerned by the blood now staining him. "Emery, rest easy. We are certain to win this match." Mingyu assured him firmly. Even Bayern Munich players held a newfound respect for such a tough competitor, many offering words of encouragement as they passed by. Though defeat loomed, dignity remained paramount. After exiting the pitch, Laporte declined the coach's suggestion to return to the dressing room for treatment, choosing instead to remain on the bench to witness the conclusion of the match, ensuring that his return had been worthwhile. Inspired by Laporte's spirit, Manchester City players intensified their defensive efforts. The introduction of fresh legs invigorated the backline. Remarkably, 7 minutes of stoppage time were added, reflecting the extensive delays from injuries in the second half. Although the players expressed some discontent, they resolutely retreated to the 30-meter mark, forming a formidable defensive wall before their goal. For a team of Manchester City's caliber, if they chose to adopt such a defensive posture, it would be exceedingly difficult for any opponent to penetrate their defenses. Bayern Munich attempted for 5 more minutes, but their repeated high balls yielded no advantage. Mingyu's aerial dominance proved overwhelming. On several occasions, Mingyu found himself in a precarious position, with Choupo-Moting looming behind him, ready to capitalize on any lapse. This seemingly supernatural ability to position himself effectively left the Bayern Munich players exasperated. In the final minute, Choupo-Moting, once again outmaneuvered by Mingyu, succumbed to frustration and pushed him as he leaped, resulting in a second yellow card and an expulsion from the match by the referee. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 2-3, leaving Bayern Munich to swallow the bitter pill of defeat on home soil, casting a shadow over their path in the knockout stages. This season, Manchester City has not yet suffered a loss at home, rendering the upcoming match a daunting away fixture for Bayern. The task ahead is monumental. They must score 2 goals at Manchester City's ground while ensuring that City does not find the net. The Manchester City players walked out of the Allianz Arena with their heads held high. Following the match, Laporte's injury was promptly reported as a minor concussion, which would not hinder his participation in the forthcoming quarterfinal. This news was a relief for Manchester City, as Laporte is a cornerstone of their defense, and his absence would spell danger for their subsequent encounters. However, following this match, they faced 2 league fixtures, one against relegation-threatened Crystal Palace and another against third-placed Manchester United. In the match against Crystal Palace, Laporte did not even make the squad, opting for rest. Guardiola took the other main players to Selhurst Park, the home of Crystal Palace. Located in London, Crystal Palace, a long-established team in the Premier League, has not amassed many accolades, with their sole achievement being a runner-up finish in the FA Cup during the 1989-1990 season. However, there are no pushovers, often springing surprises against stronger opponents in the league. Nevertheless, Manchester City approached this matchup with confidence. Since 1990, they have only lost to Crystal Palace once, in 2018, with all other encounters resulting in victories for City, particularly in recent years where they have dominated with significant scorelines. In their first encounter this season, Manchester City triumphed 6-2 at home, with Mingyu achieving a hat-trick and providing an assist. Chapter 268. Fan Z's leaping ability this season. Crystal Palace's performance has been lackluster, with a record of 5 wins, 6 draws, and 15 losses after 26 matches, placing them second to last, 9 points adrift of 4th from bottom Norwich. With 12 games remaining, barring a miracle, relegation appears inevitable. Ahead of the match against Manchester City, the mood within the Crystal Palace camp was decidedly pessimistic. Their head coach, the renowned French star Patrick Vieira, once one of the finest defensive midfielders for the French national team, has not seen much success in his managerial career. After parting ways with Nice in League One, he took the reins at Crystal Palace about a year ago, but the team's performance has left him in a precarious position. The frequency of managerial changes at Crystal Palace has been high, typically every 2 years, and should relegation occur this year, Vieira is likely to be dismissed. As the players entered the pitch, it was striking to see that 1/3 of the fans in attendance donned Manchester City's number 10 jersey. This occurrence, at Crystal Palace's home ground, was a profound humiliation for the home team. Congratulations to the host on successfully signing in at Selhurst Park, obtaining the talent of Crystal Palace legend Fan Z. Incredible leaping ability. Fan Z, a celebrated star in China and the first Chinese player to be awarded the Asian Footballer of the Year, possessed physical attributes that were top tier even by European standards, having played for Crystal Palace and served as captain during his time there. While Crystal Palace was then in the lower tiers of English football, Fan Z's prowess was evident, as he could compete at a high level in Europe. His remarkable leaping ability allowed him to dominate aerial duels, frequently scoring headers in the box. For Mingyu, this newfound leaping ability expanded his defensive range and intensity. In the previous match, he had expertly utilized the aerial dominance he gained from his experience against the Greek national team, but his jump was not top tier, causing difficulties against taller opponents. Standing at 185 meters while not short, he often found himself at a disadvantage in the crowded penalty area. With Fan Z's leaping ability, Mingyu felt as if his legs were propelled by springs. As the match commenced, Crystal Palace players launched the ball deep into Manchester City's half. Mingyu swiftly assessed the trajectory, positioning himself perfectly to outjump the opposing Ivorian forward Zaha, directing the ball effortlessly to Zinchenko on the flank. Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback, astonished by Mingyu's leap that saw him rise above Zaha. This unexpected display of agility raised questions in Guardiola's mind, as he was well acquainted with Mingyu's training data and performance metrics. Historically, leaping had not been Mingyu's forte. He often excelled in heading due to his positioning, but struggled against taller defenders like Laporte. In a foot race, Mingyu could easily evade Laporte, but in aerial contests, Laporte's superior jumping ability overwhelmed him. However, Mingyu's recent leap left Guardiola pondering the sudden improvement in his leaping prowess. As the ball was returned to Stones by Zinchenko following Mingyu's header, Crystal Palace as players hastily retreated to their defensive positions. The tactical arrangement of Crystal Palace today was a complete focus on defensive counterattacks, entirely forsaking the high press in the forward line and controlling the battleground within their half. The advantage of this strategy lies in the ability to amass more personnel during defense. However, the downside is the loss of depth in their defensive setup. And when the time comes to launch a counterattack, the elongated formation makes it easier for Manchester City to regroup. Nevertheless, Manchester City has become exceedingly familiar with this bus parking tactic, adept at dismantling such defenses. During Pep Guardiola's tenure at Barcelona, he frequently encountered this strategy in La Liga, thus accumulating a wealth of experience. With their exquisite ball control, Manchester City incessantly orchestrated combinations in front of Crystal Palace's penalty area, exploiting the width of the pitch to maneuver the Palace defense from side to side. As a team languishing at the bottom of the Premier League, Crystal Palace's tactical acumen is rather limited, and the players' execution of the strategy is far from flawless. After a relentless 15 minutes of tugging and pulling, cracks began to appear in Crystal Palace's defensive line. Mingyu received a horizontal pass from the flank by Gundogan in the central area, feigning a transition to the right. Prior to this, he had already made 3 consecutive passes to the right, subtly influencing the defender's judgment that he would again pass to the right. As Crystal Palace's formation began to shift rightward, a gap of approximately 2 meters emerged in the central defense. One center-back remained stationary while the other drifted to the right, creating a seam between them. Noticing this opportunity, Mingyu deftly redirected his intended pass to Foden using the arch of his right foot, sending the ball into the Crystal Palace penalty area. Jesus, almost simultaneously with Mingyu's pass, surged into action, receiving the ball at the edge of the box. With a gentle touch of his right foot, he slipped in between the 2 center-backs. A gasp erupted from the crowd as the Crystal Palace supporters were taken aback by Manchester City's sudden strike, a moment of brilliance that shook the lethargy from the stands. The 2 center-backs hurriedly retreated to thwart Jesus, but he denied them the chance to close in, launching a shot the moment he entered the penalty area. The ball soared towards the upper corner of the goal, and the goalkeeper, compelled by instinct, could only attempt a desperate dive. But the reality of the ball finding the back of the net was inevitable. In the 15th minute of the first half, Manchester City, having executed their exquisite ball control, finally delivered a lethal blow, momentarily leading 1-0 against Crystal Palace. The balance of the match had shifted. For Crystal Palace, maintaining a full defensive line now served little purpose. If they harbored hopes of securing points against Manchester City, venturing forward was imperative. However, attacking would inevitably increase the opportunities for Manchester City. For weaker teams, conceding a goal often signifies total defeat. The foundation of a counterattacking strategy is defense, and if that fails, where does the counterattack originate? Crystal Palace now faced such a quandary, unable to defend effectively and unable to mount an attack. Upon resuming play, Crystal Palace attempted to advance the ball through midfield. But Manchester City's relentless pressing forced the Palace players into desperate long clearances, hoping for some opportunities up front. Yet, these aimless long balls merely returned possession to Manchester City. The torment of Crystal Palace persisted as the first half reached the 25th minute, with possession statistics soaring to 81-19, underscoring Manchester City's dominance. Crystal Palace had scarcely any opportunities to hold the ball, even during their brief 19 possession. It was primarily the goalkeeper retrieving the ball in the box or after goal kicks, as the ball rarely stayed at the feet of other Palace players for more than half a minute before being pressured into another clearance. By the 30th minute of the first half, Mingyu attempted a powerful long-range shot from outside the penalty area, which was deflected out of bounds by a Crystal Palace center back using his back. However, the defender, upon seeing the ball roll out, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, as if someone had delivered a heavy blow to his back. The referee approached to inquire, calling for the Crystal Palace team doctor to assess the situation. In recent years, both FIFA and UEFA have prioritized the protection of players injured on the field. Following the shocking incident during the 2020 Euros when Denmark's Christian Eriksen collapsed without contact due to cardiac arrest, the prompt medical response saved his life, garnering global attention and praise for the advanced medical equipment available at matches. Thus, whenever a player collapses on the pitch, the referee promptly halts the game to allow the medical staff to attend. The Crystal Palace team doctor quickly entered the field to check on center-back Tompkins. Fortunately, it was confirmed that Tompkins suffered no serious injury. The earlier shot had merely knocked the wind out of him. Mingyu, seeing him rise, approached with a friendly greeting. Tompkins chuckled wryly and shook hands with Mingyu, joking, "That shot nearly sent me off. Were you trying to take me out?" Mingyu gestured for Gundogan to take the ensuing corner kick. Typically, Mingyu would handle the corners for Manchester City. However, after acquiring the leaping ability of Fan Chants, he wished to test his impact in the penalty area. Standing at 185 meters, Mingyu held no physical advantage in the box. Although he was not involved in the corner strategies in Crystal Palace's records, his mere presence commanded attention. Tompkins, who had narrowly escaped Mingyu's previous shot, was now tasked with marking him. Towering at 192 meters, Tompkins stood beside Mingyu, a noticeable height advantage evident. Positioned near the penalty spot, Mingyu was perfectly situated to make a decisive run. Gundogan glanced at the crowded penalty area before delivering the ball towards the center of the box. The quality of the cross was exceptional, landing just in front of the small box. However, the goalkeeper could not venture out due to the mass of bodies obstructing his path, forcing him to remain at the goal line, fixated on the ball. At the moment Gundogan struck the ball, Mingyu surged forward, with Tompkins closely shadowing him, tugging at his shirt while tracking the ball's trajectory. Tompkins possesses a wealth of experience. When he tugged on Mingyu's jersey, he quickly released it to avoid conceding a foul for pulling in the penalty area. Yet, that brief pull had already impacted Mingyu's acceleration. This exemplifies a defender's awareness. Good defense is not merely about preventing opponents from gaining possession, but making it exceedingly difficult for them to do so. Nevertheless, Mingyu's physical attributes rendered such a minor tug insufficient to impede his burst of speed. As the ball soared towards him, Mingyu instinctively assessed its trajectory. He took 2 strides before leaping into the air. Tompkins, perplexed, noted that the ball was still a considerable distance from the penalty area. Had he jumped too early? Was there a misjudgment? Was he merely a decoy? A flurry of questions raced through Tompkins' mind. However, what unfolded next left him agape. Mingyu soared higher than Tompkins had anticipated, exceeding his expected height by over 10 centimeters. As Tompkins marveled at Mingyu's astonishing vertical leap, he widened his eyes in disbelief. To his astonishment, Mingyu appeared to momentarily hover in midair. Such remarkable hang time. Overwhelmed by Mingyu's extraordinary jumping ability and impressive suspension in the air, Tompkins found himself rooted to the spot, gazing upwards. At that moment, the ball reached the apex above Mingyu's head, and as he began his descent, he arched his back and executed a powerful header, directing the ball towards the goal. Crystal Palace's goalkeeper, Vicente Guaita, lunged desperately, but the force and speed of Mingyu's header were too great. His hands could not make contact with the ball. The net rippled beautifully as the ball nestled within. 2-0, Manchester City had regained the lead. This goal prompted a chorus of exclamations from all the media and commentators broadcasting the match. Wang Defa, is this even humanly possible? Wang Defa. That jump must have been over a meter off the ground. Wang Defa, this height rivals that legendary header from Ronaldo. Did you all only notice Lee Mingyu's jump? Did you not see him enjoying a leisurely tea in midair? Indeed, Lee Mingyu seemed to have taken a bath in midair, showcasing his remarkable hang time. Wang Defa. Has Jordan from the US arrived? In the slow-motion replays, Lee Mingyu's extraordinary leap and hang time left football fans worldwide exclaiming Wang Defa's name in disbelief. It was unclear what Wang Defa had done to deserve such scrutiny. However, in China, Wang Defa had become the subject of incredulous exclamations. Lee Mingyu's goal shattered the morale of the Crystal Palace players, particularly Tompkins, who felt utterly incapacitated after witnessing Lee Mingyu's powerful strike. He then stood in close proximity, witnessing Lee Mingyu's astonishing prowess, akin to beholding the arrival of a football deity, leaving a profound impact on his psyche. Faced with such prowess, what could he do? The confidence of the Crystal Palace team had been utterly dismantled, and Manchester City achieved this in just 30 minutes. The head coach of Crystal Palace, the Frenchman Vieira, shrugged helplessly, gazing at the young number 10 on the field. In him, he saw echoes of many great players. The earlier display of jumping prowess had left even Vieira, who was not far away, dumbfounded. Such incredible leaping ability and core strength. He was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Vieira looked enviously at Guardiola across the pitch. This bald man was truly fortunate. At Barcelona, he had the superstar Messi at his disposal. At Bayern Munich, he had the world-class striker Lewandowski. Now, at Manchester City, he had Lee Mingyu. Guardiola was indeed a lucky coach. Vieira, feeling a pang of envy, thought to himself that if he had such remarkable players, he too could achieve similar success. Upon witnessing Lee Mingyu's goal, Guardiola once again grasped his head in shock, gazing at the Crystal Palace half of the pitch. He finally confirmed that Lee Mingyu's jumping ability had indeed improved tremendously. Curiosity piqued, Guardiola pondered how Lee Mingyu had enhanced his vertical leap, as his training regimen had always been specially arranged by the coaching staff, with no focus on jump training for a playmaker. It seemed this was the result of Lee Mingyu's private practice, the only plausible explanation. Guardiola regarded Lee Mingyu with satisfaction at such a young age. His self-discipline was truly commendable. The remainder of the match held no suspense. Ultimately, at Crystal Palace's home ground, Manchester City triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory, completing a season double over their opponents and delivering a heavy blow towards Crystal Palace's relegation hopes. With a remarkable 27 consecutive wins, Manchester City had become the focal point of European football. The question lingered, when would they falter? Which team in the Premier League could successfully thwart Manchester City? It was unfathomable for them to clinch the title undefeated. That would be utterly terrifying, a true pinnacle of achievement. The next match posed the most significant challenge yet. Manchester United. Currently sitting third in the league, Manchester United trailed the first-place Manchester City by a staggering 25 points, rendering their title hopes futile. However, if they could bring Manchester City down, even securing a draw would be a point of pride for them for an entire year. Moreover, in the Manchester Derby, did Manchester United need any extra motivation to face their city rivals? 3 days later, at the Etihad Stadium, the 28th round of the Premier League would see Manchester City host Manchester United, a team intent on ending their winning streak. Once more, the clash of red and blue would determine whether blue would continue to reign over Manchester or if red would achieve vengeance. Good evening, viewers of 10 Cent Sports. Welcome to our program. Today, we bring you a highlight match in the 28th round of the Premier League, the Manchester Derby. As we all know, this derby has become the most captivating fixture in the Premier League over the past 2 years. Since Lee Mingyu's arrival, the last Manchester Derby has shattered viewership records across the top 5 leagues, surpassing the highest attendance for LCL Seco. Lee Mingyu's presence has not only solidified Manchester City's position at the top of the league, but has also brought numerous benefits to the Premier League. One wonders if the president of Barcelona now regrets selling Lee Mingyu for a mere €300 million. Next week, the two teams will face off again in the EFL Cup semi-finals, vying for a place in the final. However, today's league match is crucial for both teams, as nobody wishes to lose to their city rivals. Let us now take a look at the starting lineups for both teams today. On Manchester City's side, the steadfast goalkeeper Ederson is supported by 4 defenders: Laporte, Stones, Kyle Walker, and Zinchenko. Rodri and Bernardo Silva replace the somewhat fatigued Gundogan in the starting lineup. And the other midfielder is naturally Lee Mingyu. The trio of forwards consists of Sterling, Jesus, and Mahrez. As for Manchester United, they adopt a 4-2-3-1 formation, with De Gea in goal and defenders Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire, and Luke Shaw. Fred and McTominay operate in defensive midfield, while Fernandes, Pogba, and Greenwood position themselves further forward, with Rashford leading the attack. Today, United's coach Solskjaer has opted for a bold lineup, indicating a willingness to engage in a fierce clash with Manchester City. Let's await the spectacle. Chapter 270. Lee's Axtyle free kick. As captain, Lee Mingyu stands at the forefront of Manchester City, alongside Manchester United's captain and central defender, Maguire. Maguire gazes at the young player beside him, his heart a mix of emotions. Lee Mingyu's performance over the past 6 months has felt like a narrative out of a science fiction novel to Maguire. Despite being defeated by Manchester City twice earlier this season in the Charity Shield and the league, with Lee Mingyu scoring a hat-trick in both encounters, Maguire did not elevate Lee to the status of players like Messi or Ronaldo. Yet now, as they stand together again, Lee Mingyu dons the captain's armband for Manchester City. A player who has only been with the team for 6 months becoming captain of a top-tier Premier League club is a remarkable occurrence. Images of Lee's dominating presence in the World Cup flood Maguire's mind. He could hardly believe that in his first World Cup, Lee broke numerous records, etching his name into the annals of history, and potentially becoming a long-lasting figure on the World Cup stage. Returning to league play in just half a season, Lee Mingyu has developed to an alarming degree. In their pre-match tactical briefing, Manchester United players reviewed footage of Manchester City's matches over the past month. Upon witnessing Lee Mingyu's astonishing leap during the recent match against Crystal Palace, Maguire involuntarily gasped. Such leaping ability represents a calamity for defenders, turning the penalty area into a trampoline for opponents. As both teams take to the pitch, the atmosphere in Manchester is predominantly blue. The Etihad Stadium is awash with a sea of blue, with only a few red jerseys scattered, quickly swallowed by the countless blue supporters. The Etihad has become one of the most formidable home grounds in Europe. The confidence stemming from consecutive victories has led Manchester City fans to feel somewhat invincible. With no rivals in the Premier League and 3 consecutive titles already secured, the era of blue dominance has finally arrived, heralding the establishment of the Manchester City dynasty. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the Etihad Stadium, receiving the active skill Axtyle free kick from Manchester United star Ronaldo. Lee Mingyu is curious as to why checking in at his own stadium grants him the ability of an opposing player. It turns out that after the system's upgrade to version 20, there's a chance to acquire the abilities of opposing players when in one's home ground. Ronaldo's free kick can be considered a unique skill. As one of the current masters of set pieces, Ronaldo's free kick epitomizes the beauty of power. Previously, Lee Mingyu had already mastered Pirlo's knuckleball, Beckham's curling free kick, and Roberto Carlos's powerful free kick. With the addition of Ronaldo's Axtyle free kick, Lee Mingyu has effectively learned all the classic methods of taking free kicks. Lee Mingyu had previously attempted to combine the powerful free kick with a knuckleball, but had not succeeded. However, upon acquiring the skill of the Axtyle free kick, he experienced a moment of clarity. The Axtyle free kick is not merely a powerful knuckleball. It possesses an essential distinction, characterized by minimal spin, yet it veers and descends sharply before reaching the goal. The standard Axtyle free kick was first invented by the diminutive Juninho, but the term itself was popularized by the Milan Sports newspaper during the 2012 European Championship. Many players in football possess this free kick technique, yet their styles vary significantly. Ronaldo's Axtyle free kick bears his distinct personal flair, often exceeding speeds of 100 km per hour. Eager to showcase this newfound ability in the match, Lee Mingyu, in the 5th minute of the first half, threaded a pass to Bernardo Silva. Upon receiving the ball, just outside the penalty area, Silva was brought down by McTominay's challenge, resulting in a foul. The referee decisively blew the whistle and pointed towards Manchester United's goal, awarding a direct free kick. Lee Mingyu jouit up Bruaka, carefully placing the ball at the designated spot marked by the referee. He stepped back a few paces, spreading his feet apart in a manner akin to a compass. His gaze fixed ahead as he exhaled softly. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual gaze upon him. A quick glance revealed it was Fernandes from Manchester United. As United's best player for several consecutive years, Fernandes is an indispensable pillar for the team. Observing Lee Mingyu's actions, Fernandez noted the uncanny resemblance to Ronaldo's signature routine, including the final exhalation. The irony was not lost on him. How could the Mingyu, often labeled a Messi enthusiast and a Ronaldo detractor, adopt Ronaldo's motions? It is rare for any superstar to mimic another's signature moves unless a mentor-student relationship exists. Realizing this, Mingyu slightly adjusted his stance. Though the seamless connection he had felt prior began to dissipate, diminishing his confidence in executing the free kick. This reflects a subtle nuance of the system's skill acquisition. Successfully executing the skill necessitates mimicking the preparatory movements of the original user. Just as he had to embody the precise stances of Beckham for the curling free kick and Roberto Carlos for the powerful free kick, Mingyu also needed to adopt an appearance of grogginess for Pirlo's knuckleball. Due to his psychological state at this moment, he inadvertently altered his movements. As the referee blew the whistle, Mingyu commenced his run-up, planting his left foot beside the ball, his right leg swinging swiftly, and he struck the ball with force, transferring all his momentum forward. The speed of the football was astonishing, soaring past the wall without a noticeable decline, only to fly directly over the crossbar. Although the Manchester City players felt a pang of regret, they understood that the outcome of a free kick often hinges on sheer luck. Sometimes, a careless strike can find its way into the net, while at other times, even the most precise shot can fail to score. It is a matter of mystique. Everything is governed by the inexplicable. Mingyu frowned, for this was the first time he had experienced a failure in executing his skill. Unbeknownst to him, his alteration of stance prior to the free kick compromised its integrity, leading to the unsuccessful activation of the skill. The system, however, provided no indication of the failure. Meanwhile, Manchester United's offense surged forth like a tide. Players such as Faye and Pogba, both of whom are among the elite midfielders in the world, spearheaded the attack. Unlike Manchester City's methodical approach, Manchester United's offense was characterized by its boldness. With a series of precise passes, they maneuvered the ball into Manchester City's territory. The central defense of Manchester City was remarkably solid, leaving Manchester United with no options but to revert the ball to the flanks. Upon reaching the sidelines, Faye, confronted by Mingyu's return defense, dared not hesitate. He passed the ball back to the center for Greenwood, intending to initiate a 1-2 combination. However, Mingyu anticipated this maneuver. After Faye's pass, he swiftly pursued back. Greenwood's attempt to pass was intercepted directly by Mingyu. The momentum shifted as a counterattack opportunity emerged. Seeing Mingyu poised to advance, Faye, with no other recourse, grasped Mingyu's shirt and brought him down. The referee approached, issuing a yellow card to Faye. He shook his head. This card was a necessary sacrifice, for if Manchester City were to launch a rapid counter, it could spell danger. Yet, receiving a card so early in the match placed considerable pressure on Faye as the game had barely commenced. As play resumed, Manchester City pressed forward, while Manchester United initiated a high-pressing strategy in midfield, hoping to push the battle line away from their own penalty area. However, Manchester City's adept ball control rendered Manchester United's defensive efforts futile. The relentless pressing drained the energy of several players, causing a decline in the intensity of Manchester United's defense. Mingyu, ever perceptive, noticed this shift. Receiving a pass from Rodri, he saw that Pogba, who had been relentlessly pursuing him, was now sluggish. Seizing the moment, Mingyu accelerated, deftly maneuvering past the unsuspecting Pogba. The sudden lapse in Pogba's coverage exposed a gaping hole in Manchester United's defensive line. McTominay, attempting to provide cover from the center, could only reach out in vain as he too was unable to stop the surging Mingyu. In the 15th minute of the first half, McTominay received a yellow card as well. With two midfield stalwarts booked, this was a troubling sign for Manchester United. This particular free kick was too distant, prompting Mingyu to pass the ball back to the defense in order to reorganize the attack. This time, Manchester United opted for caution, retreating to their half, lying in wait like a tiger poised to pounce. Chapter 271. The artist of the green turf faced with Manchester City's exquisite ball control. Even a top-tier team like Manchester United could only hold their ground for a limited time. Maintaining a sustained confrontation throughout the match was virtually impossible. Firstly, the issue of stamina arose. No team would willingly expend all their energy on relentless pressing. Secondly, effective high pressing requires a well-coordinated strategic deployment. It is not merely a matter of 2 or 3 individuals rushing into the opponent's half. The entire team must maintain a cohesive formation, engaging in effective pressing in groups of 3. Otherwise, they risk becoming akin to monkeys in training. Yet, no team practices this style of defense as a daily routine. Most high pressing relies on the players' enthusiasm and willpower. Even for Manchester City, Guardiola does not specifically train them for high pressing. Rather, he emphasizes group pressing during counterattacks and transitions. Thus, often the most perilous moments for Manchester City arise not when they possess the ball in the opponent's half, but rather when they lose possession and swiftly reclaim it in the opponent's backline. During such moments, the opposing defense lacks a targeted approach, and immediate counterattacks can yield unexpected opportunities. Such was the case during the 20th minute of the first half. After being pressed for several minutes by Manchester City, Manchester United finally orchestrated a promising attack. Pogba received a through ball from Flair, evading a defender and unleashing a powerful long-range shot from outside the penalty area. This strike beautifully illustrated Pogba's technique, arcing gracefully past goalkeeper Ederson's outstretched hand, only to be thwarted by the post. The ball collided forcefully with the woodwork, ricocheting back into play. Zinchenko, positioned outside the box, secured the rebound and quickly passed it to Sterling ahead. Upon receiving the ball, Sterling disregarded the approaching defenders and surged forward. His pace caught Manchester United's full-back off guard. By the time he attempted to intervene, Sterling had already dashed past him. The two center-backs frantically chased back, with Mingyu sprinting in support. In a 2-on-2 situation, Sterling, with the ball at his right foot, faced the oncoming center-back. He executed 2 feints, causing his opponent to lose balance. With a deft touch, Sterling maneuvered the ball past the defender, penetrating into Manchester United's penalty area. Mingyu, instead of advancing further, halted just outside the box, placing the defending center-back Maguire in a position of indecision. Ultimately, Maguire opted to confront the ball-carrying Sterling, leaving the unmarked Mingyu unattended. As Sterling entered the penalty area, he found himself paralyzed by indecision, unsure whether to shoot, round the goalkeeper, or pass. Overwhelmed by choices, Sterling's mind seemed to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Maguire executed a well-timed slide tackle, dispossessing the hesitant Sterling of the ball. Meanwhile, Wan-Bissaka, recovering from the other side, intercepted the loose ball near the goal line. In the aftermath of losing possession, Sterling, unable to afford regret, instinctively charged toward the ball once more. Wan-Bissaka, observing Sterling's frantic pursuit, silently cursed, recalling the ease with which Sterling had previously outmaneuvered him. Thus, Wan-Bissaka resolved to return the favor. Wan-Bissaka raised his foot, feigning a powerful forward kick. As anticipated, Sterling fell for the ruse, leaping from a distance in an attempt to intercept Wan-Bissaka's path, determined to prevent the ball from reaching the forward, even if it meant conceding a corner. Noticing Sterling's blunder, Wan-Bissaka revealed a sly smile and deftly flicked the ball to his left with his right foot. Sterling, possessing a high football IQ, was merely momentarily distracted by the joy of the game. As he jumped, he realized he had been deceived. Upon landing, he quickly pivoted and charged back toward Wan-Bissaka. This left Wan-Bissaka in a precarious position, near the goal line and less than 10 meters from net. Losing the ball here would yield disastrous consequences. Thus, his most prudent option was to clear the ball out of play, conceding a corner to Manchester City. However, such a choice was the most cowardly, and most players would avoid it unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, Wan-Bissaka made a regrettable decision. He passed the ball back to the goalkeeper. Unbeknownst to him, while he was entangled with Sterling, Mingyu had stealthily advanced into the penalty area. As Wan-Bissaka sent the ball to the goalkeeper, Mingyu sprinted from just outside the 6-yard box into the area, intercepting the ball's path before De Gea could react. With arms outstretched, De Gea anxiously covered the near post, denying Mingyu any opportunity to shoot. Yet in a moment that left everyone astounded, Mingyu executed a stunning move. Initially facing the goal line, with the goal to his right completely blocked by De Gea, he skillfully pulled the ball back with his right foot and performed a beautiful Marseille turn, positioning himself with a favorable angle for a shot. However, the central defender Maguire was merely a meter away, denying Mingyu the chance to turn and shoot. In a seamless motion, Mingyu pulled the ball back with his right foot and then struck it sharply with his left heel, facing away from the goal. His elegant backheel shot caught De Gea entirely off guard. The goalkeeper stood frozen, watching in disbelief as the ball sailed past him and into the net. The Etihad Stadium erupted in jubilant celebration. Mingyu's strike was nothing short of a masterpiece, akin to a graceful dance upon the pitch. After scoring, Mingyu beckoned his teammates, dashing to the sideline and executing a commanding slide on his knees, arms wide open to the adoring fans. Manchester City supporters erupted in cheers, chanting his name. Scoring in the Manchester Derby held a significance that transcended any other match, endearing him to the fans immeasurably. Chapter 272. The Wrath of Pogba. Within Manchester United's penalty area, Wan-Bissaka squatted on the ground, cradling his head in regret. Had it not been for his error, Mingyu would never have had such a prime opportunity to shoot. Captain Maguire sighed and approached Wan-Bissaka, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Maguire had already given his all in that defensive effort, having utilized Sterling's momentary lapse to dispossess him from the side. At that moment, if Wan-Bissaka had merely cleared the ball forward, even conceding a throw-in would have sufficed. Maguire was unaware that Mingyu had slipped in behind him, intercepting Wan-Bissaka's back pass before De Gea could respond. Even as he prepared to challenge Mingyu, he had already put himself in a risky position, ready to tackle the ball. Who could have predicted that Mingyu, with his back to De Gea, would execute such a jaw-dropping backheel shot? Even Maguire had to concede that this was a feat only a player of Mingyu's extraordinary imagination could achieve. In the 20th minute of the first half, Mingyu's goal broke the deadlock, changing the score to 1-0. Following the restart, Manchester United, eager to equalize, found themselves thwarted by Manchester City's seasoned defense, which seamlessly employed close pressing and cohesive movements, extinguishing United's hopes for a quick counterattack. Returning to a structured offensive, United's attacking efficiency fell short of expectations. Pogba's long-range efforts appeared rushed, and Fred's passes became increasingly hasty, with 2 consecutive forward attempts thwarted by City. Rashford, on the front line, found himself without a single shooting opportunity, each reception resulting in him being engulfed by City's defense, forcing him to retreat. After months of refinement, City's backline had become noticeably more solid compared to the previous half-season. Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, nodded in satisfaction. The team's previous imbalance was showing marked improvement. Nevertheless, for the upcoming season, City would still need to bolster their defense significantly. As the first half concluded, the score remained 1-0, and both teams retreated to their locker rooms. After a brief respite, the players returned to the pitch. In the second half, neither side made substitutions, and after switching sides, Manchester City initiated the attack. Perhaps a touch complacent, City's midfield faltered, leading to a mispass from Bernardo Silva to Mingyu. The intent was too obvious and the pass too weak, allowing Fred to intercept. Mingyu and the dispossessed Bernardo Silva quickly hustled back, sandwiching Fred between them, knowing that if he advanced 2 more steps, he would fall into their trap. Fred, understanding the rarity of his opportunity, refused to squander it. With a swift flick of his right foot, he sent the ball soaring towards the right front. Suddenly, a figure emerged. Pogba. Pogba surged down the right flank, receiving Fred's precise pass. The right side of City's defense lay vulnerable, as Zinchenko, who had just surged forward, had yet to return. Pogba accelerated with the ball, and while City's defense scrambled back, 6 players had already made it to their half. However, most of them were concentrated in the center, leaving Pogba relatively unchallenged on the flank. After a rapid sprint of 3 or 4 seconds, Pogba reached the edge of the penalty area, just as City players prepared to close in. Pogba adjusted his footing and unleashed a powerful long-range shot from approximately 25 meters. Utilizing the outside of his foot, the ball not only traveled with formidable force, but also curved dramatically towards the far corner of the net. Goalkeeper Ederson, positioned near the left post, remained vigilant, watching Pogba's every move. As he witnessed Pogba's shot, a tinge of unease prompted him to shift towards the right side. However, the swiftly moving ball, coupled with an immense arc, ensured that just as Ederson reached the center of the goal, the ball thundered into the far corner. Ederson shrugged helplessly, realizing there was little he could do in the face of such a spectacular strike. Following the goal, Pogba made a gesture that incensed the fans in attendance. He crossed his arms defiantly, exuding an air of arrogance, and then, before the entire crowd, he executed an eccentric dance. The Manchester City supporters responded with a chorus of boos, yet Pogba seemed unfazed, interpreting the cacophony as praise. Mingyu furrowed his brow, thinking that this brash player appeared quite arrogant. It was merely an equalizer. One might think they were leading us 3-1. This goal significantly boosted the morale of the Manchester United team, while Manchester City was left irate by Pogba's ostentatious display. As the match progressed, tensions escalated, and both sides exhibited a touch of aggression. Nevertheless, the referee remained composed, recognizing the significance of this renowned Manchester derby. A derby devoid of tension would be a misrepresentation of its nature. Curiously, Mingyu did not receive any special treatment from the Manchester United players. Even when he was brought down, it was evident that the United players had no malicious intent. The spectators were intrigued, and even the players of Manchester United found it puzzling. Is this still our teammate? Such gentle tackling. Mingyu is not even your father. You have never been so gentle during training. This showcased the system's influence, with the inherent protection of the home ground and Gascoigne's gentlemanly aura. Those tempted to infringe upon Mingyu's integrity transformed into paragons of virtue. In the 65th minute of the second half, the very Pogba who had just gently brought Mingyu down was now on the defensive. A sliding tackle sent Jesus sprawling, both player and ball collapsing to the ground. The players from both sides converged, and a brawl seemed imminent. Chapter 273. Mingyu's unsportsmanlike goal. Mingyu arrived at the scene. Positioned about 28 meters from the goal, directly in front, a prime spot for a direct free kick. The players encircled Jesus, exchanging heated words. Yet they maintained a semblance of restraint, refraining from physical confrontation. Mingyu picked up the ball and placed it on the ground. Glancing at the silent referee, an idea struck him. Sir, do I need to wait for the whistle? Noticing the two teams still engaged in verbal sparring and De Gea hydrating by the goalpost, the referee, understanding the situation, brought the whistle to his lips and blew it. Mingyu struck the ball, sending it crashing into the net. De Gea, caught off guard while drinking water, was bewildered. Wasn't this a direct free kick? My wall isn't even set. How could he shoot? The referee signaled that the goal counted, causing the Manchester City players to erupt in joy. Even the groaning Jesus felt an inexplicable surge of energy, instantly recovering and springing to his feet to rush towards Mingyu. The Manchester United players were infuriated. What kind of situation was this? They were still engaged in a friendly discussion while he had already fired. Such a lack of sportsmanship. The Manchester United players could only chase after the referee, protesting that the goal should not be counted. Yet, the referee remained indifferent, shooing them away with a gesture as if to say, hurry along. Even if you pooled your collective intellect, it wouldn't match Mingyu's. The Manchester United players felt their intelligence had been deeply insulted. Typically, after a foul, the defending team would position a player in front of the ball to prevent any sneak attacks. However, in the heat of the moment, both teams overlooked this protocol. The most unfortunate player on Manchester United was undoubtedly De Gea. While everyone was engrossed in their exchanges, De Gea took the opportunity to hydrate beside the goal, a reasonable action. Yet, Mingyu's unsportsmanlike ambush made De Gea the target of widespread criticism. The moniker "drinking water guy" spread like wildfire. De Gea's bewildered expression as the ball hit the net was captured and transformed into a meme that circulated across the internet. As the match progressed, the mindset of Manchester United's players became unbalanced. In the 70th minute, Pogba committed a foul on Mahrez from behind, resulting in the referee unhesitatingly brandishing a second yellow card, thus expelling him from the match. Pogba's only highlight in this game was that solitary goal. His overall performance was rather mediocre. His impulsive fouls led to dire consequences, and Pogba's departure precipitated Manchester United's collapse. With one less player, they were utterly unable to thwart Manchester City's offensive onslaught. In the 75th minute, Mingyu delivered a decisive through ball. Jesus successfully evaded the offside trap, deceiving goalkeeper De Gea and sending the ball into the net. The score now stood at 3-1, effectively sealing the fate of the match for Manchester City. In the 80th minute, Manchester City pressed forward once more. On the edge of the penalty area, Mingyu's breakthrough provoked a foul from Maguire, resulting in a yellow card and a direct free kick approximately 25 meters from the goal. This time, Manchester United ensured Mingyu would not have the chance to strike unexpectedly. Maguire positioned himself in front of the ball post-foul and remained there until the wall was nearly set up before gradually retreating. However, Mingyu had no intention of attempting another sneak attack. Such tactics could only be employed sparingly. After all, this approach veered into unsportsmanlike territory. Using it too frequently would invite scorn. This time, Mingyu opted for a Cristiano Ronaldo-inspired knuckleball shot. Having acquired this skill without having scored with it, yet was unacceptable for someone eager to experiment with new techniques. Thus, Ronaldo's classic move was about to be executed once more. Mingyu stepped back 4 or 5 paces, adopting a stance reminiscent of a compass. Arms slightly extended at his sides, eyes fixed on the goal. Upon hearing the referee's whistle, he lowered his gaze to the ball, exhaling gently before commencing his run. Every aspect of his execution flowed seamlessly. Meanwhile, in Italy, Ronaldo watched the captivating match from home, seated beside his girlfriend, while their son, little Ronaldo, energetically exclaimed, "Daddy, look! Lee's movements are just like yours. Wow, that's so cool. He's copying you." Georgina looked at her boyfriend with a beaming smile, although Rose's face bore no expression. Georgina keenly discerned a flicker of delight in his eyes. During the first half, Mingyu's imitation performance had caught Rose's attention. However, when Rose noticed that Mingyu seemed poised to mimic his free kick technique, an unsettling feeling stirred within him. Later, when Mingyu unexpectedly sent the free kick soaring over the bar, Rose appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt a mixture of admiration and resentment towards the peculiar Mingyu. The admiration stemmed from the fact that this young talent seemed to unveil new skills with each passing day, seemingly devoid of any limitations. The resentment arose from the belief that if he were a decade younger, he could easily overshadow this audacious young man. What troubled him most was that, akin to Messi's son, Rose had also become a fan of Mingyu. Seeing his son donning another's jersey filled Rose with a sense of bitterness akin to swallowing a bowl of Shanxi aged vinegar. Yet, Rose's arguments left Rose with no opportunity to counter. World Cup champion, World Cup Golden Ball winner, World Cup Golden Boot recipient, World Footballer of the Year, European Golden Ball. When these 5 accolades belong to a single individual, words become superfluous. The foremost figure in football history. Though Mingyu was merely 20 years old, his accolades had already granted him a legitimate claim to being one of the finest players in the world. The World Cup remained Rose's everlasting sorrow, despite 5 tournaments. He had never reached the finals. If only he could possess that coveted trophy, his career would be complete. Yet, time, fate, and fortune play their roles. Throughout a century of football history, many elite players have failed to secure a World Cup title. Winning the World Cup requires not just skill, but also a significant measure of luck. Chapter 274. The axe-style elevator ball. Mingyu sprinted towards the ball, striking it fiercely with his left foot on its side, leaning forward slightly and swiftly connecting with his right foot, channeling all his energy into propelling the ball forward. The football soared past the wall of defenders. The Manchester United players, with eyes half closed and hands shielding their faces, leapt in a desperate attempt to thwart Mingyu's free kick. Yet, their fear rendered them ineffective. It appeared they were striving to jump, but their feet barely left the ground. The ball sailed over the wall, heading straight for the goal. Upon seeing the ball approach, De Gea instinctively moved to the left side of the goal, but the sudden change in direction left him frozen in place. What the hell? An elevator ball. De Gea stood in despair, unable to discern the true landing point of the ball. Ultimately, the ball shifted direction once more, plunging directly into the net. De Gea made his judgment too late. By the time his hands reached out, the ball had already nestled in the goal. This spectacular goal ignited the Etihad Stadium. Mingyu hadn't showcased his footwork in some time, having predominantly relied on powerful free kicks to strike the goal. While impressive, this had begun to breed a sense of aesthetic fatigue. This axe-style elevator ball, unmistakably a nod to Rose's technique, was a testament to Mingyu's extraordinary talent, earning him the nickname the Super Imitator. This was not a source of shame. Rather, it showcased his remarkable abilities. Some individuals can replicate the moves of a couple of players, which is already commendable, as every player typically possesses a signature technique that can elevate their status. However, since his debut, numerous fans have cataloged the players whose techniques Mingyu has emulated. Some moves are generic, like the cowtail or fried meatballs, which do not belong to any one player, but rather, it can be said that Ronaldo and Ronaldinho executed the cowtail best, while Iniesta mastered the fried meatball. However, the free kick, being a skill with a distinctly personal flair, is easily recognizable. The most identifiable move was undoubtedly Mingyu's pendulum-style shot against goalkeepers, a technique that no player besides Ronaldo could replicate with such authenticity. Following this goal, Mingyu was substituted by coach Guardiola. Manchester United had lost all fighting spirit. Although they could not fathom why their opponents refrained from committing fouls against Mingyu, Guardiola was unwilling to gamble on their potential descent into madness. With victory assured, Mingyu's presence on the field had become redundant. The score of 4-1 remained until the final whistle. Mingyu achieved a hat-trick, marking his third consecutive hat-trick against Manchester United, making him the first player in history to accomplish this in the Manchester Derby. Mingyu had become Manchester United's nemesis. Next week, he would visit Old Trafford for a League Cup semi-final, marking their fourth encounter this season. It remained to be seen whether he could replicate his hat-trick. It was likely that Manchester United would prefer to lose rather than allow Mingyu near the goal. With 28 consecutive wins in the Premier League, only 10 matches remained until reaching the league record of 38. Among the top 6 teams, only Liverpool remained. A month prior in the League Cup, a scoreline of 4-2 bore little convincing power. Yet in the subsequent league match, Liverpool suffered the same fate at home against Manchester City. 2 matches ending 4-2 made it hard to believe that Manchester City would falter against Liverpool at home. Thus, it was evident that as long as Manchester City maintained their momentum in the remaining matches, achieving an undefeated season was within reach. However, such certainty was not guaranteed, as Manchester City found themselves competing on 4 fronts: the League, Champions League, League Cup, and FA Cup. The allure of a quadruple title was undeniable. Therefore, it was plausible that once Manchester City secured the league title, they might concede in the latter league matches. After all, they had already rotated Mingyu to the bench in several previous league games. A coach like Guardiola would not be swayed by the temptation of a 38-match winning streak. Having not held the Champions League trophy for a decade, he was eager to claim it this season. As midweek approached, the second leg of the Champions League knockout stage commenced. In the first leg, Manchester City led Bayern Munich 3-2 in returning home. They needed only to avoid conceding 2 goals to progress to the semifinals. The Etihad Stadium once again transformed into a sea of blue. After several seasons of championship success, it had become the most intimidating fortress in the Premier League. This season, the Etihad Stadium had yet to fall. The momentum brought by consecutive victories has instilled a growing confidence in this stadium. Every Manchester City fan entering the arena feels an overwhelming sense of invincibility surrounding their team. Some Bayern Munich players, upon their inaugural visit to the Etihad Stadium, found themselves somewhat unsettled by the deafening roar of the home supporters. This exemplifies the advantage of playing on one's home turf, in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded entirely by the fervent supporters of the opposition. The psychological pressure is unimaginable for an ordinary individual. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Etihad Stadium and receiving the celebratory gesture of legendary Bayern Munich player Miroslav Klose, the Klose somersault. Mingyu could not help but swallow hard, for among all celebratory gestures, the one he admired most was Klose's front flip. During the 2002 World Cup, Klose's debut featured 5 headers in the group stage and a hat-trick with headers in the match against Saudi Arabia, which introduced this charming young man to the world. However, what left the most profound impression was Klose's front flip celebration following his goals. The fluidity of Klose's somersault became one of the most beautiful spectacles of that World Cup. For a long time, Mingyu's goal celebrations had lacked creativity, failing to embody the exuberance of a young athlete. Yet this time, his imitation act was about to unfold anew. Chapter 275. The Klose somersault returns to the field due to Bayern Munich's inability to secure an advantage in the first leg. They had to give their all in this match. The lineups were unchanged from the previous encounter. Bayern Munich launched an aggressive assault on Manchester City's half right from the outset. Merely 5 minutes into the match, Bayern's forward Robert Lewandowski had already made 2 threatening attempts on goal. Manchester City's goalkeeper Ederson performed admirably, skillfully denying Lewandowski's shots on both occasions. Pep Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, wore a grave expression. He had not anticipated such an aggressive display from Bayern Munich today. Even the 2 central defenders had pushed past the halfway line, indicating a willingness to engage Manchester City in a fierce contest. The players of Manchester City found themselves under considerable pressure, facing an onslaught from a team that initiated such a vigorous attack from the very beginning. In their own stadium, being dominated in such a manner was quite disconcerting for the City players. Thomas Müller received a pass from Leon Goretzka and immediately sensed an overwhelming force charging from behind. Müller cried out in pain as he hit the ground, having been collided into by Rodri. The referee blew the whistle and approached with a serious demeanor, issuing a warning to Rodri, but refraining from showing a yellow card. Rodri defended himself briefly, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Müller before retreating. Rodri intended to convey to the Bayern Munich players that this was the Etihad Stadium, and they should not be overly audacious. Müller gritted his teeth and rubbed his lower back vigorously. Rodri had employed a subtle trick to deliver a hefty blow. Perhaps shaken by Rodri's encounter, Bayern Munich's subsequent offensive thrusts indeed diminished. The Manchester City players gradually acclimated to the rhythm of the match, regaining their mutual understanding. In the 10th minute, Manchester City finally capitalized on Bayern Munich's fatigue from relentless pressing and successfully intercepted the ball. Leroy Sané's backward pass fortuitously found the feet of Sterling, who was roaming in the center. Such an opportunity was not one Sterling would squander. He accelerated towards Bayern Munich's half. This unexpected situation caught Bayern's defense off guard. The two central defenders frantically pursued Sterling from the sides, while Mingyu also sprinted in support. Sterling's speed is undoubtedly among the elite in football, particularly when he faced no defenders ahead. The two Bayern central defenders chased desperately, yet the gap between them and Sterling remained noticeably wide. In less than 5 seconds from midfield to the penalty area, Sterling reached the edge of the box. At that moment, goalkeeper Manuel Neuer dashed out from the small box, preparing to block Sterling's shooting angle. Neuer, seasoned and astute, refrained from recklessly rushing out, aware that Sterling was in a semi-clear position with no defenders nearby. An ill-timed advance would grant the opponent an open goal opportunity. However, as Sterling entered the penalty area, the two central defenders nearly caught up with him, narrowing his shooting angle. This was the optimal moment for Neuer to close in. Mingyu, trailing Sterling by 5 to 6 meters, felt a surge of anxiety as he watched Sterling enter the box. Indeed, upon seeing Neuer advance, Sterling unleashed a powerful shot, but Neuer had already effectively blocked his angle. The ball ricocheted off Neuer's thigh, soaring high into the air. Neuer, quickly recovering from the ground, pushed himself up with both hands, preparing to seize the second ball. Sterling, along with Bayern's two central defenders, rushed forward, eager to claim the rebound. Though Neuer was tall and had long arms, he failed to secure the best position and could only extend his right fist to strike the ball forcefully out of the penalty area. Outside the box, Mingyu galloped forward, witnessing the ball being punched away by Neuer, his eyes lighting up. As Neuer executed this clearance, he had already spotted Mingyu's positioning and felt a sense of foreboding. Observing Mingyu poised outside the box, Neuer silently prayed that the shot would not find its way in. With a powerful strike using the outside of his foot, the ball flew like an arrow from outside the penalty area towards the goal. With the goalkeeper out of position, the goal stood wide open. The Bayern Munich players could only watch in disbelief as the ball crashed into the net, creating a massive ripple in the goal. The Etihad Stadium erupted in a frenzy of celebration. After scoring, Mingyu sprinted towards the sidelines, executing a stunning front flip amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. This somersault ignited the atmosphere at the Etihad Stadium. For too long, Mingyu's goal celebrations have been criticized for lacking originality, often resorting to a slide or a half-turn followed by pointing to the name on his back. Once or twice, it was acceptable, but it soon became monotonous. A distinct celebratory gesture can indeed invigorate the crowd. This time, Mingyu's somersault instantly rekindled the fans' enthusiasm. While Klose's somersault is famed, many players have employed similar flips, so spectators did not immediately interpret Mingyu's action as an imitation of Klose. However, one individual felt exceedingly vexed: Pep Guardiola, the manager of Manchester City. Although Mingyu's somersault was quite exhilarating, it is an exceedingly perilous celebratory maneuver for an athlete. I recall an incident involving an African player who, after scoring a goal, was overwhelmed with excitement and, relying on his remarkable physicality and flexibility, executed a series of somersaults on the field. Unfortunately, during his landing, he miscalculated and fell headfirst onto the ground. Consequently, this player vanished from the football scene, reportedly suffering from a dislocated cervical spine, rendering him incapable of playing football or even walking thereafter. Even Miroslav Klose rarely resorted to somersaults to celebrate goals during regular league matches, as the physical demands of such an act are considerably high, making it prone to mistakes. Chapter 276. Bayern's fondness for offside-trapped Guardiola is more concerned about Mingyu's well-being than anyone else. Each week, he meticulously examines Li Mingyu's physical reports. Should any data exhibit abnormal fluctuations, he promptly instructs the team doctor to conduct thorough checks on him. The UEFA Champions League has become a psychological torment for Guardiola, as it has been a decade since he last stood at the pinnacle of European football. This sensation is intolerable for Guardiola, who has subtly ascended to the status of the world's preeminent coach. Li Mingyu is the cornerstone of Guardiola's aspirations this year, and thus, it is imperative that he remains unscathed. Despite Guardiola's precautions, he could not prevent Li Mingyu from risking himself on the pitch. While Guardiola acknowledges that Li Mingyu's physical attributes and flexibility enable him to perform the relatively uncomplicated forward somersault, there is an adage that warns: a hero can fall at any moment. Even the adept can drown. Many accidents tend to befall those well-versed in their craft. Much like the renowned West Lake in Huaxia, which spans an area of 70,000 square kilometers, the banks lack any railings. One might question whether this poses a risk of someone falling in. In truth, it is a matter of psychology. If railings were present, non-swimmers would perceive the area as safe and venture closer, thus increasing the likelihood of accidents. Conversely, in the absence of railings, non-swimmers instinctively maintain their distance from the water's edge. Guardiola intends to take the opportunity during halftime to impart a lesson to Li Mingyu, advising him against such perilous celebratory antics in the future. Li Mingyu's goal ignited the atmosphere at the Etihad Stadium. The score now stands at 1-0, with an aggregate of 4-2. If Bayern Munich wishes to advance, they must score 3 goals while also preventing Manchester City from increasing their tally. In the 15th minute, Bayern Munich delivered a precise through ball down the center, and Robert Lewandowski finally showcased his worth as one of the world's premier forwards. Receiving the pass just outside the penalty area, he deftly evaded a challenge from Laporte, maneuvered into a shooting position, and unleashed a powerful strike. Goalkeeper Ederson, suspended in midair, could only watch as the ball soared past him into the net. After scoring, Lewandowski suppressed his elation, emphatically pumping his fist before rushing into the box to cradle the ball, heading towards the midfield. With the aggregate score at 4-3, Lewandowski's goal reignited Bayern Munich's hopes of progression. The Manchester City defense had no flaws in this instance. It was a testament to the individual brilliance of superstar. Lewandowski undoubtedly ranks among the top 5 players in the world, capable of conjuring miracles with occasional flashes of brilliance. Guardiola, standing on the sidelines, sighed in exasperation. He has coached 3 of the world's elite players: Lionel Messi at Barcelona, Lewandowski at Bayern Munich, and Li Mingyu at Manchester City. Each of these players instills a sense of reassurance in Guardiola whenever they grace the pitch. However, facing such talent on the opposing side diminishes his sense of security. This goal momentarily muted the din within the Etihad Stadium. Nevertheless, Manchester City fans remained undeterred, firmly believing in their team's ability to triumph at home. This conviction stemmed from the team's impressive performance over the past 6 months. Upon resuming play, Li Mingyu signaled to his teammates to maintain composure and avoid succumbing to the opponent's tempo. After over 10 minutes of relentless assault, both teams exhibited signs of fatigue. While Manchester City maintained possession, Bayern Munich players continued to press aggressively. Despite their exhaustion, they could not afford to allow Manchester City to control the midfield comfortably. Li Mingyu received the ball in midfield, orchestrating passes while vocally directing his teammates' movements, exuding an air of leadership. In the face of a formidable opponent like Bayern Munich, Li Mingyu remained composed, understanding that his team held the advantage, while it was the opponent who should feel the urgency. He refrained from launching hasty attacks that could provide the opposition with counterattack opportunities. 3 uninterrupted minutes of backward passing thoroughly extinguished the enthusiasm of Bayern Munich's frontline players. Their ineffective exertions further drained their energy without yielding any results. Additionally, the crowd exerted immense psychological pressure on Bayern Munich's players. Every failed attempt to regain possession was met with a chorus of boos from the stands. As time ticked away, the Bayern Munich players grew increasingly agitated. In the 30th minute of the first half, Bernardo Silva broke down the flank with the ball, only to be brought down by Bayern Munich's midfield stalwart Fred. The referee promptly brandished a yellow card, quelling what could have escalated into a conflict. This yellow card also served to calm the Bayern Munich players. As the free kick was taken, Li Mingyu launched a curling ball into the Bayern Munich penalty area. A curious scene unfolded within Bayern's box. At the moment Li Mingyu struck the ball, all Bayern Munich players instinctively surged forward, leaving 4 Manchester City players exposed within the penalty area. Gabriel Jesus controlled the ball with his chest, pivoted, and fired a shot, but goalkeeper Manuel Neuer remained unresponsive, merely shrugging. The assistant referee's flag had already been raised high, signaling an offside. The referee's whistle followed suit, confirming the offside decision and awarding Bayern Munich a free kick. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. Mingyu found himself amused by Bayern Munich's audacity in attempting to orchestrate an offside trap. Their boldness was indeed remarkable. The inherent risk of employing such a tactic is substantial, as it effectively relinquishes defensive responsibilities. Should the opposition successfully exploit an offside trap, even once, all prior attempts would be rendered futile. Mingyu stroked his chin, contemplating their penchant for creating offside situations. He resolved to deliver a decisive blow in response, hoping they would find humor in the outcome. In the ensuing minutes, both teams exchanged offensive and defensive plays, resulting in several notable mistakes. In the 43rd minute of the first half, Bayern Munich intercepted the ball in their defensive zone and executed a long pass aimed directly at Lewandowski in the attacking front. However, the ball was contested and won by Rodri, who headed it toward the flanking Mingyu. Mingyu began to advance along the wing. At this moment, Jesus, who had surged forward in a previous offensive, had not yet retreated and found himself in an offside position. Chapter 277. Attempting to create my offside? Not a chance. After Bayern Munich's interception, they made a long pass intended for Lewandowski. Following the pass, Bayern's defensive line disciplinedly moved forward, pulling Jesus, who had advanced during the attack, back to the rear. Nevertheless, Jesus did not rush to return, moving back slowly. The pass, however, did not reach Lewandowski and was intercepted by Rodri, who then passed it to Mingyu. As Mingyu advanced along the right flank, Jesus, noticing the offensive opportunity, hurriedly sprinted back to position himself near the defenders, aware that receiving a pass from that position would unequivocally place him offside. To his surprise, Mingyu kicked the ball directly toward him. The assistant referee's flag was raised immediately. Observing this, the 2 Bayern players preparing to chase paused, wearing sly smiles. Another offside, perhaps. Yet, to their astonishment, their goalkeeper Neuer dashed out of the penalty area toward the direction of the rolling ball. This was not entirely unexpected, given Neuer's well-known penchant for coming off his line. However, the look of terror on Neuer's face was perplexing. Alphonso Davies, who had halted his pursuit, suddenly saw a figure dart past him. He barely had time to react and just caught a glimpse of the number on the player's back, 10. Mingyu had surged past Alphonso Davies to receive the ball he had just passed to himself a second earlier. Continuing past the advancing Neuer, Mingyu skillfully maneuvered around him. Neuer, dejected, watched as Mingyu sped by, abandoning any thoughts of pursuit. Unopposed, Mingyu carried the ball into the penalty area and gently nudged it into the unguarded net. The referee signaled that the goal was valid. However, the Bayern players remained entangled in confusion, insisting that the goal was offside. The referee, uninterested in their protests, dismissed their claims. Offside? Nonsense. It was merely a self-pass. In truth, the Bayern players were misled by the assistant referee's flag, mistakenly believing that Jesus was offside. However, Jesus, being astute, recognized his position and had no intention of receiving the ball, thus negating any offside claims. Consequently, Alphonso Davies assumed the opposition was indeed offside and habitually ceased his pursuit. Nevertheless, Neuer, upon seeing Mingyu's pass, had not halted his advance and thus rushed out. Ultimately, the distance between Neuer and the ball proved insurmountable. This goal served as a lesson for Bayern Munich, who often sought to create offside traps. After scoring, Mingyu returned to the sidelines, celebrating his goal with a spectacular backflip. The spectators were left in awe by Mingyu's magical display, demonstrating a clever exploitation of the opponent's offside tactics. The Etihad Stadium transformed into a sea of joy. Meanwhile, the Bayern players, having failed to sway the referee, gazed morosely at the celebrating Manchester City players. The score stood at 2-1, bringing the aggregate to 5-3, leaving Bayern Munich with the daunting task of scoring 2 more goals to reach extra time. Shortly after the restart, the first half concluded. With a significant 2-goal lead, Manchester City retreated to their locker room. Bayern Munich was undoubtedly the strongest team Manchester City had faced this season, matching them in both squad depth and tactical cohesion. Even with a 2-goal advantage, Manchester City's position was precarious, especially as Lewandowski seemed to have found his rhythm. Having made 5 shots in the first half, 4 of which struck the frame. Had it not been for Ederson's remarkable performance, Bayern Munich might have equalized. During halftime, Guardiola reiterated the importance of tightly marking Lewandowski, ensuring he would not be afforded any easy opportunities. If necessary, even fouls should be employed to prevent Lewandowski from having a clear shot on goal. Guardiola understood the Polish striker's scoring prowess all too well. He was determined to avoid a repeat of the 9-minute, 5-goal spectacle from the past. As the second half commenced, neither team made any adjustments. Immediately, Bayern Munich pressed forward, applying immense defensive pressure on Manchester City. Lewandowski frequently dropped deep to collect the ball, placing City's defense in a dilemma. Guardiola furrowed his brow, observing the developments on the pitch, glancing toward the Bayern Munich manager, Julian Nagelsmann, who was only a year older than Lewandowski. Despite his youth, Nagelsmann had already established himself as the head coach of the Bundesliga giants. Though young, Nagelsmann's resume was remarkably impressive. At just 25, he became Hoffenheim's assistant coach, the youngest in Bundesliga history. The following year, he ascended to the head coach position. In the 2015 to 2016 season, Nagelsmann guided a struggling Hoffenheim to safety, finishing just 1 point above the relegation zone. Remarkably, the team had been at the bottom of the league when he took over. Following their survival, Hoffenheim transformed under his leadership, ultimately finishing 4th in the league and qualifying for the Champions League playoffs. However, they were eliminated by Liverpool in their first foray into the competition. Nonetheless, after that season, Nagelsmann astonished everyone by leading Hoffenheim to a 3rd-place finish in the league, securing direct qualification for the Champions League. This marked Hoffenheim's debut in the prestigious tournament, although they ended up with 3 draws and 3 losses. Finishing last in their group, their journey from a small village to the pinnacle of European football was nothing short of miraculous. The name Nagelsmann began to attract the attention of numerous elite clubs. In the 2018 to 2019 season, Hoffenheim could not replicate their earlier miracles, finishing 9th in the league and missing out on European competition. Julian Nagelsmann departed from Hoffenheim to join another remarkable Bundesliga team, RB Leipzig. Upon his arrival at RB Leipzig, he showcased his exceptional abilities. On November 7, 2019, after the match against Zenit St. Petersburg, Nagelsmann, at the tender age of 32 years and 105 days, became the youngest coach in history to lead a team in 10 UEFA Champions League matches. On February 20, 2020, during the round of 16, he again made history as the youngest coach at 32 years and 211 days to guide a team into the knockout stages of the Champions League. In March 2020, RB Leipzig triumphed over Tottenham Hotspur 3-0 at home, advancing to the quarterfinals with an aggregate score of 4-0. At 32 years and 231 days, Nagelsmann set yet another record as the youngest coach to progress in the Champions League knockout phase. On April 14, 2020, Leipzig eliminated Atletico Madrid 2-1 in the quarterfinals, making Nagelsmann, at the age of 33 years and 21 days, the youngest coach to lead a team into the semi-finals of the Champions League. Ultimately, Leipzig's remarkable journey concluded in the semi-finals against Paris Saint-Germain, marking their best achievement in the Champions League to date. In the 2020-2021 Champions League season, RB Leipzig reached the round of 16 once more, but were ultimately halted by the formidable Liverpool. In the summer of 2021, Nagelsmann left Leipzig and accepted the invitation to manage Bayern Munich, the dominant force in the Bundesliga. He meticulously crafted the team, leading them to the Champions League final in his inaugural year, where they faced Manchester City, the very team standing before him now. The result saw Bayern Munich's star striker, Robert Lewandowski, deliver an outstanding performance, securing their 7th Champions League trophy. Consequently, Nagelsmann was honored as the best coach in Europe for the previous season. Aware of his young, illustrious counterpart, Pep Guardiola remained vigilant, continuously directing his players from the sidelines to maintain their positions and avoid being misled by the opposition's movements. When Lewandowski dropped back to receive the ball, he operated with the ferocity of a tiger in its domain, creating several threatening opportunities that left Manchester City players in distress. In the 60th minute, Lewandowski once again retreated to collect the ball, prompting defender John Stones to step forward, inadvertently leaving a gap behind him. Lewandowski deftly used his heel to pass the ball behind Stones, allowing winger Leroy Sané to surge forward like a celestial being, carrying the ball into Manchester City's penalty area. Despite Laporte's hurried attempt to intervene, Sané executed a shot, and despite Ederson's best efforts, the ball found its way into the net. The score leveled at 2-2, with the aggregate now at 5-4, leaving just a single goal separating the teams. At the Etihad Stadium, the roar of the fans swelled, their encouragement resonating throughout the arena. The players of Manchester City bore fierce expressions, haunted by the pain of last season's Champions League final, a memory that most on the pitch had experienced. This time, playing on their home ground, they were determined not to repeat their past mistakes. Following the restart, Manchester City unexpectedly shifted from their defensive counterattack strategy to an aggressive offensive approach, preparing for a fierce confrontation with Bayern Munich. After the previous goal, Guardiola decisively abandoned a cautious mindset, opting to let his players take charge of the match. "Lee, the game is in your hands now. Do not allow them to dominate any longer," Guardiola whispered to Mingyu. With a serious nod, Lee replied, "Don't worry, boss. I won't let you down in the upcoming moments." As Guardiola observed Mingyu's determined demeanor, he felt a peculiar sense of reassurance. Manchester City's aggressive advance momentarily unsettled Bayern Munich, as the latter had predominantly relied on a defensive counterattacking tactic throughout the match. Mingyu tirelessly maneuvered the midfield, distributing the ball to the wings and stretching Bayern Munich's defensive line, seeking openings for passes. Nevertheless, Bayern Munich's execution remained resolute. After a brief high-pressing phase, they retreated into their half to initiate compact pressing, making it arduous for Manchester City to mount effective attacks. Unfazed, Mingyu expertly maintained his positioning and ball control, orchestrating the City offense with clarity. From the sidelines, Nagelsmann observed Mingyu with admiration, recognizing the rarity of such talent. If only this player were under his command, he could forge a Champions League dynasty for Bayern Munich. Mingyu's continuous ball distribution began to unnerve Bayern's players, who were acutely aware of their trailing status. Seeing Mingyu slightly lose control of the ball, Joshua Kimmich seized the moment to press forward, attempting to intercept. However, this was merely a ruse by Mingyu. The seemingly misplaced ball was a bait. As Kimmich lunged, Mingyu effortlessly pulled the ball back with his right foot, gently nudging it between Kimmich's legs. Startled, Kimmich hastily attempted to close his legs, but stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Now, out of position, he could only watch helplessly as Mingyu glided past him, reclaiming the ball that had slipped through. Kimmich's lapse created chaos within Bayern's defense. Alaba, the recovering center back, attempted to impede Mingyu's progress, but Lee accelerated outward, easily evading him. Without hesitation, Mingyu lifted his right foot and delivered a precise through ball, sending the ball past the last center back, Jeremy Boateng. Boateng found himself in a dire situation, as the ball sailed just beyond his reach, rolling towards the back post. Mingyu's pass was precisely the type that defensive players dread, landing squarely between the defender and the goalkeeper. It was unreachable for the defender and too risky for the keeper to challenge. Yet for the attacking player at the back post, it was a golden opportunity. Raheem Sterling embodied that sentiment. In the moment when Mingyu delivered the pass, Sterling made a diagonal run from the flanks into the penalty area, his instinctive positioning granting him an exceptional opportunity. As he observed the ball bounce on the ground and land perfectly before him, Sterling, in full stride, showed no hesitation and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball surged towards Bayern Munich's goal like a cannonball. Neuer could only instinctively attempt to save, but the speed of the ball rendered him incapable of making contact. With a score of 3-2, Manchester City regained the lead, and with an aggregate score of 6-4, Bayern Munich found themselves in dire straits once again. By this time, the match had entered the 70-minute mark of the second half, leaving Bayern Munich with little time to salvage the situation. This goal dealt a significant blow to Bayern Munich's morale. Mingyu's pass was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, instilling a sense of trepidation within Bayern Munich's defense. Coach Nagelsmann wore a grave expression, surprised at the unexpected difficulty of the match. Although in their previous encounter at home, they had failed to secure a victory against Manchester City, Nagelsmann had gained a thorough understanding of their tactics. This tactical arrangement was specifically designed to counter Manchester City's strategy. Bayern Munich's offense was fluid, creating several opportunities to equalize. However, Mingyu's stellar performance rendered Nagelsmann's tactical plans ineffective. Observing the young number 10 on the pitch, Nagelsmann felt a pang of envy. How he wished for such a player. 300 million euros? Forget it. It is well known that the Bundesliga differs from the other major leagues in that it seldom sees its clubs shelling out large sums to acquire superstars from abroad. Superstars are often heard of leaving the Bundesliga, but rarely do they arrive there. This is indicative of the Bundesliga style, which places a premium on collective teamwork rather than reliance on individual stars, contributing to its lower entertainment value. Nevertheless, Bayern Munich, with its emphasis on collaboration, has consistently performed admirably in the Champions League, akin to the Spurs of yesteryear, unexciting yet undeniably formidable. This time, Manchester City did not retreat after scoring as they had previously. Instead, they continued to press in midfield, making it challenging for Bayern Munich to launch swift attacks. Lewandowski frequently dropped back, but this time, Mingyu marked him closely. Mingyu and Lewandowski were of similar stature. Under Mingyu's tight defense, Lewandowski found himself at a loss. After two unsuccessful attempts at attack, Lewandowski returned to the front line, awaiting the next offensive. Mingyu's brilliant defending earned him enthusiastic applause and cheers from the crowd. Although not often involved in defense, Mingyu's active contributions always left a profound impression. His speed was commendable, his agility remarkable, and most importantly, Mingyu possessed an extraordinary ability to anticipate plays, often gaining the upper hand in defensive situations. Many football legends have remarked that Mingyu is a versatile midfielder whose defensive capabilities are undervalued. Even a top striker like Lewandowski struggles to gain an advantage over him. Bayern Munich's offense found itself in an awkward predicament. Ground battles are the most arduous for any team. Facing a top-tier opponent like Manchester City, finding opportunities through static play proved exceedingly challenging. By the 80th minute, Bayern Munich still had not found a breakthrough. Their previous match strategy, which could have provided an alternative, was hindered by the absence of tall striker Choupo-Moting, who was sidelined due to a red card. At this juncture, the player's mindset grew increasingly anxious. As the reigning league champions, they were frustrated to find themselves unable to overcome last season's conquerors. Time was running short. In the 85th minute, Bayern Munich finally had a golden opportunity for attack. Sane, leveraging his individual prowess, executed a splendid breakthrough down the wing. His low, swift cross zipped towards a near post. Lewandowski surged from the penalty spot, risking a collision with Manchester City's defenders, and executed a diving header towards the bottom left corner of the goal, just as the ball seemed destined for the net. Manchester City's goalkeeper Ederson made an incredible save, quickly shifting his weight and executing a magnificent dive, using his fingertips to alter the ball's trajectory. The ball struck the post and rebounded out. Lewandowski, now on the ground, held his head in despair, watching helplessly as the ball was deflected away by the opposing goalkeeper. He quickly turned to see if his teammates would seize the second chance for a follow-up shot. To his disappointment, the rebounded ball fell at Manchester City's feet. The transition from defense to offense commenced. Rodri passed the ball to the flank where Bernardo Silva waited. With a deft twist of his ankle, Bernardo Silva returned the ball to Rodri and then executed a rapid spin, leaving Alaba, who had rushed forward to intercept, stranded. Upon receiving Bernardo Silva's pass, Rodri struck the ball forcefully without hesitation, sending it swiftly past Alaba to the on-rushing Bernardo Silva. These two passes effectively exposed Bayern Munich's right-side defense. After receiving the ball, Bernardo Silva found himself in open space. The world was his oyster. He propelled the ball forward and dashed ahead, relishing the thrill of passing to himself. Chapter 280. Eliminating Bayern. Confronting a strong adversary in the semi-finals, Bayern Munich's players began to frantically chase back. From an aerial view, it was evident that only two defenders remained in Bayern's backline, while Manchester City had three players leading the counterattack. The defenders trailing behind were unlikely to catch up in time. As Bernardo Silva surged forward, he kept an eye on the central area. Mingyu was quickly advancing from the middle, while Mahrez matched his pace on the other side, drawing the attention of the opposing center-back Boateng. Bernardo Silva promptly pushed the ball towards the center. Upon receiving the pass, Mingyu took a swift touch, his speed causing the sliding Pavard to miss him entirely. It was a one-on-one situation. Mingyu charged into Bayern Munich's penalty area. The goalkeeper Neuer did not dare to be complacent. He charged out of the small penalty area with great strides, attempting to obstruct Mingyu's angle for a shot. Observing Neuer, who surged forward like a lion, Mingyu executed his signature move. With a slow-motion feint to the left, and then the right. He left Neuer swaying in front of him like a pendulum. In a desperate bid driven by instinct, Neuer lunged in one direction. After deceiving Neuer, Mingyu deftly slipped past him from the other side. Unlike Sterling, who might falter in an open goal scenario, Mingyu was infallible in such situations. The score was now 4-2, a goal that sealed the victory. Overcome with excitement, Mingyu sprinted to the sidelines, performing a stylish front flip to express his elation. The players of Bayern Munich felt the ground beneath them give way, collapsing in despair. Unexpectedly, the reigning champions of the UEFA Champions League were eliminated in the quarter-finals this season, ironically at the hands of their opponents from the previous season's final. After a minute of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The players of Manchester City rushed onto the field, raising their arms in jubilant celebration. Overcoming Bayern Munich was a profound uplift for the team. Following their defeat to Bayern in the previous season, many players harbored a pessimistic belief that they might never achieve the Champions League title. Even with the arrival of Mingyu this season, such sentiments had not entirely dissipated within the squad. Bayern Munich remained a daunting specter in the minds of Manchester City. Last season, Manchester City had been invincible in the Premier League, clinching the league title, the EFL Cup, and the FA Cup, which heightened their yearning for the Champions League. However, in the final, facing Bayern's overwhelming dominance, Manchester City was powerless, losing 1-3. After the final, core player De Bruyne opted to depart from the club. With the prospect of Manchester City fracturing, Guardiola and Chairman Mubarak conspired to take a bold gamble, spending a staggering $300 million to recruit the injured Mingyu for Barcelona. This was a do-or-die gamble. Should it fail, Guardiola would leave Manchester City in disgrace, although many clubs would vie for his services. Few could provide the platform for his talents, and most had already secured coaches. Fortunately, Mingyu adapted seamlessly to the Premier League, showcasing the best form of his career, which stabilized Manchester City internally. When the quarterfinals pitted them against Bayern Munich once more, unsettling murmurs resurfaced within the team. Although the first leg was arduous, Manchester City emerged victorious at Bayern's home ground, restoring confidence within the squad. This victory dispelled the gloom hanging over the players and fortified their belief in capturing the club's inaugural Champions League trophy. Post-match, Guardiola lavished praise upon Mingyu in front of the media. Across 2 matches, Manchester City scored a total of 7 goals, with Mingyu contributing 5 goals and 2 assists, effectively single-handedly defeating Bayern Munich. Bayern's coach, Julian Nagelsmann, also commended Mingyu with admiration, stating that if he were to coach such a player, he could secure a Champions League title every year. The young coach Nagelsmann did not shy away from expressing his fondness for Mingyu. Indeed, his performance warranted such accolades. Not only he, but following this match, top coaches from Europe's 5 major leagues extended olive branches to Mingyu, expressing their desire to coach him. The shamelessness of these coaches infuriated Guardiola, who viewed them as mere envious individuals unable to attain what they desired. In another match within the same half of the draw, the Italian league leaders Inter Milan eliminated Barcelona with an aggregate score of 2-1. Manchester City's semi-final opponent would thus be the illustrious Inter Milan. The other half of the draw concluded with the upcoming semi-final featuring Real Madrid against Juventus. These thrilling encounters further heightened the anticipation surrounding this year's Champions League. While the legends of underdogs are worth chronicling, clashes between giants remain the eternal topic. The last time 2 Italian teams reached the Champions League semi-finals was during the 2002-2003 season. That year, 3 of the semi-finalists were Italian: Juventus, Inter Milan, and AC Milan, with the final culminating in an all-Italian affair between Milan and Juventus. Ultimately, Milan triumphed in the penalty shootout, claiming that year's Champions League trophy, marking the last significant glory for Italy. In the following 2 decades, Italian teams secured only 2 Champions League titles, and no 2 Italian teams have reached the semi-finals simultaneously since then. The once celebrated Serie A, often referred to as the Little World Cup, has undeniably waned. However, in the past 2 years, there has been a resurgence among Italian teams. Juventus, led by Ronaldo, has set its sights on the Champions League title this year. Inter Milan, boasting the Belgian superstar Lukaku, is also eager to reclaim the trophy they last won over a decade ago. Meanwhile, Real Madrid, having honed their formidable attacking duo of Haaland and De Bruyne, is sharpening its ambitions. And Manchester City, yearning for their first Champions League title after half a century, is on the brink of a climactic showdown. The pinnacle of competition is imminent. Chapter 281. We are champions. The remaining fixtures in March are critical for Manchester City. 2 Premier League matches, if won, would allow them to establish the fastest title-winning record in Premier League history. In the 2019-2020 season, Liverpool set an unprecedented record by clinching the title with 7 matches to spare, while Manchester City trailed in second place, a staggering 23 points behind. This season, fortunes have shifted, with Liverpool now trailing Manchester City by 25 points. In the 29th round, Manchester City faces a challenge from Wolverhampton, while the 30th round pits them against Liverpool in a direct showdown. It is believed that the outcome of this match could determine the season's champion. However, for Manchester City, it has become less significant. By the end of March, 2 key matches remain: the semi-final of the EFL Cup against Manchester United and the semi-final of the FA Cup against Liverpool. Should they defeat Liverpool in both encounters, it would serve as a significant reprisal. Guardiola appears increasingly composed, showing no emotion in the face of the potential for historic achievements. In the 29th round, they will face Wolverhampton away. Mingyu sat in the stands, his expression one of utter boredom, while Sterling beside him animatedly gestured, almost wishing he could replace a player on the field. Confident Guardiola was indifferent to the notion of clinching the title early or achieving an undefeated season. For him, securing the league title was sufficient. His true ambition remained the UEFA Champions League trophy. Despite Mingyu's absence, Manchester City showcased their superiority against Wolverhampton, triumphing 2-0 in an unchallenging away match. However, Liverpool had also secured victory in their own match earlier that day, maintaining a 25-point gap between the two teams. The impending clash between them could very well determine the season's champion. Before that, the EFL Cup semi-final loomed. Manchester City returned to Old Trafford, hoping to redeem themselves after suffering 3 defeats to their bitter rivals, Manchester United, this season. Yet, the unstoppable force that was Manchester City offered no mercy, decisively defeating United 3-0, completing a clean sweep against them in a single season. At another venue, West Ham United emerged as City's adversary for the EFL Cup final. Having navigated through formidable opponents such as Liverpool, Arsenal, and Manchester United, West Ham had seemingly enjoyed a stroke of luck, not facing any truly daunting challenges. However, against the formidable Manchester City, few held faith in their chances of lifting the EFL Cup. In response to skepticism, West Ham star player Lingard defiantly proclaimed they would not allow City to achieve their desires. The final is set for late April, by which time Manchester City will have already secured the league title, allowing them to concentrate solely on the EFL Cup final. Following the conclusion of the EFL Cup, the eyes of England and the world will be fixed upon Manchester City, as their next match might serve as the grand finale of the Premier League season. At home, City faced Liverpool. A draw would suffice for City to clinch the Premier League title 8 rounds early, creating new history. While Liverpool players had issued fierce warnings pre-match, asserting they would not allow City an easy victory, the on-field performance told a different story. City played with unwavering determination, while Liverpool appeared disinterested. By halftime, the score stood at 2-0, igniting fervent excitement among City supporters. Only Manchester United has previously achieved a three-peat in Premier League history, accomplishing this feat from 1998 to 2001, establishing their dynasty. Now, Manchester City stood just 45 minutes away from their own dynasty. In the second half, Liverpool had completely lost their fighting spirit. With little left to play for in the league, they lacked motivation to thwart City, and their efforts were futile against such superior strength. Ultimately, as the referee's whistle blew, all City players surged onto the pitch, and the Etihad Stadium erupted in a spectacular display of fireworks, plunging into euphoric celebration. The City dynasty was born. It seemed that the pinnacle of English football resided here in Manchester, where 2 elite Premier League teams had established their own empires. From the 1990s through the early 2010s, the Premier League was dominated by the formidable Red Devils. In this decade, however, Manchester City had risen to overthrow United's reign, finally claiming their rightful place as the strongest in the Premier League. From this day forth, the league would proudly wear the color blue. Soon, a podium was erected at the center of the pitch. Mingyu, brimming with excitement, approached with his teammates to receive the Premier League trophy from the hands of the FA chairman. He lifted the trophy high above his head, exclaiming, "We are the champions." The blue ribbon on the trophy fluttered in the breeze, symbolizing the Blue Moon's dominance over the Premier League once more. All fans within the Etihad Stadium leapt with joy, chanting Manchester City, champions, Lee Mingyu, champion. Gradually, the crowd began to chant Lee Mingyu's name in unison. Lee Mingyu gently kissed the trophy before handing it to his teammate Gundogan. Overwhelmed by the fervent cheers of the fans, he could hardly contain his excitement. This season had been nothing short of legendary for him. In his inaugural Premier League season, he had already secured 2 trophies, the Community Shield and the Premier League title, not to mention the World Cup with the national team. He could not help but bite his lip. How could he be satisfied with the status quo? Next would be the EFL Cup, the FA Cup, and most importantly, the UEFA Champions League trophy. Achieving a quintuple was an ambition that no one could refuse. Lee Mingyu exchanged a glance with his coach Guardiola, both eyes filled with an insatiable thirst for victory. Champions, here I come. Chapter 282, UEFA Champions League semi-final at San Siro. The news of Manchester City clinching the title 8 rounds early spread like wildfire throughout the football world. City had set a record for the fastest Premier League title win. However, in the annals of the top 5 leagues, there was another team that had accomplished the same feat, Paris Saint-Germain in the 2015 to 2016 season, who also secured the League One title 8 rounds early, leading the second-place team by 25 points after the 30th match. Nonetheless, City's record of 30 consecutive victories remains unmatched by any team. With 8 matches left to play, they have a tremendous opportunity to surpass the century mark in points. The question remains whether the already crowned Manchester City will continue to field a strong squad in the Premier League. This remains uncertain. Lee Mingyu became the youngest player in history to win titles in 2 leagues. With no burdens left in the league, Manchester City's focus shifted entirely towards the Champions League, EFL Cup, and FA Cup. 3 days later, on their home turf, City once again defeated a confident Liverpool team, advancing to the FA Cup final. Their opponent in the FA Cup final would be Arsenal, who had triumphed over Manchester United in another match. The EFL Cup final is scheduled for April 18th, where City will face West Ham United, while the FA Cup final is set for April 25th against Arsenal. The UEFA Champions League semi-finals will take place on April 13th and April 20th against Italian giants Inter Milan. April's fixtures are crucial for Manchester City. Every match is of the utmost importance. Before April 13th, the fervor of the English Premier League reignited as Manchester City, free from any pressure, fielded a lineup of mixed starters and substitutes to triumph over Newcastle United at their home ground. Positioned mid-table, Newcastle lacked the drive to compete. Following their victory, Manchester City ventured to the Italian peninsula on April 13th to face Inter Milan. Renowned as one of Serie A's strongest teams, Inter Milan has claimed the league championship 22 times and is currently striving for their 23rd title. After 31 rounds of play, they hold a 5-point lead over second-placed Juventus, positioning them favorably to defend their championship. The Meazza Stadium, also known as San Siro, has a rich history as a shared venue for both Milan teams. Both clubs have long harbored aspirations to construct their own distinct stadiums, aiming to alleviate logistical challenges and enhance ticket revenue. Notably, Manchester United's ticket sales approach nearly 100 million annually, while Inter Milan's revenue hovers around a mere 20 million, a disparity they find unacceptable. However, in Italy, securing a privately owned stadium is a formidable challenge, as all stadiums are public property, significantly restricting the development of Italian clubs. The Meazza Stadium, for instance, offers only 15 executive boxes, a considerable loss for both Milan teams, especially when compared to Manchester City's Etihad Stadium, which boasts 68 boxes, each accommodating 8 individuals, contributing significantly to their income. Eager to part ways, both Milan teams await the stubborn Italian Football Federation's approval of their agreement. This is not Lee Mingyu's first visit to this stadium. He had previously been there during the group stage against Milan, when it was still referred to as San Siro. The shared stadium arrangement is a peculiar aspect of European football. On the team bus, Lee Mingyu observed Italian fans waving Inter Milan scarves, their fierce expressions illustrating the sport's allure in this country. Among the crowd, one fan displayed a conflicted expression. If Lee Mingyu were to see him, he would likely recognize Zhang Shuai, a devoted Inter Milan supporter. When Lee Mingyu was still in Barcelona, Zhang, a fellow Chinese, had hoped to cheer for him at San Siro, but was confronted by Milan fans outside the stadium due to his visible Inter scarf. Upon learning of this incident, Mingyu's anger surged, and he decisively led Barcelona to a 5-0 victory over Milan. After the match, he sought out Zhang to gift him a signed jersey and take a commemorative photo together. Today, Mingyu returned to Milan, while Zhang found himself in a quandary, torn between his favorite team and his favorite player. In April, Italy had begun to warm, with daytime temperatures nearing 20 degrees Celsius, and even at night, it hovered around 10. Zhang sported an Inter Milan jersey adorned with blue and black stripes, but underneath, he wore a sky blue Manchester City jersey with a number 10. Caught between his two passions, he felt the heat of the moment. In the players' tunnel, Mingyu stood before his Manchester City teammates, flanked by Inter Milan's captain and midfielder, Nicol Barella. At just 25 years old, Barella succeeded the legendary Samir Handanovi, who retired after 11 illustrious years with Inter. Despite Barella's youth, the accolades and championships he bore made him a figure to be admired. He recalled the tactical strategy laid out by their coach. His primary task was to neutralize Mingyu in midfield, the only feasible way to overcome Manchester City. As both teams entered the pitch, their coaches emerged from the tunnel. Guardiola greeted his counterpart, the strikingly handsome Simone Inzaghi. The surname Inzaghi hinted at greatness. Simone is the younger brother of the famed striker Filippo Inzaghi. While his playing career may not have reached the heights of his brothers, Simone's coaching journey has been notably smoother. In his debut season with Lazio, he led them to a fourth-place finish and secured a Champions League spot, a remarkable feat given their previous eighth-place ranking. The following year, although he didn't replicate that success, he still guided Lazio to a sixth-place finish, ensuring another European competition berth. That summer, as his contract with Lazio ended, Inter Milan extended an olive branch to him. Inzaghi joined Inter and successfully led them to reclaim the Serie A title in the 2021-2022 season, also capturing the Coppa Italia, solidifying his position. This season, Inter has maintained excellent form, leading the league while also reaching the Coppa Italia final against his former club, Lazio, and progressing to the Champions League semifinals. Inzaghi, brimming with confidence, aimed for a historic treble. Upon thorough analysis of Manchester City's performances that season, Inzaghi devised a tactical plan. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Miazza Stadium, earning the skill of sudden stops and direction changes while dribbling at high speed from Inter Milan legend Ronaldo. In the context of Inter Milan, Ronaldo's tenure is often viewed with a sense of tragedy. Forever etched in memory is the image of him weeping on the bench. On May 5, 2002, the final round of the 2001-2002 Serie A season commenced simultaneously. In a crucial match that determined the championship, Inter Milan ventured into the heart of Rome to face Lazio. A victory in this encounter would secure the Serie A title for Inter Milan, a feat they had not achieved in 13 years. The match unfolded as they had hoped, with a goal from Vieri in the 12th minute granting Inter an early lead. However, in the 20th minute, Poborski equalized for Lazio, only for Di Biagio to restore Inter's advantage 4 minutes later. Yet, during stoppage time, Poborski struck again to level the score once more. In the second half, Inter struggled to regain their momentum. Former player Simeone's goal allowed Lazio to take the lead, and he refrained from celebrating out of respect for his past with Inter. In the 73rd minute, Inzaghi extended Lazio's advantage to 4-2. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide, Inter's coach Cooper substituted Ronaldo for Calon. Alas, in the final moments, they were unable to alter the outcome, succumbing to a 4-2 defeat against Lazio. Ronaldo, substituted earlier, sat on the bench with his face buried in his hands, his dreams of glory shattered yet again, mirroring the heartbreak of Inter supporters. This match marked the end of Ronaldo's chapter with Inter, but that summer at the World Cup, he lifted the coveted trophy with his teammates before joining Real Madrid, ultimately realizing his championship aspirations the following year. At Inter, Ronaldo had been plagued by injuries, primarily due to Italy's robust defensive tactics that challenged him, compounded by the immense strain his sudden movements placed on his knees. Observing this skill, Mingyu couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and caution. Such a technique was undeniably impressive, yet he understood the need for prudence on the road. As the referee's whistle sounded, the first leg of the UEFA Champions League semi-final commenced. Good evening to our viewers on Tencent. We are delighted to bring you this clash in the 2022-2023 UEFA Champions League semi-finals, featuring the Premier League champions Manchester City and the current Serie A leaders Inter Milan. On the left side of the screen, you can see Inter Milan in their iconic blue and black stripes, while on the right, Manchester City dons their blue kits. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. Inter Milan fields a 3-4-1-2 formation, with 25-year-old Romanian goalkeeper Ionut Radu. The three defenders include Slovakia's Milan Skriniar, Netherlands' Stefan de Vrij, and Italy's Alessandro Bottoni. The wingbacks are Ashley Young and Achraf Hakimi, both known for their attacking prowess. The midfield trio comprises captain Nicolo Barella, Arturo Vidal, and Hakan Calhanoglu, who recently transferred from Milan, much to the dismay of Rossoneri fans. The forward duo features Lukaku and Lautaro Martinez. During offensive plays, Inter's formation shifts to a 3-2-3-2, while defensively it transforms into a 5-2-1-2, demanding high levels of stamina from the wingbacks. Meanwhile, Manchester City maintains their familiar 4-3-3 setup, with Ederson in goal and a solid defensive line comprising Walker, Laporte, Stones, and Zinchenko. Rodri occupies the defensive midfield role, supported by Bernardo Silva and Mingyu in the attacking midfield. The front trio includes Sterling, Jesus, and Foden, all well-rested from their last league match. The match has commenced, and we eagerly anticipate the unfolding drama. Chapter 284. The protest of a knee. Inter Milan takes the initial kickoff. Their strategy is straightforward: to find Lukaku up front, hoping his formidable presence will create opportunities. The Belgian striker is among the finest forwards in the world, possessing a robust physique, agile footwork, and excellent finishing ability, earning him the moniker the Beast post-Drogba. Last year, his performances on the World Cup stage were nothing short of spectacular, bulldozing through defenses with ease. As Lukaku anticipates the incoming ball, he skillfully positions himself against the defender, using his chest to cushion the ball down effortlessly. Observing this relentless style of play, Manchester's coach Guardiola commands his defenders to provide support against Lukaku. It is clear that no single defender can contain him. As Inter launches another high ball toward Lukaku, he skillfully shields Rodri with his body, preparing to leap and direct the ball to the awaiting Lautaro Martinez. Just as he springs into action, a figure emerges from his periphery, soaring high and powerfully heading the ball away. It is Mingyu, appearing unexpectedly. Lukaku, momentarily irritated, contemplates pushing him aside, but instinctively restrains himself from acting on that impulse. Mingyu lands swiftly and races forward, having directed the ball to the side for Bernardo Silva, sparking a rare fast break opportunity. Without hesitation, Silva sends the ball forward, perfectly timed for Mingyu's advance. Manchester City launches a rapid counterattack towards Inter Milan's defensive line, catching him off guard. They are well aware of Lukaku's prowess. Even if he fails to secure the header, at the very least, he can cause enough disruption to prevent the opponent from easily gaining possession. To their astonishment, Mingyu managed to outjump Lukaku and made contact with the ball first, inadvertently turning this attack into a swift counter for the opposing side. On the flanks, Sterling was sprinting forward rapidly, closely followed by Bernardo Silva, Sterling, and Foden on the right. As Mingyu advanced, he mentally activated his sprinting skill, recognizing that opportunities for such a counterattack are scarce. Upon activating this skill, a luminous path illuminated before him, pointing directly to the vulnerabilities in the opponent's defense. He surged forward, reaching his peak speed within just 3 strides. Nicolo Barella, the captain of Inter Milan, had the task of marking Mingyu today. However, when Mingyu unexpectedly withdrew, Barella chose not to pursue, as this was their offensive phase. To Barella's surprise, Mingyu initiated a quick counterattack. By the time Barella attempted to close the distance, it was already too late, with Mingyu charging at high speed. Barella had no recourse but to commit a foul. Yet, Mingyu astutely sensed the opponent's intent. If Barella fouled him, it would waste his sprinting skill, rendering any potential advantage meaningless, even if it led to a yellow card for the opposing player. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Mingyu. Gritting his teeth, a glint of madness flickered in his eyes. He decided to take a chance. In the midst of his rapid run, he abruptly planted his right foot on the ball and came to a sudden halt. This unexpected stop left Barella feeling disoriented, as he was prepared for a collision with Mingyu and intended to bring him down. However, Mingyu's sudden halt created an awkward sensation for Barella. In the next moment, Mingyu swiftly resumed his run, this time changing direction entirely. Barella's balance faltered, and in a desperate attempt, he reached out, hoping to grasp Lee Mingyu's jersey. But with a flick of his sleeve, Lee Mingyu maneuvered past him with the ball. The crowd erupted in gasps at Lee Mingyu's astonishing display of agility. Those who truly understood the game recognized the immense strain his knees endured during that maneuver, even if only Lee Mingyu was fully aware of it. Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, turned pale. He seemed to hear the anguished cry of Lee Mingyu's knees during that abrupt change of direction. He nearly called for the team doctor to check on Lee Mingyu's knees. On the field, Lee Mingyu felt the protest from his knees following that dribble. He knew that if he attempted such a move again, his knees might emit a terrifying sound, akin to a rubber band snapping. Fortunately, Lee Mingyu's physique was robust enough. The attributes gained from his skills and his diligent training fortified his knees. After bypassing Barella, he found himself face-to-face with Inter Milan's defensive line. With no retreat, the defenders had no choice but to confront him, only to be effortlessly outmaneuvered by Lee Mingyu's deft change of direction, which broke through their entire line. After creating a shooting angle, he swung his right leg, delivering a powerful strike that sent the ball hurtling toward Inter Milan's goal. The goalkeeper, Ionut Radu, executed a desperate dive, just managing to touch the ball with his fingertips, yet he could not prevent it from crashing into the net. 1-0 in the 25th chapter would have swept past me. Within just 5 minutes of the match, Manchester City took the lead at the San Siro. Inter Milan's fans expressed their dissatisfaction with boos echoing around the stadium. Meanwhile, Inter's players regarded Lee Mingyu with a mix of awe and disbelief. His dazzling solo run from midfield had left them speechless, particularly his maneuver past Barella, which seemed to toy with the health of his knees. A normal person's knees would surely have succumbed to such stress. In the past, Ronaldo suffered significant knee injuries during his time at Inter due to excessive directional changes, ultimately leading to his downfall. What Lee Mingyu was doing resembled Ronaldo's past exploits. The immense inertia his knees had to endure for such complex movements was staggering. Even the cameras constantly focused on Lee Mingyu's knees, as if to confirm whether they were indeed forged from steel. After scoring, Lee Mingyu was summoned to the sidelines by a concerned Guardiola. Guardiola carefully inquired about Lee Mingyu's condition and, for safety, had the team doctor perform a brief examination of his knees. The Manchester City team was left to battle with only 10 players. Naturally, Inter Milan seized this opportunity. After the kickoff, they unleashed a barrage against City's half. Lee Mingyu, anxious on the sidelines, was relieved when the doctor confirmed that his knees were fine. However, Guardiola sternly warned him not to attempt such dangerous maneuvers again, or else he would be substituted. Lee Mingyu nonchalantly brushed off the warning and gestured to the referee. The referee had been closely monitoring Inter Milan's attack, and initially did not notice Lee Mingyu. As Lee Mingyu saw the opponents pressing into their penalty area, he called out loudly to the fourth official, hoping for a reminder to the referee. After all, without the referee's consent, a player receiving treatment cannot return to the field. He did not want to risk receiving a yellow card for returning without permission. The fourth official signaled to Lee Mingyu to remain calm and communicated with the referee through his earpiece. The referee glanced at Lee Mingyu and waved him on, indicating he could re-enter the field. Lee Mingyu quickly dashed back onto the pitch, racing towards his penalty area. With Manchester City down to 10 men, Inter Milan took full advantage, overwhelming City and trapping them in their own penalty zone. Suddenly, Lukaku unleashed a shot from outside the box, which deflected off Laporte's extended right foot, altering its trajectory. The goalkeeper, Ederson, dived towards the opposite side, his face reflecting a moment of panic as he watched the ball veer away from him. The Inter Milan players erupted in celebration. An own goal, 1-1. Before Lee Mingyu could even reach his penalty area, he witnessed the Inter players celebrating. Frustrated, he flung his arm in exasperation. He felt a deep dissatisfaction with Guardiola for unnecessarily sending him to the sidelines for treatment, resulting in his team's temporary disadvantage and allowing the opponents to capitalize. Equalizing the score, Guardiola, too, wore a grim expression, reflecting the gravity of the situation. He was acutely aware that the blunder was entirely his fault. Yet the health of Lee Mingyu was of paramount importance. Laporte, who had inadvertently scored an own goal, sat on the ground with his hands clasped over his head. In such scenarios, defenders often find themselves most innocent. When the ball approaches, their instinct compels them to intervene. But who could foresee that it would end up in their own net? Inter Milan's fortune appeared remarkably favorable. Mingyu was seething with frustration, pondering that had the referee allowed him to enter the field just a few seconds earlier, he could have contributed to the defense just outside the penalty area, thereby preventing such an unfortunate own goal opportunity. Upon the restart, Mingyu's desire to attack surged. He frequently advanced with the ball, skillfully drawing the defensive focus of Inter Milan entirely upon himself. In the 15th minute, Mingyu executed a brilliant combination play, engaging in a swift 1-2 with Foden on the right flank, leaving the opposition's defense in disarray. Ultimately, Mingyu received a back pass from Foden just inside the penalty area. Noticing the opposing center-back closing in, Mingyu's subsequent maneuver elicited gasps from the crowd. After receiving the ball, he glanced towards the center, where Bernardo Silva was making a well-timed run, presenting a splendid opportunity. With his right foot, Mingyu initiated a back pass motion. De Vrij, cautious and astute, refrained from rash actions, recognizing the finesse of Mingyu's feint. However, as soon as De Vrij observed Mingyu's foot making contact with the ball, he relaxed slightly, instinctively shifting his body towards the center. Little did he know that at that precise moment, Mingyu had deftly maneuvered past him. De Vrij stood frozen, utterly incredulous, questioning what had just transpired. After bypassing De Vrij, Mingyu found himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper in a one-on-one situation. Since his debut, Mingyu had never faltered in such scenarios. With a light touch, he deceived the goalkeeper, who fell to the ground. And Mingyu effortlessly slotted the ball into the empty net. Following his goal, Mingyu dashed towards the corner flag, executing an impressive front flip to express his delight at this accomplishment. Many fans in the stadium and those watching on television failed to grasp how the goal had unfolded. Fortunately, both live and on-screen replays provided clarity. During the replay, viewers witnessed the entire sequence of Mingyu outmaneuvering De Vrij. Initially, his gesture towards the center led everyone to believe he intended to pass, and indeed, his right foot directed the ball towards the middle. However, with a swift motion, his left foot propelled the ball forward, seemingly adhering to him as he glided past De Vrij. Yet, the deceptive nature of this maneuver was more intricate and skillful. For even in slow motion, viewers struggled to fully comprehend Mingyu's actions. His dribble was as graceful as a swan in flight, explaining why De Vrij was left in a state of shock. Perhaps he pondered what had just slipped past him. Chapter 286, The Forgotten One. The penalty for the Inter Milan supporters at the Miazza Stadium. Although the goal was spectacular, they responded with a chorus of boos to chastise this audacious player on their home turf. However, for neutral fans, it was a veritable feast of football. Within the first 15 minutes, 3 goals had already been scored, showcasing an unparalleled efficiency. The players of Inter Milan appeared somewhat dazed by Mingyu's goal, which had come rather unexpectedly, and undeniably, it was quite stylish. Nonetheless, the players of Inter Milan were not easily discouraged. Following the restart, they orchestrated another effective attack. Their strategy was incisive. As long as Mingyu aided in defending against Lukaku, they would launch ground attacks through the center, gradually advancing. Yet, when Mingyu returned to the center to assist in defense, Lukaku would become Inter Milan's primary offensive force. Lukaku's individual prowess put significant pressure on Manchester City's defense. His formidable presence seemed to overshadow another elite striker within Inter Milan's ranks, Lautaro Martinez. The Argentine national team's key forward, a teammate of Messi, had shone brightly in the previous World Cup, netting 3 goals and providing 2 assists, nearly leading Messi to ultimate victory. While Lautaro Martinez might not have scored as prolifically as Lukaku at Inter Milan, his contributions were undeniably substantial. With Manchester City's defense preoccupied with Lukaku, Lautaro Martinez had quietly positioned himself within the penalty area. Stones stood beside him, yet in the ensuing minutes, Lautaro Martinez had only managed a few inconsequential touches, failing to register a single threatening shot. Such a lackluster performance allowed Stones to relax his defensive posture. In the 25th minute, Lukaku received a pass from midfield just outside the penalty area, forcefully pivoted, and shockingly directed the ball into the penalty area. Was this a mistake? Just as everyone presumed Lukaku had lost control, a player in blue and black stripes surged in from the other side, receiving the ball within the penalty area. Number 10. However, this number 10 belonged to Inter Milan, while Mingyu was still slowly retreating from midfield. Lautaro Martinez seized the ball, taking a decisive step into the penalty area. Stones, attempting to assist from the side, lunged to intercept Lautaro Martinez's touch. Having lost his defensive angle, he resorted to a risky gambit to reclaim possession. But Lautaro Martinez deftly tapped the ball with his left foot, executing a swift 180-degree turn, drawing the ball sideways. It was an exquisite display of dribbling. Just as Lautaro Martinez appeared poised to succeed in his maneuver, a shriek echoed as he collapsed within Manchester City's penalty area. The referee's whistle promptly followed. And as the referee approached the penalty area, Manchester City's players rushed to protest, claiming it was a theatrical fall. Yet the referee, unwavering, pointed decisively to the penalty spot. Stones, with a look of grievance, raised his hands in protest, asserting he had not made contact. The referee shook his head, producing a yellow card from his pocket, brandishing it toward Stones. Witnessing this, Manchester City's players expressed their discontent, surrounding the referee and pleading for leniency. However, a flicker of trepidation crossed Stones' eyes. He knew full well that he had indeed made contact, and that as the last offender in the penalty area, the referee could easily have issued a red card. Mingyu rushed over, parting the crowd, to inquire with the head referee about the events that had just transpired. At that moment, the referee's earpiece communicated the verdict on the penalty, as the video assistant referee concurred that the head referee's decision was indeed correct, given that Stones had committed a foul within the penalty area. Faced with the unwavering conviction of the referee, Mingyu had no recourse but to signal for everyone to vacate the penalty area. In slow motion, Lautaro Martinez executed a splendid Marseille turn within the box. After deftly nudging the ball with his left foot, it landed at his feet. Just as he was about to propel the ball forward with his right foot, Stones, in a reckless charge, collided with his supporting left foot. Thus, the referee's judgment was entirely justifiable, and the yellow card issued to Stones could be viewed as lenient. A stricter referee might have shown him a red card, sending him to the locker room without question, having narrowly escaped a more severe punishment. Stones dared not linger near the referee for fear of inciting further ire and receiving an additional card. The penalty taker for Inter Milan was Lukaku. He placed the ball on the spot and, with a serious demeanor, took several steps back. Manchester City's goalkeeper, Ederson, stood on the goal line, dramatically waving his arms in an attempt to intimidate Lukaku. At the sound of the whistle, Lukaku cast a fierce glance at Ederson, his eyes burning with determination, then charged forward and executed a low shot. Ederson misjudged the direction, allowing Inter Milan to equalize once more at 2-2. The Piazza Stadium erupted into a frenzy. Among the crowd, Zhang Shuai jubilantly raised his arms, embracing and high-fiving fellow Inter Milan supporters. After trailing twice and equalizing on both occasions, the fans clutched their chests, overwhelmed by the roller coaster of emotions. Ederson retrieved the ball from the net and kicked it towards the midfield, shaking his head in frustration. That goal should never have occurred. All attention had been fixated on Lukaku, leaving Lautaro Martinez unmarked and free to advance into the penalty area. By the time Stones attempted to defend, it was far too late. Such reckless defending led to this unfortunate outcome. Following the resumption of play, Manchester City's offensive efficiency waned slightly, as nearly 30 minutes had elapsed in the first half and both teams had expended considerable energy in their earlier tussles. Mingyu signaled to his teammates to focus on maintaining possession, emphasizing the importance of passing to exhaust Inter Milan stamina. Chapter 287, a daring shot suddenly. Manchester City altered their tempo, leaving Inter Milan's players perplexed. In terms of possession and passing technique, Manchester City currently stood as a singular force within the global football arena. While not quite reaching the zenith of Barcelona's previous mastery, their style remained unparalleled in contemporary football. Guardiola, having been the architect of that legendary Barcelona team, brought his possession philosophy to Manchester City. Despite having a top-tier midfielder like De Bruyne, there existed a slight discord between his style and Guardiola's possession-based approach. De Bruyne, with his aggressive attacking nature, preferred not to engage in the so-called control from midfield, which he viewed as a means to exhaust opponents. This divergence led to several conflicts between him and Guardiola, who insisted that De Bruyne should embody the role of a midfield orchestrator rather than merely a passer. Ultimately, in the previous season's Champions League final, Guardiola made uncharacteristic decisions, discarding the 4-3-3 formation that had served them well, opting instead for an unconventional setup devoid of a holding midfielder, which resulted in a heart-wrenching loss. Reports indicated that a fierce altercation ensued between De Bruyne and Guardiola in the locker room post-match, and had it not been for intervention, a physical confrontation may have occurred. In the aftermath, the club's chairman chose to side with Guardiola over De Bruyne, leading to the latter's departure. De Bruyne, incensed, left with a warning that they would regret this decision, asserting that Guardiola would bring only despair to Manchester City. He subsequently joined Spanish powerhouse Real Madrid, forming a formidable trio with Haaland and Benzema. They not only left Barcelona and Atletico Madrid in their wake in the league, but also advanced to the semi-finals of the Champions League, potentially setting the stage for a final showdown with Manchester City. As the 40th minute approached, Manchester City suddenly accelerated their play. Mingyu, receiving the ball in the center, executed a diagonal long pass aimed at the flanking Sterling. Sterling controlled the ball on his right foot, and before it even touched the ground, he propelled it forward with his left foot, charging ahead. The Slovakian defender, Milan Skriniar, failed to keep pace with Sterling, resorting to a desperate pull that earned him a yellow card from the referee. Mingyu positioned himself at the free kick spot, carefully assessing the goal's orientation. The angle appeared unfavorable for a direct shot, leading him to conclude that a pass would be the wiser choice. 6 Manchester City players, including Mingyu, advanced into Inter Milan's penalty area for this attack. The remaining players stationed themselves outside the box, safeguarding against a counterattack or a second shot. After surveying the positioning of his teammates, Mingyu raised his hand in a signal before commencing his run. With his right foot, he executed a beautifully arched pass aimed toward the far post of the goal. Observing the trajectory of the ball, it seemed destined for the back of the net. Inter Milan's goalkeeper, Ian Radu, quickly moved to cover the far post, his gaze fixed on the chaos within the penalty area. Manchester City's offensive positioning was commendable, with players converging from various angles. However, it soon became apparent that Mingyu's pass had been overhit, the curvature too pronounced, and appeared to be heading out of play. Even Radu believed the ball would not be touched by anyone, extending his arms in anticipation. Yet upon landing, the ball took an astonishing turn, veering toward the goal. Radu was left astonished, unable to react in time, and could only watch helplessly as the ball flew toward the goal. With a resounding thud, it struck the post and ricocheted away. In a moment of sheer desperation, Radu dashed forward, risking life and limb, and like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey. He clasped the football tightly in his arms just before Jesus could take a follow-up shot. Radu pressed the ball firmly beneath him, reluctant to rise, hoping to calm his racing heart that had nearly leapt from his chest moments before. After executing the kick, Mingyu had been gazing intently at the goal. As his intention was clear, he aimed directly for it. In this particular kick, Mingyu employed Beckham's signature bending free kick technique, combined with a touch of Alonso's swirling pass, causing the ball to spin back slightly upon landing, with the inner curve of the arc aiming to nestle it into the net. However, the angle proved rather acute. The ball had to first clear the wall of defenders and then surpass the goalkeeper's reach, rendering the task exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, this shot sent shivers down the spines of the Inter Milan players, as the peculiar strike was nothing short of eye-opening. In slow motion, fans could distinctly observe the ball as pronounced spin as it struck the ground, leaving many astounded by Mingyu's imaginative shot. Following this moment, both teams approached their attacks with increased caution, with virtually no transitions in offense and defense in the final 5 or 6 minutes, resulting in neither side securing any advantageous opportunities. At the 47th minute, the referee finally blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. The score of 2-2 left many fans exhilarated, and the intensity of the match made them oblivious to the passage of time. This was truly a captivating match, capable of making one forget all else. Upon returning to the locker room, Guardiola commended the team's performance in the first half and acknowledged that the opposing team's first goal was partly his fault, extending his apologies to Mingyu. Mingyu shook his head, fully aware that Guardiola was merely concerned for his well-being, and after a brief embrace, the tension between them dissipated. Chapter 288. A Feign Path. A hidden strategy as the second half commenced. Both teams played with great caution in the initial 10 minutes, advancing methodically and quickly regaining possession after losing the ball, effectively stifling the opponent's counterattacks. Although no goals were scored, the two elite teams transformed their defense and offense into an art form, eliciting frequent gasps from the audience. Mingyu found himself under special scrutiny from the opposing midfielders, particularly Hakan Çalhanoğlu, the Turkish player who had transferred from Milan. In the second half, Calhanoglu and captain Nicol Barella teamed up to defend against Mingyu. Mingyu was quite accustomed to this double-marking defensive tactic, as many teams often employed it against Manchester City. In response to this strategy, Mingyu simply drifted to the side, passing the ball to the opposite flank, where it found Bernardo Silva. The midfield of Manchester City was not solely reliant on Mingyu when he was under pressure. Either Gundogan or Bernardo Silva would take on the role of orchestrating the midfield play. As the ball reached the other side of the pitch, Calhanoglu abandoned his pursuit of Mingyu to assist in the defense. Although Calhanoglu was a technically skilled midfielder and a master of free kicks, his physical attributes and speed were not his strong suits. Yet, in such a critical match, he was determined to demonstrate his defensive prowess. When only Nicol Barella remained by Mingyu's side, the focus of Manchester City's attack shifted back to Mingyu's feet. Calhanoglu was compelled to return and re-engage in the defense. The continuous running began to take a toll on Calhanoglu, whose stamina was already in short supply. Mingyu perceived a momentary lapse in Calhanoglu's defense and sensed an opportunity. Seeing Mingyu receive the ball again, Barella rushed in, attempting to force him into a back pass or to retreat with the ball. However, to his astonishment, Mingyu executed a deft flick of the ball, evading Barella's challenge. Yet, Barella remained unfazed, as the direction of Mingyu's flick was precisely towards Calhanoglu. It seemed that Mingyu had made an error in haste. Barella, brimming with confidence, turned to catch a glimpse of Calhanoglu successfully defending against Mingyu. But what he witnessed left him wide-eyed. Calhanoglu was not in position and was instead 3 steps away. Mingyu slipped past Barella, accelerating forward and leaving him in the dust. Calhanoglu sprinted a couple of steps, but upon realizing that Mingyu had already outpaced him, halted his pursuit. Mingyu's sudden breakthrough elicited gasps from the crowd, particularly since Inter Milan's defense had previously been effective against him, allowing him few opportunities to threaten the goal in the last 10 minutes. Unexpectedly, Mingyu effortlessly maneuvered through the double mark. The entire midfield line was left behind, and before him loomed the Inter Milan defense, starkly exposed. On the sidelines, coach Inzaghi was unable to maintain his composure in the face of such a breach. In a fit of frustration, he shouted for his players to quickly regroup, ensuring that Mingyu was denied any opportunity to shoot. Inzaghi's gaze towards Calhanoglu grew complicated. This summer, Calhanoglu's acquisition was seen as a boon for Inter Milan, as the team had long lacked a reliable free-kick specialist. Calhanoglu's presence brought new dimensions to Inzaghi's tactical arrangements, as he was one of the few remaining free-kick experts in Serie A. Last season, Calhanoglu led the league in free-kick goals, and his departure was a significant loss for Milan, especially when Calhanoglu announced his transfer to Inter Milan. The fury among Milan's fans ignited, leading them to burn his jersey in protest, branding him a traitor and the worst number 10 in Milan's history. Calhanoglu arrived at Inter Milan carrying considerable pressure, yet this season he had already netted 10 free kicks and scored a total of 15 goals with 28 assists across all competitions, solidifying his position as Inter Milan's attacking midfielder. However, his defensive attitude had consistently left Inzaghi dissatisfied. In modern football, defense has evolved into a collective effort. Even if a team lacks a top-notch one-on-one defender, maintaining proper positioning among players and showing defensive zeal can yield effective results. Unfortunately, Calhanoglu seldom participated in Inter Milan's midfield defense, preferring to conserve his energy for offensive duties. Of course, this approach was justifiable against weaker opponents. However, when faced with formidable opponents like Manchester City, the continuity and cohesion of the defense must be impeccably executed. Just moments ago, due to Calhanoglu's lapse in vigilance while retreating, he failed to return at full speed, allowing Mingyu to seize the opportunity and decisively breach Inter Milan's midfield line. After shaking off the midfield defender, Mingyu charged towards Inter Milan's backline with great strides. Today, Inter Milan deployed a 3-5-2 formation, with 2 offensively potent wingbacks that would revert to a 5-3-2 during defensive phases. At this juncture, having broken through from the flanks, Mingyu found himself facing only 2 defenders. Although Inter Milan had 5 defenders on the field, they were aligned in a single line, all eyes fixed on Mingyu. In the center, Jesus, along with Bernardo Silva and Sterling on the wings, had already surged forward. Mingyu was closely supported by Foden, who was providing assistance. The wingback Achraf Hakimi could no longer afford to let Mingyu continue his advance and hastened forward, preparing to intercept him. Mingyu, however, executed a precise lateral pass to Jesus in the center. Upon receiving the ball, Jesus deftly nudged it back to the now unmarked Mingyu, who had already maneuvered into a dangerous position just outside Inter Milan's penalty area. Confronted by the advancing defender Stefan de Vrij, Mingyu unleashed a powerful shot, the ball whistling past de Vrij's face. The fierce wind generated by the shot compelled de Vrij to involuntarily shut his eyes. In the 15th minute of the second half, Mingyu, after a series of deft movements, activated his offensive mode. A simple yet effective touch allowed him to glide past Nicol Barella. Due to Allianz's slightly tardy support, Inter Milan's midfield line crumbled. Mingyu surged forward, directly confronting Inter Milan's defensive line. The spectators erupted into a chorus of gasps and jeers, attempting to disrupt Mingyu's rhythm. Observing the opponent's advance, Mingyu astutely executed a lateral pass to the unmarked Jesus in the center before sprinting forward to shake off his defender. Without any hesitation, Jesus delivered a swift through ball back to the advancing Mingyu, completing a splendid 1-2 combination. Upon receiving the ball, just outside the penalty area, Mingyu unleashed a ferocious shot, the football soaring past de Vrij like a cannonball. Inter Milan's goalkeeper Ionut Radu, fully concentrated, launched himself into a desperate dive as the ball approached, stretching his body to its fullest extent. However, Mingyu's strike possessed not only immense power, but also an exceptionally acute angle. The ball hurtled towards the upper right corner of the goal, and despite Radu's utmost efforts, he could not prevent it from crashing into the net. The stadium fell into an eerie silence as the players clad in blue jerseys gathered in jubilant celebration. The score now stood at 3-2, with Manchester City having reclaimed the lead. This goal dealt a heavy blow to Inter Milan, with coach Inzaghi visibly displeased, attributing the lapse entirely to Allianz's negligence. Allianz, with a grim countenance and hands on his hips, stood despondently in midfield. After Mingyu's breakthrough, Allianz had given up the chase, which was the source of Inzaghi's greatest frustration. One's defense may falter, but the attitude must remain earnest. Even Nicol Barella had covered significantly more ground in his pursuit. Hearing the coach's furious shouts from the sidelines, Allianz's expression darkened. Having come from Milan to Inter Milan, he carried the burden of betrayal, and despite his flourishing performance at Inter, he wrestled with considerable guilt. Moreover, due to his defensive lapses, he often faced criticism from Inzaghi and felt somewhat out of sync with the team's ethos. This time, yet again, his shortcomings had allowed Manchester City to regain the lead, intensifying the pressure on Allianz. Following his goal, Mingyu celebrated with an impressive somersault, much to the delight of the Manchester City fans present. In stark contrast, Inter Milan supporters unleashed a torrent of boos to drown out the cheers. Upon resuming play, Inter Milan's offensive approach grew increasingly frantic. Playing at home and constantly trailing, having fallen behind 3 times, weighed heavily on the team's psyche. Their eagerness to equalize led to a disarrayed mindset among Inter's players. A series of passing errors infuriated Inzaghi on the sidelines. Determined to achieve quick results, Inter Milan resorted to 3 risky through balls in succession. While Manchester City's defense may not be of elite caliber, such overtly obvious passes made it exceedingly difficult to penetrate their backline. The final pass was intercepted by Rodri, who executed a perfectly timed tackle to thwart Inter's attempt. Rodri quickly regained his footing and passed the ball to Bernardo Silva on the flank. Manchester City's rapid counterattack commenced. With a 5-on-5 situation in the attacking third, Manchester City held a clear advantage. Mingyu surged forward through the center, drawing the attention of Inter's defenders. Rather than immediately passing to Mingyu, Bernardo Silva capitalized on the hesitation of Inter's backline as Mingyu pressed forward, continuing his advance. The Inter defenders were taken aback by Bernardo Silva's decisive execution, allowing him to break through effortlessly. After bypassing the midfield defense, Bernardo Silva delivered a through ball to Sterling ahead. Sterling, constantly glancing back at Bernardo Silva, adjusted his position to remain behind Inter's defensive line. Upon seeing Bernardo Silva's pass, Sterling exploded into action, leaving his marking defender with no reaction time. Racing down the flank, Sterling briefly assessed the situation in the center. Jesus had pushed up near the penalty spot, with Mingyu closely following behind, and Foden arriving on the opposite side. Sterling made a slight adjustment before sending a precise cross into Inter Milan's penalty area with his left foot. Jesus surged forward, drawing two central defenders with him, only to be astonished by Sterling's pass, which was not directed towards the near post. Instead, Mingyu, charging in from outside the penalty area, leaped into the air, propelling himself skyward. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Everyone exhibited expressions of shock as Mingyu soared from the edge of the penalty area like a torpedo emerging from the water. The football approached from side, striking his slightly raised forehead. The ball, upon receiving this lateral impact, hurtled towards the goal at an accelerated pace. Inter Milan's goalkeeper, Ronaldo, stood frozen in the center of the goal, his eyes wide with disbelief as the ball rocketed toward the net from near the penalty spot, resembling a cannonball. Radu could only make a reflexive, waving motion, utterly incapable of executing any further attempts to save the goal. The ball slammed into the net behind him, creating a dramatic rippling effect. All the Inter Milan fans could only gasp in astonishment, rendered speechless by the sheer brilliance of this goal. Mingyu's leap originated from the edge of the penalty area, while he landed near the penalty spot, signifying that he had traversed nearly 5.5 meters in midair. The sheer force and elevation he displayed were truly astonishing. Mingyu, the airborne marvel. Chapter 290, Encountering King Lin in the English League Cup final. This goal not only silenced the Piazza Stadium, but also extinguished the last flicker of hope for Inter Milan. Mingyu achieved an extraordinary feat of 4 goals at the Piazza. The players of Inter Milan gazed at Mingyu's retreating figure towards the sidelines, a palpable sense of dread welling up from deep within. How could one possibly defeat a player of such caliber? Each of his 4 goals was a masterpiece in its own right, an explosive shot after a sudden change of direction during a long run to open the scoring, a cheeky nutmeg past a defender to score his second, and a long-range strike that tore through the opposition's defense to complete his hat trick. His astonishing header from outside the penalty area, akin to a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, sealed his remarkable quadruple. The formidable Mingyu completely conquered the Piazza Stadium that night. The Inter Milan fans in the stands wore expressions of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that their home ground had been dismantled by a single player from the opposing team. Among the crowd, Zhang Shuai felt a mixture of sorrow and joy. As a fervent supporter of Inter Milan, witnessing his team suffer defeat at home was an indescribable pain. Yet, as a devoted fan of Mingyu, he was elated to see him perform like a deity on the pitch. However, observing the despondent expressions of fellow Inter fans, Zhang Shuai refrained from rising to cheer for Mingyu, acutely aware that life is precious and fleeting. Each time Mingyu scored, he clenched his fists tightly, silently applauding in his heart, only to join the other Inter fans in expressing their collective regret. This roller coaster of emotions finally came to an end with the referee's whistle. In the Champions League semi-final first leg hosted at the Piazza, Inter Milan succumbed to a 2-4 defeat against the visiting Manchester City. Italian media erupted in lamentation, as the dream of an all-Italian final in this season's Champions League appeared to be dashed. The following day's semi-final only deepened their despair, as Juventus fell 1-2 to Real Madrid at home. In this match, Ronaldo was unable to score against his former club, with Argentina's Dybala netting the lone goal for Juventus. Real Madrid's 2 strikes came courtesy of Haaland, both assisted by De Bruyne, whose arrival at the club has allowed his talents to flourish, effectively replacing Modric in the midfield. The consecutive defeats of Italy's top clubs left the once confident Italian media in a state of silence. After the first leg of the Champions League semi-final, the atmosphere within the Manchester City team grew tense as they prepared for a crucial match, the English League Cup final, against mid-table Premier League rivals West Ham United. Although City had already triumphed over this team twice in the league this season, the Hammers were not to be underestimated. The final was set to take place at the illustrious Wembley Stadium, where most of England's major finals are held. Manchester City had monopolized the League Cup in recent years, winning it for 5 consecutive seasons since 2017 to 2018. A 6th consecutive triumph would etch their name into the annals of history, a feat never before accomplished in the 5 major leagues. Although the League Cup is considered a secondary competition in English football, it holds significant prestige. This marked Mingyu's second visit to Wembley Stadium. His first was on August 28th of the previous year, during the Charity Shield match. where he made a stunning debut in England, scoring 3 goals and providing 3 assists in a 6-0 rout of Manchester United. That match introduced English fans to the true prowess of the $300 million man, as he surged into the Premier League like a bloodthirsty shark claiming its territory. Returning to Wembley, Mingyu felt a sense of familiarity, as if he were back at home. In the players' tunnel, he encountered a determined face, Jesse Lingard. An avid reader of Chinese forums, Mingyu was well aware of Lingard's reputation, having been one of the most prominent figures in the Premier League prior to his emergence. Affectionately dubbed King Ling by Chinese fans, he faced little derogatory criticism online, with most comments being playful banter, reflecting the affection fans held for him. Lingard, however, has endured a tumultuous journey. A lifelong Manchester United supporter, he joined their youth academy at a young age. In 2012, before turning 20, he was promoted to the first team, marking the beginning of his lone career across various clubs: Leicester City, Birmingham, Brighton, Derby County, and West Ham United, before returning to Manchester United. On November 7, 2015, during the 12th round of the Premier League, Manchester United faced West Bromwich Albion at home, where Lingard scored his inaugural Premier League goal in the 52nd minute, ultimately leading Manchester United to a 2-0 victory. Indeed, it was his first Premier League goal, as the teams Leicester City, Birmingham, Brighton, and Derby County were all part of the championship. Within Manchester United, Lingard's performance could only be described as mediocre, lacking any notable brilliance. Following December 2018, Lingard entered a prolonged period of decline, failing to score in 34 consecutive matches, and throughout 2019, he recorded neither a goal nor an assist. Lingard, once the promising star of England, found himself in a predicament, struggling to find his place. This season, Lingard was expected to make a return to Manchester United. However, with the forward line already saturated, his position had vanished. Hence, contemplating his future career, he opted for a permanent transfer to West Ham United. Having seen his contract expire last summer, he made the move to West Ham without any transfer fee. Now officially a West Ham player, Lingard felt a sense of belonging after wandering for so long. With this newfound home, his performance surged remarkably. In 31 Premier League matches, Lingard netted 17 goals and provided 8 assists, propelling West Ham to 7th place in the league, with hopes of qualifying for a European Cup. West Ham's success in the League Cup was also attributed to Lingard's outstanding displays. He noticed Mingyu's gaze, curious as to why he was being observed. Yet he politely nodded in acknowledgement. After all, Mingyu's stature was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the Premier League. Mingyu returned the gesture with a smile, before turning serious, as this season he aspired to claim every possible championship, from a Community Shield at the season's outset to the already secured Premier League title. And with the League Cup and FA Cup within reach, the ultimate trophy that captivated Mingyu's dreams was the UEFA Champions League. Achieving 5 titles, akin to a fairy tale for Mingyu, would be the epitome of success in his inaugural Premier League season. As the referee's whistle signaled the commencement, Mingyu strode confidently onto the pitch with Manchester City. The moment he emerged from the tunnel, cheers erupted throughout Wembley Stadium. Scanning the arena, it was a sea of colors, with nearly every spectator donning Manchester City's colors. Despite not being the home team, it felt akin to one, as the overwhelming majority of fans supported Manchester City. Due to the team's remarkable performance and appealing style of play in recent years, countless supporters had rallied behind Manchester City. Lingard observed the City fans in the stands, many adorned in the number 10 jersey of Mingyu, and could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Once a rising star of England, Lingard possessed exceptional skills and a bright future in his youth, yet somehow found himself in a limbo. Clenching his teeth and fists, Lingard resolved to turn the tide against Manchester City, determined to prove that he, the formidable Lingard, was an unstoppable force. Although West Ham had faced defeats in the league, they entered this match with unwavering resolve. Known as the Hammers, their motto was clear: "If you wish to take from me, I shall strike back." The lineup revealed the team's intentions. Manager David Moyes meticulously devised a strategic plan, resurrecting the once popular Christmas tree formation for -3-2-1. The formation provided exceptional protection to the defense, reminiscent of AC Milan's invincible days. West Ham's goalkeeper was the experienced 37-year-old Polish shot-stopper, Łukasz Fabianski. Despite his age, his performance remained stellar this season, earning him the starting position in this crucial cup final. The center-back partnership comprised captain Issa Diop and Angelo Ogbonna, who had been formidable for 5 years. The wingbacks, Aaron Cresswell and Vladimir Kaufel, were known for their excellent crossing abilities and tireless energy, contributing significantly to the team's offense. The essence of the Christmas tree formation lay in the capabilities of the wingbacks. With only 3 attacking players, the offensive power could be limited. Hence, strong wingbacks were crucial to bolster the attack. However, their stamina was imperative, as they had to fulfill both defensive and offensive roles. The trio of midfielders included Czech player Tomáš Souček, Englishman Declan Rice, and the promising Connor Coventry, who had solidified his position as a key midfielder after extensive development. Among the attacking midfielders were Spanish player Pablo Fornals, a talented individual who, despite not making Spain's World Cup squad, showcased his skills. The other attacking midfielder was none other than the celebrated Lingard. Up front, Ecuadorian Mikel Antonio led the attack. Standing on the pitch, Mingyu, hands on hips, was filled with determination. The League Cup final awaited him. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Wembley Stadium. Receiving the talent of England legend Joe Cole, midfield magician. Midfield magician. When the host possesses the ball within a 20-meter radius of the center line, they will gain attribute enhancements, with a 5 increase in successful dribbling. Upon noticing this ability, Mingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed intriguing indeed. The standard length of a football field is approximately between 100 and 110 meters, which means the distance of the half field ranges from 50 to 55 meters. In the 20-meter area surrounding the center line, Mingyu can approach the opponent's 30-meter zone to gain attribute enhancements. The exact increment, however, would depend on the conditions during the match. An increase in dribbling success rate is particularly advantageous for Mingyu, as his fame grows. Opposing teams often assign a dedicated player to mark him closely and deploy additional players for support. Consequently, Mingyu finds it challenging to navigate through the defense during matches. An enhanced dribbling success rate will bolster his ability to evade defenders, which is undoubtedly beneficial news for Manchester City. The referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match, and the deafening cheers echoed throughout Wembley Stadium as the final of the EFL Cup officially began. Manchester City secured the kickoff for the first half. Upon witnessing the City players pass the ball back to Mingyu, none of the West Ham United players crossed the halfway line. All players retreated to their half, ready to thwart Manchester City's advances. They possessed a clear understanding of their capabilities, aiming to fortify their defense and prevent Manchester City from easily penetrating their penalty area. Prior to the match, the coach had started practicing penalties, indicating their intention to extend the game to a penalty shootout, relying on fortune to clinch victory. The players of Manchester City were not surprised by West Ham United's strategy, as it had been anticipated by Guardiola. They understood that the EFL Cup final would be a formidable battle. With the ball at his feet, Mingyu advanced into West Ham United's half. This area was the domain of the midfield maestro, and Mingyu felt a significant difference. In this zone, his vision expanded considerably, and the ball seemed to obey his feet more readily. Most notably, his footwork exhibited heightened agility. As Mingyu crossed the halfway line, West Ham's forward Mikel Antonio rushed towards him, attempting to curtail his dribbling. However, with a simple touch, Mingyu deftly maneuvered the ball past Antonio, leaving him behind with an elegant display of skill that elicited gasps of admiration from the crowd. The midfield maestro's abilities had sharpened Mingyu's reflexes, making Antonio's movements appear sluggish in comparison. Continuing his advance, Lingard appeared before Mingyu, his expression grave as he positioned himself to block Mingyu's path. His sharp gaze fixed on the ball. It is widely recognized that Mingyu's dribbling skills are among the world's elite. Even Neymar, celebrated for his dribbling prowess, would concede that Mingyu's abilities are equally formidable. As Mingyu approached with the ball, Lingard refrained from recklessly challenging him. Instead, he cautiously retreated, maintaining a safe distance to hinder Mingyu's acceleration and obstruct his path to the center. Lingard's defensive acumen was indeed remarkable, compelling Mingyu to unleash his full potential. However, with the acquisition of the midfield maestro's talent, Mingyu experienced a slight enhancement in both attributes and dribbling skills. One must not underestimate this modest enhancement. For a player of Mingyu's caliber, even the slightest improvement in attributes or skills is a significant achievement. Faced with Lingard's defense, Mingyu executed a sudden acceleration, feigning a move that caused Lingard to misjudge his intentions, leading him to believe Mingyu would continue down the flank. However, as Mingyu's right foot made contact with the ball, he swiftly cut inward, as if the ball were glued to his foot, and surged past Lingard on the opposite side. Lingard, taken aback, halted abruptly and attempted to pivot to chase after Mingyu. Yet in a surprising twist, Mingyu flicked the ball to his right, propelling himself in the same direction with a powerful push off his left foot. This sequence of two rapid changes in direction left Lingard struggling to maintain his balance, and he found himself collapsing onto the pitch in despair. Mingyu glided past him effortlessly, a mesmerizing display of skill that sent the crowd into a frenzy. Such a breathtaking moment at the start of the match made the journey worthwhile. However, this dazzling maneuver severely dampened West Ham United's morale. After evading Lingard, Mingyu was unceremoniously taken down by Tomas Soucek, who was visibly infuriated. Mingyu, wearing a faint smile, sat on the ground and nonchalantly adjusted his shin guards. The referee promptly approached, showing Soucek a yellow card without hesitation. Guardiola, on the sidelines, wore a knowing smile, as this was part of his psychological strategy prior to the match. He had anticipated that West Ham would employ a staunch defense, thus encouraging Mingyu to utilize his skills at the outset to provoke the opponents and disrupt their mentality. Observing Guardiola's cunning demeanor, Mingyu nodded in agreement. This bald strategist was indeed a shrewd tactician. Fortuitously, prior to this match, Mingyu had gained the enhanced dribbling success rate from the midfield maestro's talent, which increased his confidence in accomplishing this task. Consequently, when facing West Ham's star player Lingard, Mingyu executed a feint followed by a swift change of direction. For Mingyu, such maneuvers, as long as not performed at high speed, posed negligible risk to his knees. Indeed, Mingyu's two successive changes of direction left the diligent defender Lingard sprawled on the ground, igniting frustration among the West Ham players. Within merely a minute of the match, the opposing team's key midfielder had accumulated a yellow card, restricting his actions for the remainder of the game. Chapter 292. Mingyu's precision guidanza. Jesus' Herculean might standing in midfield, Lingard's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated being so easily deceived by the opponent's feints so early in the match. However, this incident only intensified his apprehension towards Mingyu. Having been outclassed by Manchester City in previous encounters, Lingard had come to recognize the disparity in their abilities. Yet this particular dribbling display by Mingyu was nothing short of fluid and masterful. He felt entirely at the mercy of Mingyu's rhythm. Mingyu passed the free kick back to Rodri, aware that the distance from the goal was too great for a futile attempt. He opted instead to continue orchestrating the attack. Although his early dribbling and the presence of a yellow gem god, a detrimental force for West Ham United's morale, had initially shaken their spirits, the Hammers' tenacity only strengthened their resolve. Confronted with Manchester City's relentless offensives, the players of West Ham showcased their defensive prowess, thwarting several attempts from their opponents with remarkable composure. As the first half approached the 30-minute mark, the score remained stagnant at 0-0. Yet, the spectators were far from bored. The tempo of the match was exhilarating. Unlike the Barcelona of yesteryears, who would pass the ball aimlessly in midfield for several minutes, Manchester City maintained pressure in West Ham's 30-meter zone, keeping their defense on high alert. Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, stroked his chin in contemplation, puzzled by Mingyu's unusual behavior of not venturing into West Ham's territory throughout the match thus far. Indeed, West Ham's defense was formidable. Yet it seemed implausible that Mingyu would willingly restrain himself. Despite this, Guardiola noticed no decline in Mingyu's form. His passes and dribbles remained sharp, seemingly enhanced. Confident in his team's prospects, Guardiola dismissed any concerns, acknowledging that although 30 minutes had elapsed without a goal, it was merely a matter of time before Manchester City found the net, given West Ham's dwindling stamina. With Manchester City's possession rate soaring to 80, West Ham's players were left chasing the ball, their energy rapidly depleting. Lingard displayed exceptional defensive awareness, particularly in his efforts against Mingyu, despite being outmaneuvered on several occasions. His relentless spirit silenced the jeers of Manchester City fans. Yet, Lingard felt as though his legs were weighted with lead, the stark disparity in team strength leaving him despondent. Against such a formidable opponent as Manchester City, West Ham had to maintain utmost vigilance, for even the slightest error could lead to a devastating counterattack. Indeed, in the 40th minute of the first half, West Ham's defenses finally faltered. Following an early yellow card issued to Tomas Soucek, Manchester City had exploited him as a focal point in their attacks. Despite his initial hesitance to engage aggressively, Soucek's defensive tenacity returned as he sensed the referee's bias. However, the relentless pressure took a toll on Soucek's endurance. At last, in the 40th minute, Mingyu glided past him effortlessly. Soucek, in desperation, reached out to pull Mingyu back, yet the latter's acceleration spared him from receiving a second yellow card. With the protection of the defensive midfielder gone, Mingyu surged into West Ham's 30-meter zone for the first time. Instantly, he felt a shift as the sensation of being in his element faded. Although initially disoriented, he quickly regained his composure. Faced with West Ham's double marking, he made no hesitation. With a deftly angled shot, he sent the ball soaring towards West Ham's goal. The ball arced gracefully past the center-back's defense and landed perfectly for the on-rushing Gabriel Jesus, who, with remarkable calmness, executed a volley that left the veteran goalkeeper Łukasz Fabianski with no choice but to react instinctively. The net rippled dramatically as the ball struck it, igniting a fervor among the Wembley crowd. In the 40th minute of the first half, Manchester City finally broke the deadlock with an assist from Mingyu. As Jesus delivered the decisive blow, the score stood at 1 o'clock, tilting the scales decidedly in Manchester City's favor. West Ham's players sat despondently on the pitch, their spirits crushed by the realization that, despite being only in the 40th minute, this goal had effectively sealed their fate. Their aspirations of dragging the match into penalties lay shattered. With no option but to press forward, they faced the daunting task of strategizing their attack. Yet David Moyes, their astute manager, remained composed, having anticipated such scenarios. The prospect of a penalty shootout was merely a fanciful notion. Manchester City's offensive prowess was indisputable, and expecting West Ham to endure for an entire 120 minutes was an unrealistic expectation. Fortunately, the early goal provided Moyes with a fighting chance for the second half. However, the last 5 minutes of the first half were critical. Any further misstep could prove disastrous. Returning to the locker room with a 2 o'clock deficit would render any words unnecessary. As Manchester City celebrated, Moyes summoned several key players, imparting crucial instructions to ensure vigilance in the closing moments. With the manager's clear guidance, West Ham's players regained their composure. The recent goal had altered many mindsets. While some yearned to defend, others, like Lingard, were eager to push forward. However, the head coach's directives were not something Lingard could disregard. David Moyes, a figure of considerable renown in English football, has a storied career, having managed both Everton and Manchester United. During his 11 years at Everton, he was honored with the Premier League's Manager of the Month award 3 times, underscoring his undeniable coaching prowess. Although his tenure at Manchester United was fraught with challenges, one cannot overlook Moyes' innate coaching talent. In his recent years with West Ham United, he has transformed the team into a formidable competitor within the Premier League. Although they have yet to qualify for European competition, the team's performance in recent seasons has been commendable. In the final 5 minutes of the first half, West Ham demonstrated remarkable defensive integrity, thwarting several of Manchester City's attacks. Ultimately, as Mingyu's long-range shot grazed the crossbar and sailed out of play, a collective sigh of disappointment echoed through the stands, coinciding with the referee's whistle signaling the end of the first half. With a score of 1-0, Manchester City retreated to the locker room with a narrow advantage, a result both teams found acceptable. The 15-minute intermission passed swiftly, and the second half commenced. Right from the outset, West Ham made a substitution, replacing the exhausted Tomas Soucek, who was burdened with a yellow card, with Andriy Yarmolenko. The 32-year-old Ukrainian forward is an exceptional left-footed player. This substitution signified West Ham's determination to fight back. The 4-4-2 formation, albeit unconventional, suggested that if they seized the opportunity, they could potentially breach Manchester City's defense. Peering from the sidelines, Guardiola sensed the tactical shift. It was evident that Moyes' adjustment had not escaped his notice. Although West Ham bolstered their offensive efforts, Guardiola understood that if his side could neutralize their primary threats, victory would be within reach. Indeed, the second half began with West Ham intensifying their offensive approach. However, as they crossed into Manchester City's half, they were swiftly encircled by the City midfielders, struggling to advance. The players, lacking avenues for forward passes, were compelled to retreat. Unlike the first half, City's defenders aggressively pursued the ball, gradually compressing West Ham's players closer to their own penalty area. Eventually, The defense had no choice but to return the ball to goalkeeper Łukasz Fabianski. Faced with a desperate pass from his defenders, the 37-year-old goalkeeper could only clear it with a long kick, but due to nerves or perhaps a slip, the ball fell short, landing 30 meters from the midfield, an area firmly under City's control. The ball fortuitously found its way to İlkay Gündoğan. Seizing the opportunity presented by the goalkeeper's blunder, skillfully controlled it with his chest. This sudden interception threw West Ham's defense into disarray. The relentless pursuit had already stretched their formation, leaving a gaping hole in the center as Gündoğan surged forward into the penalty area. The defenders pulled apart, scrambled to reposition themselves. Yet, before they could regroup, Gündoğan deftly passed the ball to Mingyu, who was making a rapid advance from behind. With a quickened pace, Mingyu burst into the penalty area as Gündoğan's drive drew the attention of West Ham's defenders. Ignoring the defenders entirely, Gündoğan executed a brilliant pass that left West Ham's backline scrambling. Mingyu, now within the penalty area, faced no resistance as he maneuvered to create an angle and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball surged towards West Ham's goal, and despite Fabianski's desperate attempt to stretch his body and reach it, the shot's precision and speed left him only hoping it would strike the post. Yet, the net rippled, igniting a wave of jubilation among the spectators. After scoring, Mingyu raised his fists in exhilaration, roaring in triumph. He knew this goal signaled the likely conclusion of the match. The West Ham players, witnessing this moment, sank despondently to the ground, the anguish of the first-half goal resurfacing. This time, hope had truly evaporated. Moyes, the West Ham manager, could only shake his head in resignation. In football, while tactics hold significant weight, they often pale in comparison when the disparity between teams is vast. Manchester City employed no extraordinary strategy. Rather, they relied on their familiar possession game and individual prowess to systematically wear down West Ham's players. Goals followed naturally. This particular goal shattered the morale of West Ham's players. Lingered, eager to score, still held on to a flicker of hope, but others had seemingly shifted their focus elsewhere. The remainder of the match devolved into a one-sided affair. Despite Lingard's relentless efforts on the pitch, he could only watch helplessly as his team began to crumble. In the 60th minute, Jesus was fouled just outside the penalty area by defender Angelo Arbana, resulting in a direct free kick awarded by the referee. Mingyu stepped up and struck the free kick with power, scoring again. 3-0. Mingyu had completed a hat trick in the League Cup final. In the 65th minute, Guardiola substituted Mingyu for Bernardo Silva. Recognizing that in a match already secured, there was no need for Mingyu to expend unnecessary energy, especially with more significant challenges ahead. As Mingyu left the field, the crowd rose to their feet, showering him with heartfelt applause and cheers. He acknowledged the fans with a wave as he departed, a moment that belonged entirely to him. Although Manchester City had claimed their 5th consecutive League Cup title, no one would begrudge them a 6th. Mingyu shared a joyful embrace with Guardiola on the sidelines. Guardiola gently patted him on the back, expressing his gratitude. In this match, Mingyu played an exceptionally pivotal role. His flamboyant dribbling at the outset incited the opposition, compelling them to err and leading to a yellow card for their player. This allowed the team to frequently target this player until they secured goal. Although the strategy was somewhat dubious, it would have been exceedingly difficult to achieve without a player like Mingyu. In the 90th minute, the referee timely blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, offering no additional time for stoppage. This was not due to a lack of necessity for extra time, but rather the referee deemed it inhumane to prolong it any further. The final score read 7-0. Manchester City had gone berserk. This also set a record for the most goals scored in a single English League Cup final and the largest margin of victory in a single match. After the game concluded, players from West Ham United hurriedly vacated the field, feeling as though their opponents were madmen, eager to leave this sorrowful venue. The players of Manchester City, however, paid no heed to the reactions of a vanquished team. This marked their 6th consecutive League Cup victory, a record for the most consecutive cup wins among all major leagues. Although the players of Manchester City had grown accustomed to this championship, one player was experiencing this triumph for the first time, Mingyu. This was his 3rd trophy since joining the Premier League, following the Charity Shield and the Premier League title. Awaiting him are a FA Cup victory and a UEFA Champions League title. A quintuple in a single season has never been achieved in the history of the Premier League. Liverpool once secured 5 trophies in the calendar year 2001, but they did not claim the league title that year. All 5 were cup victories, including the League Cup, FA Cup, UEFA Cup, Charity Shield, and UEFA Super Cup. Notably, the European title Liverpool attained was not the Champions League, but rather the UEFA Cup, which somewhat diminishes the significance of their quintuple. Nonetheless, it remains the only instance of an English team achieving such a feat after more than 2 decades. There exists a significant opportunity for an English team to capture a quintuple once more, which serves as a potent tonic for the Football Association's aspiration to become the world's Premier League. To afford Manchester City additional rest, the Football Association graciously adjusted their league schedule. Given that Manchester City had already clinched the Premier League title, the adjustment was of little consequence to them. However, the Football Association's goodwill was not lost on Manchester City. Following the conclusion of the League Cup, their upcoming league match was postponed until after the FA Cup final. This adjustment would allow Manchester City to fully prepare for the second leg of the Champions League semi-finals and the FA Cup final. Initially, the Football Association contemplated postponing the FA Cup final, but the opposing team, Arsenal, voiced strong objections. The second leg of the Champions League semi-finals was scheduled for April 20th, with the FA Cup final on April 25th. Although there were 4 days of rest in between, this represented Arsenal's only opportunity to defeat Manchester City, having already suffered 3 defeats this season. Ultimately, due to Arsenal's vehement opposition, the postponement of the FA Cup final was rendered moot. Days later, the second leg of the Champions League semi-finals reignited the competition. This time, the battleground was at Manchester City's home ground, the Etihad Stadium. In the first leg, at Inter Milan's home ground, the San Siro, Mingyu had an outstanding game, scoring 4 goals and leading Manchester City to a 4-2 victory over Inter Milan. Returning home with a 2-goal advantage and 4 away goals, Manchester City bore no psychological burden. The long-traveling Inter Milan squad encountered the intimidating atmosphere of the Etihad Stadium. As the match commenced, amidst a cacophony of boos, Belgian forward Lukaku attempted a long-range shot in front of Manchester City's goal. However, the shot failed to elicit any response from goalkeeper Ederson, as it sailed far over the target, perhaps aiming for the 9th or even 10th tier of the stands. Witnessing Lukaku's errant shot, the Manchester City fans responded with even louder jeers. Under immense pressure, the players of Inter Milan began to make uncharacteristic mistakes. In the 20th minute of the first half, Inter midfielder Hakan Alhanoglu, while attempting to pass back, miscalculated and inadvertently gifted the ball to Jesus, who was lurking in the defensive line. Seizing this unexpected opportunity, Jesus effortlessly maneuvered past the out-of-position center back and unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area. Despite the best efforts of Inter's 25-year-old goalkeeper Ian Aradu, the suddenness of the situation left him ill-prepared to prevent the ball from crashing into the net. The score now stood at 1-0, with an aggregate of 5-2. If Inter Milan harbored hopes of witnessing the final at Wembley, they would need to score 4 goals in the remaining time, while ensuring Manchester City did not score again, an utterly impossible task. This goal left the players of Inter Milan feeling despondent. Following the blunder, Alhanoglu chased after the ball with a face full of regret. However, Jesus was swift, and before Alhanoglu could catch up, the goal was already scored. Alhanoglu fell to his knees, hands covering his face, prostrate on the pitch. He fully understood the gravity of this goal. It perhaps signified the futility of Inter Milan's efforts throughout the year. On the sidelines, Inter Milan's coach Inzaghi appeared stunned. His composure vanished, and his furrowed brow shattered the hearts of countless Italians. With his mindset unsettled, Alhanoglu committed a reckless foul in the 30th minute, bringing down the goal scorer, Jesus. The referee promptly rushed to the scene, producing a red card from his pocket and unhesitatingly gesturing to Alhanoglu, declaring, "You must leave." Following the foul, Alhanoglu seemed to awaken from a nightmare. He could scarcely believe his actions, staring blankly at the referee's red card with a look of confusion. The other players from Inter Milan regarded him with a mixture of emotions. This master of free kicks, who had defected from Milan, had indeed made significant contributions to the team this season. However, this match would overshadow all his prior accomplishments. Perhaps by now, fans of Milan were already celebrating with champagne at home. Little International, the spy we dispatched has finally exploded. Are you surprised? Are you happy? Hakan Alhanoglu, like a mere shell of a person, slowly walked off the pitch. Inzaghi, casting a glance at the field, remained oblivious to Hakan as he passed by. Hakan showed no signs of emotion either, continuing his path towards the players' tunnel. At the entrance of the tunnel, he couldn't help but glance back at the Inter Milan bench, displaying a faint, sorrowful smile. Perhaps he would soon be transferring to another team. Hakan's dismissal shattered Inter Milan's morale completely. As the first half concluded, the 2-0 scoreline failed to reflect Manchester City's dominance on the field. Although Mingyu did not score, the second goal came from a long pass he made from midfield, finding Sterling on the flank. After receiving the ball, Sterling executed a beautiful cut-in and, with his right foot, curled a shot past the goalkeeper, sending the ball into Inter Milan's net. Mingyu attempted 2 shots, yet despite Inter Milan's disheartened state, their goalkeeper, Yonut Radu, performed exceptionally, thwarting both of Mingyu's efforts. Chapter 295, Advancing to the Champions League Final. The second leg of the Champions League semi-final between Manchester City and Inter Milan saw the first substitution made by City's coach in the 70th minute. Number 10 off the pitch. All the fans at the Etihad Stadium rose to their feet, applauding the young man as he slowly exited the field. Mingyu waved to the crowd, eliciting an even louder cheer. As he passed each of his Manchester City teammates, he embraced them in farewell. Although Mingyu strolled leisurely towards the sidelines, the players of Inter Milan and the referee showed no acknowledgement. The camera focused on the large screen within the Etihad Stadium, displaying a vibrant 4-0, with the home team leading. In the second half, Manchester City scored 2 more goals, altering the score to 4-0 and bringing the aggregate to 8-2. Inter Milan was beyond saving. With victory assured, Guardiola decisively substituted Mingyu, allowing him to bask in the applause of the crowd. In this match, Mingyu's performance was nothing short of flawless, scoring once in each half and orchestrating the tempo of the midfield, leaving Inter Milan unable to mount any effective offense. Amid the ecstatic cheers of the fans, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. With the final score at 5-0, after Mingyu's departure, Sterling completed a remarkable solo run down the left flank, placing the ball into Inter Milan's goal. Manchester City eliminated the Serie A giants with an aggregate score of 9-2, advancing to the Champions League final. This year's final will take place at Wembley Stadium, a significant boon for Manchester City. Having already played 2 matches there this season, the recently concluded Charity Shield and the English League Cup final. Just 5 days later, they will also compete for the FA Cup at the same venue. Perhaps Manchester City will achieve an unprecedented feat, securing 4 trophy wins at Wembley within a single season. The following day, the other Champions League semi-final yielded a victor. Real Madrid, with Haaland and De Bruyne, edged Juventus 1-0 at home, eliminating them with a total score of 3-1. Ronaldo, visibly dejected in front of the cameras after the match, reflected on his time at Juventus, lamenting the absence of a Champions League title since his transfer from Real Madrid. "This will be my final season at Juventus. After this season concludes, I will be signing with my hometown club, Sporting Lisbon, for 1 year. I have grown fond of Serie A, Juventus, and my teammates. I thank everyone for their cooperation over the years." In the post-match press conference, Ronaldo confirmed his departure from Juventus at the season's end, marking the end of an era for the legendary duo. This decision had gradually become apparent following the World Cup. Nonetheless, Ronaldo's form remained impressive, defying the notion that he was nearing 40. While news of his departure stirred considerable attention, much focus shifted to the thrilling conclusions of league and cup competitions. Currently, only the Premier League has determined its champion, while the other top 4 leagues remain undecided. In Serie A, after the 32nd round, Inter Milan held the first position, leading Juventus by a mere point. Until the final moments, it remains uncertain who will claim this season's Serie A title. In 3 days, the Italian Cup final will commence, featuring a matchup between Milan and Roma. The Bundesliga saw Bayern Munich excel in the first half of the season, but following the World Cup, star striker Lewandowski's decline in form significantly impacted the team's attack, resulting in a slender 4-point lead over second-place Dortmund after 32 rounds. The DFB Pokal final is set to feature Bayern Munich against Bayer Leverkusen. The outcomes of La Liga and Ligue 1 appear largely settled, with Real Madrid and Paris Saint-Germain boasting leads of over 10 points, likely to secure their titles within 2 or 3 rounds. The Copa del Rey final will witness a fierce rivalry between Real Madrid and Barcelona, with Barcelona's fortunes plummeting this season as they find themselves out of contention in both the League and Champions League, leaving only the Copa del Rey to pursue. The French Cup final pits Paris Saint-Germain against Lyon, promising an exciting clash between two traditional powerhouses. The forthcoming matches this month will mark the climax of the top 5 leagues, showcasing thrilling moments. As the date arrived on April 25th, it was once again at Wembley Stadium for the FA Cup final. Manchester City faced Arsenal, whose league ranking had plummeted to 10th, trailing 6th place by 7 points, indicating that barring unforeseen circumstances, Arsenal would likely miss out on European competition next season. With no hope left in the league, Arsenal aimed to seize the FA Cup as their sole remaining honor. Consequently, the players exhibited a fierce desire to win. During the pre-match motivational segment, Arsenal's squad displayed unwavering confidence and determination, refusing to back down. Although the source of their confidence remained unclear, it undeniably heightened the anticipation surrounding the match. At 5 p.m. on April 25th, Wembley Stadium was filled to capacity, with Manchester City supporters once again occupying a significant portion of the arena. Arsenal supporters, donned in their team's attire, passionately sang the club's anthem within the stadium. In this match, the players of Manchester City appeared remarkably relaxed, as the allure of the FA Cup title held little temptation for them. Their focus was firmly set on the forthcoming Champions League final a month later. Yet, having arrived, who would disdain the prospect of another trophy? Arsenal had faced Manchester City 3 times this season, each encounter resulting in a resounding defeat for the Gunners. This iteration of Arsenal was no longer the formidable force that once secured a top 4 finish with ease. Against the invincible Manchester City, one could only wonder if Arsenal could conjure a miracle. Chapter 296. The FA Cup final approaches. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Wembley Stadium, earning the skill of Arsenal legend Patrick Vieira. Iron wall defense. Iron wall defense. When a team transitions into a defensive formation, the host's defensive prowess will see a substantial enhancement, with significant improvements in marking, tackling, and intercepting abilities. Upon witnessing this skill, Mingyu could not suppress his joy. Although Manchester City currently seemed to be in a state of unassailable dominance, only they understood that this success was built upon their formidable offensive capabilities. Their powerful attack obscured the weaknesses in their midfield and defense. If faced with a team of equal strength or one adept at counterattacking, Manchester City could find themselves in considerable trouble. In a month, they would encounter Real Madrid, a team that balanced both offense and defense with excellence. Their attacking prowess rivaled that of Manchester City, and their defense was equally impressive. Captain Ramos, despite rumors of his departure from Real Madrid at the season's end, had proven to be a linchpin, guiding the team to multiple clean sheets in the second half of the season. In contemplating a tactical shift against Real Madrid, Guardiola recalled the previous season's Champions League final, where a last-minute alteration in strategy had rendered their meticulously crafted formation ineffective, allowing the opponents to seize the opportunity for a decisive blow. This time, Guardiola aimed to strengthen the midfield. However, Mingyu's newly acquired ability would introduce a fresh dynamic to Guardiola's revised lineup. The specifics of this would hinge on Mingyu's performance in the FA Cup final. As the match commenced, Arsenal initiated the first attack. Positioned in midfield, Mingyu felt invigorated by the dual enhancements of the midfield magician and iron wall defense skills. Aubameyang played the ball back to his half before making a forward sprint. Observing Aubameyang's movement, Mingyu anticipated Arsenal's strategy. He subtly adjusted his position towards Aubameyang. Indeed, after receiving the ball, Arsenal's defensive midfielder executed a long pass aimed at the advancing Aubameyang, seeking to launch a surprise attack. It must be noted that this tactic displayed considerable acumen, as Manchester City's players, accustomed to a relaxed start, left Aubameyang unmarked. As the ball approached, Aubameyang prepared to receive it, a look of surprise etched upon his face. Yet from the side, a figure leapt into action, soaring above and deflecting the ball out of play. The sudden appearance of the number 10 caused Aubameyang's expression to darken. Once again, it was Mingyu. After clearing the ball, Mingyu voiced his dissatisfaction, urging his teammates to remain vigilant. The Manchester City players, now alert, braced themselves for the ensuing play. Arsenal's initial surprise attack had faltered, and in the subsequent positional battle, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, stroked his chin in surprise at Mingyu's impressive tackle, cleanly dispossessing Nicolas Pepe. Although Mingyu had actively participated in defense in previous matches, Today he seemed particularly focused, though perhaps overly so, on defensive duties. After regaining possession, Mingyu swiftly passed the ball to Gundogan, relinquishing the orchestration of the attack. 15 minutes into the match, Mingyu's incursions past the midfield were scarce, prompting even Rodri, the designated defensive midfielder, to join the offensive foray. This unusual behavior from Mingyu not only surprised Guardiola, but also intrigued the spectators, who began to speculate about his condition. Was he unwell? Yet his earlier tackle had showcased vigor, dispelling such notions. Was it a tactical decision? That seemed implausible, for no coach would confine such a potent asset to the defensive half. Nevertheless, Mingyu's repeated successful interventions in defense led many fans to recognize his unexpected defensive capabilities. However, standing firm in his half, regardless of his ability to intercept every ball, offered little assistance to Manchester City's offensive endeavors. Those harboring such thoughts would soon find themselves disabused by Mingyu's subsequent actions. In the 24th minute, Arsenal mounted another attack. This time, they cleverly avoided Mingyu's side and advanced along the other flank, displaying commendable control of the attacking rhythm. A sudden cross from the wing found a defender positioning himself to thwart Aubameyang, easily clearing the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Rodri instinctively relayed it to Mingyu, just as everyone expected Mingyu to pass to the retreating Gundogan. He glanced at the forward positions and opted to send the ball soaring into Arsenal's half with a deft kick. As the ball ascended high into the air and Sterling sprinted towards Arsenal's penalty area, the Manchester City supporters rose in unison, their cheers resonating throughout Wembley Stadium. Meanwhile, the Arsenal fans expressed their trepidation through a chorus of boos. As Sterling surged forward, he glanced skyward to gauge the ball's descent, with only Arsenal's Gabriel contesting him. Gabriel attempted to disrupt Sterling while also tracking the ball's trajectory. The ball's landing point was within the penalty area, but it descended rapidly, leaving the goalkeeper with no choice but to remain anchored in the 6-yard box, awaiting the inevitable collision between the two players. Sterling's movement was astute, exhibiting a remarkable understanding with Mingyu, as their interplay was executed flawlessly. Sterling curved in from the left, approaching the penalty area, maintaining a clear line of sight to the ball. In contrast, the defenders struggled to keep pace, glancing back while simultaneously attempting to mark Sterling, swiftly losing the advantage in the race for the aerial ball. Sterling forcefully maneuvered past Gabriel, gracefully leaping to cushion a long pass exceeding 45 meters with his chest. A clear opportunity. Chapter 297, The Birth of the Quadruple Champions. Mingyu, near the center circle, executed a long pass that found Sterling, who had darted from the left flank into the center. In a burst of speed, Sterling shrugged off the defensive player's grasp, leaping slightly to deftly control the pass at his feet. Without waiting for Arsenal's goalkeeper to initiate his move, Sterling lifted his leg and unleashed a shot. This time, he did not embody the essence of joyful football. The ball slipped through the armpit of goalkeeper Ronaldo and into the net. 1-0. Manchester City broke the deadlock against Arsenal in the 24th minute of the first half. This goal sent the City supporters into a frenzy. The FA Cup championship was now within reach. The Arsenal players wore expressions of despair, acutely aware that once Manchester City took the lead, they would dominate the match, leading to an inevitable collapse. Having lost to Manchester City 3 times this season, Arsenal's morale was thoroughly shattered by this goal. On the sidelines, Guardiola smiled faintly. The outcome of this match had long been predetermined. The only question was when the goals would come. The subsequent match unfolded precisely as predicted. In the 35th minute, with Arsenal pressing forward, Mingyu intercepted the ball in the backfield. Recognizing the vulnerability in the opponent's defense, he activated his offensive skills, advancing from the edge of his own penalty area, deftly bypassing 3 Arsenal defenders, and ultimately executed a pendulum-style dribble before the advancing Ronaldo. Ronaldo, deceived, found himself seated on the ground, helplessly watching as Mingyu slipped past and sent the ball into the net. 2-0. This goal effectively signaled the end of the match, as Arsenal's players appeared utterly disheartened. In the 45th minute, just as the 4th official raised the board indicating 1 minute of stoppage time, Mingyu delivered a precise through ball from the backfield. Like a surgeon's scalpel, the ball sliced through the defenses of 4 Arsenal players, penetrating their entire line. Center forward Jesus emerged from behind the last defender like a divine apparition, striking the ball powerfully into the Arsenal goal. 3-0. Arsenal had been thoroughly dismantled by Manchester City. Mingyu played the full match, as there would be no significant games in the upcoming month. The crucial Champions League final was set to occur in a month's time. Therefore, Guardiola allowed Mingyu to showcase his talents to the fullest. Mingyu was like a massive reef, thwarting or neutralizing countless Arsenal attacks, ultimately instilling fear in Arsenal's forwards who hesitated to approach him. The combination of his defensive prowess and midfield artistry was nothing short of a perfect match. Defensive midfielder Rodri felt the game lacked passion, having exerted little effort throughout. As the referee blew the whistle, the champions of the 2022-2023 FA Cup were crowned. Wembley Stadium erupted in joyous celebration once again. For Manchester City and Mingyu, Wembley had proven to be a veritable fortress. This season, Mingyu had secured 3 trophies at this venue: the Charity Shield, the EFL Cup, and the FA Cup, making him the first player to achieve a domestic quadruple in England in a single season. The Premier League title, the Charity Shield, the EFL Cup, and the FA Cup represented all the trophies available to the elite teams in England. Previously, Manchester City had achieved this feat in the 2018-2019 season, marking one of only 2 such accomplishments in Premier League history. Even Manchester United, who dominated the league for nearly 2 decades, never managed to accomplish this. Should Manchester City triumph in the Champions League a month later, they would be etched into history as the greatest team in England, without equal. In a moment he lifted the FA Cup trophy, while celebrating with his teammates, Mingyu's thoughts had already drifted to the Champions League final a month ahead. This was Mingyu's second season in the Champions League, yet his 23 goals had already surpassed the 19 he scored last season. The previous record for the most goals in a single Champions League campaign was held by Ronaldo, with 17 goals for Real Madrid in the 2013-2014 season. The formidable Mingyu had shattered that record, elevating it to over 20 goals. With his prowess, scoring the final should not pose a significant challenge. With this championship secured, the remaining league matches held little significance for Manchester City. A perfect league record offered no allure for Guardiola, who was solely focused on clinching the Champions League title. Mingyu wished to step onto the pitch and score a few more goals. But Guardiola would not allow him to participate in such inconsequential matches. What if he were to sustain an injury? As a result, after 38 league matches, Manchester City concluded with 36 victories and 2 draws. Yet, no one paid heed to those 2 draws as the Champions League final loomed on the horizon. In the final league match, Mingyu was named in the starting lineup and played the full game, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. He concluded his inaugural Premier League season with a hat-trick. 38 matches, 53 goals. This tally sent shockwaves through English football. Historically, few players have claimed the European Golden Shoe in the Premier League due to the meager goal tallies. Sometimes, 18 or 19 goals suffice to earn the title of top scorer, with the maximum ever being 34 goals, making comparisons with other leagues' top scorers impossible. However, this year, Mingyu had dramatically raised the bar for the Premier League's top scorer, leaving the English gentleman in disbelief. What a phenomenon, holding the Premier League Golden Boot. Mingyu placed it in his trophy room. This marked his 3rd league Golden Boot, alongside a European Golden Shoe and a Champions League Golden Shoe. It was a foregone conclusion that he would also secure a Champions League Golden Shoe and a European Golden Shoe this season. As he surveyed his trophy room, the World Cup Ballon d'Or naturally occupied the most prominent position. A fierce determination ignited within Mingyu. He was resolute in his quest for the Champions League trophy. Chapter 298, the first Champions League final. May 26th, the 5 major leagues in Europe had concluded. All league champions and domestic cup winners had been determined. Both the Premier League and FA Cup champions were Manchester City. The Serie A champion was decided only in the final round. Inter Milan, having led Juventus by a solitary point, faltered in the final round, drawing 2-2 against Napoli. Meanwhile, Juventus triumphed at home with a resounding 3-0 victory over Fiorentina, executing a remarkable turnaround to claim the Serie A title. Upon learning of Juventus's victory, Ronaldo was overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of joy. This marked his final season with Juventus, and securing a Serie A championship was undoubtedly the most exquisite farewell gift for him. The Coppa Italia title was ultimately claimed by AS Roma. In the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich clinched the championship with 3 rounds to spare, and further demonstrated their dominance by defeating Bayer Leverkusen 3-1 in the DFB Pokal, achieving a domestic double. In La Liga, Real Madrid secured the title with 4 rounds remaining. However, in the Copa del Rey, it was Messi who emerged victorious, scoring a stunning free-kick winner during extra time in a 1-1 draw, thereby preventing Barcelona from a disastrous season devoid of trophies. In Ligue 1, Paris Saint-Germain also secured the league title 3 rounds early, with Mbappé scoring the only goal in the Coupe de France final, thus achieving a domestic double. All matches across the top 5 leagues have concluded. Yet European football remains abuzz with anticipation as the Champions League final approaches, set to take place once more at Wembley Stadium. Manchester City will face the illustrious La Liga giants, Real Madrid. Currently, Real Madrid boasts a formidable squad, bolstered by the addition of De Bruyne, who has reinvigorated the team, providing the leadership they needed. The 30-year-old De Bruyne has found his place at Real Madrid, netting 13 goals and assisting 27 in 53 matches this season. His striking partner, Haaland, has scored an impressive 43 goals, including 30 in the league, securing the Pichichi Trophy, overshadowing Messi. Had it not been for Mingyu, Haaland would have likely claimed the European Golden Shoe as well. The duo of Haaland and De Bruyne is often regarded as the most formidable attacking pair of the season, although Mingyu's goal tally is rapidly approaching theirs, rendering this title somewhat misleading. Indeed, any forward for Manchester City paired with Mingyu could likely surpass them. Regardless, the Champions League final this season promises to be one of the most thrilling in recent years. On May 26th, all eyes will be on Wembley. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the stadium was already filled to capacity, with fans outside passionately chanting for their teams. Having entered this arena for the 4th time, Mingyu felt an almost home field advantage. After all, Manchester City is an English club, while their opponents, Real Madrid, hail from Spain. Wembley has historically been a fortress for English teams. The question remains whether Manchester City can further their legacy here and complete a remarkable 4 victories over their rivals this season. All to be determined in the next 90 minutes. Good evening to all viewers tuning in to this pivotal match on Tencent Sports. This clash has captivated football fans worldwide, with reports indicating that attendance for this Champions League final has surpassed that of last year's World Cup finale, an exhilarating development indeed. Without further ado, let me introduce the teams competing today. Manchester City, in essence, is playing at home, and astonishingly, they've already secured 3 cup titles at this stadium this season, making Wembley a veritable lucky charm for them. If they can maintain this momentum and secure the Champions League title, they will become the first genuine quintuple winners in English football history. In this match, Guardiola has opted for a more stable formation, unlike the drastic changes seen last season, which has alleviated the concerns of City fans who were disenchanted after last year's loss. Let us examine Manchester City's starting lineup. Ederson remains the first-choice goalkeeper, delivering a consistently stable performance this season. The defense features the familiar quartet of Zinchenko, Stones, Laporte, and Walker, who have established a strong rapport over the course of the season. Today's alteration comes in the midfield, with Mingyu slightly repositioned to partner with Rodri in a dual defensive midfield setup. Guardiola is clearly intent on contesting the midfield battle, deploying both Bernardo Silva and Gundogan in tandem in the attack. The forward line has shifted from a 3-man formation to a duo, with Jesus and Sterling. Although Sterling appears to be operating closer to the flanks, it is evident that Guardiola places significant importance on this match. Mingyu has showcased remarkable defensive prowess in prior games, which likely influenced Guardiola's decision to adjust his positioning. However, this 4-man midfield represents a gamble for Guardiola, transitioning from last season's no-defensive midfield strategy to this season's dual defensive midfielders. Let us eagerly anticipate Manchester City's performance on the pitch. Chapter 299. Defensive midfielder Mingyu requests to play Real Madrid will field their preferred 4-3-3 formation today. Thibaut Courtois, in goal, has been instrumental in securing the league title and reaching the Champions League final. The defense features Varane and Ramos as center-backs, with Marcelo and Odriozola as wing-backs. In midfield, Casemiro anchors the defensive role, supported by Isco and De Bruyne as attacking midfielders. Up front, Benzema occupies the central position, with Haaland on the left and young Brazilian Vinicius on the right, forming a formidable attacking trident that has been a staple for Real Madrid this season. This lineup has been rehearsed throughout the season, and as these two powerhouses clash, it remains to be seen which team will emerge victorious and lift the Champions League trophy this season. The atmosphere at Wembley Stadium is electric, Although Mingyu has triumphed in this stadium by securing 3 championship trophies, today, as he steps onto the field once more, his heart races uncontrollably. The UEFA Champions League final. This is a pinnacle that many players can only dream of reaching in their careers. Countless superstars have spent their entire lives without ever grasping the Champions League title. Names like Bergkamp, Ibrahimovic, Mathis, Cantona, Roberto Baggio, and Buffon come to mind. Notably, 2 of the most dazzling stars also grace this list. Ronaldo, the Brazilian phenomenon. Throughout his illustrious career, he has curiously lacked the most coveted trophy, the Champions League title. In fact, Ronaldo has never even reached a Champions League final. At the top of this list stands none other than the Argentine king, Maradona, who similarly never had the opportunity to touch the Champions League trophy during his career. This underscores the immense difficulty of winning the Champions League. Mingyu had a chance to represent Barcelona in last season's final, but a severe injury not only dashed his dreams, but also hindered Barcelona's aspirations. This season, he departed for Barcelona to join Manchester City, reigniting his quest for Champions League glory. Finally, today, Mingyu finds himself on the grand stage of the final he has long coveted. In this moment, he cannot contain his excitement. This marks Manchester City's 2nd consecutive appearance in the Champions League final. However, last season's final is a painful memory. All the players are determined to redeem themselves and strive for the club's first Champions League trophy. In the players' tunnel, Mingyu, donned in a blue and white jersey, stands shoulder to shoulder with Ramos, who is clad in black. Reports suggest that Ramos has chosen not to renew his contract with Real Madrid, meaning he will depart the club at the end of this season. Since joining Real Madrid in 2005, Ramos has become the team's most reliable defensive stalwart, eventually rising to captain and becoming the soul of the squad. His decision not to renew has sparked discussions among Real Madrid fans. Nevertheless, Ramos maintains a steadfast expression, his eyes reflecting determination. He hopes to present a Champions League trophy as a parting gift upon leaving Real Madrid. The atmosphere in the stadium is vibrant, as it is the annual Champions League final. Enormous emblems of both teams adorn the halves of the pitch, while England's most renowned band occupies the center. Prior to the match, a musical celebration is inevitable. After more than 10 minutes, the performance concludes, and the crowd erupts into enthusiastic applause. The camera shifts to the sidelines, focusing on 2 impeccably dressed gentlemen. The fan cheers grow louder. Acknowledging the excitement, the 2 men graciously wave to the crowd. On the left stands Andriy Shevchenko, the current head coach of the Ukrainian national team and a former star, often referred to as Ukraine's nuclear missile. On the right is Steven Gerrard, the current manager of Rangers and a former Liverpool legend, eternally known as the captain of the Reds. These 2 serve as the ambassadors of this year's Champions League final. Locking eyes, they lift the coveted Champions League trophy, the Big Ears Cup, from the pedestal behind them and make their way to the center of the field, showcasing its allure to the audience. The entire crowd rises in unison, applauding and cheering for the trophy that haunts the dreams of every player. In the stands, a slightly overweight woman passionately sings the Champions League anthem. This woman is none other than the renowned English pop singer, Adele. Her enchanting voice elevates the anthem to ethereal heights. As her melody fills the air, it signals the player's entry. The moment has arrived. The 46-year-old Italian referee, Daniele Orsato, is officiating today, accompanied by a team from Italy. This marks his 2nd time refereeing a Champions League final. With a gaunt face and a serious demeanor, he evokes the legendary Italian referee Pierluigi Collina. Following the referee's lead, the players emerge from the tunnel, hand in hand with the ball boys. Orsato takes the match ball in hand and strides confidently toward the center of the field. The players line up, with excited ball boys standing before them. Once Adele's performance concludes, both teams applaud the crowd in gratitude for their support. As the home team, Manchester City dons their traditional blue and white kits, attacking from the left side of the pitch, while Real Madrid, dressed in black, advances from the right. The Champions League final is about to commence. The fans hold their breath, eagerly awaiting the starting whistle. We can see that Mingyu's positioning has indeed changed from before. He stands somewhat further back alongside Rodri, indicating that today he will likely play as a defensive midfielder. It seems Guardiola has learned from last season's final defeat. But placing Mingyu in this role, will it affect Manchester City's attacking prowess? The match begins. Let's turn our attention to the unfolding action. Chapter 300, A New Era of Greatness. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at Wembley Stadium and received an item from Real Madrid legend Iker Casillas, the gloves of San Iker. Mingyu blinked in bewilderment. What on earth is this? I always believed this system aimed to develop me as a forward, but I later realized it intended for me to become an attacking midfielder. Recently, however, it seems it wishes to mold me into a versatile midfielder. Now, it appears I am being thrust toward the final position on the field, goalkeeper. Surely not. Even if I were to leave from Big Ben, I would never consider becoming a goalkeeper. Gazing at the pair of gloves that had suddenly appeared in my system space, Mingyu's expression darkened. Nevertheless, the name Iker Casillas is undoubtedly one of the most illustrious in Real Madrid's history. During the early years of the 21st century, San Iker was revered as a deity among Real Madrid supporters. As a goalkeeper, standing only 182 meters tall, Casillas may not have inspired immediate confidence, yet his quick reflexes and solid technique made him the most trusted last line of defense for Real Madrid. Without Casillas, the legendary Galacticos might never have set sail. Mingyu found himself intrigued by the purpose of those gloves. However, he quickly dismissed the thought as Real Madrid's offensive play commenced. Real Madrid initiated the match with a kickoff. Benzema deftly passed the ball back to the attacking midfielder De Bruyne. Benzema, Haaland, and Vinicius surged forward like arrows released from a bow, racing towards Manchester City's half. Jesus dashed across the halfway line, attempting to intercept the ball at De Bruyne's feet. Yet, after a season with Real Madrid, De Bruyne's skills have become remarkably refined. With a simple pullback and a deft touch with his right foot, he evaded the reckless Jesus with ease. De Bruyne glanced at the three forwards ahead, lifted his right foot, and delivered a splendid long pass aimed at the flanking Haaland. This has long been a tactical approach for Real Madrid, leveraging the impact of three forwards to catch the opponent off guard. It must be acknowledged that this strategy has proven effective in numerous matches. While it may not always result in a goal, it certainly disrupts the opponent's initial tactical setup. Haaland used his body to shield Manchester's fullback Kyle Walker behind him. Not only had De Bruyne shown significant improvement this year, but the young Haaland's progress was also visibly remarkable. His already formidable physique appeared even more robust this season, resembling a young bull. Beside Haaland, Walker seemed like a frail girl, helplessly squeezed behind him, devoid of any means to counter. Haaland effortlessly brought the ball down with his chest, and, without allowing it to touch the ground, he struck it sharply with his right heel, pivoted, and used his powerful frame to shake Walker off with ease. Walker, attempting to grab hold, stumbled due to Haaland's sheer force, nearly losing his balance. The Real Madrid fans in attendance erupted in cheers at this familiar sight, their excitement palpable. This season, Haaland's relentless breakthroughs had become a common spectacle, each one igniting adrenaline among the crowd. A quintessential display of aggressive football. Mingyu, positioned as a defensive midfielder, had already shifted toward Haaland as De Bruyne prepared to strike. His understanding of Haaland was still rooted in the impressions from last year during his time in Barcelona. Although Guardiola had showcased much of Real Madrid's footage from this season for analysis, merely watching videos could not provide a true grasp of the opponent's prowess. Mingyu was astounded as he witnessed Haaland break through Walker with such force and finesse. Truly, a remarkable transformation had occurred. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Allowing Haaland to advance unchecked would place Manchester City's defense in jeopardy. At that moment, Guardiola's decision to position Mingyu as a defensive midfielder revealed its significance. Despite Haaland's success against Walker, Mingyu was only 3 to 4 meters away from him. After bypassing Walker, Haaland caught a glimpse of Mingyu out of the corner of his eye. Instantly, a surge of past grievances flooded his mind. Last season, upon transferring from Dortmund to Real Madrid, Haaland had aspired to achieve great things, only to be thwarted by the formidable Mingyu. Each encounter had seen him either outclassed or thoroughly overwhelmed. As a newcomer to Real Madrid, lacking a solid foundation, Haaland's performance last season had been mediocre at best. However, this season, with De Bruyne's arrival, the two had quickly forged a formidable alliance. With both offensive stars aligned, the rest of the team gradually fell into line. Real Madrid was no longer a factionalized team. Following Ronaldo's departure, the Portuguese contingent had essentially disbanded. Ramos was also set to leave this season, stripping the Spanish faction of its influence. The remaining French contingent, led by Benzema, had unequivocally shifted their allegiance to Haaland and De Bruyne, as the ball now resided at De Bruyne's feet. Currently, Real Madrid was at its zenith, with everyone united in purpose. Noticing Mingyu approach, Haaland surprisingly chose not to accelerate along the sideline, but instead slowed his pace slightly. He seemed determined to confront Mingyu head-on. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Mingyu's eyes, thinking, "Oh, little brother, you seem overconfident." "Wait, that's incorrect. Haaland is older than me." "Oh, older brother, you seem overconfident. If you wish to engage me one-on-one, let me assure you, there is no one in this world I cannot defend against." With Haaland slowing down, Mingyu swiftly maneuvered in front of him, half-turning to face the oncoming Haaland. The entire crowd held its breath, witnessing a direct confrontation between two of the youngest elite stars, the new generation's icons. Chapter 301, Wing Duel, Ultimate One-on-One. All the fans rose to their feet, whistling, clapping, and shouting as the atmosphere electrified Wembley Stadium. It resembled the iconic matchups between Messi and Ronaldo, a spectacle that never failed to exhilarate the audience. Haaland's expression was grave. This was his chance to validate himself. Last season, being completely overshadowed by Mingyu had left this prodigy feeling deeply frustrated. This season, Haaland sensed his rapid growth. But Mingyu had departed Spain. By divine providence, in the Champions League final, he finally faced the Manchester City team featuring Mingyu. To trample Mingyu and seize the Champions League trophy would be the ultimate triumph. Haaland gently nudged the ball with his right foot, inching closer to Mingyu. Haaland's explosive power was undoubtedly on par with Mingyu's, and their speeds were comparable, with physical attributes nearly equal. The two were, in essence, closely matched in overall capability. Young, vigorous, and prolific in scoring, both maintained the perfect distance. Any attempt by Haaland to break through or maneuver would afford Mingyu ample time to react. Observing Mingyu's flawless stance, Haaland's expression turned serious. Indeed, Mingyu's reputation for defensive prowess was well-deserved. Amidst the encouragement from the fans, Haaland found it impossible to pass the ball now. Thus, he resolved to utilize his body and speed to confront Mingyu directly. Suddenly, Haaland sprang into action, feigning with his right foot over the ball to mislead Mingyu. Yet, Mingyu's defensive instincts had become exceptionally sharp, rendering Haaland's feint ineffective. Upon observing Mingyu's unwavering composure, Haaland remained undeterred. He swiftly struck the ball forward along the flank with his right foot, propelling himself forward in an attempt to surge past Mingyu. The moment Haaland initiated his charge, Mingyu had already anticipated his direction of attack. Rather than attempting a direct interception, which would have been exceedingly challenging, Mingyu, facing Haaland sideways, executed a half-turn and accelerated backward. Though Haaland possessed a slight edge in speed due to his proactive stance, the two players soon found themselves neck and neck. Haaland nudged Mingyu with his shoulder, a tactic he frequently employed. Typically, when defenders are met with such force, their balance falters, causing their speed to diminish. Seizing this opportunity, Haaland aimed to slip past Mingyu at high velocity. However, today he faced Mingyu, a midfield maestro and a formidable defender. The combination of these skills significantly enhanced Mingyu's balance and stability during the defensive maneuver. The crowd gasped as they witnessed Haaland, resembling a young bull, collide with Mingyu. They had witnessed Haaland bulldoze defenders in the past, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Mingyu merely swayed slightly, maintaining his speed without faltering. Haaland was taken aback. During their previous encounters, he had found Mingyu's dribbling skills impressive, but his physicality had been merely average, unable to dominate in their confrontations. To his surprise, after a season apart, Mingyu had evidently transformed into a powerhouse. Having failed with his initial attempt, Haaland's momentum waned, resulting in their arms entangled. Both players sought to impede the other's forward progress. Positioned near the sideline, Haaland retained control of the ball as they raced to it. However, faced with Mingyu's persistent defense, he could not rely on his previous methods. Instead, Haaland used his left foot to pull the ball back, pivoting while leaning his body against Mingyu. This maneuver created a natural barrier with Haaland's broad back, effectively trapping Mingyu behind him and preventing him from executing further actions. Mingyu's persistent pressure began to frustrate Haaland. On the flank, neither Manchester City's players nor Real Madrid's teammates intervened, aware of the battle that was unfolding. Naturally, Haaland maintained an advantage as the attacking player. Despite 2 successive changes of direction, he could not shake Mingyu's tight marking. The Manchester City supporters erupted in discontented boos, a reflection of the home ground's atmosphere, causing Haaland to feel increasingly agitated. In a moment of desperation, Haaland decided to take a risk. He forcefully collided backward, akin to a bear crashing into a tree, unleashing a tremendous force. Even if Mingyu possessed a robust physique, he was unprepared for such an aggressive maneuver. If Mingyu had chosen to fall backward, the referee would undoubtedly have penalized Haaland for a clear foul. However, gritting his teeth, Mingyu took a slight step back without collapsing. The referee hesitated, the decision resting in the balance, but Mingyu remained upright, leaving the referee with a choice. Realizing he had gained a momentary advantage as Mingyu stepped back, Haaland felt a wave of relief. In his moment of triumph, he used his right foot to propel the ball towards the baseline, preparing to cut inside. Despite being pushed back, Mingyu remained grounded and, facing Haaland's forceful intent to break through, opted for a sliding tackle. As Haaland turned and advanced to dribble, he suddenly felt as if his foot had been ensnared by an invisible tether, stumbling forward and crashing onto the Manchester City sideline. This fall left Haaland momentarily dazed, believing Mingyu had committed a foul. However, after lying on the ground for 2 seconds without hearing the whistle, he instead heard the crowd erupt in excitement. Pushing himself up, Haaland glanced towards his half, only to find that Mingyu had swiftly regained his footing and surged forward, the ball now near the midfield. Chapter 302, a goal from the kickoff, stunning Real Madrid. Haaland's sudden loss of possession caught Real Madrid off guard. Mingyu's rapid advance compelled their defense to scramble back. Upon reaching the midfield, Mingyu surveyed the field ahead. Jesus was sprinting forward, parallel to the opposing defenders, while Bernardo Silva maneuvered alongside, pulling towards the flank. Meanwhile, Sterling was making a swift run on the left, and Gundogan ambled through the center, unmarked by any defenders. As Mingyu carried the ball, 2 Real Madrid players approached to double-team him, intent on fouling him if necessary to prevent his entry into their half. Mingyu's mind raced, calculating the optimal course of action. Just as everyone presumed he would pass to the unmarked Gundogan, Mingyu sharply pivoted, forcefully striking the side of the ball with his left foot, twisting his body as if to risk injury. Echoes of Beckham's famous bending free kick reverberated on the pitch as Mingyu's right foot lashed out like a whip, sending the ball spinning with fierce rotation directly into Real Madrid's penalty area. Recognizing the moment Mingyu struck the ball, Jesus accelerated, akin to a shark sensing blood, surging forward while confirming the ball's trajectory and adjusting his stride. Indeed, Mingyu's pass was aimed at Jesus. Though not particularly tall, Jesus was remarkably agile and possessed exceptional heading skills. The Real Madrid defenders watched in horror as the ball soared through the air, seemingly guided by an unseen force, accurately targeting Jesus, who was flanked by 2 defenders. Ramos stared in disbelief as the ball sailed past him. No matter how he stretched, it seemed impossible to intercept it. This moment reminded him of a legendary player he had never had the chance to collaborate with, yet whose lethal passes he had witnessed. Just as today, the football sailed past him, leaving him in despair, unable to make contact. Ramos, in a moment of resignation, extended his hand, hoping to obstruct Jesus' advance with his body. However, under the scrutiny of 2 defenders, Jesus was unable to execute a header. In a moment of desperation, he leapt into the air, striking the ball with his right foot. The football, perfectly positioned before him, was deflected by Jesus' foot, altering its trajectory and racing towards the Real Madrid goal with increased velocity. Goalkeeper Courtois was caught off guard by Jesus' unconventional shot, unprepared. He could only helplessly wave his right hand, failing to intercept the ball. The football crashed into the net behind him, igniting a surge of exhilaration among the Manchester City supporters. Merely 2 minutes into the match, Manchester City had executed a remarkable counterattack, scoring a spectacular goal. After the goal, Jesus could hardly believe his eyes. Rising to his feet, he waved his arms enthusiastically, uttering nonsensical words, as if only this could prevent his racing heart from bursting forth. In stark contrast to the jubilant Manchester City squad, the Real Madrid players stood frozen in disbelief, unable to accept the nightmare of conceding a goal so early in the match. What was happening? Some players hadn't even touched the ball yet. From the kickoff, Benzema passed to De Bruyne, who then relayed it to Haaland, leading to a one-on-one confrontation between Haaland and Mingyu. At the start, only these two had made contact with the ball. Subsequently, Mingyu made a tackle, advancing the ball and passing it directly to Jesus, who successfully scored. Thus, only two players from Manchester City had touched the ball. Within 2 minutes of the match, only 4 individuals had interacted with the football, culminating in a goal. Not only was Real Madrid in shock, but even Manchester City's players felt as though they were living in a dream. Guardiola, on the sidelines, displayed a look of astonishment, cradling his bald head in delight, unable to contain his smile. Real Madrid's new coach, Ancelotti, is a renowned Italian tactician. He joined Real Madrid in 2013, becoming the captain of the Galacticos. In 2014, Ancelotti guided Real Madrid to resounding success across various competitions. Although they did not clinch that year's league title, they triumphed in the Copa del Rey, the UEFA Champions League, and subsequently won the UEFA Super Cup and the FIFA Club World Cup, achieving an extraordinary quadruple. However, in 2015, plagued by injuries, Real Madrid faltered across all fronts, and despite having star players, the club president, Florentino Perez, dismissed the Italian coach. This season, Ancelotti returned to Real Madrid, receiving a warm welcome from both players and fans. Under Ancelotti's guidance, De Bruyne and Haaland developed an impressive synergy, becoming a formidable attacking duo in European football. In the league, Real Madrid reclaimed the championship title, and although they did not secure the Copa del Rey, reaching the UEFA Champions League final invigorated the entire club. Yet, unexpectedly, the final began with a heavy blow to Real Madrid. Not only the players, but even Ancelotti found himself somewhat disoriented. Nonetheless, as a top-tier coach, he demonstrated remarkable charisma at this moment. Ancelotti called out to his players, gesturing for composure, using body language to convey the message to remain calm and adhere to the pre-established tactics, urging them not to let the goal disrupt their mindset. Undoubtedly, Ancelotti's intervention proved effective. The initially dazed Real Madrid players quickly regained their composure. De Bruyne personally advanced into Manchester City's half, retrieving Haaland. Along the way, the two engaged in fervent communication. Haaland, resembling a chastised child, nodded repeatedly. De Bruyne finally patted him on the back, saying, "Erling, do not let one mistake lead you to doubt yourself. You are no less capable than he is. Let us focus on playing well and overcome this challenge together." Haaland nodded, his eyes reigniting with fierce determination. Chapter 303. The forgotten Haaland. Jesus' goal marked a dreamlike beginning for Manchester City. At the referee's urging, the players reluctantly returned to the pitch, slowly making their way back to their half. The gaze of Real Madrid's players turned dark as they looked at Manchester City. No team relishes witnessing such exuberant celebrations in front of them. As he walked, Jesus struggled to contain his inner elation, enthusiastically waving to the fans in the stands. Manchester City supporters were equally thrilled, as this dream start exceeded their pre-match imaginings. The game resumed. A visibly frustrated Benzema passed the ball back to De Bruyne. Upon receiving the ball, De Bruyne did not follow the initial tactical plan, but opted to pass it back to Casemiro. Having just scored, Manchester City was brimming with spirit. With 2 forwards and 2 attacking midfielders surging towards Real Madrid's half like unleashed tigers. The team maintained a cohesive formation, with a strategic spacing between the 4 lines. Under Ancelotti's direction, Real Madrid composed themselves. Facing the aggressive pressing from Manchester City, the players continued to pass the ball back to center-back Ramos. Jesus, who had just netted the opening goal, dashed past Casemiro, pursuing the football towards Ramos. Mingyu, stationed as a defensive midfielder, refrained from crossing the halfway line. Observing the somewhat disorganized formation in the front, he furrowed his brow slightly. The excitement of Manchester City's players had perhaps gone too far. After receiving the ball, Ramos opted not to advance, but instead passed it back to goalkeeper Courtois. Jesus, seemingly tireless, charged towards Courtois. Following several back passes, Manchester City's front line had been thoroughly stretched. Jesus found himself isolated within Real Madrid's penalty area. Sterling stood outside the left edge of the box, next to Real Madrid's fullback. Bernardo Silva and Gundogan were positioned separately in Real Madrid's half, while even Rodri had crossed the halfway line, preparing to receive a pass. However, Mingyu's unease grew. The frontline players of Manchester City had devolved into individual efforts. This was the unfortunate consequence of Guardiola shifting Mingyu's position backward. As the anchor in midfield, Mingyu found it increasingly challenging to direct the front-line players, whether in attack or defense. Furthermore, the early goal had significantly altered the mindset of many Manchester City players. The notion of pursuing victory relentlessly seems to resonate within the minds of Manchester City players at this moment. While Real Madrid's defensive line has been noticeably pushed back, the distances between their three lines remain commendably organized. Courtois, observing the advancing Jesus, exhibits no sign of panic, with a subtle sweep of his right foot. He directs the ball towards the flanking Marcelo. Over the past 2 seasons, Marcelo's decline in form has been apparent. Yet in this crucial match, Ancelotti continues to place his faith in the Brazilian left-back. Upon receiving the ball, Marcelo embarks on a forward run along the flank. Jesus attempts to maintain his pursuit, yet his strides have begun to slow from the exertion. However, Bernardo Silva swiftly darts forward, poised to intercept the ball at Marcelo's feet. Marcelo nudges the ball towards the center while continuing his advance along the wing. Casemiro, positioned centrally, receives the ball and pushes it forward, executing a splendid 1-2 that leaves Bernardo Silva trailing behind Marcelo. Marcelo's dribbling not only diffuses the pressure from Manchester City's front line, but also draws the attention of their midfield and defense towards the left side, particularly with Haaland lurking in that vicinity. With Marcelo in front and Haaland behind, Mingyu, as the last line of defense, finds himself in a precarious position, struggling to cover both threats. Unable to allow Marcelo to continue his advance, he forsakes Haaland and charges toward Marcelo. Upon noticing Mingyu's approach, Marcelo's eyes light up. He swings his left foot, feigning a direct pass to the advancing Haaland. Mingyu, without hesitation, extends his leg for an interception. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he realizes he has fallen for Marcelo's ruse. As Marcelo's left foot descends, he deftly pivots his ankle, transforming the intended through ball into a lateral pass directed to De Bruyne. Upon receiving the ball, De Bruyne swiftly advances, evading Rodri's challenge with a flashy step over that leaves the latter bewildered. Mingyu races across from the flank to reinforce the central defense. However, De Bruyne has already bypassed the midfield, now confronting Manchester City's defensive line. It is well known that this backline is merely of Premier League caliber, insufficient in the grander context of European football. Haaland, making a run along the edge of the penalty area, cuts in, yet no one seems to notice him. All eyes are fixated on De Bruyne. Only Mingyu recognizes that the cutting Haaland is the one to be most vigilant of. Keep an eye on Haaland. Watch Haaland. Mingyu shouts towards his defensive teammates as he rushes towards De Bruyne. However, the cacophony of the crowd is overwhelming. Moments ago, he perceived the cheers as a home advantage, yet now he wishes for the stands to fall silent. Only De Bruyne, 3 meters away, hears Mingyu's call. A slight smile plays on De Bruyne's lips. Indeed, Mingyu can discern his intentions. About 30 meters from the penalty area, De Bruyne lightly nudges the ball to his left, seemingly preparing for a long-range shot just outside the box. Laporte, rushing in to cover, tightens his focus, intent on blocking the shot as De Bruyne prepares to strike. Yet, De Bruyne cleverly utilizes that gentle touch to shift the focus of Manchester City's defenders, creating a moderate gap on the left side. Walker, who has been closely marking Haaland, is acutely aware of the previous time he was outmaneuvered by him. Although his attention has been diverted by De Bruyne's looming shot, his hand remains close to Haaland. Suddenly, Walker feels the absence of his grip on Haaland, and in a moment of desperation, he clenches his right hand, but to no avail. Disaster strikes. Chapter 304. Offside? Is the goal valid? Haaland appears like a phantom in the heart of Manchester City's penalty area, surrounded by a 2-meter radius devoid of defenders. The ball rests at his feet. The Manchester City defenders raise their hands, signaling for an offside. However, the linesman, resembling an emotionless automaton, keeps his flag firmly against his thigh, showing no inclination to wave it. No offside. Witnessing the linesman's stance, Manchester City players attempt to retreat, yet it is too late. As they raise their hands, Haaland has already executed a shot, a ferocious strike at an acute angle, seemingly meant to release all his pent-up frustration. Ederson, the Manchester City goalkeeper, does not join his defenders in signaling for offside. As a goalkeeper, he must remain vigilant regardless of the circumstances. Fully focused, Ederson swiftly begins his advance upon seeing Haaland gain possession. Midway through, as Haaland lifts his foot to shoot, Ederson leaps, extending his body to cover more ground. his eyes wide open as he lunges towards Haaland's trajectory. Yet, Ederson fails to make contact with the ball. A thunderous roar erupts from the Real Madrid supporters, akin to a tsunami of jubilation. Following the goal, Haaland, with a fierce expression, charges towards the corner flag, arms outstretched, unleashing a tremendous shout towards the fans in the stands. This marks Haaland's first appearance in a Champions League final and his inaugural goal in the tournament, allowing him to vent his internal frustrations. The Manchester City players, dissatisfied, swarm towards the sidelines, encircling the linesman to voice their grievances regarding the suspected offside. The referee approaches, urging the Manchester City players to calm down and informing them that the video assistant referee is reviewing the goal. Observing that the referee has not immediately confirmed the goal, the Manchester City players gradually quiet down. Even the Real Madrid players have composed themselves. Haaland, who had just celebrated, now bears a slight flush, furrowing his brow as he gazes at the referee. There is no alternative. The current regulations dictate that each goal must be verified by the video assistant referee, and should any offside or foul be detected during the review, even if the referee had previously signaled the goal as valid, it could still be annulled. Thus, one must not rejoice too soon. The referee raises one hand in a gesture for patience, while placing the other on his earpiece, awaiting feedback from the video assistant referee. Seemingly receiving a response, the Italian referee Daniele Orsato furrows his brow slightly and states, "All right, I understand. I will personally review it." The referee delineates a square in front of him, indicating his intention to conduct an on-field review. A palpable tension envelopes the stadium. Manchester City supporters clasp their hands in prayer, hoping for an offside call. Meanwhile, the Real Madrid fans do the same, yet their hope is for the goal to stand. The referee approaches the video area at the sidelines, dons his headset, and says, "All right, Nick, please replay the video from earlier." At this moment, both the large screen on-site and the television display showcase two images, one featuring the main referee and the other displaying a slow-motion replay of the recent goal. De Bruyne gently nudged the ball to the right, and with his right foot, he struck the football with a whip-like motion. Laporte, mistaking De Bruyne's action for a shot on goal, instinctively extended his foot to block it. However, the ball swiftly rolled past him. No, it was a pass. A look of panic crossed Laporte's face as he turned back. De Bruyne's pass was executed with remarkable speed. Stones attempted to intercept it, but the ball rolled directly past him and into the penalty area, where Haaland was already waiting. The subsequent footage was unnecessary to view. The pivotal question now revolved around whether Haaland was in an offside position at the moment De Bruyne delivered the pass. The slow-motion replay meticulously displayed frame by frame until the instant De Bruyne's right foot made contact with the ball, freezing the action. Two lines appeared on the screen, representing the fates of both teams. In that moment, fans across the globe fell into a hushed silence. These lines were nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Eventually, upon magnifying the image, the gap between the red line, representing Haaland, and the blue line, indicating the last defensive player, became evident. After thorough confirmation, the referee removed his earpiece, placed the whistle to his lips, drew a square gesture in front of him, and blew the whistle, pointing towards the center circle. The goal was deemed valid. In the footage, at the moment De Bruyne passed the ball, Haaland made a forward diving motion, indeed surpassing the defending player Kyle Walker beside him. However, Stone's trailing left foot ultimately spared Haaland from an offside infraction. Upon the referee's announcement of the valid goal, the Real Madrid players exhaled in relief, exchanging high fives as they celebrated once more. The thrill gradually subsided. This hesitation and celebration has become a common critique of video reviews. After scoring, players are reluctant to celebrate until the review is confirmed. By the time the review is successful, the fervor of the goal has often dissipated. The somewhat disrupted emotions of the Real Madrid players led them back to their half. The players of Manchester City, slightly roused by the recent goal, were urged by Guardiola's incessant shouts to remain calm and composed. Ancelotti observed Guardiola's animated demeanor with a hint of disdain. Were it not for Guardiola's fortuitous beginnings, coaching Barcelona and achieving early success, he would be far less noteworthy today. Ancelotti's illustrious resume appeared more impressive than Guardiola's. During his 7 years with Milan, he secured 2 UEFA Champions League titles, and in his 2 years with Real Madrid, he also guided the team to another Champions League victory. In contrast, Guardiola only managed 2 Champions League titles while at Barcelona and has yet to achieve similar success at Bayern Munich and Manchester City. This has led to skepticism regarding Guardiola's status as the world's best coach, as the Champions League title is often regarded as the crowning jewel in a coach's career. Chapter 305. Danger, danger, danger. Stop him 1. Merely 5 minutes into the UEFA Champions League final, 2 goals had already been scored, a rare occurrence in the history of the finals. In an instant, the passions of both sets of fans were ignited. Whether supporters of Real Madrid, Manchester City, or neutral spectators, all were captivated by this extraordinary opening. In football, nothing stirs the soul quite like a goal. However, the players on the field exhibited an unprecedented calmness. Both teams understood that the other's prowess should not be underestimated. Even Real Madrid's offensive play, though seemingly fortuitous, contained an element of luck. Attempting to replicate such success would likely lead to greater risks. The game resumed, with Manchester City's attacks becoming more measured. Having bolstered their midfield, Manchester City began to exploit their numerical advantage, advancing methodically. Real Madrid's formation retreated, for even they dared not underestimate a team of Manchester City's caliber. The forward line of Real Madrid repositioned itself near the center circle, with Benzema slightly pressing against Manchester City's defense, while Haaland and Vinicius withdrew a bit to fortify the flanks. This is how a Champions League final ought to unfold. Defense is always the theme of knockout rounds and finals alike. Positioned as a defensive midfielder, Mingyu ventured forward during attacks, orchestrating movements and probing Real Madrid's defense. The backline of Real Madrid remained impenetrable, revealing no glaring weaknesses. Manchester City's attacks struggled to penetrate the vicinity of Real Madrid's penalty area, failing to pose any threat to their goal. Nevertheless, the players of Manchester City exhibited remarkable composure. If opportunities were lacking, they willingly relinquished the chance to attack rather than carelessly surrender possession. As time progressed, by the 35th minute of the first half, the score remained unchanged at 1-1. At this juncture, the players' stamina had reached a critical point. Manchester City's possession rate surpassed that of Real Madrid by over 10%, revealing the advantage of their endurance. In the 30 minutes of end-to-end action, Real Madrid's players had covered a greater average distance than their counterparts. Conversely, their energy was depleting more rapidly. Mingyu, stationed in the midfield, had covered the most ground on the pitch. Though he remained within a 20-meter radius of the halfway line, his relentless running, positioning, passing, defending, and intercepting had led him to outpace all others in distance. However, Mingyu, now a paragon of athleticism, was no longer the fledgling player who once struggled to complete a full match. His extraordinary stamina permitted him to retain significant energy even as others began to tire. Today, Mingyu's performance was exceptional. In 35 minutes, he had run nearly 5,000 meters, boasting a passing accuracy of 90% and achieving an impressive 4 interceptions. Yet, despite his outstanding statistics, he displayed no desire to attack. Astonishingly, in 35 minutes, he had not taken a single shot on goal, appearing to avoid even entering the opponent's 30-meter zone. Was this a tactical instruction from Guardiola, urging Mingyu to refrain from advancing too far and to safeguard the backline? However, relegating a top attacking talent to such a role, disengaged from direct offensive contribution, would be a significant loss for Manchester City. Oh, could this be yet another audacious experiment by Guardiola? The memory of last season's Champions League final, with its unconventional formation, still lingers. Is Guardiola truly poised to repeat that venture this season? Although Mingyu's defensive prowess is undeniably impressive as one of the world's premier attacking talents, I yearn for him to showcase his fangs. This is the Champions League final. He must step up swiftly. The commentators in the Tencent Sports live stream seem perplexed by Mingyu's performance today. And it is not just them. Even Guardiola appears somewhat anxious. While he has positioned Mingyu as a defensive midfielder, he has never hindered him from participating in the attack. In defense, the dual midfielders can hold their ground, allowing Rodri to remain back while Mingyu advances into the offensive fray. Mingyu has indeed contributed to the attack. Yet the somewhat tepid approach has compelled Guardiola to feel an urge to pull Mingyu aside for a candid discussion. However, there is no need for Guardiola's confusion, for Mingyu is prepared to unleash his attacking instincts. Near the center circle, when Zidane delivered a lateral pass, Mingyu met it with a deft touch. only to be confronted by Haaland, who rushed in to disrupt his control. Yet, Mingyu executed a half-turn in the direction of the incoming ball, performing a magnificent nutmeg that left Haaland bewildered. Seizing the moment, Mingyu flicked the ball with his right foot, finding himself face-to-face with Real Madrid's half. Just as spectators anticipated a forward pass from Mingyu, he suddenly surged forward. Attack! Mingyu silently activated his offensive skills. After being outmaneuvered, Haaland froze in his tracks, no longer pursuing with the same fervor, fatigued from the exertion. Yet, Mingyu's abrupt acceleration left Haaland's pupils dilated with alarm. Danger! Danger! Danger! After a brief moment of hesitation, Haaland attempted to block Mingyu, only to realize that Mingyu was accelerating even further. What manner of creature is this? Having run for 35 minutes, he still possesses the ability to accelerate. How absurd. In that instant, a flicker of fear and despair crept into Haaland's mind. After 3 strides, Mingyu reached his peak speed. The Real Madrid defense was left in disarray by his rapid breakthrough. Having not approached the penalty area for 35 minutes, they fell into a false sense of security, believing Mingyu would not engage in the attack. Stop him, Haaland shouted. Chapter 306, a single goal to determine fate. Isco, Casemiro, Ramos, each an illustrious star, seemed flustered in the face of Mingyu's advance, standing frozen as he breezed past them as if they were mere cones. When a player has already reached full speed, if the first defender fails to intercept, the subsequent defenders have little chance of doing so, barring a foul. However, Mingyu's physical attributes and balance rendered even the prospect of a foul impossible. Ultimately, as Mingyu charged into the penalty area, even center-back Ramos dared not commit a foul. The prospect of facing a penalty kick like a ruby-red upgrade was too daunting for him. Attempting a desperate tackle, Ramos lunged, but Mingyu effortlessly maneuvered the ball away, facing the goalkeeper. With no choice left, Courtois could only launch himself at Mingyu. As Mingyu prepared to shoot, Courtois, halfway committed to his dive, could only react. However, Mingyu's right foot came down not on the ball, but gently nudged it past Courtois. Faced with an open goal, Mingyu made the finish with ease. After scoring, Mingyu turned to his Manchester City teammates, rushing towards the sidelines. He celebrated his first goal in the Champions League final with a signaturely flip. 2-1. Manchester City regained the lead. This goal inflicted a heavy blow on Real Madrid. Mingyu had single-handedly defeated the entire Real Madrid team. From Haaland to Isco, Casemiro, Ramos, and finally Courtois, Mingyu had once again executed a dazzling solo goal past 5 players. Observing Mingyu's retreating figure, many Real Madrid players felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. During his time at Barcelona, Mingyu had consistently overshadowed Real Madrid, had it not been for last season's injury. Perhaps Barcelona could have replicated their historic sextuple triumph. Now at Manchester City, it seems Mingyu has grown even stronger. The recent dribbling breakthrough left Real Madrid's players with an illusion of invincibility. Haaland, stationed at the edge of the penalty area, wore a grim expression. He had pursued Mingyu as closely as possible, but the sheer speed of Mingyu left him feeling a sense of despair, as if he could not see the tail lights of the opposing vehicle. Though Haaland also relied on speed and physicality, witnessing Mingyu's flawless blend of speed, power, and balance evoked a profound admiration within him. As Mingyu sped forward, he executed feints with grace, his dribbles smooth and fluid, reflecting his exceptional control over his body. On the sidelines, Guardiola let out an ecstatic roar. This goal was a tremendous morale booster for Manchester City. Meanwhile, Ancelotti, with no visible change in demeanor, regarded Mingyu with eyes full of appreciation. What player? Who wouldn't want to have him? Imagining Mingyu at the Bernabéu, partnering with Haaland in the attack, or teaming up with De Bruyne in midfield. What a blissful prospect. Yet Ancelotti knew this was merely a fantasy. Mingyu's market value, even for Real Madrid, is now a delicate subject. 300 million euros was last year's price. After securing the World Cup, the Golden Ball, the Golden Boot, the World Player of the Year, and the European Golden Shoe, Mingyu's value has become incalculable. Few clubs can even claim to afford him. The 600 million euro release clause has already deterred all potential suitors. Yet rumors suggest that Manchester City's owner intends to renegotiate Mingyu's contract at the season's end, aiming to elevate the release clause to 1 billion. After all, one cannot be certain that someone won't go to extreme lengths to acquire Mingyu for 600 million euros. Should that day come, it is likely the Manchester City owner would be heartbroken. Witnessing the turmoil faced by Laporte, the president of Barcelona, who is now overwhelmed. The cup victory has not sufficed to appease the Barcelona fans. The better Mingyu performs at Manchester City, the more it torments Laporte. Mingyu has already reached the UEFA Champions League final. Had he remained in Barcelona, this year would have been our turn to compete for the title. Look at him, having claimed every championship in the English Premier League, while we have only secured a solitary Copa del Rey. How utterly disgraceful. Damn Laporte, a man solely focused on immediate gains. He is unworthy of being the president of Barcelona. Indeed, Laporte leave. The act of dining, sleeping, and cursing Laporte has become the daily routine for many in Barcelona. As the first half of the Champions League final came to a close, the score remained unchanged at 2-1. In the final 10 minutes, Real Madrid launched a fierce offensive, while Manchester City retreated, consistently thwarting their attacks just outside the penalty area. Haaland unleashed a powerful long-range shot from outside the box. The goalkeeper Ederson moved swiftly and leapt, but his fingertips failed to make contact with the ball. Alas, Haaland's strike slid past the goal, eliciting a collective sigh from the crowd. Haaland, filled with frustration, held his head in disappointment. He felt confident about that shot, but luck was simply not on his side. Following that attempt, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The fans spontaneously applauded both teams for their captivating performance. It was evident that these two teams rightfully stood as the pinnacle of global football, with a noticeable gap between them and other clubs. Both had triumphed over formidable opponents to reach the final. This season's Champions League knockout stage boasted no weak teams. All were storied powerhouses. To reach the final signifies that Manchester City and Real Madrid are among the finest teams in the world today. Commentators continuously dissected the first half, making predictions for the second half. Although Manchester City held a 2-1 lead, no one dared to assert which team would ultimately claim the championship. Real Madrid's late first-half surge instilled a sense of ominous pressure. Given a few more minutes, Manchester City's defense might have faltered. Therefore, the outcome of the second half remained uncertain. In the Manchester City locker room, Mingyu sat in front of his locker, sipping juice and closing his eyes to restore his stamina. During the first half, he covered nearly double the distance of an average player. Real Madrid's attack represented the most formidable offensive system he had faced this season, bar none. De Bruyne's passes were relentlessly aggressive. This season, since joining Real Madrid, De Bruyne had seemingly transformed. Under Ancelotti's guidance, his attacking play became more succinct and effective, with sharper, more decisive passing. In the first half, De Bruyne delivered 5 threatening passes, but only Haaland capitalized on the initial opportunity to score. After bolstering their defense, Manchester City's backline remained steadfast, even as they trembled under the combined might of De Bruyne and Haaland. At the peak of his prowess, Haaland showcased the power of the Nordic king. On the defensive line, Laporte and Kyle Walker both received yellow cards due to their encounters with Haaland, posing an imminent threat for the second half. During halftime, Guardiola's expression reflected his concern. The Manchester City defense was already shaky, and now 2 yellow cards loomed over them. In the second half, Real Madrid would undoubtedly target that side. Haaland's explosive power would render the defense even more vulnerable, enabling him to thrive. As he surveyed the substitutes, Guardiola rubbed his bald head in dismay. There was simply no one capable of stepping in. The substitutes were either too old or too inexperienced, lacking any reliable options. In contrast, the atmosphere in the Real Madrid locker room was devoid of any signs of distress despite their current deficit. The composed Ancelotti calmly analyzed the situation for his players. He promptly identified the vulnerabilities in Manchester City's defense. Erling, in the second half, I need you to continue exploiting their flanks with your aggression. Do not concern yourself with Mingyu. We need victory. Ancelotti's piercing gaze fixed on Haaland. The typically unruly Haaland nodded in agreement, having overly focused on his tussles with Mingyu in the first half, missing several prime opportunities. Ancelotti was satisfied with Haaland's response. Rising to his feet, Ancelotti inspired all the Real Madrid players to do the same. He surveyed his team, a surge of pride swelling within him. Although this squad lacked the star-studded roster of his former Real Madrid team, that squad had been notoriously difficult to manage, plagued by egos and factions within the locker room, presenting a glamorous facade while rotting from within. However, This Real Madrid team had been forged into a cohesive unit under Ancelotti's tutelage. Internal factions had been eradicated. Ancelotti was the brain of this team. Gentlemen, in the second half, we must seize the initiative. We will dismantle our opponents with rapid attacks, leaving them no chance to retaliate. The UEFA Champions League trophy is within reach. I urge each of you to take a moment to gaze upon that trophy before stepping onto the pitch. Do you not yearn to lift it? It had been 5 years since Real Madrid last hoisted the illustrious trophy, and few of the current players had ever had the honor of doing so. Consequently, their desire for that trophy was palpable. Upon hearing Ancelotti's motivating words, many players felt a surge of battle spirit. The Champions League trophy represented the pinnacle of a player's honors in their career. A simultaneous roar erupted from both locker rooms. Only 45 minutes remained until the fate of this season's Champions League trophy was decided. Would Real Madrid secure their 14th title, or would Manchester City claim their first? As both teams emerged from the tunnel, the intensity of their resolve sent shivers through the staff nearby. The fans erupted into a cacophony of applause and whistles, elevating the atmosphere within Wembley Stadium to a fever pitch. With the referee's whistle, the second half commenced and Manchester City kicked off. Mingyu received a return pass from Jesus, his brow furrowing slightly. The players of Real Madrid had surged forward as a cohesive unit, with both Haaland and Benzema charging directly towards him. Were they attempting to seize the initiative for the second half? On the sidelines, Guardiola observed the unfolding scene and glanced toward Ancelotti, thinking to himself, "The old fox, I knew you would resort to this." During halftime, Guardiola had repeatedly cautioned his team to be wary of Real Madrid's potential ambush at the start of the second half. Indeed, Real Madrid intensified their pressing from the very outset. Any minor error from Manchester City could be exploited for a swift counterattack by their opponents. Yet, Mingyu remained remarkably composed. He did not hastily return the ball to the defenders, a choice he deemed irresponsible. Instead, he executed a powerful forward kick. Though both Benzema and Haaland were taken aback by Mingyu's seemingly reckless decision, their instincts compelled them to extend their feet to block his long ball, slightly angling their bodies to avoid being struck directly. However, Mingyu's action was merely a feint. Observing their simultaneous reactions, he deftly nudged the ball to his left. With a swift touch of his left foot, he left both Haaland and Benzema behind, effortlessly maneuvering past their attempts to reclaim the ball. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause and sharp whistles, stirred by Mingyu's graceful display of skill. After breaking through, Mingyu did not continue to advance with the ball, having attracted at least 3 defenders to his vicinity. He executed a powerful sweep with his right foot, delivering the ball to Gundogan on the left flank. Chapter 308. Once again, one-on-one, receiving Mingyu's pass, Gundogan evaded the approaching defensive midfielder and made a beeline for Real Madrid's central area. The Real Madrid defense was thrown into disarray. Ancelotti's expression darkened considerably. The strategy for starting the second half was his own design. Having observed numerous matches involving Manchester City, he noted that several weaker teams often conceded goals right at the start of the second half. This indicated a habitual relaxation from Manchester City at that juncture. Yet, he had not anticipated that Mingyu would dismantle his carefully crafted plan with a mere feint, exposing his team's vulnerabilities. According to Ancelotti's original scheme, under the pressure of the double team, Mingyu would have been compelled to pass back to the defenders. At that moment, Haaland would utilize his speed to press forward, forcing the opposing defenders to clear the ball. The worst-case scenario would be a long clearance into Real Madrid's half, allowing them to initiate an attack. However, should they manage to intercept the ball in the attacking third or near the penalty area, it could very well become the pivotal moment of the match. Now, Ancelotti had abandoned thoughts of scoring. He stood nervously at the sidelines, anxiously watching his half, praying that Manchester City would not deliver a shocking blow. Gundogan approached a position approximately 35 meters from the edge of the penalty area. Unmarked, he lifted his foot for a long-range shot. Real Madrid's goalkeeper Courtois had not anticipated that Gundogan would strike from such a position. As he saw the ball hurtling towards him, he hurriedly adjusted his footing, diving to parry the shot, which was not particularly well angled, out of bounds. Manchester City's fans let out a collective sigh of disappointment, followed closely by thunderous applause for Gundogan's effort. Gundogan shook his head in regret, acknowledging that he hadn't executed the shot as well as he could have. Nevertheless, the choice was sound. In that unmarked position, it was entirely justifiable to take a shot. From the backline, Mingyu offered applause and encouragement to Gundogan. Ancelotti, having escaped a near disaster, regained his composure. A shaken Courtois, upon standing, loudly berated his defenders for allowing the opposition such an easy opportunity to shoot. Bernardo Silva took the corner kick, and Courtois, utilizing his height and reach, punched the ball out of the penalty area. Outside the box, Real Madrid managed to control the second ball. Mingyu's eyes sharpened as he spotted Haaland making a sprint. He swiftly turned and dashed back at high speed. After De Bruyne received the ball, he half-turned and launched a long pass, indeed targeting the left flank where Haaland was racing. However, Mingyu, who had nearly matched Haaland's pace, was also desperately chasing back. De Bruyne's pass was aimed towards Haaland's side. So if Mingyu wished to reach the ball before Haaland, he would need to cover more ground. Assessing the trajectory of the ball, Mingyu did not recklessly dash towards it. Instead, he maintained pace alongside Haaland, ensuring that even if Haaland gained possession, he would not have an easy route into the penalty area. Haaland surged forward, his face contorted with determination, his arms swinging differently from the norm. While most runners move their arms back and forth, Haaland kept his elbows in front of his body, his unique running style propelling him forward with remarkable speed. He touched the ball first, with Mingyu close behind. Haaland did not halt his momentum. Instead, he continued to push the ball ahead, preparing for a speed contest with Mingyu. Unfazed, Mingyu matched him stride for stride, unwilling to back down. Their bodies drew close, arms intertwining as shoulders collided, neither yielding an inch. This intense physical contest sent adrenaline coursing through the veins of spectators. Both athletes possessed world-class physical attributes, neither conceding an advantage. Onlookers could see their fierce expressions, their intertwined limbs resembling a scene that could lead to a dramatic fall, reminiscent of the tragic incident involving Sulla in years past, which had also occurred against Real Madrid. Ironically, the instigator, Ramos, was on the opposite side of the pitch. Upon reaching the ball, Haaland lightly tapped it with his left foot, then abruptly halted, attempting to shake off Mingyu. However, their entwined arms made Mingyu acutely aware of Haaland's intentions, prompting him to quickly adjust his balance and come to a staggered stop. Due to their rapid pace, the nearest Real Madrid player had only just crossed the halfway line. Thus, Haaland found himself isolated in this endeavor. But did he stand a chance against Mingyu's defense? Glancing back at the midfield, Haaland realized he was on his own, and with steely resolve, he prepared to break through. Mingyu slightly bent his knees, ever ready to intercept the ball at Haaland's feet. Although Haaland had begun to exhibit the traits of a top-tier star, certain aspects of his technique remained somewhat rudimentary. For instance, in terms of his dribbling, whether at Borussia Dortmund or Real Madrid, Haaland predominantly relies on his physicality and speed to forcefully break through opponents. With De Bruyne's arrival, Haaland's attacking style has become even more direct and aggressive. At times, he even bypasses the dribbling phase entirely. Mere positioning suffices. Consequently, although Haaland's goal tally has steadily increased, his dribbling skills have become somewhat rusty. When facing other teams, Haaland's physical advantages allow him to carve out opportunities. However, when up against Mingyu, who possesses comparable physical attributes and speed, Haaland's vulnerabilities become apparent. His attempts to feint twice were futile, as Mingyu remained unfazed. As Manchester City's defense rapidly regrouped, with imminent double coverage looming, Haaland could no longer contain himself. He hastily nudged the ball past Mingyu, intending to exploit this tactic for a breakthrough. Yet, as the saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Mingyu swiftly discerned Haaland's intent and executed a gamble-like interception, seizing the ball that had just been played out by Haaland. In this encounter, Haaland stumbled over Mingyu's extended leg and fell to the ground, prompting a chorus of boos from the crowd. Chapter 309. Blood on the field. The discontented fans of Real Madrid erupted in a cacophony of jeers. Nevertheless, the referee remained unperturbed. Positioned impeccably, he had witnessed the incident firsthand. He had judged Mingyu's interception to be impeccably clean, determining that Haaland's fall was merely a consequential occurrence, not constituting a foul. Haaland, sprawled on the ground, remained oblivious to the whistle, angrily shouting from the turf. Meanwhile, the Real Madrid players vociferously protested to the referee. However, Mingyu's forward movement compelled them to return to their positions. In the midfield, De Bruyne felt a wave of unease as he observed Mingyu advancing with the ball. This scenario seemed familiar. The initial goal for Manchester City had arisen from Haaland's unsuccessful duel with Mingyu, who had intercepted the ball and executed a long pass to Gabriel Jesus, resulting in a goal. Mingyu, having taken a couple of strides, lifted his head to survey the situation ahead. Indeed, he raised his right foot once more, delivering a long-range curving ball aimed towards Real Madrid's half. De Bruyne, situated approximately 3 meters away, felt a surge of trepidation and quickly turned to look. The trajectory of this pass mirrored that of the earlier goal. As soon as Mingyu intercepted the ball, Gabriel Jesus surged toward Real Madrid's penalty area. However, this time, Real Madrid's defense was better prepared. Varane closely marked Jesus, preventing him from evading his grasp, while Ramos kept a vigilant eye on the trajectory of the incoming ball. Jesus, tightly marked by Ramos, was unable to find space. And despite the brilliance of Mingyu's pass, Ramos effortlessly intercepted it. Eager to make an impact, Jesus raced toward Ramos as he leaped to head the ball away, colliding with him in the process. A cry of pain echoed across the field. The ball soared high, but as it descended, 2 players lay on the ground, clutching their heads and rolling in agony. The referee immediately blew his whistle and rushed over. Upon assessing the situation, he signaled for both teams' medical staff to enter the field. Mingyu hastily sprinted from the back line to assist. The crowd erupted in a tumultuous uproar. Slow-motion replays revealed the events that had transpired. Ramos had positioned himself perfectly, leaping to head the pass away. However, an impatient Jesus disregarded the potential for a foul and jumped toward the ball. Ramos's head made contact first, but the next moment, Jesus' head collided with the side of Ramos's forehead. The slow-motion replay showed that, in the aftermath of the impact, Ramos's brow was split open, blood oozing from the wound. Witnessing this, the crowd emitted a collective gasp of concern. With the assistance of the medical staff, Ramos sat on the ground, tilting his face upward, a gash on his brow bleeding profusely, rendering his eyes nearly shut. The sight of his bloodied visage made Ramos appear more like a warrior. The medical team quickly tended to Ramos, cleaning the blood and carefully addressing the wound. However, the doctor frowned, realizing the severity of the injury. Adhesive tape alone would not suffice, and stitches were necessary. Yet, if stitches were to be applied, Ramos would have to be substituted. A significant blow to a Real Madrid defense already under strain. Upon learning that stitches were unavoidable, Ramos insisted on utilizing a skin stapler to temporarily close the wound. Ancelotti, upon hearing this, objected, emphasizing the need for proper surgical treatment to avoid future complications. However, Ramos adamantly declared that he would not leave the field. "Sir, this is the last match of my Real Madrid career. I do not wish to leave with any regrets. If my departure results in our defeat, it would be the most unforgivable moment of my life. Please, I implore you." Ramos articulated his plea with an intensity that belied his vulnerability. In that moment, the resolute warrior of Real Madrid, with unwavering determination and desperation in his eyes, rendered even the iron-willed Ancelotti unable to refuse. Ultimately, Ancelotti signaled for the medical staff to proceed with the stitches. The skin stapler, resembling a stapler, could temporarily hold the skin together. However, in the midst of the match, such closure would be challenging to maintain optimally and could lead to infection. After several attempts at stapling, Ramos's brow ceased to bleed. Once he had cleaned his face and donned a new jersey, Ramos raised his hand to signal the referee, indicating his readiness to re-enter the field. The match would not pause for Ramos. While he was being treated, the referee had already signaled for the game to resume. In the previous exchange, it had been Jesus' foul, and the referee issued him a yellow card. Jesus did not contest the decision, for he had collided with Ramos's temple. Although it was painful, being in a proactive position, he emerged unscathed. Real Madrid initiated the play from the back. Following the kickoff, Real Madrid did not immediately launch an offensive, but instead passed the ball around in their midfield, hoping to hold out until Ramos returned. However, Manchester City, with a numerical advantage, was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Their players advanced aggressively into Real Madrid's half, applying relentless pressure. Just when Real Madrid seemed on the verge of conceding a goal, their goalkeeper cleared the ball with a powerful kick, sending it toward Manchester City. Nonetheless, just as Manchester City organized their attack, Ramos signaled that he was ready to re-enter the game. The referee gestured for him to enter the field, granting his approval. The entire stadium erupted in applause and cheers for Ramos. However, upon witnessing the return of the opposing team's defensive stalwart, Manchester City did not relent in their offensive pursuits, but rather intensified their assault. Mingyu passed the ball to Gundogan, who advanced cautiously, only to find himself thwarted by Casemiro, compelling him to return the ball to Mingyu. Positioned just 5 or 6 meters past the halfway line, Mingyu found himself in the space between Real Madrid's attacking and defensive midfielders. As he approached, he extended his foot to receive the ball, lifting his gaze to assess the formation ahead, contemplating his next pass. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He realized his foot had not made contact with the ball. Chapter 310. A Gerrard-esque blunder, a panic scream erupted from the previously harmonious Manchester City supporters in the stands. It was astonishing that Mingyu, stationed centrally, could commit such a grave error. For reasons unknown, the ball, which should have been intercepted by Mingyu's right foot, inexplicably bobbled at that moment, rolling past the top of his foot. By the time Mingyu sensed something amiss, the ball had already traveled about half a meter away. Although he was seasoned from numerous battles, the anxiety of his first UEFA Champions League final weighed heavily on him. Upon realizing his blunder, Mingyu turned in a frenzy to rectify the situation. However, an event that caused every Manchester City fan to instinctively shut their eyes unfolded. Mingyu's foot slipped, and he stumbled to the ground. De Bruyne, positioned nearby, had initially intended to pressure Mingyu, but unexpectedly, Mingyu had unwittingly gifted him a significant opportunity. De Bruyne seized the moment. Mingyu's sudden loss of possession left Manchester City's defensive line entirely unprepared. Only 2 loosely positioned defenders and the holding midfielder Rodri remained in the back. Upon receiving the ball, De Bruyne executed a precise through pass to the suddenly darting Haaland. The returning center-back Stones was no match for Haaland, who effortlessly bulldozed past him, unable to even commit a foul. Once inside the penalty area, Haaland faced the on-rushing goalkeeper and unleashed a thunderous shot, leaving Ederson no choice but to surrender. The score was now 2-2, with Haaland having scored twice, leveling the match for Real Madrid. The Real Madrid supporters erupted in ecstatic jubilation, chanting Haaland's name as he charged towards the sidelines, his visage fierce and commanding. Mingyu sat on the ground, a look of bewilderment on his face, unable to process the situation for a prolonged moment. This mistake struck him with devastating impact. Even Manchester City players bore expressions of despair. Was this the fate of Manchester City? That even the arrival of a world-class player could not secure them the elusive Champions League trophy? The morale of Manchester City visibly waned. On the sidelines, Guardiola crouched, cradling his bald head in disbelief. The earlier scene felt like a plot from a third-rate novel, unfolding right before his eyes. In the studio of England's sports channel, an awkward silence enveloped the room. They had invited former national team captain Gerrard as a guest commentator, and the atmosphere had been filled with light-hearted banter, with many believing Manchester City had a significant chance of claiming the Champions League title. But with Mingyu's blunder, the studio fell silent. As if a grave stillness had overtaken them, no one dared utter a word. The moment mirrored Gerrard's own past. In the 2013 to 2014 season, Liverpool had come achingly close to their first Premier League title. During a match against Chelsea, in a nearly identical position, Gerrard had misplayed a pass from a teammate, allowing the ball to slip past him, and in his attempt to recover, he stumbled and fell. Chelsea's forwards seized the opportunity without hesitation, scoring effortlessly. That season's defeat had delayed Liverpool's pursuit of their first league title, and Gerrard ultimately departed the club the following year, burdened by the sorrow of a barren trophy cabinet. For Gerrard, that moment marked the darkest chapter of his life. Now, on this day at Wembley Stadium, he watched in disbelief as Manchester City replicated his past misfortune. Stunned, Gerrard struggled to find the words to express his feelings, and the other 2 commentators were equally at a loss for words. The studio descended into an eerie silence. I hope Mingyu can rise. His teammates need him now. Suddenly, a resolute voice broke through the silence. Both commentators turned to the man sitting between them, his expression unwavering. Gerrard continued in his deep, measured tone, I understand this pain because I have endured it myself. Therefore, I hope Mingyu can find the strength to stand up at this moment. Do not let this mistake defeat you. You are not me. You are a world champion, a Ballon d'Or winner, the strongest player in Europe right now. How could you possibly be crushed by this error? Stand up, touch the captain's armband on your arm, and with conviction, reassure your teammates that there is no need for panic. The true contest lies ahead. Gerard's gaze towards Mingyu was imbued with determination, yet also a trace of desperation. It felt as though he were conversing with his younger self, forever haunted by the guilt and self-reproach of not comforting his teammates in that critical moment, which led to a significant loss in their title chase. Meanwhile, Real Madrid celebrated exuberantly in Manchester City's half, while every City player's gaze turned towards Mingyu, who remained seated, head bowed in silence. If he had given up, if he could not rise, then surely we too would falter. Anxiety and despair began to consume the hearts of the Manchester City players. Although the score stood at 2-2, the momentum had clearly shifted away from them. Suddenly, the din of the crowd ceased, and all eyes were drawn to Manchester City's half. Mingyu finally stood up. He stretched his neck and surveyed his surroundings, witnessing the bewilderment on his teammates' faces. Raising his hands above his head, he clapped vigorously and called out, "Everyone, gather here." Upon hearing Mingyu's words, the Manchester City players felt a stirring in their hearts, quickly converging around him, including Ederson. In their half, the 11 Manchester City players formed a tight circle. Mingyu spoke earnestly. "The mistake I made earlier is my responsibility, but I urge everyone to forget it." Listening to Mingyu's composed voice, the players of Manchester City gradually dispelled their unease and confusion. In the upcoming match, I need everyone to give their utmost effort, as our opponent is formidable. I hope we can unite as one. The score is still tied. Our strategy moving forward will be to focus on counterattacks, ensuring we do not concede easily. We must maintain possession of the ball at our feet, and if a favorable opportunity does not arise, remember to refrain from relinquishing possession. I will always be nearby, and you may pass the ball to me. Trust in yourselves. I believe we can triumph over our adversaries. In the following match, let us seize victory. The Champions League trophy awaits us, and I have faith that none of you will let it slip away. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. Chapter 311. The Decisive Strike? "Well done, Mingyu," exclaimed Gerard passionately from the commentary booth. He had not anticipated that Mingyu could recover so swiftly and rally everyone together for encouragement. This display of leadership left Gerard feeling somewhat inadequate. The Manchester City fans, witnessing their players huddled together in solidarity, responded with thunderous cheers from stands. Guardiola, standing at the sidelines, exhaled in relief, his eyes glistening with profound satisfaction as he observed Mingyu's back. Mistakes are not to be feared. The true peril lies in the collapse of morale that follows. Thankfully, Mingyu swiftly helped the team restore hope. Having concluded their celebration, the Real Madrid players observed Manchester City united in determination in their half, awaiting the resumption of play. As Haaland passed by Mingyu, a victorious smile crossed his face, having scored both of Real Madrid's goals in this match, while Mingyu had contributed with 1 assist and 1 goal. Despite Haaland's triumphant demeanor, Mingyu's expression remained impassive. Yet, it was clear to everyone that he was poised to reclaim the narrative in the ensuing match. Upon the restart, the Real Madrid players, bolstered by their recent goals, displayed heightened aggression in their pressing. Mingyu received a back pass from Gundogan and, confronted by the relentless Haaland, opted not to dribble past him, but instead passed the ball laterally to Rodri. Observing Mingyu's cautious approach, Haaland took the opportunity to nudge him with his elbow as he rushed past. Although the force was minimal, the act was laden with insult, causing Mingyu to stumble slightly as he released the ball. The Manchester City fans reacted with a chorus of deafening boos. However, the referee chose to allow the match to continue, signaling for play to resume. As he caught sight of Haaland's provocative grin, Mingyu instinctively touched his nose. "Rodrigo, I leave the defense to you. I will advance." Mingyu called out to Rodrigo, who responded with a determined fist to his chest. After several quick passes, the fans began to notice a shift. Mingyu gradually moved forward, frequently appearing at the edge of the opponent's penalty area. The Real Madrid defense suddenly felt the pressure mount. With Mingyu finally pushing forward, his Manchester City teammates felt reassured. In the 65th minute, Manchester City made a substitution, replacing the underperforming Bernardo Silva with the right winger Ferran Torres. Guardiola opted to revert the team's formation back to the familiar 4-3-3 utilized throughout the season. Both teams now mirrored each other's formations, a standoff of tactical prowess. Mingyu returned to the attacking midfielder position, intensifying the pressure on Real Madrid. Ancelotti, not to be outdone, swiftly substituted Cruz and Asensio for Isco and Vinicius, ensuring the attacking threat remained potent. The battle in midfield grew fiercer. With Mingyu's positional shift, it became evident that Real Madrid was hesitant to commit resources to their attacks. The match escalated into a tense stalemate, with fans fervently cheering for their respective teams. After a grueling exchange of offense and defense, both teams expended significant energy, resulting in several yellow cards. Manchester City now had 4 players on yellow cards, while Real Madrid had 3. In the 85th minute, Real Madrid launched an attack. De Bruyne advanced centrally, with Mingyu and Rodri applying pressure from behind. De Bruyne executed a 30-meter through ball that found Asensio on the right flank. This unexpected pass caught Manchester City's defense off guard, as De Bruyne rarely directed his passes to the right side. Most were aimed at Haaland or Benzema. To their astonishment, De Bruyne delivered a brilliant cross to the newly substituted Asensio. With the ball at his feet, Asensio surged into Manchester City's penalty area. Zinchenko's reckless challenge allowed Asensio to easily evade him with a deft touch. Asensio continued his run, with Benzema already positioned well in the center of the box. Haaland, like a tank, barreled forward. Unmarked, Asensio delivered a quality cross that made the Real Madrid supporters hold their breath. The pass was impeccably executed, low and swift, aimed just outside the 6-yard box, making it difficult for goalkeeper Ederson to react in time. Benzema, desperate to score, leapt to meet the ball but was hindered by 2 defenders, unable to achieve full elevation. As he realized he could not reach it, he let out a cry as he fell within the penalty area. Yet at that moment, no one paid him any heed, for the ball had sailed past the front post, slipping over Stones' head and heading towards the back post. Stones, realizing his mistake, displayed a fleeting look of terror as he understood who awaited behind him. Indeed, as the ball descended, Haaland had already positioned himself perfectly. Adjusting his stride, he prepared to meet the incoming ball with his left foot, executing a stunning volley. The ball rocketed towards Manchester City's goal like a cannonball. Ederson, having been momentarily deceived, found himself out of position. Faced with Haaland's thunderous shot, Ederson could only extend his right hand in a futile attempt to intervene. However, the ball struck the net as he reached out. In the 85th minute, Real Madrid took the lead for the first time in the match. This goal was nearly fatal for Manchester City, as many players sat despondently on the ground, this strike serving as a devastating blow to their hopes. From 1 o'clock to 1, then to 2, 1, and subsequently to 2, the score has now reached 2-3. For Manchester City, who initially held the lead, this experience of being equalized and ultimately surpassed is a profound torment. Chapter 3:12. The first hat-trick in the Champions League final in 50 years inside the Grand Wembley Stadium. The fans of Real Madrid are in a state of unparalleled excitement. With this goal, Haaland has propelled Real Madrid into the lead. With just 5 minutes remaining in the match, even with additional time, there are merely 10 minutes left to play. Victory celebrations are already on the horizon for Real Madrid, as their 14th Champions League trophy is tantalizingly close. The players of Real Madrid have surged towards the corner flag, with even goalkeeper Courtois eager to join in the jubilation. The substitutes bench has transformed into a sea of joy, while a rare smile graces the usually stern face of Ancelotti. He glances at Guardiola, standing nearby, with a hint of derision. Without Barcelona, you are nothing. Ancelotti's 3 Champions League trophies were earned with Milan and Real Madrid. Should he secure the Champions League title this season, he would ascend to the status of the greatest manager in Champions League history. For no coach has ever held 4 titles. Among the current coaches, only Ancelotti and Zidane have claimed the Champions League thrice. The other coach with 3 titles, the late Liverpool manager Paisley, guided Liverpool to their first 3 Champions League trophies, but passed away in 1996. Thus, only Ancelotti and Zidane remain among those with 3 titles. However, Zidane announced his departure from Real Madrid last year and has not taken on any coaching role since, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Ancelotti, a top-tier global manager, has often remained in the shadows. Over the years, the names Mourinho, Guardiola, and Klopp have dominated discussions about the best coaches. Yet, in terms of Champions League victories, Ancelotti far surpasses them. After celebrating with his assistant coaches, Ancelotti resumed his serious demeanor. though his trembling lips betrayed his inner turmoil. The title of the greatest manager in Champions League history is a temptation even for a seasoned tactician like Ancelotti, and with less than 10 critical minutes remaining. He is tantalizingly close to achieving it. Many players from Manchester City appear demoralized following this goal. Despair, confusion, and helplessness have gripped them, plunging the team into a moment of crisis. Even coach Guardiola stands motionless on the sidelines, devoid of strategies. This goal has shattered Guardiola's final bastion of hope. He now contemplates which team he might coach next season. The previous season's Champions League defeat had already tarnished his reputation. And had it not been for his brilliant signing of Mingyu, he would have been forced to leave Manchester City after last season. If this match results in another loss, he will have no excuses left. With a star player like Mingyu on his side, failing to secure the Champions League title would be unequivocally a reflection of his shortcomings as a coach. Am I destined for failure simply because I departed from Barcelona and Messi? Lost in self-doubt, Guardiola fails to notice the events unfolding on the pitch. Mingyu, meanwhile, moves energetically around the field, lifting each of his dejected teammates from the ground. When he sees a teammate disheartened, he delivers a firm slap on their back, jolting them awake. Before long, all the players are rallying behind him. Unlike before, this time Mingyu does not form a circle but stands before them, his face serious and his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. Guys, we have not lost yet. This match is still ongoing, and we have time. Lift your spirits. We are Manchester City. Do not forget our achievements on this ground. We have already claimed 3 trophies here. Do you not yearn for a 4th? What is there to fear about being behind? We can catch up. I have defeated Real Madrid before. If we stand united, we can create miracles. Do you really wish to relinquish the Champions League trophy without a fight? If not, then raise your heads and show them who we are. In this impassioned address, Mingyu activates a long and used skill, Bollock's Roar. When activated, this skill allows the host to uplift the morale and status of their teammates through a fierce shout, with a chance to diminish the opposing player's spirits and resolve, usable only once per match. Additionally, due to the team's dire situation, the passive skill, Iron Will, was triggered, significantly enhancing Mingyu's attributes and reigniting the fighting spirit of a Manchester City side that had momentarily lost heart. No team would truly give up in a Champions League final. The previous goal had simply landed a heavy blow, leaving them feeling powerless. However, Mingyu's rallying call has awakened them. After an entire season of struggle, at this pivotal moment, how could they not fight for their hard-earned efforts? Haaland, meanwhile, stands triumphantly. A hat-trick in the Champions League final is a display of terrifying dominance. Since Italian player Prodigy's hat-trick in the Champions League final in 1969, no player has achieved this feat in over 50 years, not even the hat-trick kings Messi and Ronaldo. Today, at Wembley Stadium, the 23-year-old Norwegian star Haaland has accomplished a magnificent hat-trick. If he secures victory in this match, it is unimaginable how high his reputation and market value will soar, especially given that he has triumphed over a Manchester City side with superstars like Mingyu. The prestige of his Champions League title is beyond question. As he passes Mingyu, who stands expressionless, Haaland flashes a victorious smile. Chapter 313, Ramos sacrifice Wembley Stadium. Champions League final. 88th minute. The score reads 2-3. Manchester City trails by 1 goal. The forward of Real Madrid, Haaland, has completed a stunning hat-trick in the Champions League final, etching his name into the annals of Champions League history. As he walked back to his half, he cast a glance at Mingyu, his eyes brimming with the superiority of a victor. This was the first time he had truly triumphed over Mingyu. Should Real Madrid ultimately seize the championship, he would ascend to the pinnacle of European football. The thought of standing atop the heads of World Cup champions, Ballon d'Or winners, and the best player in the world sent shivers down Haaland's spine. However, Manchester City would not yield easily. Under Mingyu's impassioned leadership, the players reignited their fighting spirit. Notably, Mingyu, bolstered by dual skills, had fully regained his stamina and enhanced his attributes. In such a moment, the consequences of a fully charged Mingyu were unfathomable to Real Madrid. The match resumed. Jesus passed the ball back to Mingyu. Unlike before, he did not distribute the ball again, but instead advanced forward, effortlessly evading a momentarily dazed Haaland. As Mingyu prepared to break through on his own, Real Madrid's defense swiftly regrouped, poised for action. Yet, Mingyu had no intention of making a solo run. The clock was ticking, and each offensive opportunity was precious. Upon crossing half-field, he relayed the ball to the left to Gundogan. Although Mingyu was in excellent form, facing 5 or 6 defenders was daunting. Even if he could break through, the opponents would likely resort to foul tactics, so he opted to pass to Gundogan and continued his forward run, waiting for the right moment to position himself where the opposition would hesitate to commit fouls, given his prowess in free kicks, which rivaled that of a penalty. As Mingyu made his run, De Bruyne closely shadowed him, while defensive midfielder Casemiro remained vigilant to Mingyu's movements, knowing the ball would inevitably return to his feet. Indeed, as Mingyu approached around 35 meters from goal, he executed a splendid lateral move, shaking off De Bruyne's close marking and creating space for the pass. Gundogan delivered the ball perfectly. Mingyu received the pass around 35 meters in the center of Real Madrid's territory. Casemiro had been eyeing Mingyu and quickly rushed to provide cover as Mingyu received the ball. With Casemiro behind him, a hand pushed against Mingyu's back, and a foot reached out to intercept the ball. Seemingly possessing eyes at the back of his head, Mingyu, upon receiving the ball, pulled it to the right with his left foot, executing a half-turn that not only sent Casemiro stumbling, but also turned him to face the goal. After drawing the ball in, Mingyu propelled it forward with his left foot, instantly accelerating, rendering Casemiro's attempt to foul him futile. Mingyu now faced Real Madrid's defenders. Ramos and Varane exhibited remarkable synergy. Ramos charged directly at Mingyu, while Varane lingered at the edge of the penalty area, guarding against Jesus' potential run. Mingyu gauged the position of goalkeeper Courtois and deemed a long-range shot feasible. He delicately nudged the ball, lifted his left foot, and unleashed a powerful shot. The football soared toward the goal with a fierce velocity. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. As Ramos rushed toward Mingyu, seeing the shot being taken, he gritted his teeth and leapt into the air, extending his head in a desperate attempt to block the strike. The stadium erupted in gasps. Many fans instinctively shielded their eyes. The ball did not continue its trajectory toward the goal, but veered off at an angle, crossing the goal line. Yet at that moment, no one was concerned with the ball's fate. The referee's whistle pierced the air repeatedly as he sprinted toward the scene, signaling for medical assistance. Real Madrid's medical team rushed onto the field. Mingyu stood in shock, hands on his head, scarcely able to believe what had transpired. The force of his shot had been meticulously measured. Most players typically avoided such strikes. Yet, unexpectedly, Ramos had acted like a warrior, using his head to deflect Mingyu's powerful left-footed strike. Since acquiring proficiency in his weaker foot, Mingyu's left and right foot strength had become nearly equal. The previous moment had been astonishing. Anxiously standing outside the fray, Mingyu watched as Ramos, having deflected the ball, appeared to fall from the air, seemingly unconscious. Ramos hit the ground hard, landing with no reaction, likely having lost consciousness. Blood trickled down from the corner of Ramos's brow, reopening a wound that had just been stitched. As the fans anxiously awaited, Ramos gradually regained consciousness, appearing somewhat dazed, but a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, particularly for Mingyu. Witnessing Ramos open his eyes caused him to exhale the breath he had been holding. A stretcher arrived, placing Ramos upon it and securing him with straps. Although Ramos had regained consciousness, he was diagnosed with a mild concussion, rendering him unable to maintain his balance. Mingyu approached and patted Ramos on the shoulder. Despite their past grievances, the camaraderie forged by winning the World Cup with the Spanish national team had allowed bygones to be bygones. As Ramos was carried off, Militao, who had completed his warm-up, was substituted in. The departure of Real Madrid's captain and defensive stalwart was a significant blow to the team. Nevertheless, with only a few minutes remaining, the players encouraged each other, knowing that if they could hold on to the score, victory would be theirs. Following the previous incident that resulted in a goal kick, it was now Manchester City's opportunity for a corner kick. Chapter 3:14. Has the match ended? As Ramos was carried off, he began to struggle upon reaching the sidelines. The medical staff, startled, quickly set the stretcher down to prevent further injury. The team doctor urged Ramos to undergo immediate examination, as his condition was not optimal, particularly the wound on his brow that required swift stitching to prevent infection. Though Ramos's eyes were somewhat unfocused, he remained mentally alert, realizing that this might be his last match for Real Madrid. He did not wish to learn the outcome from a medical room or hospital. He desired to be present, even if only lying on the substitutes bench, to know the result of the match firsthand. The team doctor was unable to persuade him and could only cast a pleading gaze towards head coach Ancelotti. Ancelotti first confirmed Ramos's condition with the team doctor and learned that it was not too severe, but for safety's sake, an examination was still necessary. Nodding in agreement, Ancelotti said, "Sergio, I can allow you to wait until the match concludes, but you must cooperate with the doctor's examination and treatment. No more reckless behavior." Upon hearing Ancelotti's words, Ramos finally settled down. He had the staff lean his stretcher against the bench, positioning himself to clearly observe the unfolding events on the pitch. Although he still saw some double images, Ramos's eyes remained resolutely fixed on the field, waiting for that pivotal moment to arrive. With a sharp whistle from the referee, Manchester City took a corner kick. The Real Madrid penalty area was crowded with players. Even Manchester City's goalkeeper Ederson had ventured into the fray. The clock struck the 93rd minute, with 5 minutes of stoppage time in the second half. In less than 2 minutes, the regular time for this Champions League final would come to an end. Would Real Madrid stage a comeback to claim their 14th Champions League trophy? Or would Manchester City perform a miraculous last-minute rescue to push the match into extra time? Perhaps this corner kick would determine it all. As almost everyone had crowded into Real Madrid's penalty area, any tactical corner kick strategy had become irrelevant. Gundogan struck a curling ball directly into the heart of Real Madrid's box. Chaos ensued as players tumbled within the penalty area, yet the referee, with keen eyes, refrained from making any calls. At such a moment, the referee hesitated to award a penalty, turning a blind eye to some minor infractions by Real Madrid. The ball soared into the central region of Real Madrid's penalty area, where Mingyu gritted his teeth and squeezed in, finding the ball's landing spot. Just as he prepared to leap for a header, he realized he had no space to exert himself, and above him, a gloved hand shot out, swatting the ball away. It was Courtois. The Real Madrid goalkeeper emerged at the last moment, daringly charging out to palm the ball away. The second landing spot had now become the match's turning point. Mingyu quickly glanced outside the penalty area, his heart racing in horror as he saw the ball heading towards Haaland. This time, Haaland had not entered the penalty area during the defense, harboring his own intentions. A hat trick, while impressive, was not enough to satisfy Haaland. He aspired to inherit the legacy of a legendary figure within Real Madrid, a player who had once scored 4 goals in a Champions League final, an unparalleled feat. That player was Hungary's football god, the galloping major, Puskas. Puskas was an absolute superstar of his time, netting 511 goals in 553 matches and 84 goals in 85 international appearances. A staggering scoring efficiency that left even the most renowned players of his era in awe. To honor him, FIFA established the Puskas Award at its annual gala to recognize the best goal of the year. Puskas left an indelible mark on Real Madrid and the history of the Champions League by scoring 4 goals in the 1960 final. Notably, his teammate Di Stéfano also scored 3 goals in that match, leading to a resounding 7-3 victory for Real Madrid. The duo's achievement of scoring at least 3 goals each in a Champions League final is a remarkable rarity. Haaland, who idolized Puskas from a young age, aspired to carry forward his legacy and become the strongest player of his generation, bar none. Thus, in this defensive moment, he deliberately positioned himself outside the penalty area, placing his hopes on his teammates to thwart the ball and provide him with a counterattacking opportunity. A hat trick is something that some players may never achieve in their lifetime. Indeed, Haaland awaited this opportunity. As he saw the ball fly out of the penalty area to his feet, despair washed over all the Manchester City players. Their goalkeeper Ederson was still within the penalty area, having been knocked down during the earlier tussle. Haaland skillfully brought the ball down with his chest, flicked it back with his heel, and turned to sprint towards Manchester City's half in a peculiar, determined stride. The goal stood wide open before him, beckoning him to seal the match with a confident long-range shot. However, in a moment of exhilaration, Haaland opted for a more prudent approach, dribbling the ball closer to the penalty area, a choice befitting a mature player. Steady, he thought, as he noted that the Manchester City players had already surrendered, with no one chasing back. Wait, not all Manchester City players had given up. One remained. As Haaland surged forward with the ball, the roar of the crowd drowned out his own thoughts. Although exhausted, he instinctively pressed on, propelled by sheer willpower, crossing into Manchester City's half. In mere seconds, he would be in a prime position to shoot. Yet, he was oblivious to the footsteps closing in behind him, nor did he hear his teammates' frantic shouts. Chapter 315, Equalizer, Extra Time, here we come. Haaland charged towards Manchester City's half with the ball, facing no defensive players, while even the Manchester goalkeeper had only just risen from the ground. In his mind, he was already envisioning how he would celebrate his potential Champions League hat trick after scoring. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure approaching him, catching him completely off guard. Even through the television cameras, it was evident that Haaland jolted in surprise. Who was this? How could someone appear at this moment? The Manchester City fans were overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. For at that moment, when all the other players had given up hope, their captain, number 10 Mingyu, was furiously pursuing. In that instant, Mingyu's superior stamina and skill were on full display. Just as Haaland crossed the halfway line, Mingyu matched his pace. Before Haaland could fully comprehend the situation, Mingyu executed a brilliant sliding tackle from Haaland's right side, maintaining possession of the ball while sending the bewildered Haaland sprawling to the ground. The referee, following Mingyu back, raised both hands forward in a gesture indicating no foul and to continue the attack. At this moment, Wembley Stadium was engulfed in utter chaos. The clock read 94 minutes and 50 seconds, with only 10 seconds remaining until the match concluded. The players of Real Madrid wore expressions of regret as they observed the scene unfolding in the front. However, the score was already sufficient for them to secure a final victory, yet they seemed to have forgotten that the match was not over yet. Mingyu quickly rose, glancing at Real Madrid's half, and suddenly his eyes gleamed with realization. Ramos, watching from the sidelines, felt a pang of anxiety as he looked at the disarray of the defense for Real Madrid. He shouted loudly, urging them to defend, reminding them that time had not yet expired. However, being on the bench, his voice could not compete with the roaring crowd. It was evident that without Ramos, Real Madrid's defense had completely lost its grip. At that moment, most of Real Madrid's players were preoccupied with thoughts of how to celebrate their Champions League victory, pondering what poses to strike for photographs. Varane, smiling, turned to embrace goalkeeper Courtois, only to find Courtois' face devoid of joy, instead wearing an expression of shock. Alarmed, Varane quickly turned back, but at that instant, a blue and white figure darted past him with such speed that he could not react in time. As Varane turned to face the goal again, he stood frozen in disbelief, watching the unfolding events. Sterling stripped off his shirt, holding it aloft like a knight, rushing toward the edge of the pitch. Courtois knelt on the ground, staring vacantly, hands on his head, as if trapped in a nightmare. Meanwhile, the football bounced within the goal, seemingly mocking someone. In that moment, Wembley Stadium transformed into a sea of blue and white, with Manchester City fans overwhelmed with excitement. They witnessed an epic equalizer. Sterling's goal pulled them back from the abyss of despair. The referee did not immediately blow the whistle to confirm the goal, but instead pressed his hand to his earpiece, communicating with the video assistant referee. Observing this, Real Madrid's players ignited a flicker of hope. If a foul or offside was detected, the goal would not stand. Conversely, Manchester City's players, after their celebrations, grew anxious as they realized the referee had yet to confirm the goal, their gazes fixed intently on him. In the slow-motion replay, everyone witnessed the entire sequence of the goal. Haaland advanced with the ball, just past the halfway line, when Mingyu, closely trailing, seized the opportunity and executed a sliding tackle that kept the ball at his feet. Haaland, now airborne, was forgotten as all eyes were on Mingyu's successful tackle. With less than 10 seconds remaining, had Mingyu carried the ball himself, he likely would have been fouled by Real Madrid players midway. A long-range free kick would have been highly uncertain. Thus, seeing Real Madrid's defense distracted, Mingyu chose to trust his teammates. He struck the football fiercely with his left foot, contorting his ankle as if it might snap, his raised arms twisting his body into an unusual shape. His right foot, lifted like a whip, struck beneath the ball, sending it spinning rapidly toward Real Madrid's penalty area. After delivering the pass, Mingyu felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground, yet his eyes remained fixed on the ball's trajectory, fervently wishing for it to be received and to score. At the edge of the field, Sterling seemed to hear Mingyu's fervent shout. The moment Mingyu kicked, he sprang into action, believing the game was already won due to Haaland's fast break. Real Madrid's defenders had completely relaxed. Sterling dashed into the penalty area, unimpeded by any defenders. To his delight, the only player who could threaten him, Varane, had his back turned. The jubilant boy felt an urge to laugh. As he anticipated the ball's descent, he sprinted past Varane, and at the moment Courtois charged out, he deftly nudged the ball, which slipped through Courtois' legs and into the net. When Mingyu passed the ball, Sterling was at least 2 body lengths away from Varane, completely eliminating any suspicion of foul play. Upon confirming the video assistant referee's judgment, the referee blew his whistle and pointed decisively toward the center of the pitch. The goal was valid. Wembley Stadium erupted once more into a frenzy of celebration. The players of Manchester City were swept into euphoria again, racing towards the center of the field to honor the hero who made it all possible. After witnessing the goal, Mingyu collapsed onto the ground in relief, unleashing a roar of excitement. The Manchester City bench erupted in jubilation. Everyone had despaired when Haaland was poised to claim the second ball outside the penalty area. Even Guardiola stood motionless on the sidelines, his mind blank, having reached the Champions League final for 2 consecutive years and finishing as runners-up twice. Such a record was unprecedented in the history of the Champions League. Yet Guardiola had no desire for his name to be associated with such a record. Watching Haaland advance, Guardiola's eyes lost focus as he envisioned the outcome. Haaland dribbling into Manchester City's penalty area, scoring for a remarkable quadruple in the Champions League final. From that moment on, Manchester City would be etched in the annals of shame for the final, and he, Guardiola, would bear the blame. But then, a blue and white figure emerged like an angel descending from the heavens, rescuing Guardiola's soul. Number 10. Mingyu, the captain of Manchester City, the one he trusted most, stepped up in the final moments when despair blanketed the team. After running for 94 minutes, Mingyu had covered over 15,000 meters, outpacing everyone on the pitch. Surprisingly, at such a crucial moment, he still possessed the stamina and explosive power to accelerate from 5 or 6 meters behind Haaland, catching up with him mere seconds later, executing a beautiful tackle to retain possession of the ball. However, even that was not enough to showcase Mingyu's greatness, as the score remained 2-3. Stopping Haaland's goal would not reclaim the championship from Real Madrid's grasp. After Haaland fell to the ground, despite the evident regret on his face, the glimmer of joy in his eyes could not be suppressed. Although Mingyu had intercepted his play, the championship still rightfully belonged to him. However, in that moment, Mingyu, as one of the world's premier football stars, discovered the most effective solution to break the deadlock. With a breathtaking long-range shot, he sent the ball soaring into the penalty area of Real Madrid. Sterling arrived just in time, taking advantage of the Real Madrid players who were momentarily lost in their joy of victory, and with a decisive strike, he proclaimed, "You rejoiced too soon." The score was now 3-3. After the referee confirmed the goal, he blew the whistle again, signaling the end of the match. The game concluded in a draw, and after a brief respite, 30 minutes of extra time was set to commence. Yet, the players of Real Madrid appeared utterly dejected. Any team faced with such a turn of events would find their morale shattered. The spirits of Real Madrid plummeted like a roller coaster, feeling as though they had not fastened their safety harness and were flung off the ride at high speed. In stark contrast, the Manchester City players were buoyant, as if they had just escaped the precipice of despair. They felt elated, as if powerful hands had pulled them back from the brink of disaster. This miraculous escape filled each Manchester City player with profound happiness. Mingyu was encircled by his teammates, each player excitedly ruffling his hair, expressing gratitude for his unwavering determination and perseverance. While Sterling was the ultimate hero of the last goal, everyone knew that without Mingyu's relentless chase and precise long pass, Manchester City would have been left to watch the Champions League trophy slip away into the hands of Real Madrid. Now, they still had a chance. The next 30 minutes would determine the victor, and yet, could the demoralized Real Madrid withstand the soaring spirits of Manchester City? This was the very thought that lingered in Ancelotti's mind. Upon witnessing the final goal, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Had it not been for his assistant coach's keen observation, Ancelotti might have collapsed right then and there. The position of a football coach is indeed fraught with peril. Those with fragile hearts should never take on the role of a football manager. In a match like this, had a coach with a weak heart been at the helm, an ambulance would surely have been summoned by now. After a brief moment to regain composure, Ancelotti gazed sternly at the listless Real Madrid players. With years of experience behind him, he knew well that his players were teetering on the edge of collapse. Haaland, since being tackled by Mingyu, had not risen. He was waiting for the final whistle of victory. Yet, it was precisely this that allowed him to witness Mingyu's last assist from the best vantage point. When he saw the ball find the net, Haaland's expression resembled that of a startled duck, mouth agape and eyes glazed, appearing as if he were the foolish son of a wealthy landlord, staring at Mingyu, who lay not far from him. What kind of opponent was this? How had he accomplished such a feat? Could he truly defeat him? Haaland felt the darkness envelop him. This goal had shattered his confidence completely. On the Manchester City bench, a serene atmosphere prevailed, with Guardiola offering words of encouragement. At that moment, tactics and adjustments were secondary. The essence lay in momentum and spirit. Conversely, the Real Madrid bench resembled a stagnant pool. Upon seeing the goal, Ramos abruptly sat up from the stretcher, his vision blurring, and he fainted. The team doctor quickly signaled for staff to carry Ramos away. This scene was yet another misfortune for Real Madrid. Ancelotti's face darkened as he scrutinized the despondent players before him. The corner of his eye twitched slightly, as this moment reminded him of a night he wished never to recall, the night in Istanbul. That year, he led Milan to the Champions League final against Liverpool. And in the first half, Milan had surged ahead with 3 goals, seemingly grasping victory. During halftime, he observed his players already celebrating with champagne, and instead of intervening, he reveled in their joy. Little did he expect that in the second half, the tide would turn dramatically, with Liverpool equalizing and forcing the match into extra time. Ultimately, in the penalty shootout, Milan faltered, and Liverpool's goalkeeper Dudek solidified Milan's shameful legacy in the Champions League. Was today to be a repeat of that fateful night? Chapter 317. Extra time begins regardless of Ancelotti's attempts to reassure his players, and irrespective of what the Real Madrid players thought, extra time commenced punctually. The fans within Wembley Stadium erupted once more. This tense contest was precisely the kind of match that spectators cherished. Hat-tricks, last-second equalizers, every dramatic twist had unfolded. This match had already become one of the most thrilling encounters in Champions League history. The 30 minutes of extra time officially began. The referee summoned both teams onto the field, and after a coin toss, the whistle blew to signal the start of play. Real Madrid kicked off. However, it was evident that the players of Real Madrid had yet to fully return to the match. De Bruyne's pass to Haaland was markedly off target, with their movements and intentions misaligned for the first time. Rodri intercepted the ball, and amidst the cheers of the Manchester City fans, he passed to Mingyu in midfield. As Mingyu received the ball and prepared to turn, he sensed someone rapidly approaching from behind. Thus, instead of using the instep of his foot to gently block the ball and pull it back, he swiftly altered his footwork, transitioning from instep to the outside of his foot. With a deft flick of his outside foot to the right, the ball rolled away, while Mingyu executed a half-turn to his left, deftly slipping past De Bruyne, who had come to challenge him. De Bruyne intended to impede Mingyu's turn, but upon witnessing Mingyu's maneuver, instinctively tried to close the gap. Yet, as he caught sight of the ball rolling past him, his mind went blank. What sorcery was this? In that instant, De Bruyne found himself paralyzed, unable to move. Mingyu gracefully glided past him, tracing a small arc to receive his own pass, and continued his advance. Mingyu's exceptional skills mesmerized the crowd. Spectators clutched their heads in disbelief, feeling a tingle of excitement. The referee blew his whistle, swiftly approaching the scene. Mingyu, sitting on the ground, could only shrug his shoulders in resignation towards the referee. Standing beside him, Casemiro wore a furious expression, incessantly hurling insults at Mingyu in his native slang. The referee approached and promptly issued a yellow card to Casemiro, acknowledging his reckless behavior. The slow-motion replay revealed that, after Mingyu deftly dribbled past De Bruyne, he was met with Casemiro's brutal foul. Casemiro charged directly at Mingyu. Although Mingyu managed to maneuver the ball between his legs, he was swiftly shoved to the ground by Casemiro's hands. Having already been rattled by Mingyu's equalizer, Casemiro lost control upon witnessing such an humiliating display. This incident nearly incited a brawl on the pitch. However, Mingyu quickly rose to his feet, calming his teammates who were ready to defend him. The situation was advantageous for Manchester City, and they could not afford to allow Real Madrid any opportunity amidst the turmoil. Seeing his teammates restrained by Mingyu, a flicker of disappointment crossed Casemiro's eyes. Indeed, this was part of Casemiro's cunning strategy. With Real Madrid's morale shaken, they needed to find a new avenue for attack. Thus, coach Ancelotti advised Casemiro, who had yet to receive a yellow card, to provoke the opponents through aggressive fouls if the opportunity arose. It is worth noting that such tactics had once secured a World Cup victory for Italy. In the 2006 World Cup final, Italian defender Materazzi enraged France's star Zidane by insulting his family, causing Zidane to lose his composure and headbutt Materazzi. The consequent red card and the sight of Zidane missing the trophy became an indelible pain in his life. Ancelotti, also of Italian descent, seemed to discern the key to breaking the deadlock. The youthful Mingyu was particularly susceptible to provocation. Yet, unexpectedly, despite Casemiro's foul language leaving him visibly shaken, Mingyu managed to control his temper and calmed his teammates down. Ancelotti's expression grew increasingly grim. Casemiro had chosen a strategically sound location for his foul, just shy of 10 meters past the halfway line. At this distance, even Mingyu could not attempt a direct shot. Reluctantly, Mingyu had to pass the ball back to reorganize the attack. The first 15 minutes of extra time flew by. Although Real Madrid's players were struggling with their mentality, they were seasoned professionals capable of recalibrating their mindset. After all, they were merely tied, not trailing. Manchester City's offensive efforts felt somewhat restrained against Real Madrid's solid defense. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half of extra time. Both teams hurried to the sidelines for hydration and relaxation. Mingyu lay on the ground, while a masseur assisted him in loosening his tense muscles. Several referees also approached the sidelines to hydrate. The match was taxing not only for the players but for the referee as well. The 46-year-old Italian, Daniele Orsato, felt this was the most exhausting match of his career, requiring heightened physical and mental concentration. According to the rules, there is no halftime during extra time, and players immediately switch sides to commence the second half. However, from a humane perspective, referees typically allow approximately 3 minutes of rest for the players. After 3 minutes, the referee signaled for both teams to return to the pitch. The second half of extra time commenced, with Real Madrid taking the first kick. After 15 minutes of extra time and a brief respite, the Real Madrid players had largely adjusted their mental state. Haaland's eyes burned with a fierce desire for victory as he surged forward. Following several intricate combinations, Real Madrid's midfielder De Bruyne delivered a precise diagonal cross into Manchester City's penalty area. However, the ball was slightly overhit, and goalkeeper Ederson had already advanced. Chapter 3:18. The super goalkeeper, Mingyu. Haaland, like a bloodthirsty lion, forcefully shoved Laporte aside while keeping an eye on the ball and charging ahead. Ederson leapt high, arms outstretched, ready to claim the seemingly inevitable goal. Suddenly, a shadow darted in front of him, and Ederson felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. With a cry of agony, Ederson crashed to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. After toppling Ederson, Haaland spotted the ball at his feet and unleashed a powerful shot, sending it into the net. Before he could celebrate, the referee's sharp whistle extinguished Haaland's elation. The referee rushed over to check on Ederson, who was too pained to speak. The referee quickly gestured for Manchester City's medical staff to come forward. Meanwhile, Haaland continued to protest vehemently. An enraged Laporte charged in, shoving Haaland aside, and the two began to clash heads in a display of mutual defiance. Chaos erupted on the field. The fans in the stands also began to vocalize their opposing sentiments. The referee blew his whistle repeatedly, separating the increasingly agitated players. He pointed to Real Madrid's half, demanding that their players return to their own side, warning that he would issue yellow cards to anyone who failed to comply. Team captain Casemiro managed to restrain the still furious Haaland, urging the others to retreat as well. After examination, Manchester City's medical staff wore grim expressions as Ederson was found to have sustained a cracked rib. Gasps erupted from the crowd as the stadium's large screen replayed the moment of impact, Haaland's shoulder colliding forcefully with Ederson's unsuspecting chest. Ederson could no longer continue the match. On the sidelines, Guardiola frowned, realizing that all 5 substitution slots had already been utilized in the first half of extra time. This meant they would have to face the remainder of the match with 10 men and without a goalkeeper. Laporte prepared to don a substitute goalkeeper's jersey, intending to step in as a makeshift keeper. However, Mingyu suddenly recalled the gloves he had received at the start of the match, those of Real Madrid legend Iker Casillas. Known as Saint Casillas, Mingyu sensed the system's deep-seated malice. Silently, he approached the sidelines and snatched the substitute goalkeeper's jersey from Laporte's hands. Everyone was taken aback. Guardiola was equally perplexed by Mingyu's intentions and gazed at him with a hint of confusion. As Mingyu donned his jersey, he stated, "Boss, If we lose another defender now, our defense will completely collapse. In the upcoming matches, we must clarify our strategy and focus on defense, aiming to push the game to a penalty shootout. Guardiola looked at Mingyu with a sense of resignation and asked, "Lee, can you play as a goalkeeper?" Having secured his jersey, Mingyu retrieved the gloves of the substitute goalkeeper, and in a flash imperceptible to outsiders, they transformed into the gloves of the legendary Casillas. The substitute goalkeeper assisted Mingyu in putting on the gloves. With a deep sigh, Mingyu implored, "Boss, please trust me." Gazing at the resolute Mingyu, Guardiola found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, the decision to place either Laporte or Mingyu in goal was nearly equivalent. However, Mingyu's assertion was astute. Losing another defender would render Manchester City's defense even more vulnerable. Thus, the choice was made to let Mingyu take on the role of goalkeeper. Mingyu's donning of the goalkeeper's outfit left the fans in stunned silence. Even the commentators were at a loss for words, questioning the rationale behind this maneuver. As Mingyu stood before Manchester City's goal, a sense of disbelief spread through the crowd. Could this man be reliable? After reviewing the video, the referee issued a yellow gem card to Haaland. The replay revealed that Haaland had been oblivious to the advancing goalkeeper, his focus solely on the ball, rendering the collision unintentional. Nonetheless, the foul was serious enough for the referee to exercise discretion and issue the yellow gem card. However, for Haaland, who had previously escaped punishment, this card was inconsequential. Meanwhile, Manchester City had lost their final line of defense. Mingyu's selection as goalkeeper effectively extinguished Manchester City's offensive prospects. With all players retreating, Manchester City braced themselves for nearly 10 minutes of relentless assault from Real Madrid. At this moment, even the most ardent Manchester City supporters dared not believe that the team could indeed drag the match into a penalty shootout. In the 110th minute, Real Madrid launched an attack down the right flank, with De Bruyne passing to Asensio. Asensio created space and unleashed a cold shot from the edge of the penalty area. The quality of the strike was exceptional, aimed directly at the corner of the goal. Amidst the gasps from the crowd, Mingyu displayed remarkable agility, executing a stunning dive to deflect the ball out of play with one hand. Yet, lacking the knowledge of a professional goalkeeper regarding post-save protective actions, he landed heavily on the ground. The impact left him momentarily breathless, nearly dazing him. However, lying on the ground, Mingyu gazed in astonishment at the gloves upon his hands. In that crucial moment, as Asensio prepared to shoot, Mingyu had no inkling of which direction to dive. Yet, it was as if the gloves possessed a life of their own, subconsciously guiding him towards the correct trajectory. Such superior anticipation was the hallmark of Casillas' prowess. Having guarded Real Madrid's goal for over a decade, Casillas' stature at just over 1.8 meters was a testament to his skill. After successfully parrying Asensio's brilliant strike, Mingyu's teammates gazed in astonishment at him as he struggled to rise. They were astounded to discover such innate goalkeeping talent within him. As the notion of placing Mingyu in goal crossed Guardiola's mind, he quickly suppressed this extravagant thought. It would be nothing short of criminal to place a 300 million talent in goal. Mingyu clapped his hands vigorously, shouting, "Everyone focus, defend, defend." In the final moments, a foul? De Bruyne took the corner kick. The ball arced sharply towards the penalty area, presenting a significant challenge for the goalkeeper. Benzema and Haaland surged towards the ball's landing spot. Haaland, summoning all his strength, leaped high, outmuscling the Manchester City defenders, poised to connect with the ball. Yet, just as his forehead was about to make contact, a gloved hand appeared before him. From elation to shock, Haaland was plunged into profound confusion once more. Mingyu had accurately predicted the ball's trajectory the instant De Bruyne struck it. This ability to anticipate the ball's landing is a rare gift for any football player. And for a goalkeeper, it is nothing short of an extraordinary skill. Numerous goals are conceded due to a goalkeeper's misjudgment of the ball's path. Yet for Mingyu, any ball directed into the penalty area seemed to be delivered straight into his hands. In slow motion, as De Bruyne took the corner, Mingyu began his charge from within the 6-yard box. Just before Haaland could head the ball, Mingyu sprang into action, palm striking the ball clear of the penalty area. His preparation allowed him to direct the clearance perfectly to a teammate, initiating a swift counterattack from Manchester City. However, due to the absence of Mingyu as a controlling presence in the attacking third, the counterattack was soon thwarted. The ball remained under Manchester City's control. Real Madrid's players were utterly exhausted and could no longer press as they had during regular time. With only 8 minutes remaining before the end of extra time, Manchester City exhibited great patience, with Gundogan taking charge of orchestrating the attack. The relentless passing from Manchester City left Real Madrid's players helpless. Yet they lacked the energy to advance their defense. Nonetheless, Haaland refused to relent, sprinting tirelessly in midfield and gesturing for his teammates to join in the pressing. During a water break for a dead ball, Real Madrid's coach Ancelotti gathered all his players around him, advising them to remain calm, as the current situation was highly favorable for Real Madrid. The primary objective was to ensure they did not concede a goal, and if an opportunity for a counterattack arose, they must seize it decisively. Even if the match were to proceed to penalties, Real Madrid would hold a distinct advantage. After all, few would believe that Mingyu, an amateur, could genuinely assist Manchester City in a penalty shootout. With only 5 minutes remaining, Real Madrid's strategy shifted dramatically. They stationed Haaland alone in midfield, poised for a rapid counterattack, while the remaining players retreated into their defensive third, adopting a compact defensive posture. Faced with such a defense, Manchester City refrained from any rash offensive maneuvers, allowing time to slip away, second by second. The clock ticked towards the 119th minute. Gundogan passed the ball to the winger Sterling, hoping he would stretch the play and retain possession to run down the clock. However, in a surprising twist, Sterling, in the dying moments, suddenly transformed into a would-be savior. He surged towards the penalty area of Real Madrid with the ball at his feet, which not only threw Manchester City into disarray, but also caught Real Madrid off guard. No one anticipated that Sterling would seek to indulge in the joy of football at such a critical juncture. At that moment, Real Madrid's fullback, the Spanish player Odriozola, exhibited remarkable composure. He retreated slightly, maintaining an appropriate distance from Sterling, his eyes fixed intently on the ball at Sterling's feet. After nearly 120 minutes of relentless running, Sterling's stamina was all but depleted. He feigned a movement, preparing to cut inside. However, Odriozola accurately anticipated Sterling's intentions, executing a superbly timed lunge to dispossess him of the ball. Sterling found himself knocked to the ground by Odriozola's subsequent movement, momentarily dazed. As he watched Odriozola pass the ball directly to De Bruyne, who had retreated to the edge of the penalty area. In the next instant, De Bruyne launched a long pass that sent the ball deep into Manchester City's half. Haaland, like a beast unleashed, sensed the opportunity and charged into Manchester's territory, accelerating forward. Laporte, City's defender, frantically chased back. He was closer to City's penalty area than Haaland. Although Haaland was also running low on energy, his desire to score ignited a hidden potential within him. While he lacked the explosive power of the opening moments, at that instant, Haaland's speed clearly outstripped Laporte's. Mingyu hesitated, as the ball's trajectory appeared to veer off. If he committed to an advance, it could result in a dangerous 2-on-1 situation against his own goal. Thus, Mingyu decided to remain within the 6-yard box, refraining from a hasty charge. The ball landed, indeed bouncing towards the flank, and Laporte could only make a diagonal run towards it. Haaland, sprinting straight down the wing, accelerated further, ultimately reaching the ball ahead of Laporte. This season, Laporte recognized that advancing any further would lead to his being outmaneuvered. Consequently, he altered his direction towards the center, aiming to cut off Haaland's path to the inside. However, having gained control of the ball, Haaland was now barreling towards Laporte. In that moment, Laporte resolved that he could not allow Haaland to progress unchallenged, even if it meant committing a foul to thwart him. Determined, Laporte began to backpedal, preparing for the foul. As Haaland slowed his pace, Laporte adjusted accordingly. Yet, Haaland suddenly surged forward again, intent on breaking past Laporte on his right side towards the baseline. Laporte recognized his proximity to the penalty area. Committing a foul here, while perilous, was far preferable to allowing Haaland to penetrate further. Thus, with Haaland poised to bypass him, Laporte extended his arms, preparing to bring him down. Chapter 320. Penalty, last-minute heroics? To Laporte's shock, he failed to bring Haaland down. Upon noticing Laporte's intentions, Haaland understood that his opponent was resorting to foul tactics. Laporte already bore a yellow card. While this foul would surely result in a second yellow and his subsequent dismissal, Haaland knew that being fouled and forcing Laporte off would not guarantee a goal from the free kick. With gritted teeth, Haaland unleashed his full potential, evading Laporte's grasp. A shake of his shoulders freed him from the resistance, and he joyously cut into the penalty area. although Mingyu donned the gloves of the legendary Casillas. His lack of experience left him unprepared for positioning. In Haaland's eyes, Mingyu was rife with vulnerabilities. There was a significant gap at the near post. With a slight adjustment, Haaland could easily slot the ball into the net. However, just as he positioned himself to shoot, he felt an overwhelming force collide with his body. Even a player as robust as Haaland could only succumb to such an unexpected assault, sprawling to the ground in confusion. Wembley Stadium erupted in a frenzy. Real Madrid supporters cheered exuberantly, while Manchester City fans despaired, clutching their heads in anguish. A penalty was indisputable. Even an inept referee could not overlook it. Haaland, furious, shoved Laporte off him, roaring in anger. Laporte wore a mask of despair. His intent had been to foul outside the box, but he misjudged Haaland's strength, allowing him to slip inside. In the face of such a situation, Laporte's mind went blank, consumed by a singular thought. He had to stop Haaland. He summoned all his strength and collided with Haaland's back, toppling him to the ground. After the foul, Laporte's face drained of color. The instinctive act of desperation led him to tears as he saw the referee approach, pointing to the penalty spot. This was entirely his fault. The Manchester City players were a picture of agony, some seated on the turf, others sprawled out. The penalty felt akin to a death sentence for Manchester City. No one believed Mingyu could repeatedly rescue the team. Laporte, weeping on the ground, felt a pair of hands lift him. Turning around, he saw it was Mingyu, still clad in goalkeeper gloves. Laporte murmured, "I'm sorry, Lee. It's all my fault." Mingyu shook his head solemnly and replied, "No, Emery. You have given the team one last chance." Gazing at Laporte's face, Mingyu emphasized, "Had it not been for your foul, Haaland would likely have scored. However now, the outcome is uncertain." For earlier, Mingyu had not sensed any feedback from those gloves. It was possible that the opponent's shot would be insurmountable. From such a close distance, Haaland's scoring probability was nearly 100. In that moment, despair filled Mingyu's heart as he recalled the hopelessness he felt when attacking against an opposing goalkeeper. However, Laporte's foul had afforded Mingyu a chance to save Manchester City. A penalty is not so easily converted. Real Madrid players rushed over, eager to celebrate with Haaland as he prepared for the penalty. However, Haaland's expression was one of dissatisfaction, as he believed that had he taken the shot himself, he would undoubtedly have scored. Instead, he was left with the burden of executing a penalty, which he felt was a gamble, especially since the opposing team had already been reduced to 10 men. Yet, time was expiring, and the penalty would conclude the match, rendering the dismissal of the player irrelevant. Despite the referee's decision, Haaland found himself powerless. Clutching the ball, he approached the penalty spot. Naturally, he intended to take the penalty he had earned himself. As he placed the ball on the spot, his demeanor became grave. Scoring this goal would immortalize him as a hero for Real Madrid, marking him as only the second player in Champions League final history to score 4 goals and one of the most formidable players in the world. The mere thought brought a smile to his face. Hauling his focus, he fixed his intense gaze on Mingyu, who stood solemnly on the goal line. The referee approached Lee, stating, "Mingyu, I must remind you that before the shot, you cannot leave the goal line. You may step out with one leg, but both must not leave simultaneously. Do you understand?" This was a necessary reminder for the keeper, particularly since Lee was still new to the role. Lee, fully aware, observed Haaland's mounting intensity as he engaged in casual banter with the referee. "So, what you're saying is I can move one foot, but my feet cannot both leave the line before he shoots? Is this permissible?" Lee mimicked the motion, seeking confirmation. The referee, perceiving Lee's naivety rather than any cunning strategy, patiently reiterated the rules. Meanwhile, Haaland's impatience was evident, and the crowd's tension escalated into a chorus of boos. When Lee attempted to stall for further clarification once more, the referee finally recognized the tactic at play. With a resigned expression, he interrupted Lee, "Enough of this, Mingyu. Please return to your position." Lee fainat inusansa, shrugging and gesturing that he was merely a novice seeking to understand the rules. Ignoring him, the referee turned to the increasingly frustrated Haaland, instructing him to prepare for the kick and to heed his whistle without any tricks. Haaland, fixated solely on Mingyu and the goal of Manchester City, disregarded the referee entirely. In the grand arena of Wembley, every spectator held their breath, fixated on Manchester City's half. The match had surpassed regulation time. Once the penalty was taken, whether successful or not, extra time would conclude. Should Haaland score, congratulations would be in order for Real Madrid, securing their 14th UEFA Champions League title. Conversely, if he failed, the teams would inevitably plunge into a taxing penalty shootout, unraveling all suspense within mere seconds. The referee retreated to the edge of the penalty area, checking the players' positions before blowing his whistle, shattering the silence that enveloped Wembley. From both benches, players stood at the edge of the field, some kneeling in fervent prayer. In that moment, it felt as if even the divine were troubled. Please, let Haaland score. Please, let Mingyu make the save. The immense pressure bore down on the two adversaries. Haaland inhaled deeply, exhaling with intensity, his face contorted as he began his run-up. Lee, lacking any experience in saving penalties, stood resolutely, entrusting his hopes to his gloves. St. Casillas gloves, please do not let me down. At the instant Haaland swung his leg to shoot, Lee felt an instinctive guide from his gloves, a surge of hope igniting within him. Under the watchful eyes of fans worldwide, Lee shifted slightly to his left, propelling himself into a spectacular dive toward the same direction. This time, Haaland opted against a powerful strike, instead nudging the ball toward the bottom corner with his right foot. However, as the penalty left his foot, Haaland's eyes widened in horror, witnessing Lee's body hurtling toward the trajectory of his shot. He could almost see the mocking smirk on Lee's lips. How about you now? In a moment of panic. As Haaland's fear escalated, Lee's fingertips brushed against the swiftly approaching ball, altering its course ever so slightly. The ball crashed against the post, ricocheting back. Suddenly, a figure clad in blue and white surged into the penalty area, deftly kicking the ball out of play. The referee immediately signaled the end of extra time. The Manchester City players erupted in ecstatic frenzy, rushing towards the fallen, smiling Mingyu. Lee, you're incredible. Thank you, Lee. You did it, Lee. Unbelievable, Lee. Even teammates on the bench rushed to the field, disregarding the disheartened Real Madrid players, embracing each other jubilantly before Manchester City's goal. Guardiola exhaled in relief. His heart had nearly ceased beating in that moment. Ancelotti's expression darkened in disbelief, unable to fathom how the match had unfolded to this extent. Haaland, however, stood at the penalty spot like a shell of himself, his mind a blank slate. Even when brushed past by fellow players, he remained unresponsive. The weight of that moment was far too heavy for him to bear. Mingyu had become his eternal nightmare. As the penalty shootout loomed, one might assume Manchester City had already claimed victory given the prevailing atmosphere. Guardiola quickly gathered his team for a strategic discussion, confirming the list of players designated to take penalties. Lee, when are you prepared to step up? Guardiola inquired cautiously, aware of Mingyu's aversion to penalties, a well-guarded secret. Doubt lingered even within the Manchester City ranks, as some questioned whether Lee truly struggled with penalties or if it was merely a smokescreen. During the penalty shootout of the World Cup final, Mingyu did not have the opportunity to participate. However, in the Champions League final, it was his moment to prove himself. Yet, Mingyu shook his head resolutely, stating, "Coach, I wish to concentrate fully. I intend to dedicate all my energy and focus to goalkeeping, so I shall refrain from taking penalties." Guardiola and his teammates exchanged bewildered glances. His reasoning seemed rather flimsy. For many goalkeepers in the realm of sports relish the chance to take penalty kicks. Nonetheless, Guardiola did not compel Mingyu to step forward, recognizing the paramount importance of the goalkeeper during a shootout. At that juncture, Manchester City could only place their faith in Mingyu. Ultimately, Guardiola assigned him to the sixth position, as the rules dictated that each player on the field must follow a specified order for the shootout. Once the order for the penalties was established, Mingyu and Casemiro approached the referee. The head referee, the Italian Daniele Orsato, spoke with a serious demeanor, saying, "Gentlemen, today's match has been truly spectacular. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to both teams for delivering a classic confrontation for all to witness. I am confident this match will be etched into the annals of Champions League history." Upon hearing the referee's words, a smile graced Mingyu's face. In contrast, Casemiro appeared somewhat awkward, perceiving the referee's remarks as a veiled jab at Real Madrid. The dramatic turn of events, with Manchester City equalizing in the dying moments of regular time and missing a penalty in the final minutes of extra time, indeed heightened the stakes, though it was far from what Real Madrid had hoped to see. However, should Real Madrid triumph over Manchester City in the penalty shootout, all preceding events would merely become a minor anecdote, a delightful twist, adding more intrigue to the narrative. Conversely, if Real Madrid were to succumb to Manchester City in the shootout, they would undoubtedly earn the unfortunate title of the most tragic team in Champions League history, perhaps contesting with the 2005 AC Milan for the title of the most heart-wrenching team of the 21st century. The referee tossed the coin, landing on heads. Prior to the penalty shootout, 2 coin tosses were necessary. The first determined which goal would be used for the shootout. Mingyu chose heads, meaning the penalties would occur in Manchester City's half. Chapter 322. The efficacy of banner. The referee flipped the coin a second time to decide which team would take the first penalty. Once again, it landed on heads. This time, it was Real Madrid who opted for heads. Thus, Real Madrid would take the first shot. Mingyu and Casemiro exchanged a high five as both teams lined up, poised on the center line, awaiting the commencement of the shootout. Mingyu followed the referee towards his goal, his expression grave. The entire Manchester City fan base rose in unison, applauding their remarkable goalkeeper. Throughout the history of world football, few players have exhibited such extraordinary prowess. In offensive play, he could aid his team in breaching defenses. And in defensive moments, he donned his gloves, standing resolutely at the goal, saving his team from dire straits. He was indeed a player to be revered. Standing on the center line, the Real Madrid players felt an unspoken trepidation towards this formidable adversary, perhaps unbeknownst even to themselves. Particularly, Haaland, who remained in a daze, felt the weight of the missed penalty as if the world had crumbled around him. Twice he had the opportunity to secure victory for Manchester City, only to falter. In the final moments of regular time, had Haaland opted to simply clear the ball in a Manchester City's half instead of attempting a shot, even if he failed, time would have dwindled away, allowing Real Madrid to clinch the match with a 1-goal lead and secure their 14th Champions League title. Yet, driven by a desire to emulate his idol and achieve a remarkable quadruple in the Champions League final, he squandered his first chance at glory. The second opportunity had just passed. Had he converted the penalty, victory would have been within reach. Yet his shot was miraculously saved by the extraordinary Mingyu. In that moment, Haaland felt as though his life had plunged into darkness. Confused and lost, he stood on the center line, his expression reflecting despair, eliciting sympathy from many Real Madrid supporters. At the goal line, Mingyu focused ahead as Real Madrid's forward Benzema approached. Benzema had played a frustrating match, feeling overshadowed by Haaland, who commandeered the ball in the attacking third, relegating him to a mere distraction. Haaland's performance irked Benzema. After conceding an equalizer and missing a penalty, felt a surge of vengeful satisfaction. Let us see you falter now. With the ball in the penalty area, Benzema carefully placed it on the spot, forcefully trampling the grass around it with his right foot. Karim, I've heard you're quite proficient at penalties. Why does your team let Haaland take the first shot? A clumsy French accent tinged with Spanish reached Benzema's ears. He looked up, surprised to see Mingyu grinning at him. The words had come from Mingyu, who had learned a few phrases of French during his time in Barcelona with Griezmann. Though somewhat awkward, he managed to convey his intent. Taken aback by the banter, Benzema momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. Seeing Benzema's face flush, the referee intervened sternly, admonishing Mingyu, return to your position. Refrain from speaking and disturbing the penalty taker. Mingyu shrugged nonchalantly, replying, Sir, I was merely greeting him. I meant no offense. Facing the stern referee, Mingyu complied and returned to the goal line, though a sly smile played at the corners of his mouth. Benzema's concentration had been disrupted by Mingyu's playful taunts. For some time, Benzema had observed Haaland's arrival with a sense of detached scrutiny. After all, Haaland's presence had directly impacted Benzema's statistics. In the season prior to Haaland's arrival, which coincided with Mingyu's debut, Benzema had been Real Madrid's top scorer. Yet, with Haaland's entry, Benzema's goal tally had plummeted. Last season, he managed only 15 goals, a stark decline from the 30 he had netted the previous season. Moreover, the attacking tactics had shifted to favor Haaland, diminishing Benzema's role. This season, Benzema felt increasingly like a superfluous figure, with only 13 goals to his name, 2 fewer than the previous season, marking a performance well below his usual standard. Upon hearing Mingyu's heart-wrenching words, Benzema, fully aware that these were mere attempts to unsettle his mentality, found himself unable to suppress the tumult of emotions within. Observing the change in Benzema's demeanor, Mingyu could not help but display a triumphant smile. Trash talk is, and always will be, one of the most prevalent and effective weapons on the sports field. When wielded skillfully, it can have a decisive impact at critical moments. Just as in the 2006 World Cup, when a single remark from Materazzi left Zidane with a lifetime of regret. With the sound of the whistle, the referee signaled that Benzema could take a shot. Taking a deep breath, Benzema forcefully quelled the chaotic thoughts within him. His gaze intensively fixed on the goal as he commenced his run-up. He lifted his right leg high, poised for a powerful kick. At that moment, Mingyu suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that Benzema's foot was about to connect with the ball, yet his gloves offered no guidance. Was it a guaranteed goal? Was this Benzema truly the legendary figure known for his prowess? On the surface, it seemed as though he was disturbed by Mingyu's taunts, but perhaps he was secretly deriding him in his thoughts. A look of embarrassment crossed Mingyu's face as he realized that the fool was indeed himself. As expected, Benzema displayed a fierce expression, launching a powerful shot that appeared to exhaust all of his strength. Mingyu could only guess a direction and leap to the right. However, the ball soared to his left. In midair, Mingyu turned to glance at the ball and was astonished to see it fly directly into the stands behind the goal. A fan, donned in a Real Madrid jersey with the number 9, stood in bewilderment, clutching the ball, mirroring the stunned expression on Benzema's face. He had missed. Mingyu had misjudged the direction, and to his astonishment, Benzema had sent the ball soaring into the air. Chapter 323. The next moment is mine at Wembley Stadium. The Manchester City fans erupted in excitement upon witnessing Benzema's missed penalty, all leaping to their feet and roaring in triumph. Mingyu, too, sprang up, shaking his arms vigorously. Although he had misread the shot's direction, he felt that his previous tactics of delay and trash talk had influenced Benzema's emotions, leading to this blunder. Benzema, in turn, held his head in despair, overwhelmed by the desire to strike powerfully, which resulted in his lack of control and the ball being sent into the stands. On the pitch, the players from Manchester City were elated, embracing one another in celebration, while the Real Madrid players stood in stunned silence. The first penalty taker in a shootout is crucial. Their success or failure serves as a beacon for their teammates. Mingyu observed Benzema's despondent figure, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Yet, when he saw Gabriel Jesus approaching with the ball, Mingyu beamed and stepped forward to embrace him. "Gabriel, believe in yourself. Your penalty will be the finest for our team," Mingyu earnestly whispered into Jesus' ear. Jesus felt a surge of inspiration. He had never realized Mingyu understood him so well. As Mingyu took his position outside the goal line, his expression remained calm, but his heart raced with anxiety. If Jesus could score this penalty, Manchester City would gain a significant advantage. Mingyu was slated to take the 6th penalty. He needed the match to conclude within 5 rounds, for he could not guarantee his ability to convert in a one-on-one situation. The fear of penalty kicks was no joke. Despite being transformed into a superstar by the system, the psychological aspect remained unresolved. As Jesus approached the goal, his right foot made contact with the ball, executing a subtle flick upon impact. Courtois dove to the left, yet the ball veered towards the right. Courtois turned his head, hoping it had gone wide. But the net rippling confirmed his worst fears. 1-0, the first round of the penalty shootout concluded with Manchester City in the lead. Jesus and Mingyu embraced, each giving the other a hearty pat on the back. With wide grins, they shared a moment of joy. Real Madrid's second penalty taker was their defensive midfielder, Casemiro. Mingyu once again positioned himself on the goal line, ready to employ his previous tactics of psychological warfare. However, the referee pointed at Mingyu, warning him not to interfere with the opposing player, lest he face a card. With a yellow card already in his possession, Mingyu felt a wave of apprehension. If he were to be sent off, Manchester City would be doomed. He cast a resentful glance at the referee, steeling himself, and vigorously clapped his gloves to rally his spirits. Casemiro stood stoically, his expression unreadable. His feelings towards Mingyu were complex. As an opponent, he harbored both disdain and reverence. He resented Mingyu for halting Brazil's journey in the World Cup, and now, in the Champions League final, it was once again Mingyu who had forced Real Madrid to a penalty shootout. Moreover, this time, Mingyu had transformed into the dragon standing before him. Yet, that reverence was not unfounded. Mingyu was undeniably formidable. In both club and national team encounters, Casemiro had been thoroughly impressed by his skills. The brilliance of his play and his ability to rise to the occasion had earned him immense respect. As a referee's whistle pierced the air, a flicker of determination ignited in Casemiro's eyes. Mingyu, no matter how great you may become, today, I will defeat you. With that, Casemiro's began his run-up. Mingyu bent slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Casemiro's movements, hoping to discern his intentions. Yet, lacking specialized training, he was at a disadvantage in predicting the direction of Casemiro's kick. Thus, he placed his trust in the system. Miraculous gloves of Saint Iker, reveal your magic. At the moment Casemiro's right foot made contact with the ball, Mingyu felt a surge of information relayed through his gloves. With all his might, he propelled himself to the right. Indeed, Casemiro's shot was directed towards Mingyu's right side. Straining every muscle, he extended his arm to its fullest, feeling a sharp pain at his fingertips, his face lighting up with exhilaration. I touched it. Indeed, Mingyu's fingertips grazed the ball once more. However, this time, Casemiro's penalty was not only swift, but also powerful. Although Mingyu's fingertips grazed the ball, he could not alter its trajectory. It struck the right post and reverberated into the net. Casemiro, drenched in cold sweat, felt a surge of exhilaration as he tugged at his jersey and let out a primal roar, as if to expel all the frustrations of the match. In contrast, Mingyu, with a crestfallen expression, slammed his fist onto the ground. For goalkeeper, such moments are the most disheartening, having predicted the correct direction, yet failing to make the save. Nevertheless, the Manchester City fan spontaneously offered Mingyu encouraging applause. As a debut goalkeeper, his performance had been commendable. Mingyu rose to acknowledge the fans in the stands, expressing his gratitude. With the goal scored, the Real Madrid players breathed a collective sigh of relief and celebrated with fervor. How had the situation deteriorated to this point? Mingyu returned to the edge of the penalty area and embraced the next Manchester City player to step up. Coincidentally, Real Madrid sent out a defensive midfielder, while Manchester City likewise chose their midfielder, Rodri. Rodri, with a resolute gaze, embraced Mingyu before cradling the ball and approached the penalty spot. Gazing intently at Courtois, who was poised on the goal line, Rodri's heart was tranquil. He reverently kissed the ball, brushed it on the penalty spot, adjusted its position, and then retreated 3 steps to steady himself. After placing the ball, Rodri did not glance at Courtois again, focusing solely on the ball before him. At the sound of the whistle, Rodri inhaled deeply and began his run. After 3 strides, he lifted his gaze toward the goal, swung his right leg, and struck the ball with force. Mingyu, standing nervously outside the goal line, clasped his hands in anticipation, his face contorted with tension. It must go in. It must go in. Courtois dove to his right, but despair washed over him as Rodri chose to shoot down the center. With Courtois already airborne, there was nothing he could do but extend his right foot in the hopes of making contact. Alas, his foot failed to connect. However, the sound of the ball striking the crossbar revived Courtois from his despondency. Rodri, in disbelief, covered his face with his hands and sank to his knees. Standing at the goal line, he bore an expression of anguish. This shot mirrored Real Madrid's first goal. The goalkeeper guessed wrong. Yet the penalty taker blasted the ball astray. Rodri's attempt hit the upper edge of the crossbar and soared beyond the goal line. In an instant, the Real Madrid supporters at Wembley erupted into jubilant celebration. A glimmer of hope had emerged. The players of Real Madrid embraced each other in excitement at midfield. Unexpectedly, their opponents had also made a critical error. The Manchester City players wore expressions of turmoil, many shaking their heads in disbelief. Kneeling on the ground, Rodri felt a hand on his shoulder. Rodri, rise and do not be disheartened. The next part is for me. Chapter 324. The duel with De Bruyne. Rodri lifted his head and met Mingyu's steadfast gaze. The determination in Mingyu's eyes brought a bittersweet smile to Rodri's face. Grasping Mingyu's outstretched hand, Rodri stood up and embraced him tightly. It's all on you now, he whispered in Mingyu's ear. Mingyu patted Rodri's back reassuringly, signaling him to be at ease. The second round of the penalty shootout concluded with both teams tied at 1-1. The pressure intensified for the third player to step up. Mingyu once again found himself on the goal line, feeling an unusual sense of calm, devoid of the anxiety that had gripped him earlier. He scrutinized the third penalty taker from Real Madrid, a familiar face, his Spanish national teammate, Asensio. Although Asensio did not make the final squad for the Qatar World Cup, he had previously collaborated with Mingyu during the World Cup qualifiers. Asensio approached with the ball, his heart racing, and placed it on the penalty spot, glancing nervously at Mingyu. A peculiar smile graced Mingyu's face as he gestured with his right hand, indicating that he would not defend that side. Asensio's expression grew uneasy. As a former teammate of the Spanish national team, he held immense respect for Mingyu, especially after witnessing him lead the team to World Cup glory. The notion of competing alongside his idol in such a crucial moment felt surreal. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Aren't you a midfielder? Why are you in goal? What do you mean by pointing? Are you implying I should kick it there? There's no way I'll fall for that. But what if he's deliberately trying to mislead me? Lost in his thoughts, Asensio was jolted back to reality by the sound of the whistle. Which way should I shoot? He began his run, glancing at Mingyu, and with a firm resolve, chose a direction and struck the ball. To his astonishment, Asensio realized he had indeed kicked it in the direction Mingyu had indicated. Even more shocking was that Mingyu had not adhered to the agreement and dove in that very direction, as Asensio's shot was a goalkeeper's preferred low ball. Even without formal goalkeeper training, Mingyu easily parried it away. He rolled on the ground and sprang to his feet, raising his arms in triumph. The Manchester City fans erupted in cheers, chanting Mingyu's name. Observing Asensio's stunned expression, Mingyu shook his head, thinking, this kid. I clearly indicated I deep dive this way, and he still went for it. What a stubborn one. Emotions swung back and forth among the players near the midfield. The Manchester City players once again embraced in celebration, exhilarated by Mingyu's spectacular save, especially Rodri, who had remained kneeling with his eyes closed, praying for Mingyu to succeed. Indeed, divine intervention had occurred. Rodri, filled with joy, traced a cross on his chest, murmuring his gratitude to the heavens. It was now time for Manchester City's third player to take the stage. Zinchenko, the left wing-back of Manchester City, possesses exquisite footwork. This time, he was entrusted with taking the third penalty kick. Clutching the football, Zinchenko approached the penalty area and shared a brief embrace with Mingyu, passing on his confidence and good fortune. Mingyu, now brimming with self-assurance, inspired the Manchester City players around him, who instinctively felt a surge of confidence as well. Zinchenko placed the ball on the penalty spot, tousled his hair, and with eyes as piercing as a hawk's, he locked his gaze onto Courtois. Players who dare to meet the goalkeeper's eyes are often those with immense confidence, and Zinchenko was certainly one of them. Courtois, with a stern expression, stared intently at Zinchenko, hoping to discern any hint of intention from his eyes. However, Zinchenko's gaze remained unwavering, revealing no trace of emotion or intent. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the penalty. Zinchenko took a deep breath, and as he exhaled, he began his run-up. Courtois also prepared himself, his mind racing to predict the direction of Zinchenko's shot. Suddenly, Courtois' eyes lit up as he sprang into action, launching himself towards his right side as if propelled by a spring. Yet, to his astonishment, Zinchenko's kick veered in the opposite direction. Caught off guard, Courtois turned back in despair, hoping the ball would stray wide or strike the crossbar. However, to his dismay, it sailed directly into the net without issue. After scoring, Zinchenko released all his pent-up pressure, roaring triumphantly before embracing the rushing Mingyu. The faces of the Real Madrid players darkened, as the score stood at 2-1 after 3 rounds, placing them in an increasingly precarious position. However, as they observed the next player stepping up, their unease subsided slightly. Mingyu positioned himself on the goal line, calmly watching the players striding confidently from midfield. The Manchester City fans erupted with deafening boos upon recognizing the familiar figure, De Bruyne. Once the midfield maestro of Manchester City, he had now become the undisputed orchestrator and assist king for Real Madrid. De Bruyne approached the penalty area, gently placing the ball on the spot, and with his right foot, he stamped around it several times to compact the grass for a more powerful strike. Mingyu, intrigued by the former Manchester City player, noted that despite this being their first encounter, De Bruyne was undeniably one of the finest midfielders in the world today. De Bruyne's style seemed somewhat at odds with Manchester City, but at Real Madrid, he had honed his organizational talents to perfection, complemented by a top-tier forward like Haaland, a match made in heaven. Mingyu bent slightly, akin to a lion stalking its prey, poised for action. In the Manchester City penalty area, De Bruyne and Mingyu locked eyes. Both were among the elite midfield maestros in world football. De Bruyne's expression was complex as he approached his 32nd birthday, having left Manchester City in pursuit of his first UEFA Champions League trophy with a more promising Real Madrid. To his surprise, Manchester City had acquired Mingyu for some double his own value. De Bruyne had anticipated a disintegrating Manchester City, yet they had remarkably reached the Champions League final. This match held immense significance for him. A victory would validate his discerning choice, while a loss could render him a global laughingstock, overshadowed by Mingyu. De Bruyne's gaze sharpened, his demeanor solemn. The referee blew the whistle, signaling that the penalty could be taken. Suddenly, De Bruyne noticed Mingyu offering a faint smile, tilting his head slightly to the right. What could this mean? De Bruyne barely had time to contemplate Mingyu's intent as he began his run-up. Nevertheless, the image of Mingyu's head tilt lingered in his mind. Was it a cue for a dive or a trap? Which way should he shoot? Overwhelmed by pressure, De Bruyne's focus wavered. Even the world's top midfield maestro could succumb to the mental strain in this moment, falling into Mingyu's psychological trap. Mingyu had previously employed psychological warfare to disrupt his opponents, and it had proven effective once again. He maintained eye contact with De Bruyne, noticing a flicker of uncertainty in the latter's eyes. Mingyu's heart raced. Success. Although De Bruyne was momentarily rattled, muscle memory kicked in, and he executed the penalty kick. The ball soared towards the right side of the goal, but De Bruyne did not aim for the direction Mingyu had tilted his head. Perhaps he believed Mingyu would dive that way. Yet, at the instant De Bruyne struck the ball, Mingyu had already readied himself, diving towards his right. As the ball approached, Mingyu extended his hands outward, easily deflecting De Bruyne's feeble shot. The Manchester City players on the halfway line erupted in excitement, embracing one another once again. Guardiola could hardly believe his eyes. Was this truly Mingyu? Had their substitute goalkeeper simply changed his face? Even a substitute keeper could not possess such skill, could they? The Real Madrid players were either crouching on the ground or slumped in despair. This miss effectively sealed their fate. As long as the next Manchester City player could score, the fifth round would be unnecessary, and the match could be concluded. De Bruyne stood frozen, staring vacantly at the goal, his mind blank. What had just transpired? Why was he standing there? Who was he? The Manchester City fans erupted in jubilant exultation. Initially fearing their fate after the injury to their goalkeeper, the introduction of Mingyu had brought unexpected surprises. Time and again, Mingyu had transformed into a guardian angel, rescuing Manchester City's hopes and not only guiding them into the penalty shootout, but also performing heroically during it. Of the 4 penalty takers Real Madrid sent forth, 2 had been thwarted by Mingyu, and under immense pressure, the first shooter, Benzema, had sent the ball soaring into the sky. After 4 rounds of the penalty shootout, Real Madrid had managed to score only once, while Manchester City had taken a 2-1 lead, with their 4th player yet to step up. As long as the next player from Manchester City converts the penalty, the match will conclude without the need for a 5th round. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the relaxed-faced player, Sterling, the harbinger of joyful football. Despite the immense pressure resting squarely on his shoulders, the inherently bold and carefree Sterling felt no such weight. It was merely a game. Cradling the ball, he approached the penalty area, and, as captain, Mingyu stepped forward to motivate his teammate. With one hand clutching the ball, Sterling embraced Mingyu and cheerfully remarked, "Lee, you're incredible. When did you become a goalkeeper? Are you trying to steal Ederson's thunder?" Ederson, noticing that Sterling was unfazed by the pressure, patted his shoulder and encouraged, "Raheem, become a man who ends this match." Upon hearing this, Raheem Sterling's eyes sparkled, his demeanor transformed with a newfound confidence. "Indeed, I, Raheem Sterling, the harbinger of joyful football, shall fulfill my mission of concluding this match." Sterling cradled the ball as he entered the penalty area, placing it on the spot before stepping back a few paces. Courtois, feeling the pressure, realized that as a professional goalkeeper, he was about to face an amateur. The harsh reality was that he had misjudged all 3 previous penalty attempts, while Mingyu had demonstrated his prowess as the true professional. Courtois understood the significance of this moment. He had to save this penalty to extend the match to a 5th round. As he focused on Sterling, he recalled his notes on Sterling's preferred penalty direction. However, the best left winger in England was not easily predictable. Sterling's mind was racing with clever tactics, causing him to tremble with anticipation. If he scored, he would become a hero throughout England. The referee confirmed that both sides were ready and blew the whistle. The world's attention converged here. In mere seconds, this grand match would reach its conclusion. Sterling's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression as he glanced at Courtois' left side. Courtois detected this glance, feeling a surge of hope. His notes indicated that this direction was Sterling's favorite spot. True to form, in this critical moment, players often reverted to their muscle memory, opting for their most skilled penalty style and direction. Sterling commenced his run, lifting his right foot to strike the ball. Courtois also sprang into action, stepping left before launching himself into the air. Chapter 326. The Birth of the European King, Wembley Stadium. All eyes were fixed on Manchester City's goal. If Sterling could score, Manchester City would claim this season's Champions League title. The stadium was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Only the sound of heartbeats seemed to echo in the arena. As Sterling approached the penalty spot, he lifted his right foot and struck the ball. Courtois, sensing the direction of Sterling's shot, preemptively moved a step and dove to his left. In midair, as Sterling connected with the ball, it soared toward the goal. Courtois' expression froze in disbelief. The ball did not follow his predicted path to the left, but soared down the center. In a moment of audacity, Sterling executed a Panenka penalty. What remarkable composure! As Courtois landed, the ball traced a beautiful arc and nestled into the net. Sterling, exuding a carefree demeanor, spread his arms wide, embodying the essence of confidence, igniting an eruption of jubilation throughout Wembley Stadium. The players of Real Madrid collapsed in despair, while Manchester City's players, in a frenzy of excitement, rushed from midfield to envelop Sterling and Mingyu in a celebration of euphoric exuberance. Guardiola, covering his face with his hands, sought to conceal his tears. It had been 10 long years. A decade had passed since Guardiola departed from Barcelona, yearning to prove himself, to show that he was not merely a product of Barcelona's system or reliant on the likes of Xavi and Iniesta. Over these 10 years, he had faced numerous challenges. While he garnered some accolades, the elusive honor of the Champions League title had remained out of reach. Today, Guardiola finally attained the coveted Champions League trophy, and the journey to this triumph had been a roller coaster of experiences. Suddenly, Guardiola felt a lightness in his body. Startled, he opened his eyes to find Manchester City's players surrounding him, having lifted him high into the air. Long live the boss! They cheered as they tossed him jubilantly. Suspended in the air, Guardiola wore a radiant smile. In the distance, De Bruyne and Haaland watched this scene unfold, their expressions tinged with disappointment. De Bruyne's face reflected a complex mix of emotions as he shook his head and chuckled wryly. He had left Manchester City in search of a championship, only to face them in this decisive moment, where ultimately City triumphed over Real Madrid to claim the title. How ironic! Haaland, on the other hand, gazed at the jubilant number 10, having lived in his shadow since arriving at Real Madrid. Although Mingyu was younger than Haaland, the latter had achieved honors that dwarfed Haaland's accomplishments. De Bruyne, being older, adjusted his mindset more swiftly, placing a reassuring hand on Haaland's shoulder, saying, "Don't lose heart. Next season we shall return stronger." Yet this time, Haaland did not respond with enthusiasm, merely stating, "Can we truly overcome him?" De Bruyne felt a slight tremor in his hand. When the penalty was saved, a similar doubt had crept into his mind. Though this was De Bruyne's first encounter with Mingyu, he recalled a famous saying from a renowned Chinese table tennis champion. Sometimes, a mere handshake can lead one to feel defeated. Though reluctant to admit it, after being consistently challenged by Mingyu's performance, De Bruyne harbored thoughts of inadequacy. Remaining silent, he quietly walked away. Haaland's countenance darkened. The spotlight of this match was meant to be his. A hat-trick in the Champions League final, a first in 50 years, and he had nearly achieved a historic quadruple. Yet, all of this became mere embellishment in Manchester City's victory. A monumental triumph must be accompanied by a formidable opponent. Unfortunately for Haaland, he found himself in the role of the supporting cast. Is there anything more exhilarating than witnessing a player complete a hat-trick while simultaneously leading their team to triumph? In this match, although Mingyu scored only 1 goal and provided 2 assists, he was the savior of Manchester City, including the penalty shootout during extra time. He thwarted 3 of Real Madrid's 5 penalties, while 1 was sent soaring over the bar, and even the one that did find the net grazed his fingertips. It can be said that once Ederson exited during extra time, Mingyu took full control of the game. Throughout history, goalkeepers have delivered astounding performances in major tournaments and UEFA Champions League finals. Take, for instance, the 2000 UEFA Euro semi-final between Italy and the Netherlands, where Italy's goalkeeper, Toldo, executed a miraculous display. His feats surpassed even those of Mingyu, as he saved a penalty from Dutch captain Frank de Boer during regular time and subsequently parried 3 penalties in the shootout, propelling Italy into the final. What remains most memorable is Frank de Boer's 2 missed penalties, both of which were nearly identical in angle and power, falling into the category of the goalkeeper's favorite half-height shots. The phrase, "a person can step into the same river twice, a person can trip over the same stone twice," became a haunting reminder for de Boer. The penalty shootout is often where goalkeepers achieve swift acclaim, and Mingyu undoubtedly seized his moment of fame. A midfielder who not only assists in offensive plays but also rescues his team during a penalty shootout. Such a narrative seems more fitting for a novel than reality. UEFA President Ceferin, with a beaming smile, approached the side stage for the awards ceremony, accompanied by the team presidents. The tension between Florentino Perez and Ceferin is palpable, as the specter of a European Super League still looms ominously over Ceferin's tenure. As Ceferin nodded politely to the grinning Perez, the thrilling awards ceremony was about to commence. First, the referees were honored. Manchester City's players and staff lined up to applaud the officiating team. Chief referee Daniele Orsado and his crew ascended the podium to receive their medals and, after a brief photo opportunity, departed swiftly, acutely aware that they were not the main attraction. Next came the players of Real Madrid, who would receive their runners-up medals. In the midst of applause from Manchester City, the Real Madrid squad, having regained their composure, walked up silently, their faces a reflection of disappointment that broke the hearts of their fans watching from home. Adorned with their silver medals, the Real Madrid players exited the stage quickly, knowing full well that the spotlight was not on them. The moment of exhilaration finally arrived. Amidst the thunderous applause from the crowd, Guardiola, as the head coach, was the first to step forward. He shook hands with UEFA officials and embraced his club president, Mubarak, before extending a handshake to Perez, ultimately standing before Ceferin. With a smile, Ceferin exclaimed, "Josep, congratulations. You have finally succeeded." A wave of emotion washed over Guardiola as he touched his medal, revealing a radiant smile. Subsequently, the Manchester City players approached to collect their medals, with Mingyu being the last to step forward. The joy on Mubarak's face was uncontainable. Acquiring Mingyu was undoubtedly his finest decision since assuming the presidency of Manchester City. Perez, with a veneer of politeness, extended his hand to Mingyu, his eyes betraying a mix of greed and resentment. Having previously humiliated Real Madrid while at Barcelona, Mingyu had now driven them to disgrace once more. Finally, he stood before Ceferin, who warmly congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, young man. Your performance was truly remarkable. As a World Cup champion, you deserve this victory." Ceferin's admiration for Mingyu was evident, as his presence had elevated the viewership of this UEFA Champions League final to unprecedented heights, marking it as the most-watched football match on record. At that moment, the camera panned to the faces of the Real Madrid players still lingering on the sidelines. De Bruyne, Haaland, Casemiro, each gaze directed at the exceptionally young Manchester City player. The number 10, Mingyu, a name that may haunt them for a lifetime. Amid the reluctant expressions of the Real Madrid players, Mingyu followed Ceferin's lead to the central podium, where the coveted Champions League trophy awaited. With an unmistakable smile, he approached the podium, and the Manchester City players already standing there could hardly contain their excitement as they began to leap in anticipation. The first Champions League trophy in Manchester City's history lay before them. Ceferin lifted the gleaming trophy and handed it to Mingyu, saying, "Young man, go ahead. Raise your Champions League trophy high and celebrate unabashedly." Feeling the weight of the trophy, Mingyu joyfully moved to his teammate's side. Amidst the euphoric cheers of the crowd, he hoisted the trophy aloft and proclaimed, "We are the champions. We are the champions. We are the champions." Colorful confetti danced in the air as Mingyu held the trophy high above his head, with all Manchester City players jubilantly raising their arms in celebration. In that moment, they were indeed the kings of Europe. The white ribbons from the trophy fluttered in the breeze, and Mingyu's elation was beyond words. The honors of this season had left him feeling almost surreal. Happiness had arrived too swiftly. This season, He had reached the pinnacle of a player's career. The first half of the season at the World Cup had placed him at the summit of global football, while the latter half's quadruple triumph in the Premier League had elevated him to the pinnacle of English football. Ultimately, winning the Champions League crowned him as the apex of European football. This unprecedented achievement solidified Lee Mingyu's status as the finest player in contemporary football, without question. Lee Mingyu placed the Champions League trophy before him and, with a heartfelt kiss, left his mark upon it. Chapter 327. The ultimate mission begins. Congratulations to the host for winning the UEFA Champions League, completing the remarkable feat of a quintuple in the Premier League season. Reward: 10 mental attributes, the Horn of Champions. The higher the mental attributes, the less likely players are to falter in times of team adversity. And even in dire circumstances, they may exhibit a remarkable surge in performance. The Champion's Horn, a special item that, when utilized, can uplift the morale of the team, slightly enhance their status, and marginally restore players' stamina. It may be employed once every month. Ultimate task initiation. First, achieve the season's 7 championships: UEFA Super Cup, Club World Cup, Premier League, UEFA Champions League, Charity Shield, League Cup, and FA Cup. Second, secure a victory in the European Championship, completing the Grand Slam of global tournaments. Third, accomplish a three-peat in either the World Cup or the European Championship. For each task completed, the system will bestow generous rewards upon the host. It is hoped that the host will strive diligently and remain true to their beginnings. Lee Mingyu gazed at the system's ultimate tasks, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Each of these tasks was more arduous than the last, if one were to arrange them in order of difficulty. The second task, winning a single European championship, would surprisingly become the most manageable. The quest for 7 championships. Each of those titles is not simply handed over. The final task, a three-peat in either the World Cup or European Championship, is daunting. As for the European Championship, only Germany and Spain have achieved 3 victories, with Spain uniquely clinching consecutive titles in 2008 and 2012, a feat unparalleled in history. On the World Cup stage, only Italy and Brazil have ever claimed back-to-back titles. The player with the most World Cup victories is, naturally, Brazil's Pelé, who triumphed 3 times. Although he faced the disappointment of Brazil's surprising exit in the group stage of the 1966 World Cup, which thwarted his quest for a three-peat. Since then, not only has a three-peat become a distant dream, but even defending the World Cup title has turned into an elusive aspiration. International tournaments differ greatly from club competitions. Clubs can bolster their immediate strength by acquiring players and investing substantial sums of money. However, national teams cannot rely on such tactics. While a particular generation of players may excel and achieve victory by the next tournament, for years later, some may no longer be in their prime. Especially in this era of heightened competition, it is increasingly rare to find a national team capable of dominating world football. Lee Mingyu is formidable, yet he cannot single-handedly accomplish this daunting task. Thus, he requires a cadre of like-minded and highly skilled teammates. Fortunately, through the experiences of this World Cup, several players of similar age to Lee Mingyu have gradually matured into pillars of their respective teams, signaling perhaps the rise of the Spanish national team. All competitions for this season have concluded. Lee Mingyu has once again garnered all honors: the Premier League Golden Boot, Premier League Player of the Year, and the European Golden Boot. He feels that purchasing a new home was indeed a prudent decision. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for where to display his trophies. This summer, Lee Mingyu will be exceptionally busy. Firstly, his long-anticipated visit to China is finally happening. Originally, this trip should have occurred last season, but an injury at the end of the season forced its cancellation. This season, having achieved all championships, his fame has soared, making the trip to China inevitable. Lee Mingyu expresses his deep yearning for China. Since his birth, he has never set foot on Chinese soil. Despite sharing the same skin tone and eyes as a Chinese person, he has always regretted not having the opportunity to witness it firsthand. This time, he readily agreed to his agent team's request to travel to China. Lee Mingyu has learned that he boasts over 200 million fans in China, a staggering figure that leaves him in awe. After finalizing the dates, he announced his plans for the China trip on both his Weibo and Tencent accounts. It must be noted that Lee Mingyu has now ascended to become one of the top players in the world, and his social media account has become a focal point for countless admirers. Though generally not one to frequently post updates, his account is primarily managed by his agent team. Shortly after his announcement, Within 5 minutes, likes and comments surpassed 100,000. The overwhelming traffic is almost surreal for Mingyu, particularly on 10-cent Weibo. Refreshing the page yields thousands, even tens of thousands, of likes instantaneously. "Hey, Catherine." Mingyu's phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID, smiling slightly. Catherine has now confirmed their relationship, and they have both met each other's parents. Mingyu's parents are quite pleased with the charming and gracious English girl, while Catherine's parents speak highly of their daughter's suitor, the superstar. I just saw that you're going to China this summer?" Catherine asked, sitting in her dormitory alongside Mingyu's cousin, Bella, who was engrossed in a sketchbook. Mingyu nodded, replying yes. "Why?" Catherine glanced at Bella and whispered, "Can I join you?" Mingyu paused, chuckling, "Of course. What's the problem?" Catherine then looked at Bella, saying, "How about bringing Bella along?" Before Mingyu could respond, Bella rolled her eyes and declared, "I'm not going. I don't want to be a third wheel." Catherine smiled brightly. "What third wheel? We're best friends. He's your cousin, and you wanted to see Chinese ink paintings, right?" Bella shook her head. Although intrigued by Chinese ink art, she did not wish to accompany them. After much pleading from Catherine, who resorted to tears and theatrics, Bella ultimately relented and agreed to the trip to China. On July 1st, 2023, Mingyu boarded a private jet from Spain to China, embarking on his inaugural journey to the country. Coincidentally, this day also marks the opening of the European transfer market, with astonishing transactions overshadowing Mingyu's trip. Chapter 328, a major deal for Real Madrid. Juventus announced that their contract with Ronaldo expired on June 30th, 2023, with both parties opting not to renew, parting amicably. Sporting CP simultaneously announced a 1-year player contract with the 38-year-old Ronaldo, who has finally returned to his roots, to the place where his dream began. Let's extend our best wishes to Ronaldo. The era of the absolute dual stars has officially concluded. However, this news was anticipated by many. As early as the conclusion of the World Cup, Ronaldo had announced his retirement from the Portuguese national team and informed the squad of his intention to depart after the season, returning to Sporting CP. Thus, when the news broke, there was little surprise, and many expressed their regrets over Ronaldo's departure. Time flies. The once young and brash lad has now become a father of 3. A significant transfer news has completely shaken the world of football. Paris Saint-Germain has announced the sale of Kylian Mbappé to Real Madrid for a staggering $1.6 billion. The repeated failures of Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League over the past few seasons have led this French prodigy to lose patience. Despite having a year remaining on his contract, Mbappé has made it clear that he is unwilling to extend his deal with the club, even with an increased salary offered by Paris Saint-Germain, as he is solely focused on securing the Champions League title. If Paris Saint-Germain does not wish to let Mbappé depart for free next year, this summer presents the ideal opportunity to sell him. However, Mbappe's market value remains substantial. Although his performance over the past 2 years has somewhat diminished his worth, it still exceeds $1.5 billion, deterring many clubs from pursuing him. Ultimately, Real Madrid's president displayed remarkable audacity, successfully acquiring Mbappé. This transaction has left the entire football community in shock. The combination of Mbappé, Haaland, and De Bruyne is undoubtedly a formidable trio. Many predict that next season will once again belong to Real Madrid in Europe. The Galacticos are set to embark on another journey, leaving Barcelona to lament in envy. While many fans perceive Barcelona and Real Madrid as equals, in reality, Real Madrid dominates in every aspect. Barcelona has merely enjoyed a period of wealth over the last 2 to 3 decades, allowing them to compete with Real Madrid. However, in terms of heritage, Barcelona cannot be compared to Real Madrid. Faced with the financial might of Real Madrid, Barcelona can only console itself by boasting about its La Masia Academy players. On the plane, Mingyu exhibited a solemn expression upon learning of Real Madrid's acquisition. Clearly, this move was aimed at countering Manchester City and targeting Mingyu specifically. This demonstrates Florentino's boldness. He is undoubtedly a formidable figure. Noticing Mingyu's furrowed brow while chatting with Bella, Catherine approached him, gently massaging his forehead and expressing concern. "What's troubling you?" Mingyu grasped Catherine's hand and kissed it softly, replying, "It's nothing." Catherine, keen-eyed, quickly spotted the news and exclaimed, "Mbappé has actually gone to Real Madrid? How outrageous!" She continued, "Real Madrid is resorting to underhanded tactics. They lack the strength to confront me directly. What rubbish!" Meanwhile, Bella, engrossed in her book, did not lift her gaze. Although she had developed an interest in football through the World Cup, as a casual fan, she could hardly distinguish between Mbappe and Neymar. After a while, a strikingly attractive flight attendant approached, glanced at the two women beside Li Mingyu, bent down with a smile, and said, "Mr. Li Mingyu, we are about to land. Huaxia, we have finally arrived." Upon stepping off the private plane, Li Mingyu felt the fervor of Huaxia. Their first stop was the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, where the temperature had soared to a staggering 40 degrees Celsius. However, the scorching heat paled in comparison to the enthusiasm of the fans at the airport. Upon learning of Li Mingyu's arrival in Shanghai, fans flocked to the airport in droves. Witnessing the throng, Li Mingyu waved in astonishment. Soon after, he was escorted away by bodyguards, leaving the fans visibly disappointed. A middle-aged man in his 50s, having just disembarked from a flight, scolded the crowd in the airport terminal. "All you know how to do is chase after stars. What have they contributed to the country? What is there to admire?" Observing the young people around him, he seemed to intimidate them with his righteous indignation, wearing a disdainful expression. "Who just arrived? Is it someone from Hong Kong or Taiwan? A viral star, perhaps?" He inquired casually. To his surprise, it was Li Mingyu's visit to Huaxia. The middle-aged man abruptly halted, his expression shifting to one of curiosity as he turned to a nearby youth and asked, "Who are you talking about?" The young man scoffed. "Li Mingyu, the star player from Manchester City." "Uncle, you can't possibly not know who Li Mingyu is." Suddenly, the man's face flushed, and he began scanning the area, exclaiming, "Oh no, I came back to see Li Mingyu, and I missed him." With that, he dashed into the crowd with surprising speed for his age. The young man, observing the middle-aged man's luggage, could not help but smile brightly. Indeed, Li Mingyu's charm is irresistible to all, regardless of age. Upon exiting the airport, Li Mingyu proceeded directly to his hotel. At this moment, news of Li Mingyu's arrival had surged to the top of trending searches. The second trending topic was about a concert by a Huaxia rock singer named Wang. It is noteworthy that there had been no mention of Li Mingyu prior to his landing. In less than half an hour, he had skyrocketed to the #1 trending topic, generating immense excitement. After returning to the hotel and tidying up briefly, Li Mingyu entered the rooms of the two ladies. "Catherine, I need to get to work now. You and Bella can explore the area. I've arranged a guide for you. See you in the evening." After bidding farewell to the two ladies, Li Mingyu hurriedly departed. Thus began Li Mingyu's journey in Huaxia. Chapter 329. Messi no longer signs with Barcelona. Li Mingyu's itinerary in Huaxia spanned 2 days. The first day was spent in Shanghai, starting with a promotional event at the Hongqing Erk flagship store, where he engaged in a flurry of activities. Since signing Li Mingyu for 20 million renminbi last year, Hongqing Erk has been regarded as having made a shrewd acquisition. In just 1 year, the company's valuation skyrocketed by several multiples, establishing itself as the largest sports brand in Huaxia. Dressed in Hongqing Erk sportswear, Li Mingyu amiably posed for photos with fans and personally signed 100 pairs of limited edition sneakers. In the afternoon, Li Mingyu attended the opening ceremony for the Chinese Super League match between Shanghai Shenhua and Guangzhou Evergrande at Hongkou Football Stadium. Responding to the crowd's enthusiasm, he executed a stunning shot, sending the ball accurately into the intersection of the goalposts, thrilling the fans. Li Mingyu's Chinese visage earned him the most esteemed treatment throughout the event. For half of the match, cameras focused on him. Although the match itself was rather dull to Li Mingyu, far less intense than even a Manchester City youth team game, he dutifully watched the entire match. After all, making a living is not an easy task. As night fell, Li Mingyu ventured into the vibrant metropolis with Bella and Catherine, indulging in the exquisite culinary delights of Huaxia. Even the reserved Bella could not resist the allure of Huaxia's gastronomic offerings. Although Li Mingyu's father was a professional chef, his years abroad had led him to adapt his cooking to suit foreign tastes, resulting in a departure from authentic Huaxia cuisine. The following day, Li Mingyu arrived in the capital of Huaxia, Beiping, where he was treated like royalty. This 2-day journey through Huaxia left Li Mingyu with an immense admiration for this ancient civilization. Previously, he had only heard about Huaxia from his parents, and the news he encountered abroad often painted a negative picture. Initially, he had felt a twinge of trepidation about his visit, yet after 2 days, he realized that the fans of Huaxia were indeed the finest in the world. Upon returning to Spain, Li Mingyu had approximately 2 weeks of respite. He had intended to take a well-deserved break after the grueling previous season. However, a sudden announcement disrupted his peace. Barcelona had just revealed that Messi was leaving the club. The brevity of the news signified its gravity. Messi leaving? How could that be? The very name, Messi, seemed inextricably linked to Barcelona. How could he possibly depart? Mingyu hastily grabbed his phone to call Messi, only to be met with the disheartening message that the number was unavailable. Frustrated, he tossed his phone onto the sofa. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, his agent Andrew knocked urgently at the door, exclaiming, "Lee, turn on the television." As he switched on the TV, he was met with the weary visage of Barcelona's president, Laporte. "I must convey that the reality of Messi's departure from Bar is deeply disheartening. Since I assumed the presidency, we discovered the club's severe debt, leaving us with insufficient salary space. Furthermore, the financial fair play regulations of La Liga prevent us from registering Messi. Messi is the world's greatest player. He has been with us for so long, and neither he nor we wish for this separation. To register Messi, the club must agree to a contract that would impact our television broadcasting rights for the next 50 years. I cannot make a decision that would affect the future of the club for 5 decades. The club has a history spanning over a century, transcending everything and everyone. Even the greatest player of all time, Mingyu, stared blankly at the television, feeling a sense of injustice as Laporte spoke, revealing an unexpected disdain for the man. It was evident that Messi's departure would not extricate the club from its financial quagmire. Messi had intended to spend his entire career at Barcelona, having negotiated a 2-year extension prior to the World Cup, with his salary to be settled over 5 years. Yet now all was lost. Observing Laporte's hasty exit from the press conference, Mingyu understood that a Legends chapter had come to a close. Just days earlier, Ronaldo had chosen to leave Juventus to return to his hometown club, embracing his roots. Now, the other half of the illustrious duo had also failed to secure a contract and was leaving Barcelona. Suddenly, the phone Mingyu had tossed aside began to ring. Andrew picked it up and said, "Lee, it's Josep. Pep Guardiola? Why was he calling at such a time?" Mingyu took the phone. "Hello, Lee. Have you seen the news about Leo's departure?" Guardiola's voice seemed tinged with excitement. Mingyu replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I have." "What about it?" Guardiola, suppressing his enthusiasm, whispered, "What do you think about us bringing Messi here?" These words made Mingyu sit up straight, his face flushed. Was it feasible? No longer the novice he once was. Mingyu realized that his salary now constituted nearly a quarter of Manchester City's wage bill. If Messi were to join, it would disrupt the club's salary structure, especially with impending personnel changes this summer. Players who had achieved championship glory would undoubtedly seek raises. If not granted, they would leave, for where one is not valued, another will surely welcome them. Guardiola's tone shifted to a more measured cadence. "We are currently in negotiations with Messi. I am unclear about the specifics. If he is willing, I hope you can accompany me to meet him." Mingyu recalled Guardiola's initial visit to him and recognized this as Guardiola's standard approach, playing on emotions. However, whether Messi would agree remained uncertain, as the recent developments were likely to have wounded him deeply. The lack of any statement from Messi on social media further indicated his turmoil. Nevertheless, Mingyu would not shy away from the opportunity to collaborate with Messi once more. After ending the call, Mingyu sat in his chair, his thoughts a tangled mess. Knock, knock, knock. His door was rapped again. Andrew entered, his expression peculiarly animated. "Mister. Messi is here." "Leo, what brings you here?" Mingyu exclaimed, rising quickly to see the bearded Messi approaching him. "Messi embraced Mingyu warmly." "Hey, brother. You're incredible. World Cup champion, Champions League winner. Have you collected all the trophies?" Messi playfully patted Mingyu on the back. Mingyu winced from the sudden impact, but the joy of their reunion made him burst into laughter. Messi regarded the young man before him, his admiration and excitement evident. He had watched Mingyu's journey unfold step by step. Mingyu's progress made even Messi feel a tinge of envy. Words like extraordinary talent and diligent effort seemed tailor-made for him. Suddenly, both fell silent. "Is it true?" Mingyu asked, his question trailing off. Messi, with a carefree demeanor, understood the unvoiced question. His relaxed smile only deepened Mingyu's gloom. Messi chuckled as he patted Mingyu's shoulder, teasing, "Why do you look like you've just been released from Manchester City?" Mingyu laughed at Messi's jest. Tentatively, he inquired, "Leo, what are your plans now?" Messi looked at him with amusement. "Josep just called you, didn't he?" Embarrassed at being so easily read, Mingyu sheepishly nodded. With a sigh, Messi replied, "I will never play for another club." Since Barcelona no longer needs me, I suppose retirement is my only option. Mingyu was momentarily stunned by Messi's words. At just 36 years of age, Messi's career has certainly not reached its twilight. Even in the upper echelons of competitive football, he could still perform at a high level for at least another 2 years. Observing the hesitant Mingyu, Messi smiled and remarked, "I am utterly exhausted, and it is time for me to take a break." Mingyu fell silent, fully aware of the truth in Messi's statement. Last season, Mingyu's unexpected rise had ignited a glimmer of hope within Messi, prompting him to entrust the rhythm of the game to Mingyu, gradually intending to hand over the offensive responsibilities of Barcelona to him. However, Mingyu's serious injury led to a catastrophic collapse for the team, ultimately resulting in his departure from Barcelona, thus placing the burden squarely back on Messi's shoulders. This season, Messi has been laboring diligently like a steadfast workhorse, dragging the dilapidated vessel of Barcelona forward at a sluggish pace. The toll for being the runner-up in the last World Cup has also significantly drained Messi's vitality. The formidable duo of Haaland and De Bruyne from Real Madrid has left Messi feeling powerless. As the season drew to a close, Messi seriously contemplated the possibility of retirement. The failed contract negotiations solidified his resolve. He yearned to savor life outside of football. Over the course of his 21 years with the red and blue, he gained much but lost even more. Witnessing the determination in Messi's eyes, Mingyu understood that his decision was irrevocable. With a sigh, he managed a cheerful smile and said, "Leo, congratulations. Your choice is indeed the right one." Clearly, Messi's decline in performance over the past 2 years is apparent. Nonetheless, his dominance remains unquestionable. However, if he were to continue for another year or two, further deterioration of his physical condition might render him an ordinary star. The thought of seeing Messi overshadowed by younger talents is unbearable for his devoted fans. Although he may not be at his peak currently, this is undoubtedly the opportune moment for him to depart. The sports world has a noteworthy cautionary tale. While Michael Jordan will forever be a deity, his second comeback with the Wizards for financial gain led to the complete erosion of his legendary aura. Witnessing their once hero being bested by younger players shattered the faith of Jordan's fans. Thus, Messi's decision appears to be the wisest choice. As his junior and friend, Mingyu felt compelled to extend his blessings at this moment. Messi smiled, tears glistening in his eyes. How could he ever willingly retire? After 21 years, football has become an integral part of his existence. Half of his blood is tinged with the red and blue of Barcelona, while the other half bears the blue and white of the Pampas Eagles. Messi and football are inextricably linked. Indeed, without football, Messi might not have survived. Yet, at this juncture, he must choose to part ways with the very essence of his life. Mingyu invited his father to prepare a sumptuous feast for Messi, a celebration of Chinese cuisine. Amidst the clinking of glasses and hearty laughter, the eyes of both Mingyu and Messi remained misty. 3 days later, Messi's Twitter account released a poignant statement. "To my beloved football." This declaration landed like an atomic bomb in the Pacific, leaving everyone in disbelief. This retirement announcement was even more shocking than his previous departure from Barcelona. Countless fans flooded the comments, desperately pleading for their idol to reconsider. Suddenly, one particular comment rose to the top. Mingyu, "To my most admired idol, my respected captain, my esteemed opponent, thank you for the joy you have brought to football. It is you who inspired me to embark on this journey, and I will continue to follow in your footsteps, forever supporting you. Yours, Mingyu." This comment ignited a frenzy among fans, dividing them into 2 fervent factions. Meanwhile, Mingyu, accompanied by Catherine and Bella, joined Messi's family on the picturesque Kirili Island, relishing their final holiday together. Mingyu was taken aback by Messi's carefree demeanor, entrusting all affairs to his father, his agent, while he focused on enjoying life with his family. Messi's gratitude for Mingyu's comment led him to extend an invitation, bringing Mingyu to this serene locale. Regardless of the chaos outside, Mingyu and Messi enjoyed a peaceful interlude on Kirili Island. 10 days later, Mingyu returned to England. Manchester City's recruitment for the season had concluded, and they were about to commence pre-season training in preparation for the upcoming warm-up matches. This season, Manchester City was invited to participate in the annual International Champions Cup, a significant commercial event and one of the premier warm-up tournaments. This year's competition would take place across 3 nations, with China being one of the venues. Chapter 331, International Champions Cup, China region this season. The world has been in a frenzy over news surrounding Ronaldo, Messi, Mbappe, and others, oblivious to the fact that last season's quintuple champions had quietly executed several shocking transfers. Upon returning to the team, Mingyu encountered a mix of familiar and unfamiliar faces. Varane, a key center-back for Real Madrid, had chosen to leave and join Manchester City. If you can't beat them, join them. In the crowd, Mingyu spotted another familiar player, Benzema. With the arrival of Mbappe, Benzema had lost his starting position entirely. Faced with limited options, the nearly 36-year-old had to either accept a subordinate role behind Haaland and Mbappe or depart and return to France. Ultimately, the proud Benzema opted to leave, and upon hearing the news, Manchester City promptly extended an olive branch. After some contemplation, Benzema decided that since Real Madrid did not value him, he would join Manchester City, even if it meant being a backup. Thus, these two former Real Madrid players arrived together at Manchester City. Additionally, Mingyu noticed a somewhat unfamiliar face, Julian Draxler, a German player who had previously played for Paris Saint-Germain. However, following Mbappe's departure to Real Madrid, PSG found itself in a state of restructuring. Having struggled to make an impact at PSG, Draxler was left with no choice but to leave. As Mingyu observed one player's silhouette, an expression of surprise crossed his face. Harry Kane? Surely not. He had just transferred from Tottenham to Chelsea last season. How could he possibly be at Manchester City's training facility? It turned out that after joining Chelsea, Kane struggled to fit in with the team. Head coach Tuchel stated that Kane was not his preferred choice, and the club had not informed him of the transfer. Chelsea had a history of such oversights, reminiscent of the discontent caused by the signing of Shevchenko, the Ukrainian nuclear warhead, which had infuriated Mourinho. Ultimately, Andriy Shevchenko spent merely a year at Chelsea before being loaned back to AC Milan. Who can deny the greatness of Shevchenko, yet he still departed in disgrace. Similarly, Harry Kane faced a challenging season. Despite being free of injuries, he played only 15 matches, scoring 7 goals. In his first year at Tottenham, Kane netted 3 goals in 10 appearances, but the following season saw his tally rise to 21. For the subsequent 2 years, Kane claimed the Premier League Golden Boot. And from that point onward, his single-season goals never dropped below double digits. After a year of being stifled by his team, Kane submitted a transfer request in the summer and soon received Chelsea's approval. However, Kane had no desire to leave England, and ultimately, Chelsea was compelled to sell him to their rival, Manchester City, due to an irresistible offer. Kane's arrival heralded excellent news from Manchester City, providing a towering presence in attack, thus enhancing the passing options for Mingyu. While new arrivals filled the ranks, departures also occurred. The joyful Sterling chose to leave, although he had secured a championship here. The joy of playing was paramount for him. However, rather than joining an English club, Sterling opted for France, joining the restructured Paris Saint-Germain. Ilkay Gundogan's exit was anticipated. After the season concluded, he submitted his transfer request, and an offer from Borussia Dortmund swiftly followed. Although it did not meet Manchester City's expectations, the wealthy club amicably released Gundogan. A few other substitutes also departed without causing much uproar. The revitalized Manchester City remained robust. As long as Mingyu was present, the team retained its backbone. After a week of training, Manchester City boarded a plane to Huaxia, where the Huaxia division of the International Champions Cup garnered significant attention. This division featured 3 of the world's top teams: the quintuple champions Manchester City, La Liga titans Real Madrid, and Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich. Each of these clubs boasts countless devoted fans, reflecting the organizers' intent to maximize their interests. Huaxia has gradually emerged as the country with the largest football fan base, filled with eager supporters willing to invest in their beloved teams. The viewership ratings for Huaxia's men's football matches frequently top sports programs. This complex mentality of fans, simultaneously criticizing yet watching, defines the Huaxia football culture. The organizers deliberately paired Manchester City against Real Madrid, allowing the 2 most formidable teams globally to serve as a prelude to the new season. Both teams shone brightly with talent. Real Madrid's illustrious Galacticos set sail once more, featuring an extraordinary trio of De Bruyne, Haaland, and Mbappe. A combination that could only have been imagined in a football video game, now astonishingly united under Real Madrid's banner. This match took place at the Bird's Nest Stadium in Huaxia's capital. On the day of the match, countless fans gathered outside the stadium, waving money in hopes of purchasing tickets. The attendance for a friendly match of this magnitude underscored football's status as the world's premier sport. The opening match featured a clash between Manchester City and Real Madrid. However, both teams understood that in this encounter, neither could unleash their full strength. The primary focus remained on integrating new players into the squad. Central Television welcomed viewers to today's match, an International Champions Cup friendly between La Liga's Real Madrid and the Premier League's Manchester City. This summer, both teams sparked a seismic shift in the transfer market, particularly Real Madrid, who assembled a super trio of Haaland, Mbappe, and De Bruyne, targeting last season's Champions League winners, Manchester City. Many believe Real Madrid's maneuvers have preemptively settled this year's Champions League narrative, positioning them as the likely champions. However, Manchester City would certainly contest this notion. Chapter 332. A collision of titans this summer. Manchester City's movements were relatively subdued. The departures of Sterling and Gundogan weakened the left flank. Yet Kane's addition introduced tactical diversity. This season promises to showcase numerous classic goal-scoring moments. The players have begun to enter the field. Let's examine the starting lineups. It is evident that both teams place great importance on this match, fielding their new signings. Manchester City retained their familiar 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Ederson must have felt apprehensive after last season, fearing his position might be jeopardized, especially after Mingyu's stunning performance in the Champions League final. The defensive line features Kyle Walker, Stones, Varane, and Zinchenko. Varane's arrival bolstered Manchester City's defensive depth, crucial for the demanding season ahead, necessitating frequent rotations. In midfield, Rodri's position remains solid, while Mingyu partners with Draxler, hoping to ignite more creative sparks. In attack, Ferran Torres steps into the void left by Sterling, as this young Spanish talent aims to prove he can stand alongside Mingyu. Without question, the striking role is filled by the new signing, Harry Kane, with Jesus shifting to the right flank. The changes in Manchester City's formation will be a focal point today, and with Kane's arrival, Mingyu's attacking options have become significantly more varied. Now, turning to Real Madrid's lineup, they too employ an aggressive 4-3-3 formation, making for a thrilling matchup. Courtois remains in goal. However, Real Madrid's defense has undergone significant upheaval. The simultaneous departures of Ramos and Varane have left the backline severely weakened. Ramos's exit was anticipated, but Varane's sudden departure caught the club off guard. This summer, Real Madrid not only acquired Mbappe for their forward line, but also swiftly signed Alaba, who left Bayern Munich on a free transfer, saving the club a substantial fee. Varane's departure has left Real Madrid struggling to find a suitable replacement, compelling them to position Militao alongside the new arrival Alaba, which could prove to be their most vulnerable point this season. The fullback positions are occupied by Carvajal and Nacho, both of whom recently renewed their contracts, providing reassurance to Real Madrid's fanbase. In the midfield, Real Madrid today deployed a duo of defensive midfielders, Casemiro and Cruz, indicating that Ancelotti harbors some reservations about his defensive line. Naturally, their team's linchpin, De Bruyne, occupied the attacking midfield role. The forward trio was nothing short of opulent, arguably the most luxurious attacking lineup in recent years. The returning Gareth Bale took the position of left winger, with last season's internal top scorer, Haaland, in the center, and the newly signed prodigy Mbappe on the right. I believe everyone shares my excitement, eagerly anticipating this monumental clash. The players have entered the arena. Let's shift our focus to the live action. Mingyu stood within the vast confines of the Bird's Nest Stadium, marveling at the immense venue capable of accommodating 90,000 spectators. To his delight, a significant number of fans were adorned in the blue and white jersey of his Manchester City, bearing the number 10. No player in Huaxia could rival his popularity. His Chinese heritage has afforded him a profound sense of recognition in this ancient land. Many esteemed figures in Huaxia football lament that had Mingyu not participated in the U-20 World Cup, it would have been splendid. Perhaps the national team could have naturalized him to represent Huaxia. With a star of his caliber, the World Cup would no longer be a mere dream. However, dreams remain dreams. Once again, Mingyu stood alongside Casemiro. After 2 months apart, Lee had matured significantly. Following the lineup announcement, the two embraced and exchanged words of encouragement. After all, this match, at its core, was merely a pre-season friendly, essentially a showcase for both teams. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at the Bird's Nest Stadium. Receiving a fan recognition badge. Fan recognition badge. This badge can absorb the recognition of the fans present. Accumulating the recognition of 50,000 fans will yield random temporary attribute enhancements. Mingyu sensed the emergence of a badge within his system space. With a mere thought, the badge materialized upon his jersey, invisible to outsiders. He could distinctly feel the recognition from the fans rapidly accumulating within the badge. Harry Kane passed the ball back to Mingyu, then surged forward towards Real Madrid's defensive line. Mingyu transitioned the ball to the defensive midfielder Rodri before swiftly moving towards the sideline. Upon receiving the ball, Rodri gently nudged it forward to the wingback Kyle Walker. Walker controlled the ball and, noticing Mingyu had created space, promptly passed it over. Mingyu turned elegantly, assessing the situation ahead, and suddenly unleashed a beautifully executed long pass from just 5 or 6 meters inside his half. The entire audience rose, gasping in awe as the ball soared across Real Madrid's half, directly into their penalty area. Within the box, the sprinting Harry Kane had arrived. As the ball approached from the side, Kane felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Trusting his instincts, he leaped, propelling himself into the air. Alaba, caught off guard by Kane's audacity, could do nothing but watch as Kane soared, the ball meeting his forehead with precision. The ball rocketed toward the Real Madrid goal like a cannonball. Chapter 333. The blitz tactic faced with Kane's powerful header. Real Madrid's goalkeeper Courtois could only helplessly wave his hand as he watched the ball crash into the net behind him. For a moment, the Bird's Nest Stadium fell silent. But soon, the raucous cheers erupted, reverberating outside the stadium. The big screen displayed the moment of the goal, plunging the venue into a frenzy of jubilation. Within a mere 30 seconds of the match's commencement, Manchester City executed a lightning strike. Ancelotti's expression darkened, for this goal revealed the vulnerabilities in Real Madrid's defense. The absence of Ramos and Varane had led to a significant miscommunication between Alaba and Militao, allowing Kane to easily connect with the pass. What troubled Ancelotti further was that Kane's presence amplified the threat of Mingyu's passing. This goal was a masterpiece meticulously crafted by Guardiola to showcase the synergy between Mingyu and Kane. Previously, Manchester City's play was largely characterized by short passes and penetration, rarely providing opportunities to deliver the ball directly into the opponent's penalty area. The absence of a tall target for support rendered such passes futile. Kane's arrival had given Mingyu's long balls newfound purpose. This goal was almost effortless, with the crowd chanting Mingyu's name, acknowledging him as the architect of this splendid moment. It was a visual delight. Watching Mingyu play was truly an experience to savor. Meanwhile, the players of Real Madrid bore looks of dismay. Without having touched the ball, they found themselves a goal down, which undoubtedly impacted their morale. However, the forward quartet of Real Madrid was undeterred. Instead, they were spurred on by this setback. The cheers from the Huaxia fans ignited an adrenaline rush within all the players on the field. Though Huaxia may lack star players, they boast an abundance of the most passionate fans. As the match resumed, the demeanor of Manchester City's players turned serious. Anyone witnessing the formidable presence of Bale, Haaland, Mbappe, and De Bruyne would naturally feel a sense of despair. Yet, when Manchester City's players looked at the young man in the number 10 jersey standing before them, a sense of reassurance washed over them. No matter how many stars the opposition possessed, one Mingyu was more than enough. Haaland passed the ball back to De Bruyne. Bale, Haaland, and Mbappe surged forward like 3 arrows released from a bow, racing towards Manchester City's half. The spectators were wide-eyed, for this match was a veritable feast of football, perhaps a preview of this season's Champions League final. De Bruyne skillfully controlled the ball at his feet, deftly evading Kane's challenge with a subtle touch, slipping the ball between Kane's legs. Kane appeared clumsy in the face of De Bruyne's finesse. After bypassing Kane, De Bruyne executed a sweeping pass to the advancing Carvajal. The wingback's foray forward indicated that Real Madrid's offensive push was about to commence. With a series of precise passes, Real Madrid advanced the ball into Manchester City's 30-meter zone. The players of Manchester City found themselves pressed, and most frustratingly, the opponents never ventured near the area where Mingyu stood to defend. In the finals of the previous season, everyone became acutely aware of Mingyu's defensive prowess, rivaling that of any formidable defender. Mingyu was hesitant to stray from his defensive position, particularly with Bale poised to strike. Although Bale's age had dulled his speed, Mingyu remained vigilant. On the right flank, Mbappe initiated a breakthrough, swiftly tearing a gaping hole in Manchester City's left defense. In a moment of desperation, Varane had no choice but to rush in to provide support. Just as Varane approached, Mbappe delivered a precise through ball into Manchester City's penalty area. Startled, Varane quickly turned to assess the situation. Inside the penalty box, Haaland surged forward like a whirlwind, deftly bringing the ball under control with his left foot. Alas, as he attempted to adjust for a shot, he missed the optimal opportunity, thwarted by Laporte's timely sliding tackle that sent the ball out of play. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This chance for Real Madrid epitomized the seamless synergy between two superstars, a testament to their mutual respect and understanding. Manchester City's players were drenched in cold sweat, having witnessed their defense, akin to paper, being utterly dismantled by the opposition's star duo. Had Haaland not hesitated in his execution, Laporte would have had no opportunity to intervene. After missing that shooting opportunity, Haaland shook his head in regret, but quickly turned to give Mbappe a thumbs up, acknowledging the brilliance of the play. De Bruyne took a corner kick, and Mbappe, outmuscling Varane, delivered a powerful header, only to have it caught securely by goalkeeper Ederson. The two dangerous attempts left Manchester City's players overwhelmed. This is the terrifying transformation that superstars bring to a team. From the initial Galacticos to subsequent formations, and now to the formidable quartet, Real Madrid has reaped the rewards. In the stands, Manchester City fans looked on with concern. From the outset, it appeared that Manchester City was flustered in the face of Real Madrid's relentless assault, revealing a vulnerability that suggested they were on the brink of collapse. The prospect of defending their Champions League title this year seemed increasingly unlikely. The formidable Real Madrid was setting sail. Ederson tossed the ball to wingback Zinchenko, initiating Manchester City's attack. This time, Real Madrid denied them the luxury of easy ball movement. The relentless pressing from the front rendered Zinchenko unable to escape. In desperation, he had to pass back to goalkeeper Ederson. Confronted with the rapidly advancing Haaland, Ederson made no hesitation, launching a powerful clearance into Real Madrid's half. A forward press had disrupted Manchester City's build-up from the back. Fortunately, Harry Kane utilized his height and jumping ability to connect with the aerial ball, setting up Mingyu. Upon receiving the ball, Mingyu found himself encircled by three Real Madrid players from different angles. He executed a feint forward and, with a sudden pull back of his right foot, performed a swift 180-degree turn, now facing his own goal. The three defenders found themselves behind him. Mingyu quickly maneuvered the ball to the flank, positioning himself against the approaching defenders. At this moment, he effectively reduced the number of defenders he faced to one, as the other two had lost their positions. Utilizing the spatial arrangement between the defenders, he created a barrier, allowing for a clearer path. After taking a step, Mingyu pivoted swiftly, advancing rapidly into Real Madrid's half. The nearby defenders could only trail behind, clearly unable to match Mingyu's pace. Within a matter of seconds, he surged nearly 20 meters forward. Mingyu glanced at the situation in the penalty area and unleashed a diagonal long pass at a sharp 45-degree angle. Upon completing the pass, he nearly stumbled as he landed, illustrating the force he had exerted. The ball, spinning with intensity, soared towards Real Madrid's penalty area. This time, goalkeeper Courtois was exceptionally alert. As soon as he saw Mingyu strike the ball, he anticipated its trajectory and rushed forward, aiming to intercept the pass near the edge of the 6-yard box. Observing the ball's path, everyone believed Mingyu had overhit it. Harry Kane had just reached the edge of the penalty area, and even if he managed to evade Alaba's defense, he would not be able to reach the ball before Courtois. However, Kane refused to relent, using all his strength to break free from Alaba's grasp and force his way into the penalty area. Alaba, noticing Courtois' advance, relaxed momentarily, halting his pursuit with a mocking smile as he watched Kane enter the box. Nonetheless, Courtois felt an increasing sense of alarm as he realized he was drifting further from the ball's landing point. The ball traced a grand arc through the air, initially appearing destined for the edge of the 6-yard box, only to curve unexpectedly towards the penalty spot. A slight miscalculation led to a significant consequence. Courtois found himself in an awkward dilemma. Having committed to his advance, he could not outrun the ball. Yet retreating after having stepped out to the edge of the 6-yard box was equally improbable. This time, Kane, unmarked, did not need to exert himself as he had for his first attempt. He merely leapt lightly, adjusting his posture in midair, tilting his head slightly, ready to direct the ball with his forehead without the need for force. Courtois spread his limbs in a desperate attempt to increase his coverage area, hoping to make contact with the ball. However, a flash of white light zipped past as the ball sailed past him into the net behind. As he saw the ball's trajectory, he dropped his arms in defeat, only to be met with the ecstatic cheers of the crowd. 2 o'clock. Within a mere 5 minutes of the match, Manchester City had established a 2-goal lead. Wasn't it said that Real Madrid was invincible? Wasn't it claimed that the Champions League title was already theirs? Wasn't Real Madrid proclaimed as the strongest team in the universe? What was happening? Ancelotti stood at the sidelines, his face a mask of dismay. This defense was truly unbearable to witness. Alaba stared in disbelief as the ball bounced inside the net. The responsibility for this goal fell squarely on his shoulders. If he could have continued his pursuit, Harry Kane would not have been afforded such an advantageous opportunity. With ample time to adjust his posture midair, an utter insult to the defenders. The recurring errors reveal that Alaba has yet to fully integrate with this Real Madrid squad. However, it is unjust to blame Alaba entirely, as he is not originally a professional center back. During his tenure at Bayern Munich, Alaba predominantly played as a left back. Although his most proficient position may be as a defensive midfielder, he thrived in the role of a fullback. Upon joining Real Madrid, Alaba was thrust into the center-back position due to Varana's departure, leaving him with a sense of unfamiliarity that hindered his performance. This goal illuminated the fact that Real Madrid is not as formidable as many had envisioned. At the very least, their defensive line appears to be a significant vulnerability. Nonetheless, not every team can seize the opportunity to directly assault Real Madrid's defense. Much like the legendary Galacticos of yesteryears, who boasted a superlative front line, yet had a defense that was merely adequate. The strength of the Galacticos lay in their philosophy. As long as they scored more goals than their opponents in any given match, they prevailed. Thus, when confronted by the equally potent attacking prowess of Manchester City, it was Real Madrid's defense that faltered first. After establishing a 2-goal lead, Manchester City retracted their defensive line, with Mingyu retreating to a deeper position, while the wingers fell back near the penalty area, leaving Harry Kane alone in midfield, poised to deliver a decisive blow to their adversaries. The exhilaration within Kane was palpable. His year at Chelsea plunged him into a chasm of self-doubt, where he often found the ball eluding his feet, and even when opportunities arose for crosses, they rendered him incapable of striking on goal. Time and again, he squandered chances, leading coach Tuchel to express utter disappointment in Kane. Consequently, Kane found himself repeatedly seated on the bench, his bewildered and helpless gaze breaking the hearts of England fans who could not fathom such treatment for their national team as stalwart. Meanwhile, Tottenham Hotspur supporters were divided. Some empathized with Kane, urging him on Twitter to return, while others mocked him, his resolute departure from Spurs piercing the fragile hearts of certain fans. Observing Kane's predicament, these critics reveled in his downfall, fervently denouncing him online as a traitor. However, unexpectedly, this summer, Kane joined Manchester City, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. He scored 2 goals within minutes of the match as commencement, silencing any naysayers who dared label him as worthless. Chapter 335. The arrival of the European Championship qualifiers. Central Television welcomes you to today's sports news. Last night, an International Champions Cup football match was held at the Bird's Nest Stadium in the capital, where Premier League's Manchester City triumphed over La Liga's Real Madrid with a score of 3-2. This match allowed fans in China to witness a high-caliber contest. Both teams fielded their main players in the first half. Almost immediately, Mingyu assisted new signing Harry Kane, who netted 2 goals. It was not until the 30th minute that Real Madrid executed a splendid combination in the attacking third, with the ball being relayed through De Bruyne, Bale, Haaland, and Mbappe, culminating in a cross from Mbappe that Haaland converted with a powerful strike, pulling 1 goal back. As the second half commenced, taking advantage of Real Madrid's momentary disarray, Mingyu once again broke through 3 defenders, unleashing a ferocious long-range shot that breached Real Madrid's defense. In the 60th minute, Mingyu was substituted by Bernardo Silva, prompting both teams to rotate players to inject fresh energy into the match. By the 70th minute, Mbappe single-handedly dismantled Manchester City's flanks, scoring a stunning goal. In the ensuing 20 minutes, both sides intensified their assaults, yet after countless missed opportunities, the score remained fixed at 3-2, granting Manchester City their initial victory in the International Champions Cup. Manchester City's next match will be in the magical metropolis, where they will face the German giants Bayern Munich at Honko Stadium. We wish Manchester City continued success. With Lee Mingyu's involvement, Manchester City has become the favored team among Chinese fans, to the extent that even the hosts of Central Television exhibit a noticeable bias towards them. Although the tournament's title, International Champions Cup, sounds impressive, it is essentially a friendly match, and thus, the participating teams do not treat it with utmost seriousness. For instance, Manchester City substituted Lee Mingyu after just over 10 minutes into the second half, and Real Madrid quickly followed suit by replacing Haaland and others. This decision left many fans disgruntled. Nevertheless, witnessing the elite showdown between the two teams in the first half was worth the ticket price. 2 days later, Manchester City arrived in the magical metropolis to face Bayern Munich. The current Bayern Munich is no longer the dominant force it once was in European competitions. The loss of Alaba has significantly diminished their left-wing backs' attacking and defensive capabilities. Most critically, their superstar, Lewandowski, has lost his former magic. In the match against Manchester City, Lewandowski played for 70 minutes but managed only one shot, which did not even hit the target. In contrast, Lee Mingyu consistently performed for 60 minutes, contributing 2 goals and 1 assist, a flawless performance. Ultimately, Manchester City swept aside the German giants Bayern Munich with a resounding 4-0 victory. The defeat of Bayern Munich has sparked considerable reaction within Germany. In recent years, German football seems to be treading the same troubled path once walked by Spain. After securing the championship in the 2014 Brazil World Cup, the German team appears to have fallen into a peculiar cycle. In 2016, during the European Championship in France, Germany managed to maintain some strength, despite losing to France in the semifinals, leaving no one particularly concerned. However, in the 2018 Russia World Cup, the defending champions faced elimination in the group stage with a dismal record of 1 win and 2 losses, causing significant financial losses for many bettors. The 2020 European Championship saw Germany exit in the round of 16, and in the 2022 World Cup, they once again stumbled in the group stage, with consecutive tournaments following their championship when resulting in 1 semifinal appearance, 1 round of 16 exit, and 2 group stage failures. It is evident that internal issues plague the German team. The root cause lies in the problematic generational transition of domestic players, as evidenced by Bayern Munich. The once formidable German team, which conquered the world through teamwork, now finds its components rusted and unfit for battle. 2 victories have crowned Manchester City as the champions of the International Champions Cup in the Huaxiao region. Upon returning to England, Lee Mingyu received a call-up from the national team, as the qualifiers for the UEFA Euro 2024 are set to commence. The 55-member nations of UEFA will be divided into 10 groups, with 5 groups containing 5 teams each and the remaining 5 groups accommodating 6 teams. Each group will engage in a double round-robin format, leading to the top 2 teams from each group qualifying directly, along with the 4 best third-place teams. Ultimately, 24 teams will participate in the finals of the Euro 2024. Spain, having recently claimed the World Cup title and enjoying a remarkable winning streak, has surged ahead of Belgium to become the top-ranked team in the latest FIFA World Rankings. After nearly a decade since Spain last held the top position in 2014, they have once again ascended to the pinnacle of world football. In a recent draw for the Euro 2024 qualifying rounds, Spain found themselves in a group alongside Germany, Bulgaria, Hungary, Kazakhstan, and the Faroe Islands. The Spanish players couldn't help but smile upon seeing their group. Aside from the formidable German team, the remaining teams appeared to be rather manageable adversaries for the current Spanish squad. Spain's qualification for the Euro 2024 seems assured. Indeed, in the opening match of the Euro 2024 qualifiers against the Faroe Islands, Lee Mingyu showcased the prowess of a dual champion, having triumphed in both the World Cup and the UEFA Champions League. With 6 goals and 2 assists, Spain annihilated the Faroe Islands with an astonishing score of 11-0, marking the qualifiers with an unprecedented display of dominance. After all, a nation with a population of fewer than 50,000 can hardly pose a challenge to Spain. This scoreline also set a record for the largest margin in Spain's history during Euro qualifying matches. The entire continent was left in shock. Although this score did not surpass the largest margin in Euro qualifying history, Lee Mingyu's sudden brilliance signaled that he was ready to make his mark. 4 days later, Spain traveled to Bulgaria to face the national team at the Sofia International Stadium. Good evening to all our viewers on Tencent Sports. We are thrilled to bring you this match from the Euro 2024 qualifying group, featuring Spain against Bulgaria. In their last match, Spain delivered a stunning performance, defeating the Faroe Islands 11-0, with superstar Mingyu scoring 6 goals and providing 2 assists. Bulgaria, on the other hand, faced Germany in their first match. And although Germany's recent form has been lackluster, they still showcased their superiority with a 3-0 victory over Bulgaria. Today marks the first encounter between the two teams at the Sofia International Stadium. Can Bulgaria manage to secure points against Spain? Let's first take a look at the starting lineups. Spain's lineup has undergone significant changes compared to their World Cup roster. In goal, David De Gea has taken a back seat, with Robert Sanchez from Brighton Hove Albion earning the starting position, a testament to Enrique's confidence in the young 24-year-old. The center-back pairing of Eric Garcia and Laporte remains unchanged, while Azpilicueta and Alba occupy the wing-back positions. The midfield features Rodri from Manchester City, along with attacking midfielders Marcos Llorente from Atletico Madrid and team captain Mingyu. The forward line includes Alvaro Morata from Juventus, who faces increased pressure following the departure of his teammate. Ferran Torres from Manchester City has outperformed Ansu Fati to secure the left-wing position, while Enrique has opted for a newcomer on the right wing, Adama Traoré from Wolverhampton Wanderers. This lineup reflects minor adjustments from the previous match, indicating that Enrique is still evaluating certain players. Now, let us examine Bulgaria's formation, which employs a 5-4-1 setup, suggesting a resolute defensive strategy. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Sofia International Stadium, earning the passive skill graceful strike from Bulgarian legend Dimitar Berbatov. Graceful strike, a sudden flash of brilliance on the field, Berbatov's spirit manifests, allowing for exquisitely artistic and precise shots. Activated randomly, Mingyu couldn't help but scratch his head. The name of graceful brother is indeed legendary. Berbatov is an iconic figure in Bulgarian football, known for his nonchalant demeanor on the pitch, often covering minimal ground during matches, earning the nickname for maintaining his hairstyle while playing. In one national team match, he covered a mere 32 meters, less than half of the average distance run by other players. In contrast, Mingyu once ran an impressive 16,000 meters in a single match, approximately 8 times Berbatov's distance. Nevertheless, Berbatov's ability to create shooting opportunities with minimal movement is remarkable, often resulting in astonishing goals seemingly out of nowhere. As the match commenced, Spain took the first kickoff. Bulgaria's defense retreated to their half, showing no intention of advancing. The previous match's disastrous outcome for the Faroe Islands had instilled fear in the other teams in the group. A repeat of an 11-0 defeat would be utterly humiliating. Spain began to circulate the ball frequently in Bulgaria's half, attempting to lure their opponents out of position. However, Bulgaria's players were resolute in their defense. Spain, come out. Bulgaria, you come here. Yet, Spain's experience against such compact defenses was evident. Continuous lateral movements forced Bulgaria's defensive line to shift, gradually revealing gaps. Mingyu received the ball in the center, feigning a pass to the wing. As Bulgaria's defense instinctively shifted left, Mingyu deftly threaded a through ball into the penalty area. The astute Ferran Torres surged in from behind the center back, striking the ball with precision past the advancing goalkeeper and into the net. Within the first 10 minutes, Spain had scored, signaling the failure of Bulgaria's tactical approach. While the Bulgarian players displayed some disappointment, they were not overly disheartened, acknowledging Spain's undeniable strength. However, conceding a goal necessitated a tactical shift. The strategy of steadfast defense had lost its significance, as a score of 1-0 would yield the same result as 11-0, no points earned. Upon witnessing the Bulgarian players daring to advance, the Spanish players were filled with excitement, fearing that the opposition would not press forward. However, Bulgaria's offensive efforts were swiftly thwarted by the Spanish defense. Rodri passed the ball to Mingyu, who, noticing 2 opposing players closing in, did not linger on the ball, but deftly nudged it with the instep of his foot to Marcos Llorente on the opposite flank. As Llorente surged forward with the ball, Mingyu quietly made his way towards the front, intentionally avoiding proximity to Llorente. Although the Bulgarian players were aware of the threat posed by Mingyu, with the ball still on the left side and Mingyu not actively participating in the attack, Only the wingback remained to guard him, while the others focused on Llorente's position. The ball continued to circulate back and forth on the left side, and Mingyu had silently approached the edge of Bulgaria's penalty area. Bulgarian wingback Andrei Hristov understood his mission: to tightly mark Mingyu and prevent him from executing an easy offensive maneuver. Suddenly, Mingyu appeared to notice something. Displaying a look of surprise, and made a motion to retreat outside the penalty area to receive the ball, prompting Hristov to follow. However, to Hristov's dismay, Mingyu merely extended his shoulder outward without moving his feet. A feint. Observing Hristov's shift in balance, Mingyu abruptly made a reverse run into the Bulgarian penalty area. Hristov shouted for the center back to assist in marking Mingyu, but the ball had already been delivered diagonally from the left flank to the side of the penalty area. Mingyu was sprinting towards the draw point. The player delivering the cross was none other than the newly appointed left winger, Ferran Torres. However, Torres's cross was slightly too deep, making it impossible for Mingyu to shoot directly. Thus, he leaped high, extending his right foot to gently cushion the falling ball and smoothly turn to face the goal. Yet the opposing center back had already closed in on Mingyu, hand behind his back to avoid being struck by a pass or shot. His positioning was ideal should Mingyu opt to shoot. He had effectively blocked the angle towards the goal, and if Mingyu chose to dribble past him, his placement afforded him ample defensive space. Clearly a seasoned player. Mingyu glanced toward the center, seemingly intent on delivering a direct pass. This heightened the alertness of Daniel Demov, who fixated on the ball that had just bounced on the ground. Given Mingyu's position, a direct shot seemed unlikely, as the defender had sealed off the shooting angle, and the goalkeeper firmly occupied the near post. As the ball fell to the ground, it gently bounced, and just as it was about to touch down, Mingyu subtly flicked it with his right foot. This maneuver came without warning. Demov initially thought Mingyu intended a cross, but upon a second glance, his eyes widened in shock, for the ball was heading straight for the goal. Goalkeeper Iliev had no idea how the ball had arrived, and as he realized it was arcing toward the back post, he hastily retreated. Arriving at the center of the goal, Iliev stopped, but it was too late. The ball had already found its way into the net. The Sofia Stadium fell into a profound silence. On the Bulgarian bench, all eyes turned to their assistant coach. After running his fingers through his hair, displayed an expression of astonishment. This was none other than Berbatov. 3 years post-retirement, he had chosen the path of coaching, serving as both assistant coach and forward coach for the Bulgarian national team in this European Championship qualifier. Mingyu's goal bore an uncanny resemblance to Berbatov's style, evoking feelings of nostalgia among the team. Mingyu, known for his habit of paying homage to predecessors, had unexpectedly chosen to honor his opponent with a goal reminiscent of Berbatov's signature style. Berbatov, being acknowledged by a superstar like Mingyu, felt a deep sense of pride. See, even though I have retired, my legacy lives on. Following his goal, Mingyu approached the Bulgarian bench and gave a thumbs up to the impeccably dressed Berbatov. Berbatov chuckled heartily, reciprocating the gesture. While the crowd may have disapproved of Mingyu's goal, the interaction between the two drew applause from the audience. The score stood at 2-0, suggesting that the Spanish team was poised to unleash further devastation. However, the score remained unchanged as the first half concluded. Despite Bulgaria's lackluster defense, the Spanish forwards' ability to capitalize on opportunities proved to be a significant challenge. In the first half, Spain had taken 16 shots, with 10 on target, yet only managed 2 goals. Bulgarian goalkeeper Iliev, seemingly touched by divine intervention, had made several crucial saves, even deflecting a powerful long-range shot from Mingyu over the crossbar. Had it not been for Iliev's exceptional performance, Bulgaria would likely have faced a far more dire fate in the first half. As the second half commenced, Mingyu intercepted a pass from Bulgaria at midfield, embarking on a dazzling solo run into the Bulgarian penalty area. Employing a pendulum-like dribble, he outmaneuvered the goalkeeper, slotting the ball into the net. Noticing the bewildered Iliev, Mingyu shrugged. He could not afford to grant the goalkeeper any more chances to shine. A goalkeeper's form is cultivated through exposure to shots, and if the forwards continued to squander opportunities, they risked allowing Iliev to regain his confidence. Mingyu executed a flawless breakthrough, achieving a one-on-one situation that he had never faltered in before. This goal effectively obliterated what little confidence Bulgaria had left and rendered Iliev's earlier miracles obsolete. In the 53rd minute, Mingyu attempted a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, but his execution was flawed hitting the ball straight on. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the previously invincible Iliev made a glaring error, failing to secure a seemingly simple catch. Despite the straightforward nature of Mingyu's shot, its force was overwhelming, and the ball sailed over the dismayed Iliev's head and into the goal. Witnessing Iliev's breakdown, Mingyu could only silently express his apologies, realizing their goalkeeper had become disoriented. Bulgaria's head coach Hubchev had no choice but to substitute him, with Iliev leaving the field amidst a chorus of boos. The newly introduced goalkeeper appeared visibly anxious in front of the goal. The score of 4-0 had all but sealed the outcome. Observing the collapse of his opponents, Mingyu felt a tinge of embarrassment and signaled to Enrique for his substitution. Enrique also felt that the match had lost its suspense. Since Mingyu was not interested in racking up stats, it would be best to substitute him. However, as the substitution was about to take place, a discordant scene unfolded on the pitch. Bulgarian fans, feeling humiliated by Mingyu, directed monkey chants at Traore, who was preparing to take a throw-in. This act of racial discrimination was witnessed by Mingyu, who was standing by, ready to leave the field. Instantly, fury surged within him, as he had experienced racial discrimination during his time in Barcelona. Such behavior was intolerable to Mingyu. Although he had intended to call it a day, the actions of certain Bulgarian fans ignited his anger completely. He gestured to Enrique that he did not wish to be substituted, leaving the warmed-up Pedri bewildered. Traore, verbally assaulted by the fans, erupted in anger, shouting at the spectators and kicking the ball into the stands. The referee blew the whistle and approached to ascertain the situation. His expression grave. The occurrence of such racial discrimination during a match he officiated was a grave matter for him as well. Chapter 338. The unfortunate Bulgarian team, Mingyu quickly pulled Traore aside, fearing that some irrational fans might throw objects at him. Leaning in, Mingyu whispered to Traore Adama, "From now on, I will consistently pass the ball to you. Can you manage to put that damn ball into the net?" Traore could hardly believe his ears. Every member of the Spanish team aspired to foster a good rapport with Mingyu, not only because he wielded significant influence, but also because his passes were undeniably exquisite. Traore's heart swelled with gratitude towards those racist detractors. "If it weren't for you, my captain wouldn't be this furious. Thank you, you pathetic fools." With the intervention of the referee and the Bulgarian captain, the rowdy fans finally settled down. However, the security personnel escorted the two most disruptive fans out of the stadium. The Bulgarian team, however, wore expressions of deep concern, knowing that this incident could not easily be dismissed. Over the years, UEFA had taken a hardline stance against racial discrimination. It was anticipated that the Bulgarian team would face sanctions from UEFA after the match. Little did they realize that although the fans targeted Traore, they had provoked a formidable adversary. In the 56th minute, Mingyu executed a series of dazzling dribbles, effortlessly bypassing 3 Bulgarian defenders before delivering a precise through ball. Traore, like a divine apparition, received the pass in the penalty area, adjusted, and unleashed a powerful shot that pierced the Bulgarian goal. The score was now 5-0. Following the goal, Traore refrained from celebrating. Instead, with a fierce expression, he charged into the goal, disregarding the opposing goalkeeper, seized the ball, and stormed out of the penalty area. "Meow, meow, meow. Are you the ones trailing, or are we the ones behind? Are you trying to annihilate us?" But as they beheld the expressions on Traore and Mingyu's faces, they realized the gravity of the situation. Their opponents were dead serious. Those despicable racists had provoked a reaction. Enrique, standing at the sidelines, wore a smile as he observed Mingyu's demeanor on the field. The overwhelming scoreline was predominantly a result of the opposing team's lack of skill. Mingyu played as if he were in a youth match, netting 4 goals and providing 1 assist in the first half alone. Within 15 minutes of the second half, he added 2 more goals and another assist. Bored, Mingyu requested to be substituted. In just 60 minutes, he had achieved 6 goals and 2 assists, an astounding scoring efficiency that left everyone astonished. After the match, nearly every player from the Faroe Islands approached Mingyu, seeking photographs and autographs, including the opposing coach. Despite the barrage of goals they had conceded, the Faroe Islands team remained undeterred. Although they had never qualified for a major tournament and often played the role of a punching bag, it must be acknowledged that the Faroe Islands team was steadily rising. Many of their players were now making their mark in various European leagues, and given time, they would surely seize the opportunity to compete on the world stage. Lee Mingyu had initially intended to cease playing, but the Bulgarian fans' reckless racist behavior crossed a line for him. Infuriated, Lee Mingyu's desire to attack intensified. In the 63rd minute, he made a triumphant return, dazzling the Bulgarian defensive midfielder with a series of feints, causing him to falter and fall to the ground. Lee Mingyu advanced to the edge of the penalty area, feigning a long-range shot. The entire Bulgarian defense rushed toward him, but with a swift motion, Lee Mingyu lifted his right foot, gently nudging the ball between two defenders into the Bulgarian penalty area. Once again, Traoré positioned himself perfectly, evading the oncoming goalkeeper with a feint before delivering a powerful strike that extended the score to 6-0. After scoring, Traoré suppressed his excitement, rushing into the goal, cradling the ball, and proudly sprinting towards the center circle. The Bulgarian players gazed at the dark-skinned Traoré in bewilderment, their hearts filled with resentment. Who were they angry at? Certainly, it was those provocative, foolish fans. Why provoke the opponents when all they wanted was to play? What were you thinking, filled with such nonsense? After the kickoff, the Bulgarian players had lost their focus, leading to a passing error. Traoré seized the opportunity, intercepting the ball from the feet of the opposing midfielder and charging toward the Bulgarian penalty area. The center-back, sluggish in his approach, failed to block in time, allowing Traoré to unleash a shot from outside the box that soared towards the net with incredible force. The young 20-year-old goalkeeper, who had just entered the match, was already under immense pressure from the continuous goals conceded. He had not anticipated losing the ball at such a critical moment, and from Traoré's interception to his shot, only a second had elapsed. The goalkeeper was ill-prepared, and, as the powerful shot approached, he could only watch helplessly. The score was now 7-0. With this goal, Traoré refrained from charging into the opposing penalty area, opting instead to walk away with the ball, having completed his hat trick. Tears of joy welled in Traoré's eyes as he approached Lee Mingyu. "Thank you, Captain." The long-suppressed grievances of Traoré were finally released. Black players in Europe often faced verbal discrimination from some extreme racists both on and off the pitch. Traoré was no stranger to such prejudice. However, this time, Lee Mingyu's performance filled him with gratitude. This marked Traoré's first hat trick in his international career. Lee Mingyu patted Traoré on the back and said, "The match is not over yet." Upon hearing this, Traoré revealed a peculiar smile. Indeed, the match was far from finished. "Come on, let's kick off." The Bulgarian players, upon witnessing the fierce expressions of the Spaniards on the opposite half, felt utterly despondent. Must they go to such extremes? Surely, they would meet again in the future. Yet, it was evident that a score of 7-0 would hardly satisfy Lee Mingyu's ambitions. Chapter 339, UEFA Super Cup. In the 93rd minute, the referee blew the final whistle, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and casting a strange glance at the imposing figure. The score of 14-0 rendered the fans in Sofia utterly silent. Lee Mingyu took Traoré's hand and they circled the pitch. A player of Asian descent alongside a player of African descent, proudly displaying their prowess in front of a sea of white faces. Yet these onlookers dared not utter a word. They were rendered speechless by the ferocity of Lee Mingyu. The Bulgarian team was utterly bewildered. The defenders wore expressions of despair, their confidence shattered by the match. Ultimately, both Traoré and Lee Mingyu achieved remarkable feats, with Lee Mingyu providing 6 assists, making it abundantly clear what it meant to provoke him. A seemingly ordinary European Championship qualifier drew the attention of all of Europe and the world thereafter. The following day, UEFA issued a penalty announcement against the Bulgarian team, imposing a fine of €200,000 and barring home fans from entering Sofia Stadium for the next 2 home games. Post-match discussions were entirely centered around Lee Mingyu. The Bulgarian fans had truly dug their own graves. I even saw Lee Mingyu signaling to the sidelines for a break. Just like in the previous match, he was ready to call it a day. Indeed, who knew what was going through their minds to provoke Lee Mingyu? Wait, they were discriminating against Traoré, not Lee Mingyu. Why was Lee Mingyu so furious? Could it be that he and Traoré shared a strong bond at Manchester City? TSK. If you didn't know this, you clearly weren't a true fan. Back when he was at Barcelona, Ramos had subjected Lee Mingyu to racial discrimination during a match, which incited a furious response from Lee Mingyu, resulting in him scoring 5 goals against Real Madrid. Wow, it appears there was indeed such an incident. So that's what it was about. Following the conclusion of the 2 European Championship qualifiers, the national team announced its disbandment, and Lee Mingyu returned to England. On August 15th, the UEFA Super Cup beckoned. As the reigning champions of the UEFA Champions League, Manchester City was set to engage in a momentous encounter before the new season commenced, facing AS Roma, the champions of the previous Europa League. In a single elimination match for the coveted UEFA Super Cup, Mingyu was determined to claim this trophy, for it represented the first of his 7 coveted titles in the new season. Failing to secure this trophy would halt his quest, leaving it to linger until the following year. Yet who could predict whether Manchester City would even secure the Champions League title next year? Time was of the essence. Last season, AS Roma, having finished 5th in the league, missed out on the Champions League and had to settle for the Europa League. To their astonishment, they advanced to the final, triumphing over the Europa League giant Sevilla. While Sevilla may only be regarded as a traditional powerhouse in La Liga, their illustrious history in the Europa League, with 6 titles, commands respect. Roma's victory in the Europa League must be credited to their manager, the Portuguese José Mourinho. Known as the Special One, Mourinho left the Premier League for Italy, joining Roma. In his first year, he not only guided Roma back into the league's top 4, but also secured the Europa League title, silencing those who doubted his capabilities. The UEFA Super Cup match would take place at the Kazan Arena in Russia, marking Mingyu's first competitive appearance in a Russian stadium. His 2-year Champions League tenure had not previously encountered Russian teams. August in Russia remains quite pleasant, a stark contrast to the winter's heavy snow and frigid temperatures that transform their home turf into a veritable fortress of death. Lee, how many goals do you plan to score in this match? Asked Rodri, the defensive midfielder, playfully draping his arm over Mingyu's shoulder. Mingyu had netted 11 goals in the 2 European Championship qualifiers, a feat that left many envious. Get off me. Don't distract me, Mingyu retorted, pushing Rodri aside. He then puffed out his chest and effortlessly brought down a flying football, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the crowd. To his surprise, the Russian fans were equally fervent, their passion palpable even during his warm-up. Good evening, dear viewers of 10 Cent Sports. Welcome to today's program. We are excited to present the UEFA Super Cup clash for the 2023-2024 season, featuring last season's Champions League champions, Manchester City, against the Europa League champions, AS Roma. We should take a moment to highlight AS Roma. Since the retirement of their legendary prince, Totti, they have struggled to break into the top 4 of Serie A. However, last season, under Mourinho's leadership, they not only secured the 4th position, but also triumphed in the Europa League final, defeating Sevilla 1-0 to claim their 2nd Europa League title. Mourinho has indeed proven to be a coach of remarkable charisma. In the new season, he bolstered his midfield by bringing in Christian Eriksen from Inter Milan, further strengthening his squad. Now, let us examine AS Roma's starting lineup. In facing Manchester City, even the so-called Special One Mourinho dared not take risks, opting for a 3-4-2-1 formation, deploying 6 midfielders. It seems he intends to employ a strategy of numerical superiority to curtail Mingyu's offensive prowess. The starting goalkeeper for Roma is the seasoned Portuguese veteran Patricio, whose current form is exceptionally hot. Will he be able to withstand the onslaught from the already blazing Mingyu? In the defensive line are Gianluca Mancini, Chris Smalling, and Marash Kumbula. The 4 defensive midfielders are Leonardo Spinazzola, Nikola Zalewski, Jordan Vertout, and Rick Karsdorp. The attacking midfielders are Henrik Mkhitaryan and Lorenzo Pellegrini, with the forward being the so-called Little Pharaoh, Stefan El Shaarawy. Chapter 340. Mingyu reconnects with Harry Kane at the Kazan Arena, Russia. The UEFA Super Cup for the 2023-2024 season commenced today, featuring the English Premier League champions Manchester City facing off against the formidable Serie A team as Roma. The match has been underway for 5 minutes, with an intense stalemate on the field. Roma's coach, José Mourinho, is adept at countering teams brimming with superstar talent. 6 midfielders relentlessly pursued Mingyu, momentarily thwarting Manchester City's offensive efforts. Following the loss of Ilkay Gundogan, the team has yet to find a reliable second attacking option. Neither Bernardo Silva nor the new recruit Julian Draxler possess the capability to dictate the game. However, while Manchester City struggled to advance, Roma's offensive maneuvers lacked vigor. Players from both sides engaged in a fierce midfield battle, with the ball frequently changing possession. The spectators were thoroughly entertained by the gritty nature of the contest, as this is precisely the type of match they cherish. The Russian teams thrive on physicality, the clash of muscles seemingly igniting their inner ferocity. On the stands, burly Russian men, proudly displaying their chest hair, yearned to substitute themselves onto the pitch, resorting instead to roaring encouragement for both teams. Bernardo Silva attempted to break through, but was thwarted by Spinazzola, resulting in a forced backward pass to Rodri. Mingyu quickly returned for the ball, glancing at the situation in the attacking zone, and suddenly noticed that the opposing center-backs appeared to be positioned too high. Seizing the opportunity, Mingyu received the ball, swiftly turned, and executed a long pass that soared from the center circle directly toward Roma's penalty area. Harry Kane, seemingly telepathic, sprinted forward at the moment Mingyu pivoted, evading the slightly lax Gianluca Mancini and charging into the Roman box. At the onset of the match, Mingyu acquired the passive talent of the Roman Prince Totti, the Wolf King's instinct. Witnessing Kane one-on-one with the goalkeeper, Mingyu raised his arms in celebration, anticipating success. As predicted, Kane, faced with the charging Patricio, executed a simple feint that left the latter powerless. In the 7th minute of the first half, the score stood at 1-0, with Manchester City taking the lead. This straightforward yet powerful goal sent the Kazan arena into a frenzy, while Mourinho's expression darkened, astonished that his tactics had been so easily dismantled. Don't you have enough midfielders? If you can't transition through midfield, I'll simply bypass your midfielders entirely. Such a goal, however, is not easily achieved. It requires Mingyu's exceptional skill and a forward with a keen sense of opportunity. Kane embodies these qualities, astute, with superb ball control and finishing ability, epitomizing the attributes of a top-tier striker. One wonders how Chelsea must feel about acquiring Kane from Tottenham without an instruction manual. Yet, why does it seem that Kane has been invigorated upon joining Manchester City? Following the kickoff, the desperate attempt by Roma to equalize led to a mistake during their forward passing. Mkhitaryan's pass failed to connect with Sula's run, allowing Laporte to intercept the ball effortlessly. Transitioning to offense, Laporte passed the ball to Rodri, who, pressured by Roma's compact pressing, had no choice but to return it to Laporte. Without hesitation, Laporte pushed the ball forward toward the right midfield. Mingyu positioned himself perfectly, but behind him, Roma's Vertout closely marked him, restricting any space for Mingyu to receive and turn. At that moment, right wing-back Kyle Walker surged down the flank, drawing Vertout's attention. Conventionally, with Vertout's tight marking, the best option for Mingyu would be to receive the ball, slightly turn, and pass to Walker. This would enable Walker to break through from the wing and draw Vertout away, allowing Mingyu to join the attack. Almost everyone on the field expected Mingyu to pass to Walker, including Walker himself, who was ready to receive the ball. However, as Mingyu observed the descending football, a peculiar smile crept across his face. With a deft touch of his chest, he controlled the ball, which fell perfectly. Had he made a mistake? Spectators questioned the nature of his touch. Typically, Mingyu would have redirected the ball slightly to his left, then turned to pass to Walker. Instead, he inadvertently stopped the ball to his right, obscuring Vertout's line of sight. Understanding Mingyu's intention, Vertout pushed against Mingyu's back, anticipating a pass to Walker. As Vertout turned to chase Walker, he suddenly realized the ball was hurtling toward the center from his left at a remarkable speed. Roma's central defense was alarmingly sparse, leaving them vulnerable in the middle. As Vertout's eyes widened with disbelief, the ball reached Kane's feet. Kane deftly evaded the center-back's challenge and unleashed a powerful shot just outside the box, sending the ball rippling into the net. 2-0. Chapter 341. Kane's hat trick. At Kazan Arena, merely 10 minutes into the first half, Manchester City had already established a 2-0 lead over AS Roma. The contrasting reactions of the coaches on the sidelines were stark. Guardiola, upon witnessing the goal, wore a serene smile, clapping gently as if it were a routine occurrence. In stark contrast, Mourinho, resembling a furious lion, continued to vocally berate his players on the pitch. The spectators in the stands were filled with joy, many adorned in jerseys bearing the name of Mingyu. The recent goal left Roma's midfielder, Vertout, utterly bewildered as to how the ball had been delivered to the center by Mingyu. In the slow-motion replay, it was abundantly clear to all. Mingyu expertly controlled the ball with his chest, directing it to his right side, while Vertout, positioned behind him, presumed Mingyu would pass to the flank and move to intercept prematurely. However, with a deft flick of his right foot, Mingyu executed a backheel pass without even glancing at his intended target, sending the ball powerfully into Roma's center. The Wolf King's instinct granted Mingyu a profound understanding of his teammates' movements and the positioning of opposing defenders. This pass was nothing short of exquisite. Although Harry Kane was unaware that Mingyu intended to deliver the ball directly to the center, neither did the defenders of Roma grasp this intention. Nevertheless, Kane reacted quicker than the opposing players, seizing the ball, skillfully maneuvering past the center back, and sending it straight into the net. This pass epitomized high intelligence. Mingyu's deliveries were elusive, confounding not only the rival players, but also leaving his teammates somewhat perplexed. With Roma already at a disadvantage against Manchester City, conceding 2 goals further shattered their morale, rendering them helpless against City's relentless assault, despite Mourinho's attempts to rally them. In a bid to prevent further breaches of their defense, Mourinho finally acknowledged his miscalculation, making slight adjustments to the formation, adopting a 4-3-2-1 Christmas tree setup. Had this formation been deployed at the onset of the match, it might have posed some challenges for Manchester City. However, by now, City's momentum had surged and Roma's collective mindset had faltered, leading to a massacre on the pitch. In the 20th minute, after Mingyu passed to Bernardo Silva, he made a run into the central area. Silva delivered a precise through ball to Kane, who used his body to shield the defender, then deftly backheeled the ball into the path of the surging Mingyu. Mingyu unleashed a ferocious shot, the ball roaring towards Roma's goal. The opposing defenders instinctively flinched, narrowly avoiding the strike as it whizzed past them, causing a sharp sting on their scalps. Just as one defender breathed a sigh of relief, the jubilant cheers and whistles erupted from the stands. Turning back, he saw goalkeeper Patricio helplessly raising his hands in resignation. Such an unmarked, sudden strike is the nightmare of any goalkeeper. The score now stood at 3-0, plunging Roma deeper into despair. On the sidelines, Mourinho's fury reached its peak, leading him to substitute the recently flinched defender, Kumbulla. Kumbulla, with an expression of innocence, trudged off, passing Mourinho without a word. He perceived this as Mourinho's way of shifting blame. After all, if even Real Madrid could not best Manchester City, what made Mourinho think Roma could? Had he not flinched, he might have found himself on the ground. Would Mourinho cover his medical expenses? In the 35th minute, Manchester City earned a corner. Mingyu delivered the ball to the edge of the penalty area, where Kane once again emerged, leaping high to overpower the newly introduced defender with a powerful header that bulged the net. Patricio wore a look of resignation from such close range. Unless the ball struck the goalkeeper directly, it is nearly impossible to react in time. The score now read 4-0, with Kane completing his hat trick. An ecstatic Kane rushed to the sidelines, kneeling before Mingyu and gesturing for him to place his foot on his knee. Mingyu chocolat. Lifting his foot playfully onto Kane's knee, Kane pretended to polish his shoes in gratitude towards Mingyu. Observing the exuberant Kane, one might not believe that such a formidable striker had spent nearly a year on the bench at Chelsea. Had Manchester City not acquired him, Kane might have been discarded by Chelsea. The halftime score settled at 4-0, and in a final show of defiance, Roma exerted their utmost efforts to prevent City from scoring again. City, already enjoying a 4-goal lead, chose to avoid unnecessary risks. As the halftime whistle blew, Manchester City's players left the field in jovial spirits, while Roma's players appeared utterly drained, as though they had played an entire match, trudging toward the tunnel. Mourinho, having long since departed, was a figure known for his distinctive personality, possessing both fervent supporters and staunch adversaries. His admirers regarded him as a god of football, while his detractors labeled him a loudmouth. Nevertheless, even his adversaries would not dare to claim he was an inept coach. After all, Mourinho's accolades surpass those of many esteemed managers. He has secured league titles across all major leagues except for League One and the Bundesliga, and has been awarded Best Coach. He claimed Champions League titles with Porto and Chelsea, as well as Europa League victories with Porto and Manchester United. Such achievements undoubtedly place him among the elite coaches in the world. However, his fiery temperament often led to discord with his teams, resulting in frequent departures. During the halftime break, Mourinho once again displayed his volatile nature, his loud tirades seemingly drowning out the cheers of fans in the Kazan arena. It remains uncertain whether the Special One can conjure his magic once more, rallying Roma for a resurgence in the second half. Chapter 342. The great Italian left-back for Mourinho, the European Super Cup title is one of the trophies he yearns for most. Despite having experienced 4 attempts at this title, he has yet to claim victory. For a manager aspiring to gather every trophy imaginable, Mourinho's obsession with this accolade runs deep. Though he acknowledges Manchester City's formidable strength, he has also managed some of the most powerful teams in the world, understanding that every team possesses its vulnerabilities. City's greatest weakness lies in its over-reliance on Mingyu's individual brilliance. Should they manage to contain him, Manchester City would merely be another strong Premier League team. Thus, Mourinho deployed a midfield-heavy formation. While this setup might have effectively constrained Mingyu in the previous season, this season, the arrival of Kane has allowed Mingyu's long passes to flourish. Harry Kane possesses not only commendable height and exceptional heading abilities, but also remarkable agility with his feet, making him a versatile asset on the front line, particularly in his partnership with Mingyu. After a 15-minute intermission, both teams returned to the pitch. Roma opted against substitutions, maintaining their Christmas tree formation, while Manchester City made no personnel changes, choosing to observe Roma's response first. Guardiola, steadfast in his approach, understood that any change would be prudent given the current scoreline. The second half commenced with Roma taking the initial kickoff. Shaarawy passed the ball to Pellegrini behind him and surged forward. In the first half, Shaarawy struggled to find significant offensive opportunities, with his solitary shot going awry. However, invigorated by the break, Shaarawy was eager to showcase the prowess of the little pharaoh in the second half. Pellegrini relayed the ball to Mkhitaryan, the 34-year-old Armenian player who is an exemplary midfielder. His comprehensive skill set makes him a formidable attacking midfielder, endowed with expansive vision, remarkable long-range shooting, and adept finishing abilities. 2 years ago, he transferred from Manchester United and quickly established himself as an indispensable player in Roma's attacking midfield. Although his pace has somewhat diminished with age, his seasoned feints and awareness render him increasingly difficult to thwart. As Bernardo Silva attempted to press, Mkhitaryan deftly nudged the ball away, leaving the careless Silva behind. Despite Mkhitaryan's reduced speed, the sudden shifts in rhythm underscore his experience. After evading Silva, Mkhitaryan advanced the ball and passed it to the overlapping wing-back Spinazzola. Italian left-backs traditionally embody a legacy, and Spinazzola exemplifies this trait. Right from the start of the second half, he charged into Manchester City's half. Receiving Mkhitaryan's pass, Spinazzola propelled himself forward, physically overpowering a caught-off-guard Kyle Walker. Walker stumbled, losing his footing, allowing Spinazzola to glide past him. The defenders of Manchester City were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events and hurriedly retreated to defend. Guardiola's expression darkened, as his team's recurring issue of lacking concentration at the start of the second half resurfaced, a point he consistently emphasizes during halftime. Yet some players seemed to disregard his warnings. Spinazzola surged into the penalty area, executing a feint that left Verratti, who had come in to assist defensively, momentarily frozen. With Spinazzola already within the box, Verratti hesitated to extend his arms and could only position himself to block the angle of Spinazzola's impending shot. After a quick glance at the goal, Spinazzola lifted his left foot and struck the ball fiercely toward the net. Verratti, with his hands behind his back, extended his foot in hope of intercepting the shot. Indeed, his right foot grazed the ball, altering its trajectory. Before Verratti could express relief, he watched in dismay as the deflected ball rolled into the opposite direction, right past Ederson, who had already begun moving toward the other side. The unexpected diversion left Ederson rooted to the spot, helplessly watching as the ball found its way into the net. This dramatic turn of events elicited a collective gasp from the crowd, while Roma's players erupted into jubilant celebration. A strong start is indeed half the battle won, and with the score at 4-1, the gap suddenly felt surmountable. Mourinho, on the sidelines, finally revealed a satisfied smile, though amidst the euphoria, he urgently called for his players to retrieve the ball and not waste time. The Roma players collected the ball from the net, cradling it with determination as they made their way to the center circle. Dressed in their vibrant red kits, they resembled a pack of wolves on the hunt. Goalkeeper Ederson approached Verratti, giving him a gentle nudge on the back, suggesting he should not dwell on the unfortunate own goal. Verratti, taken aback that his contribution to Manchester City ultimately resulted in an own goal, felt a twinge of misfortune. However, this only fueled his determination. At 30 years old, Verratti boasts an impressive array of accolades, including 4 Champions League titles, for FIFA Club World Cups, 3 La Liga championships, and most notably, the World Cup victory with the French national team in 2018. Achieving such honors at a young age instilled in him a sense of pride and confidence. As play resumed, Manchester City launched an incisive attack on Roma's half. Mingyu once again demonstrated his unparalleled midfield control. Even when faced with two Roma midfielders pressing him, he skillfully maneuvered to find passing opportunities, denying them any chance to intercept the ball. Each of Mingyu's dazzling dribbles and passes elicited applause and cheers from the crowd, as Kazan Arena felt like his home ground, placing immense psychological pressure on Roma's players. Suddenly, Mingyu drifted towards the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot aimed at the far corner of the net. The veteran Portuguese goalkeeper Patricio, as if guided by divine intervention, managed to deflect the ball out of play with a single palm. Manchester City earned a corner kick. Mingyu positioned himself by the corner flag, observing the players jostling within the penalty area, and raised his right hand to signal to his teammates. Among the throng, Manchester City's central defender Varane joined the fray, preparing for the corner kick. Standing at 190 centimeters, Varane had been an offensive threat on corner set pieces during his time at Real Madrid and the French national team. Now at Manchester City, he was entrusted with a similar role. With a determined push against his defender, Varane sought to claim a favorable position. Mingyu delivered the corner with a powerful, curving ball that rocketed toward the vicinity of Roma's 6-yard box. The speed and outward spin rendered it nearly impossible for the goalkeeper to intercept. The seasoned Patricio, recognizing the ball's trajectory, focused intently on the several Manchester City attackers in the center, knowing he could not reach the ball. As the ball was struck, Varane forcefully shoved Smalling, attempting to create space. Yet, Smalling, knowing he could not gamble on a foul call from the referee, braced himself and stood his ground. Varane's push, however, granted him a slight advantage for jumping. Varane clenched his teeth, straightened his back, and with a powerful push of his legs, leaped into the air. Although Smalling had lost the initial advantage, he sensed the impending danger. Rather than making a futile jump to interfere, he seized Varane's jersey with a firm grip before quickly releasing it. Indeed, the seasoned veteran knew that such a slight tug would sufficiently distract Varane while remaining undetectable by the referee. Varane felt a downward force resisting his ascent. Yet fueled by determination, he roared and propelled himself upward by a few centimeters. It was precisely this small gain that allowed the towering Varane, standing at 190 centimeters, to rise above the crowd. The ball soared past the defenders at the near post, heading straight towards Varane. His eyes locked onto the ball, his body taut. He tilted his forehead gently in its direction. As the ball struck his forehead with force, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Yet Varane kept his eyes wide open, intently watching the ball propel towards the goal. The experienced goalkeeper Patricio found himself helpless against such a close-range header, hoping merely for the ball to remain within his reach. However, Varane's header found the perfect angle, grazing the post before nestling into the back of the Roman net. Kazan Arena erupted in jubilation once more. Varane once again scored his second goal within 5 minutes, although the first was an own goal. Yet, with this signature header, he banished his earlier frustrations. Following the goal, Varane let out a triumphant roar and sprinted towards the corner flag. Mingyu stood there, arms wide open, eagerly awaiting Varane's arrival. As Varane approached, he turned his back, signaling Mingyu to jump onto his back. Surprised yet unhesitant, Mingyu placed his hands on Varane's shoulders and leaped onto his back. Barana, Karim Mingyu raised his thumb, indicating to all that this was his new leader. The score stood at 5-1, and Roma's fleeting momentum was swiftly crushed once again. Guardiola's smile returned. Varane, a player he personally signed for Madrid, had been pursued by numerous teams when his contract expired, rendering him a free agent. Yet Guardiola earned Varane's trust and secured his signing from Manchester City. Varane's presence not only added depth to the team's defense, but also bolstered their set-piece strategies. Although Guardiola was furious about the earlier concession, he recognized that it was not solely Varane's fault. It was a collective lapse in concentration among the defense that allowed Roma to seize the opportunity. However, that header had undoubtedly cemented Varane's integration into the Manchester City squad. After the kickoff, Roma found their attacking rhythm disrupted by the recent goal. Mkhitaryan advanced with the ball, but was stifled by City's midfield, forcing him to retreat. Noticing his teammates were tightly marked, he hesitated, allowing Rodri to intercept the ball from his feet. In frustration, Mkhitaryan pulled Rodri down. The referee whistled for the foul and issued a yellow card, acknowledging Mkhitaryan's actions. Dejected, Mkhitaryan shook his head, realizing the match was virtually over. In the 80th minute, Guardiola substituted the impressive Mingyu, who had contributed 2 goals and 3 assists, perfectly orchestrating the match. In the 93rd minute, the referee blew the final whistle, and the Kazan arena erupted in ecstatic celebration. Manchester City had secured their first trophy of the new season, the inaugural title of the 7-time champions, the UEFA Super Cup. Amidst a flurry of confetti, Mingyu raised the UEFA Super Cup trophy high, heralding a splendid start to the 2023-2024 season for Manchester City. This marked the club's first UEFA Super Cup title in history. On August 25, 2023, Mingyu, accompanied by his fiancée, Catherine, attended the draw for the 2023-2024 UEFA Champions League group stage at the Grimaldi Forum in Monaco. Dazzling Catherine, linked to Mingyu's arm, wore a radiant smile. This summer, they had received blessings from both families, with plans to marry after the conclusion of the European Championship next year. Seated in the front row, it was destined to be a day of great achievements for Mingyu and Manchester City. Having won last season's Champions League, City dominated the subsequent award ceremony, claiming nearly every accolade. Mingyu was honored as UEFA's Player of the Year, expressing gratitude towards the club as chairman, manager, and teammates, attributing half of his success to their support. The audience responded with thunderous applause for the gracious Mingyu. Guardiola, too, was rewarded with the honor of UEFA's Coach of the Year, a title he had not claimed for 12 years. Following the awards, the eagerly anticipated Champions League group stage draw commenced. In a thrilling reveal, both Mingyu and Guardiola wore satisfied smiles as the results appeared favorable for Manchester City. They were drawn into a group with Juventus, who had lost Ronaldo, and Sporting CP, who had gained him, along with the traditional Danish powerhouse BR&DBY. If the draw were genuinely free of manipulation, even the resting donkey in the production team would not believe it. Drawing Juventus and Sporting CP together seemed more than mere coincidence. It ensured Ronaldo's name remained the focal point of both matches. UEFA's intentions appeared rather dubious. However, for Manchester City, Juventus, now devoid of Ronaldo, posed little threat. Sporting CP, it must be noted, had seen the once dominant 38-year-old Ronaldo lose his superstar prowess, making them no match for City. As for BR&DBY, unclear. They had advanced to the group stage through the playoffs, demonstrating both skill and fortune. This season, UEFA implemented significant reforms to the Champions League, abolishing the away goals rule that had previously applied in both the playoffs and knockout stages. BR&DBY benefited from this change, having drawn 1-1 against Austria's formidable Red Bull Salzburg at home. When the teams faced off at Salzburg's ground, neither could score after 90 minutes. Under the old rules, Salzburg would have secured a place in the group stage due to their away goal. However, due to the cancellation of the away goals advantage, the two teams could only be considered to have drawn. The match proceeded directly to extra time at the home ground of Red Bull Salzburg. Unexpectedly, in the dying moments of the second half of extra time, BL&DBY's forward, Jury, scored the only goal of the match, enabling BL&DBY to eliminate Red Bull Salzburg and advance to the group stage of the Champions League. This marked the first time the team had reached the main draw of the UEFA Champions League. Upon returning to Manchester, Mingyu immersed himself in training, as the tense new season was fast approaching. 3 days later, the Charity Shield, a prelude to the Premier League, commenced at Wembley Stadium, featuring Manchester City against Liverpool. The Charity Shield traditionally pits the champions of the previous season's Premier League against the holders of the FA Cup. Since Manchester City claimed both titles last season, the match instead saw the runners-up of the Premier League compete for the trophy. Prior to the match, Liverpool expressed their determination to avenge past defeats and deliver a lesson to Manchester City, asserting that they were not to be trifled with. Ultimately, the final score was a resounding 3-0, with Liverpool once again succumbing to Manchester City. Mingyu contributed a goal and an assist, leading Manchester City's midfield to thoroughly dismantle Liverpool's. Thus, the second trophy of the season was secured, and the honor of a 7th title beckoned to Mingyu. On September 10th, the 2023-2024 season of the Premier League finally commenced. Manchester City's opening match was against newly promoted Watford. At Vicarage Road, Manchester City showed no mercy to the newcomers, delivering a harsh 5-0 defeat that left Watford feeling the true meaning of cruelty. A month later, as the international break rolled around again, Mingyu received another call-up to the Spanish national team. In the league, Manchester City had already secured 5 consecutive victories, firmly sitting at the top of the Premier League table. Over these 5 matches, Manchester City scored a staggering 18 goals, instilling fear in the hearts of other teams within the Premier League. If all went as expected, the championship would once again belong to Manchester City. Returning to the national team, Mingyu faced the 3rd match of the European Championship qualifiers. This match became the focal point of the match day against Germany. Despite Germany's current world ranking having fallen to 15th and their previous 2 qualifiers ending in disappointment, a draw against Kazakhstan and a home defeat to Hungary, the name Germany commanded respect. Enrique placed great emphasis on this match, as Germany was one of the few teams capable of challenging Spain within the group. The match was held at Bayern Munich's Allianz Arena, a venue familiar to Mingyu, who had previously scored twice there in the Champions League round of 16, leading Manchester City to a 3-2 victory against Bayern Munich. This time, facing what appeared to be a superficially strong German team. It remained to be seen whether Mingyu could guide Spain to triumph. Good evening, viewers of 10 Cent Sports, and welcome to our program. Today, we present a highlight match from the 3rd match day of the 2024 European Championship qualifiers, featuring the struggling German team seeking redemption against the formidable Spanish squad, which had scored 25 goals in their previous 2 matches. In those 2 matches, the German side exhibited signs of fatigue, with their midfield and forward lines appearing devoid of attacking prowess, managing neither a win nor a goal in their encounters with Kazakhstan and Hungary. After more than a month of matches, German coach Stefan Kuntz made bold selections for his new national team lineup, indicating his recognition by the German Football Association. Let us first examine the starting lineup for Germany today. They deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation, balancing offense and defense. The goalkeeper was Bernd Leno of Arsenal, who stepped into the role following the retirement of Neuer and the poor form of Ter Stegen. The 4 defenders included Antonio Rudiger from Chelsea, Matthias Ginter from Borussia Mönchengladbach, Robin Koch from Leeds United, and Nicolas Lowe from Bayern Munich. The 2 defensive midfielders were Joshua Kimmich and Leon Goretzka, both from Bayern Munich. The 3 attacking midfielders were Leroy Sané on the left, Ilkay Gundogan in the center, and Kai Havertz on the right. Leading the line was Timo Werner from Chelsea. The key difference for this German team compared to the previous 2 matches lay in the changes made in the midfield and defense. Although the team had struggled to score, they believed that if they could hold firm against Spain, they would be satisfied. Chapter 345. The goalkeeper plays with fire at the Allianz Arena in Munich. The German team, donned in white jerseys, appear to be in good spirits. In the first half, Germany attacked from left to right, initiating the game with a kickoff. Werner nudged the ball forward, and Gundogan played it back to the defensive midfielders. This season, Gundogan had left Manchester City to return to Borussia Dortmund and had been performing admirably. Germany was currently structured around Gundogan as the core player. He held a pivotal role, as the midfield's ball control relied heavily on him. Spain's defense pressed high, and their midfielders continuously applied pressure, causing Germany to struggle to advance the ball. Mingyu's positioning was astute, as he remained between the ball and Gundogan, thwarting Germany's attempts to utilize Gundogan for organizing play. Mingyu understood Gundogan's significance all too well during their time at Manchester City. When Mingyu was double-teamed, Gundogan emerged as another core player, orchestrating attacks with exceptional skill. However, due to their inability to synchronize effectively, Gundogan chose to depart. Gundogan observed Mingyu standing before him, feeling a complex mix of emotions. The relentless pressure had left Germany's players with little room to maneuver. With no options available, defender Rudiger had no choice but to pass back to the goalkeeper. Leno, the 31-year-old goalkeeper from Arsenal, rarely had the opportunity to play for the national team due to the presence of renowned keepers Neuer and Ter Stegen. When the ball came to him, Leno inexplicably attempted to deceive Spain's forward Ferran Torres with a feint. Was Neuer's spirit influencing him? Torres, noticing Leno's motion to clear, did not turn his back to Leno, but instead reached out with his right foot. As a result, upon seeing Torres' action, Leno panicked, causing him to fumble the ball. Observing Leno's frantic demeanor, Torres adjusted his steps and rushed in to intercept the ball. With no other options, Leno resorted to using his hands to block Torres, bending down to scoop up the ball. As he lifted the football, he instantly realized his mistake and hurriedly hurled the ball out of bounds with great force. However, it was too late. The referee's whistle pierced through the air, leaving the crowd in disbelief at Leno's extraordinary blunder. Although the German team had been under considerable pressure from the Spanish side, a simple clearance would have sufficed. Who could have anticipated that Leno, suddenly channeling Neuer, would attempt a trick only to find himself lacking in execution, resulting in a significant error? The subsequent awkwardness of bending down to retrieve the ball drew jeers from the spectators. An indirect free kick was awarded within the penalty area. According to the rules, a goalkeeper is prohibited from using their hands to touch a ball that has been passed back by a teammate's foot. Failure to adhere to this results in an indirect free kick for the opposing team. The referee approached, not only signaling the indirect free kick, but also issuing Leno a yellow card as a commendation for his earlier ineptitude. Leno stood on the goal line, shaking his head incessantly, as if trying to erase the humiliating moment from his memory. Given the proximity of the indirect free kick to the penalty spot, the wall could only position itself on the goal line. A remarkable scene unfolded as Mingyu stood near the penalty spot, the ball directly before him, while the German players formed a staunch barrier on the goal line. The goalkeeper positioned himself slightly ahead of the line, bracing for Mingyu's impending strike. After the referee signaled for play to resume, he retreated to the side and blew his whistle. As this was an indirect free kick, Mingyu could not shoot directly. Pedri was poised beside the ball, ready to make contact at any moment. Mingyu began his run, but as he approached the ball, the referee's whistle sounded again, prompting him to halt and signal that an opposing player had encroached. The referee approached without hesitation, brandishing a yellow card at Zidane, who protested, insisting that Pedri had already touched the ball. The referee remained unmoved, warning the German players that any further infractions would result in additional cards. Zidane, exasperated, waved his hands in frustration, clearly displeased with the decision. Remarkably, within just over a minute of the match's commencement, 2 German players had already received yellow cards. The German team returned to their positions on the goal line, each player shielding vulnerable areas, braced for the impending strike. Mingyu took a moment to steady his breath and nodded at Pedri. Having once been teammates at Barcelona, their understanding transcended words, communicated solely through their gazes. The referee blew the whistle once more. Mingyu's expression sharpened as he commenced his run. Just as he neared the ball, Pedri gently placed his foot on it. This time, Zidane refrained from moving prematurely. Once Pedri made contact with the ball, Zidane propelled himself forward, presenting his back to Mingyu. A thunderous sound erupted from the crowd, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Zidane, tensed and bracing for the impact, was surprised to feel no pain. However, suspended in midair, he was astonished to discover that Mingyu's powerful free kick had not soared but rather skimmed along the ground. The German players on the goal line instinctively jumped, only to regret their decision, wishing they could weigh themselves down with stones to return to the ground. 1 o'clock. Mingyu's indirect free kick within the penalty area, exploiting the German team's conventional expectations with a low ball, found its way into the net. No one had anticipated that Germany would concede so swiftly. The German coach, Stefan Kuntz, bore a grim expression, as this goal had thoroughly disrupted his tactical plans. Falling behind right from the outset is a scenario no coach can accept, especially against a Spanish team that had been in formidable form in their previous matches. Kuntz was determined to avoid following in the footsteps of the 2 teams that had previously faltered against Spain. Should the Spanish team inflict a heavy defeat, it was likely that Kuntz would resign without the German Football Association needing to intervene. Chapter 346. The man who instilled fear in the German team in the aftermath of the goal, the German team, facing relentless pressure from Spain, exhibited the hallmarks of a once great squad. Zidane, having retreated to a defensive midfield position, facilitated ball control. With Zidane's guidance, the German defense found a point of connection, swiftly transitioning the ball forward. The Spanish team's pressing seemed to rely solely on individual prowess rather than cohesive tactics. After all, national team players rarely train together, rendering notions of synergy somewhat fanciful. Only a handful of club teammates could demonstrate effective collaboration. As the Germans strung together successive passes, they advanced into the Spanish half. The Spanish players slightly withdrew, tightening their formation. The match unfolded with both teams exchanging attacks. Despite their lackluster performances in the previous 2 matches, the Germans retained their stature, making it challenging for Spain to penetrate their defense as easily as they had in earlier encounters. Mingyu attempted a few long passes, hoping to replicate his connections with Harry Kane at Manchester City, particularly since Spain also boasted a potent forward in Morata. However, the German defenders were exceptionally tenacious, not yielding in physical confrontations. Morata's attempts to advance were thwarted, leaving him helpless as the ball sailed past him. After 2 attempts, Mingyu abandoned the notion of exploiting the space behind the defenders with long passes. Instead, he opted for a series of short passes, delivering the ball to Ferran Torres. With the departure of the exuberant Sterling, Ferran Torres had finally secured his position as Manchester City's left winger. In this role, he could comfortably cut in with his right foot to shoot or pass. However, today Ferran found himself on the right wing, while the left wing was occupied by the younger Barcelona player, Ansu Fati. This season, the returning Fati had showcased dazzling talent, scoring 4 goals and providing 2 assists in 5 matches. Although Messi had left Barcelona, it seemed the club had discovered a new darling. In the previous matches, with the league yet to commence, coach Enrique had not summoned Fati. Captivated by Fati's impressive performances, Enrique had once again called him up, entrusting him with a significant role as the left winger, allowing Ferran Torres to return to his more familiar right-wing position. On this occasion, Ferran Torres feigned a right-footed strike before cutting inward, causing Ginter to subtly shift his body towards the penalty area. Suddenly, with a deft flick of his right foot's outer edge, he executed a stunning nutmeg, propelling the ball towards the baseline. Ginter stumbled momentarily, nearly losing his footing to Torres's sudden change in direction, but ultimately found himself out of position, helplessly watching as Torres surged along the edge of the penalty area. Goalkeeper Bernd Leno, stationed at that side of the goal, was startled to see Torres evade Ginter. He quickly spread his arms wide to firmly block the near post. Meanwhile, the 2 central defenders hastily retreated towards the 6-yard box, while Morata and the other side's Fati darted into the penalty area. The remaining 3 defenders were completely captivated by the movements of these 2 attackers, leaving the vicinity of the penalty spot alarmingly vacant. Without needing to glance at that position, Torres swept the ball with his right foot, delivering a beautiful backward triangle pass that landed perfectly between the penalty spot and the edge of the box. Indeed, a player clad in a red Matadors jersey appeared in that space. After passing the ball to Torres, Mingyu accelerated forward. As he reached the edge of the penalty area, Torres was poised to pass. In front of him, all the defenders had been drawn towards Morata and Fati, with the nearest defensive midfielder still about a meter away. Faced with this unmarked opportunity, Mingyu seized the moment, lifting his right foot, striking the approaching ball with formidable force. The football rocketed towards the goal like a cannonball, soaring through the air with little spin, its velocity the sole bearer of its might. Goalkeeper Bernd Leno swiftly made a judgment, diving towards the ball. However, the distance was far too close, and the ball's speed too great. By the time his hands reached the spot, they only grazed the air where the ball had just passed. The ball crashed into the net behind him, creating a flurry of movement in the goal for a full 2 seconds before settling down, having bounced twice within the goal line. Following the goal, Mingyu raised his arms in exuberance and rushed to embrace Torres, the 2 sharing a moment of passionate celebration. The score of 2-0 incited a chorus of jeers from the German fans present. In the span of 10 minutes, despite the German team having executed several commendable attacks, none culminated in a shot on goal. Conversely, Spain had created merely 2 scoring opportunities, both of which they converted into goals. This efficiency left the German fans envious. German head coach Steffen Kuntz, feeling the pressure, approached the sidelines to issue orders for a more aggressive offensive strategy. He was acutely aware that failure to capitalize on their attacks would expose them to ruthless counterattacks from Spain. However, if they continued to refrain from attacking, any subsequent goals from Spain would likely extinguish the German team's resolve to counter. At this juncture, the morale of the German squad had already taken a significant hit. Mingyu's elusive passing and his thunderous shot had left an indelible mark on their psyche. Following the restart, the German team indeed intensified their offensive efforts. Yet, Enrique keenly instructed his team to fall back and regroup. As anticipated, Spain executed a brilliant interception of Germany's attack. Upon regaining possession, the Germans refrained from immediate counterpressing, opting instead to retreat. Although their defensive withdrawal was swift, they overlooked one crucial detail. The ball traveled faster than they could retreat. Mingyu received a pass from Laporte in the backfield, gracefully turning and executing a deft nutmeg to evade the approaching Werner. He glanced up at the German half, a smile curling on his lips, and twisted his body like a corkscrew, unleashing a powerful strike beneath the ball. In the 37th chapter, the helpless German goalkeeper faced yet another setback. A passing error in the German front line enabled Spain to intercept the ball, with Laporte distributing it to Mingyu, who had retreated to the edge of the penalty area. With an elegant spin that left Werner behind, Mingyu surveyed the field and spotted Ferran Torres making a run. A precise long pass of approximately 40 meters landed perfectly on Torres' path. All he needed to do was lightly control the ball, enabling him to cut inside and charge toward the German goal. This rapid counterattack, executed with just 2 passes, propelled the ball from Spain's penalty area to that of Germany. The German defense was caught off guard, unable to recover in time. As Ferran Torres entered the penalty area, he faced the advancing goalkeeper, delivering a low shot that slipped beneath the keeper's arm and into the net. The score now stood at 3-0, a goal that left the German fans in the stands clutching their heads in despair, helplessly observing the unfolding situation. Even coach Stefan Kuntz wore an expression of defeat, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. How could they defend against such an onslaught? Mingyu's seemingly unfair long passes, accurate to the centimeter over a distance of 40 meters, left defenders hoping for mere mistakes from their opponents. This goal shattered the German team's mentality. In that moment, numerous German fans were transported back to the 2014 World Cup in Brazil, recalling how their team had decisively defeated the host nation, Brazil, 7-1 in the semifinals. Today, could they be destined to relive that pain? It is worth noting that Germany's heaviest historical defeat was also at the hands of Spain. Just 2 years prior, in the Nations League, the emerging Ferran Torres had achieved his first career hat trick, leading Spain to a 6-0 thrashing of Germany. Now, witnessing a ravenous Spanish team against a demoralized German squad, one had to wonder if the Germans were on the verge of setting a new record for goals conceded. In the 25th minute, Germany suffered yet another blow when midfielder Kai Havertz, frustrated after losing the ball to Rodri, retaliated with a tackle from behind that sent Rodri sprawling. This foul ignited a massive scuffle between the two teams. The referee promptly issued a red card, sending Havertz to the locker room. In the midst of this confrontation, Mingyu also received a yellow card as he rushed to intervene, shoving the provocatively posturing Havertz aside and firmly pressing his forehead against Havertz in a fierce glare that made him retreat in trepidation. Mingyu's current stature and presence, with the mantle of the world's top player subtly resting upon him, inspired a natural respect among his peers, compelling them to lower their heads in his presence. After all, Mingyu's accolades were unparalleled. No player in history had amassed such honors at his age. In the realm of football, one is exalted as a deity if their prowess is sufficiently formidable. Through the sheer force of his gaze, Mingyu instilled a sense of caution in the other German players, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. Such a scene only deepened the shame of the German fans in the stands. Outmatched in skill and unable to stand their ground in a brawl, it was utterly humiliating. Merely 25 minutes into the match, numerous spectators began to leave the Allianz Arena in Munich, unable to bear the heart-wrenching spectacle any longer. Their silent exodus rendered the already beleaguered German team even more vulnerable. In the 30th minute, Mingyu delivered a precise diagonal cross. Morata, overpowering the opposing defender, leapt high and struck the ball fiercely towards a German goal. Goalkeeper Leno, with all his might, attempted to intervene but failed to connect. The ball crashed violently against the crossbar, rebounding into the penalty area. Center back Eslu, still recovering from the close call, looked back just in time to see Fatty poised to shoot. As Fatty dashed into the box and observed Morata's header, he momentarily believed the ball would find the net, halting in anticipation of celebration. However, to his surprise, the ball ricocheted off the crossbar and landed right before him. Elated, Fatty seized the divine opportunity, positioning himself perfectly. As the ball approached, he executed a stunning volley, sending it soaring past Eslo. The just recovered Leno barely caught a glimpse of the white flash as the ball bounced into the goal. The score stood at 4-0. Following the goal, Fatty jubilantly rushed towards the sideline camera, kissing the flag on his chest in a fit of excitement. Meanwhile, Leno sat helplessly on the ground, his hands clutching his head in despair. Why? Why must I bear the burden of being the goalkeeper? Neuer and Ter Stegen, you cunning old foxes, curse be you. With Neuer retired and Ter Stegen sidelined due to a muscular injury, Leno thought he was in for a stroke of luck, only to face such a crushing blow in his first match. Having retrieved the ball from his net 4 times in just 30 minutes, despair loomed large. If this rate continued, the Spanish team could score another 8 goals in the remaining 60 minutes, leading to a catastrophic 12-0. The mere thought of such a score left Leno feeling destined to become the most disgraced goalkeeper in German history, without question. It is worth noting that Bulgaria's 2 goalkeepers had already announced their permanent retirement from the national team. In just one match, Mingyu had instilled a psychological shadow over both of the opposing goalkeepers. Leno sensed that his limits were rapidly approaching. The remainder of the match, however, brought him a measure of relief. Perhaps out of a desire for future camaraderie, the Spanish team refrained from their earlier aggressive onslaught. After all, the German fans held no racial bias against the Spanish squad. The first half concluded with a score of 4-0. It was evident that upon hearing the referee's whistle signaling the end of the first half, several German players collapsed onto the pitch, gasping for breath. This was merely the first half, underscoring the immense psychological pressure they endured. In stark contrast, the Spanish players descended the field with smiles, casually linking arms. A glance around the Allianz Arena revealed a striking absence of 1/3 of the spectators. Chapter 348, Goalkeeper. I'm injured. I must exit as the second half commenced. The German lineup underwent a transformation. Leno, during halftime, reported a wrist sprain and requested to be substituted. Upon examination, the team doctor confirmed a degree of bruising, yet deemed it non-injurious to his goalkeeping. Seeing Leno's determined expression, head coach Stefan Kuntz reluctantly chose to replace him. Keeping a goalkeeper who no longer wished to play was futile. It was far better to introduce a younger keeper for valuable experience. Kuntz's gaze fell upon the second-string goalkeeper, 25-year-old Florian Imler, who played for Stuttgart. Imler, having witnessed the dismal performance of the German team in the first half from the bench, felt a mix of relief and anxiety. Initially upset about not being selected as a starter, he now recognized that not being on the pitch had been a fortuitous escape. Such a match could haunt any goalkeeper for a lifetime. Returning to the locker room, Imler intended to offer Leno some words of comfort, only to find Leno approaching the referee to announce his injury. Panic gripped Imler, with only Leno and himself as the selected goalkeepers. Leno's injury meant there was no alternative option. Imler contemplated feigning illness, but, meeting Kuntz's gaze, understood that any sign of dissent could very well mark the end of his national team career. As the second half began, Imler stepped onto the field with a somber demeanor, though few paid him any heed. The Spanish players exchanged glances with Mingyu, their expressions growing peculiar. In the prior 2 matches, whether against the Faroe Islands or Bulgaria, Mingyu had compelled the opposing team to replace their goalkeeper. Following their match, the 2 Bulgarian goalkeepers had even declared their permanent retirement from the national team, becoming a source of mirth in the football world. Today, with Germany again changing goalkeepers at halftime, Mingyu had unwittingly achieved a hat-trick in forcing goalkeeper substitutions. However, he mused privately that this match had little to do with him. After all, he had merely scored 2 goals and provided an assist. What was so remarkable about that? As the second half unfolded, Spain initiated the kickoff. Observing the change in goalkeepers and the peculiar looks from his teammates, Mingyu felt a surge of irritation, particularly directed towards the German goalkeeping position. You think this is aimed at me, don't you? Morata passed the ball to Mingyu, who surged into the German half. To his shock, a loud thud behind him startled Morata, causing him to instinctively duck. He was astonished to see the ball was past him, seemingly destined for the opposing goal. The newly introduced goalkeeper, Florian Imler, was making his debut for the national team. This young keeper, possessing solid fundamentals and commendable skills, had been overlooked due to the abundance of talent in the German goalkeeping position. It was only after the retirement of one and the injury of another that Imler finally received his chance. Initially expecting to remain on the bench, he had not anticipated that Mingyu's performance would intimidate the starting goalkeeper into feigning injury and necessitating a substitution. Florian Imler, reluctantly summoned to action, found himself with no choice but to steel himself for the challenge ahead. Although the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match, Imler remained in a state of disarray, his gaze drifting aimlessly over the defenders in front of him as he attempted to gauge their positions. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something hurtling toward him from a distance. As his teammates shouted in panic, he became momentarily disoriented, only to realize that the football was already upon him. With little time to react, he instinctively raised his hands in a gesture reminiscent of surrender. The ball soared over his head and crashed into the net behind him. Himmler's mind went blank. He was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Having just entered the field, he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes devoid of focus. After the kickoff, Mingyu took a direct shot, intending to greet the newly introduced goalkeeper. To his astonishment, Himmler had knelt in response. Embarrassed, Lee accepted the goal graciously, reveling in his hat trick. This goal incited a wave of fury among the remaining German supporters, their boos and jeers causing the German players to hang their heads in shame. The once mighty German machine had come to a screeching halt. The captain, Ilkay Jean Dogan, approached Himmler with a sympathetic demeanor, offering words of comfort that provided the young goalkeeper with a sliver of solace. Yet, the relentless taunts from the stands left him acutely aware of the dampness of his jersey. In the 58th minute, Mingyu effortlessly bypassed the entire German defensive line. Faced with a bewildered Himmler, he chose not to prolong the torment, delivering a decisive shot that offered Himmler a sense of release. The score now stood at 6-0, equaling the largest defeat in German football history. Enrique, recognizing the moment, substituted the still eager Mingyu after his goal. With Lee departing the field, a slight sense of relief washed over the German players. Himmler, however, felt tears welling in his eyes. Those two goals had been a torment. Had Lee remained on the pitch, Himmler feared he might have succumbed to tears. Though he was off the field, the Spanish squad showed no signs of relenting. In the 70th minute, Pedri executed a series of slick maneuvers down the flank, delivering the ball to Morata just before the goalkeeper could react. Morata effortlessly slotted it into the empty net. 7-0. In the 80th minute, Morata received the ball just outside the penalty area, maneuvered to create space, and unleashed a powerful strike. Himmler, caught off guard, could only watch as the ball flew past him into the net. 8-0. Following a missed chance by Fatty, the European Championship qualifier between Germany and Spain came to a close. Chapter 349, The Dance of Death. This day was destined to be extraordinary. The entire European football community was left in shock by the results of this European Championship qualifier between Spain and Germany. While Germany's recent performances had been lackluster, no one could have predicted that they would suffer an 8-goal defeat on home soil. The German machine had crumbled. Many fans of the national team expressed their dismay. Indeed, there are no invincible champions in this world. Even the team that once claimed the World Cup through sheer teamwork had found itself in such dire straits. With a total of 33 goals scored in 3 matches, Spain's ruthless display sent shivers throughout Europe. This was merely a qualifier, and while the Faroe Islands were weak, Bulgaria and Germany were far from undeserving opponents. However, the relentless Spanish bullfighters seemed indifferent to their competition, determined to press on. In 5 days, Kazakhstan would host the formidable Spanish team. The 3 Kazakhstani goalkeepers could already feel a tremor in their hands. Surprisingly, during the first half of the match in Kazakhstan, Mingyu opted to play a more supportive role, orchestrating the team's movements and assisting his teammates rather than showcasing his own attacking prowess. The halftime score of 3-0 left Kazakhstan feeling somewhat accepting of their situation, particularly in the 60th minute of the second half. After Lee scored a long-range goal and was substituted by Enrique, the Kazakhstani fans rose to their feet, applauding him as if to thank him for his mercy. The final score was set at 5-0. This time, the Spanish team seemed to have shed their previous ferocity, allowing everyone to breathe a little easier. After 4 European Championship qualifiers, Spain stood undefeated at the top of the group, with their qualification now a foregone conclusion. Germany, on the other hand, finally secured a long-awaited victory in their 4th match, triumphing 3-1 over the French islands, thus improving their standing somewhat. Hungary had yet to face Spain, and their match against Bulgaria ended in a draw. Currently, Hungary sat on 10 points with 3 wins and 1 draw, trailing Spain. Bulgaria, with 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, accumulated 7 points, placing them 3rd. Germany, with 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses, now had 4 points, ranking 4th. It appeared that the second qualifying spot in this group will be contested among these 3 teams. If Germany wished to advance, they would need to triumph in their upcoming match against Hungary. As the international break concluded, Mingyu returned to his club. His first match back would be the opening round of the Champions League group stage, where Manchester City would face Sporting Lisbon, led by Cristiano Ronaldo. At 38 years of age, Ronaldo was beginning to show signs of fatigue this season. Though he maintained his physical condition well, time was not kind. In matches, Ronaldo rarely relied on his speed to overpower opponents, instead leveraging his skills and experience to guide the team. Currently, Sporting Lisbon ranked 4th in the Portuguese Primeira Liga. In 5 league matches, Ronaldo had scored only once, leaving the Portuguese fans feeling both disappointed and saddened. Disappointment stemmed from Ronaldo's underwhelming performance, while sadness arose from the undeniable reality of his aging. In the player tunnel, Ronaldo and Mingyu exchanged smiles before embracing tightly. "Lee, your performance truly impresses me." Ronaldo exclaimed. The two had developed a camaraderie through competition, both proud individuals sharing similar temperaments. Lee responded with a grin. "I won't go easy on you today." Ronaldo laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with competitive spirit, defiantly stating, "Neither will I." Their mutual respect and determination were evident in their gazes, while their teammates looked on with awe and admiration. Is this the essence of football's legacy? The curtain falls on the legendary duo, as the new generation's Mingyu rises to bear the banner of football. Behind him, the dazzling young stars like Mbappe and Haaland shine brightly as well. Some argue that without Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, the essence of football dissipates. However, Mingyu disagrees. While Ronaldo and Messi are indeed unparalleled in the annals of football history, each era is destined to unveil its own leaders. The earth continues to spin, and the sphere of football remains constant. What truly matters is that every generation of fans will have their beloved stars. Icons like Pelé, Maradona, Ronaldo, and Zidane once captivated the hearts of many. Yet, how many fans today are familiar with their stories? As the players stepped onto the field, Sporting Lisbon adopted a 4-3-2-1 Christmas tree formation. In goal was Aden, while the defensive line comprised Coates, Mathis Rees, Fiedel, and Rosier. The midfield featured the trio of Asgai, Palhinha, and Vinagre, with the two attacking midfielders being Ronaldo and Giovanni Cabral. Leading the attack was the number 21 player, Fernandes. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Alvalade Stadium, receiving the death dance celebration move from Lisbon's sporting star Nani. Upon joining Manchester United and scoring his maiden goal, Nani exuberantly celebrated with a series of backflips, a display that British media dubbed the death dance. This move enhances team morale by 50, and when executed at home, it boosts morale by 80, uplifting the spirits of the fans by a staggering 100. Mingyu found himself intrigued. His goal celebrations had become monotonous, drawing daily critiques from his devoted fans. Every top-tier star typically possesses their signature celebration. RAL's ring kiss, Ronaldo's finger wag, Ronaldinho's playful 666, and Ronaldo's commanding leap followed by an outspread embrace, all exude charisma. Meanwhile, Messi's heartfelt prayer for his grandmother stands out. Mingyu had previously emulated Ronaldo's finger wag and Klinsmann's flip, but neither truly resonated with him. However, he found Nani's backflip celebration quite appealing, although Nani had popularized it. This move was not solely his trademark. Numerous players from Africa executed it with ease. Having once acquired the agility of Ibrahimovic, Mingyu believed he could master such a maneuver without much difficulty.